Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 1229 to Chapter 1279. When Zhao Hai heard this prompt, he couldn't help but knit his brows. He wasn't very satisfied with this answer. This was because he didn't take the unicorn beetle to the space in order for it to help him fight. What he wanted was Zerg's ability to evolve. However, the prompt didn't say anything about that ability. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Kai, use the universal scanner to analyze this. What's going on? Why doesn't this insect have the ability to evolve?" Kai complied, then she immediately started the universal scanner. The universal scanner has reached an advanced level. Not only can it analyze objects, it can also analyze situations, just like inference. Before long, the universal scanner's voice was heard. This insect is only a genetically modified Zerg. It isn't the Zerg's mother, so it doesn't have the ability to evolve quickly. Analysis suggests that there should be a mother insect on Fabio planet. This mother insect can adapt to the changes in its environment and genetically modify its larvae. This is similar to the legendary Zerg nest that can evolve infinitely. Due to the lack of information, this is only a possibility for the host's reference. When Zhao Hai heard the universal scanner, he couldn't help but stare. However, he immediately understood what the universal scanner meant. In other words, there should be a Zerg's mother nest on Fabio planet. This mother nest was the key to the insect pen's evolution. Insects like the silverback gold-winged insect don't have the ability to evolve. Although the universal scanner said that this was only a possibility, Zhao Hai thought that this was the most likely possibility. However, Zhao Hai immediately became happy. First, it was because of the existence of a mother nest. Second, it was because of the universal scanner's words. Zhao Hai discovered that the universal scanner was becoming more and more human-like. Moreover, its ability to analyze things was getting stronger. This was definitely a good thing, especially for him. At this time, Laura and the others also came over. Laura and the others looked at the silverback gold-winged insect. To be honest, this silverback gold-winged insect looked like an enlarged version of the unicorn beetle. It looked very powerful, and its appearance was very good. Additionally, Laura and the others had come in contact with a lot of things, so they didn't think that this insect was terrifying. On the contrary, they couldn't help but sigh when they saw the shiny iron-black armor on the insect's body. Zhao Hai didn't care about them, he just stood on the side and smiled. In any case, the insect had already been subdued by the space, so it was no longer dangerous. Laura and the others can look at it as they wish. Laura and the others sighed a few more times. Then Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, let's go inside and take a look. There are a few cultivation realm experts in 5th base. They're talking about you." Zhao Hai stared, then he raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh? What did they say?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "They said that you might have taken some medicine. That's why you're so powerful. What do you think?" Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly and said, "Isn't that a good thing? Alright, I'll go back and immediately close up. Let them think that I've taken some medicine." Laura and the others smiled. Zhao Hai didn't rush back to 5th base. He stayed inside the space for a while before he came out and flew towards 5th base. The place where he came out wasn't far from 5th base. Before long, he arrived outside the base. 5th base was still very tense, there were a lot of newcomers patrolling the walls to prevent Zerg from attacking. While Zhao Hai was flying forward, a shout was suddenly heard, "Who's there?" "Stop." Zhao Hai turned his head and saw a cultivator on a flying sword. Zhao Hai didn't stop, he just coldly snorted and flew towards the base. Seeing Zhao Hai ignoring him, the cultivator's complexion couldn't help but change as he shouted, "Good. You're just a puny mage. Why are you so arrogant? Stop." Before he could finish, he was grabbed by another cultivator and covered his mouth. Then the cultivator respectfully said to Zhao Hai, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao Hai. He's a newcomer, so he doesn't know you. Please come in. The machine fields people have already returned to their courtyard. You can go there directly." Zhao Hai nodded and then flew inside. He didn't pay attention to the two cultivators, he didn't even say a word to them. However, the cultivator who came later wasn't dissatisfied. After Zhao Hai's figure disappeared from the walls, the cultivator who came later released the cultivator whose mouth was covered. As soon as the cultivator was released, he immediately complained, "Third brother, why did you grab me? A puny mage from the machine field dares to be so arrogant. Why don't you let me teach him a lesson? I'll let him know that the cultivation realm is in charge." The third brother looked at the cultivator and said, "Don't talk nonsense. If I didn't grab you, you would have already died. Do you know who that person is? That person is Zhao Hai. He fought a silverback gold-winged bug alone. If you shouted at him, then he would have killed you in vain." Then the third brother ignored the cultivator and turned around to leave. The cultivator stared as he looked at the direction where Zhao Hai left. Then he muttered, "So he's called Zhao Hai. No wonder he's so powerful." The cultivation realm was the most realistic place. If you're strong, then you can kill the weak. If you're weak, then you have to be honest in front of the strong. In the cultivation realm, there weren't many people who wouldn't kill you for the sake of face. Even if they didn't kill in front of others, they would still kill behind their backs. This was the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai didn't care about the cultivator and directly returned to his courtyard. Just as he entered the courtyard, he was immediately discovered. Xianxia and the others immediately surrounded him. Xianxia looked at him with concern and said, "Little Hai, are you all right?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm fine. I'll be going into seclusion to recuperate for a while. Help me talk to the leader." When Xianxia and the others heard Zhao Hai, they quickly said, "All right, go ahead. I'll talk to the leader." Zhao Hai nodded, then he quickly entered Dongfang Yu's room and closed the door. Just as he closed the door, Ma Rulong came out of the room. Seeing that Zhao Hai wasn't there, Ma Rulong immediately turned to Xianxia and the others and said, "Little Hai?" Xianxia immediately replied, "Leader, Little Hai said that he'll be going into seclusion for a while. What do you think?" Ma Rulong's complexion changed, then he said, "All right, I know. Remember, if Little Hai needs anything, then immediately tell me. I'll find a way." Xianxia and the others nodded. Then Ma Rulong returned to his room and immediately transmitted the situation back to the machine field. Transmitting the situation back to the machine field wasn't easy. This was because of the interference in Fabio planet. Signals would be affected to a certain extent. Fortunately, the cultivation realm had made some improvements. They could send signals to other planets through magic formations. Then they could send the signals to other planets through communication satellites. However, using this method in the base would cost a lot of money. This was especially true for Ma Rulong. The cost of transmitting the signal back to the machine field wasn't low. Ma Rulong was representing the machine field this time. Naturally, he didn't care about the connection. The most important thing was to keep in touch with the machine field and report the situation back to the machine field. In fact, it wasn't only the cultivation realm that suspected Zhao Hai of taking pills. Even Ma Rulong thought the same. In their opinion, it was normal for Zhao Hai to take pills. It would be abnormal if he didn't. For a person who ascended to the machine field less than a year ago to reach the nascent soul stage in such a short time, wouldn't that be too much of a genius? Nobody would believe it if they said it. In the machine field and the cultivation realm, there were many medicines that could stimulate a person's potential and increase their strength by several levels. Because of this, they were more willing to believe that Zhao Hai had taken the medicine. But whether it was in the machine field or the cultivation realm, these pills were very overbearing. The side effects were also very terrible. Some pills could even cause a person to die from exhaustion. Even if the person didn't die, it would still have a huge impact on their future cultivation. Because of this, Ma Rulong was anxious to send this information back to the machine field. In the Six Realms newcomer competition, the machine field was counting on Zhao Hai's achievements. Now that Zhao Hai had such a thing happen, it was necessary to report it. It wasn't just Ma Rulong. Xingli also knew that after Zhao Hai came back, he immediately went into seclusion. Upon hearing this, Xingli and the others were even more certain that Zhao Hai must have taken some pills. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so fierce. Xingli immediately reported this matter. For a while, whether it was the machine field or the cultivation realm, the most talked about person was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was now in the space. He already knew about Ma Rulong and Jing Li's reactions. Ma Rulong treated Zhao Hai very well. After he reported this matter, the higher-ups of the machine field decided to give up on Zhao Hai. However, Ma Rulong didn't agree. In the end, the higher-ups of the machine field could only do as he said. After all, Ma Rulong was in the outside world. Zhao Hai expected the reaction of the higher-ups of the machine field. Whether it was the machine field or the cultivation realm, they were very realistic. They wouldn't invest in people who were useless to them. At this time, Zhao Hai was most concerned about the Ashley family's reaction. If the Ashley family had the same reaction as the machine field, then Zhao Hai would be disappointed. However, contrary to Zhao Hai's expectations, the Ashley family didn't give up on Zhao Hai. Even the patriarch, Thunder, didn't ask Margaret to leave him. On the contrary, everyone was worried about his situation. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Wuku was a very practical person. How could Wuku have this kind of attitude towards a useless person like him? After monitoring Thunder, Zhao Hai understood why Thunder treated him like this. It was because Thunder wanted to buy a horse's bone, and Zhao Hai was that horse's bone. Because Zhao Hai won first place in the machine field's qualifier, the Ashley family received a lot of benefits. And with several powerful allies, it wouldn't be a problem for them to develop. If a family wants to develop, then they need all kinds of talents. And even though Thunder knew that Zhao Hai might be crippled, he still gave him the best treatment. He even married his daughter to Zhao Hai. This was the Ashley family's attitude towards people. Look, how do we treat people who have made contributions to the family? Even if he's crippled, he'll still get everything he deserves. The Ashley family used this attitude to attract all kinds of talents to the family. This would allow the Ashley family to develop in a short period of time. After hearing Thunder's words, Zhao Hai couldn't help but recognize that the Ashley family's patriarch wasn't a simple person. For the sake of the family's development, he was actually willing to do this. But no matter what the reason was, he wasn't too heartless. Zhao Hai would also treat the Ashley family better in the future. After all, they were Margaret's family. At the same time, the cultivation realm relaxed a bit towards Zhao Hai. They didn't pay as much attention to him as before. In the past, Zhao Hai blocked Li Chuchen's 3 swords and killed Gong Sunjung. This had already attracted the cultivation realm's attention. The cultivation realm wouldn't allow someone like Zhao Hai to exist. This would ruin their plans. However, after this incident, the cultivation realm's attention towards Zhao Hai had decreased a lot. After all, a cripple wasn't worth their attention. This could be considered as an unintentional intervention. Zhao Hai thought that after he showed his strength, he would attract more trouble. He didn't expect things to go the other way. Not only did he not attract any trouble, he even solved a problem for himself. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. However, Zhao Hai didn't care too much about it. Even if he got into trouble, he wasn't afraid. With his current strength, whether it was the cultivation realm or the machine field, he would have a place in the cultivation realm. This was in the machine field. If it was the cultivation realm, a nascent soul expert like Zhao Hai would be able to establish his own sect. This was the reason why nascent soul experts were called grandmasters. After looking at the reactions of Jingli and the others, Zhao Hai also paid attention to Dong Fengyu's situation. Dong Fengyu had been in seclusion for several days and hadn't come out yet. Moreover, Dong Fengyu's situation didn't seem good. Because of this, Zhao Hai was paying attention to Dong Fengyu's situation. After seeing Dong Fengyu's situation through the space, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Before, Dong Fengyu's face was red and he looked like he was in a lot of trouble. But now, his face was calm. The fire dragon sword had also disappeared. He looked like he was meditating, there was nothing special about it. Seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that Dong Fengyu was about to come out of seclusion. Because Zhao Hai had received the silverback gold-winged bug into the space, as well as the presence of several nascent soul experts, Zerg didn't attack. However, the 6 Realms beginner competition was pushed back 10 days because of this matter. This was within Zhao Hai's expectations, so he didn't find it strange. Dong Fengyu slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were sparkling, and at the same time, his aura was completely different from before. He really didn't think that the fire dragon sword would be so mystical. Looking around, he realized that he was still in Zhao Hai's room, but Zhao Hai wasn't there. Dongfang Yu immediately stood up. He didn't know how long he was in seclusion this time, or if he missed the tournament. Thinking of this, Dongfang Yu immediately opened the door and walked out. Looking outside, he saw Xiongli and the others sitting together and chatting about something. Zhao Hai wasn't in the courtyard. Xiongli also heard the sound of the door opening. Seeing that it was Dongfang Yu, the three immediately went up to greet him. Xiongli looked at Dongfang Yu and said, "Dongfang, how are you? How are the results of your seclusion this time?" Dongfang Yu nodded and said, "Not bad. Is little Hai here?" Xiongli's expression was somewhat ugly. He looked at Dongfang Yu's room and said, "He's in seclusion in your room. Come, let's go inside and talk." After speaking, he pulled Dongfang Yu into Zhao Hai's room. Dongfang Yu looked at Xiongli's expression and knew that something had happened. After entering the room and closing the door, Dongfang Yu immediately said, "What happened? Did something happen to little Hai?" Xiongli looked at Dongfang Yu and said, "First, let's talk about your seclusion." Dongfang Yu nodded and said, "This time, I went into seclusion because little Hai helped me unlock the seal on the fire dragon sword. I didn't expect such a thing to happen when I unlocked the seal on the fire dragon sword. It turned out that the fire dragon sword was the life weapon of Daoist fire dragon. Later on, Daoist fire dragon fought with someone and was seriously injured. He sealed his consciousness into the fire dragon sword and sealed it. After little Hai unlocked the seal, I received Daoist fire dragon's consciousness. It's a cultivation method from the cultivation world called the fire dragon burning the sky art. At the same time, there's also the fire dragon sword art to drive the fire dragon sword. In addition to this consciousness, Daoist fire dragon also sealed a part of his essence chi into the sword. When I received this consciousness, the energy in my body was occupied by Daoist fire dragon's essence chi and assimilated all the battle chi in my body. Now, I don't have any battle chi in my body, all of it has turned into fire dragon true chi. It can be said that I'm cultivating a cultivation method from the cultivation world, and my strength is much stronger than before." After hearing what Dongfang Yu said, Xiongli and the others relaxed. Sun Fei muttered, "Fortunately, Brother Hai's efforts weren't wasted." When Dongfang Yu heard Sun Fei, he couldn't help but frown and said, "What happened? Where's little Hai? Did something happen? Quickly tell me." Xiongli sighed and then said, "On the night that you went into seclusion, a large number of Zerg came to attack the base. Little Hai had us guard you here while he went to the city walls to help. Those Zerg attacks were very fierce, but the base was able to defend itself. Later on, a silverback gold-winged insect came. This insect is equivalent to a nascent soul expert in the cultivation realm. The other nascent soul experts in the base all went to chase after the other silverback gold-winged insect. It can be said that nobody in the base could stop this insect. Little Hai originally wanted to take us away, but you were in seclusion and couldn't move. So little Hai went back and repelled the silverback gold-winged insect. This should have been a good thing, but after thinking about it for a few days, I'm afraid that little Hai's strength isn't that strong. It's very likely that he drank a potion that stimulates his potential. Moreover, after he repelled the silverback gold-winged insect, he immediately went into seclusion. So I'm sure that little Hai drank a potion that stimulates his potential. You should also know about the side effects of this potion. I'm afraid that little Hai's strength has been affected, but I don't know how much it affects his body." Dongfang Yu stared blankly at Xiongli's words. He didn't think that so many things would happen while he was in seclusion. After Xiongli finished speaking, Dongfang Yu stood up and said with tears in his eyes, "Little Hai, my silly brother, how could you do this? How am I supposed to repay this favor of yours?" Xiongli and the others were also dejected. Dongfang Yu walked 2 laps on the ground and then said, "My strength has increased greatly. Moreover, I'm learning cultivation methods. If I can't, then I'll join a cultivation sect. I heard that there are a lot of mystical pills in the cultivation realm. Perhaps one of them can cure little Hai." Upon hearing Dongfang Yu, Xiongli and the others couldn't help but stare. Very few people from the machine field would join a cultivation realm sect. This was because the threshold to join a cultivation realm sect was too high. Moreover, the cultivation realm generally looked down on people from the machine field. Joining a cultivation realm sect wasn't something that an average person could bear. Xianxia and the others looked at Dongfangyu and said, "Have you decided?" Dongfangyu stopped, then he nodded and said, "I've decided. After the competition, I'll find a way to join a cultivation sect and find a way to cure Little Hai." Xianxia didn't persuade him, he just nodded. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard, "Don't. If you join a cultivation sect, then what will happen to our base in the future?" Xianxia and the others stared, then they turned their heads and saw Zhao Hai standing there with a smile on his face. The group was stunned. Dongfangyu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, is it really you? Why did you come out? Are you all right?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm fine. Second brother can rest assured." Xianxia and the others also went over and looked at Zhao Hai from head to toe. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly as he said, "Don't look at me, I'm fine. I didn't drink any medicine. Don't worry." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xianxia and the others relaxed. But then Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai with a strange expression and said, "That's not right. You didn't drink any medicine? Then how could you be so fierce? You even drove away the silverback gold-winged bugs? You're not saying that you're that strong, right?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Boss Xiong is right. I'm that strong. Actually, it's not that I'm strong, it's because of the weapon in my hand." Then Zhao Hai flipped his hand as liquid silver appeared in his hand. Xianxia and the others looked at liquid silver, but they didn't find anything special about it. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. Then under the gazes of Xianxia and the others, the staff slowly turned into a sword, then it turned into a shield. Xianxia and the others stared blankly as liquid silver transformed back and forth in Zhao Hai's hand. Liquid silver transformed back into a staff. Only then did the group recover. Xianxia's eyes shined as he looked at the staff in Zhao Hai's hand and said, "Zhao Hai, what's that in your hand? How did it transform?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Did you forget the legend of the machine field? The unfinished weapon?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xianxia and the others stared. Then they immediately reacted. In the machine field, when an incomplete weapon is mentioned, people would immediately think of liquid silver. This was because liquid silver's reputation was too big. Xianxia and the others looked at Zhao Hai in shock. Sun Fei said, "Brother Hai, what do you mean? Is this the incomplete weapon left behind by Leng Wuyang?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he nodded and said, "Right, this is the incomplete weapon left behind by Senior Leng Wuyang. I finished it and named it liquid silver. What do you think? Not bad, right?" Dongfangyu's brain couldn't process this. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How is this possible? Didn't you say that nobody can activate the weapon? How did you do it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I used a trick." Then Zhao Hai told Dongfangyu and the others how he activated liquid silver. Hearing Zhao Hai, Dongfangyu and the others believed him. Their eyes shined as they looked at liquid silver in Zhao Hai's hand. They had heard about this weapon a long time ago. They heard that it was made by Leng Wuyang in order to fight against the cultivation realm. It was extremely powerful, but it wasn't completed. Now that it was completed, Zhao Hai actually used it to defeat a silverback gold-winged bug. Wasn't this too strong? Zhao Hai looked at the others and smiled faintly. "It was because of this that I was able to defeat the silverback gold-winged bug. Liquid silver is actually very suitable for dual cultivators. Since I'm a dual cultivator, I was able to display its power." Xianxia and the others nodded, their faces full of envy as they looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. "Don't be envious. I'm trying to find a way to make some liquid silver. Even if it's not as powerful as the real thing, it's still better than ordinary magic staffs and weapons. If I can imitate the real thing, I'll give each of you one." After hearing Zhao Hai, everyone's eyes lit up. Sun Fei said, "Big brother Hai, are you serious? I heard that liquid silver requires a lot of materials, and a lot of them have already disappeared. Can you make it?" Xianxia and the others looked at Zhao Hai, afraid that Zhao Hai would say that he couldn't make it. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I can. There are some materials that can be replaced by other materials, but the liquid silver won't be as powerful as mine. However, the transformation technique will still be left behind, so don't worry." After hearing Zhao Hai, the group cheered. For them, this was definitely good news. A weapon that can transform was very important to both a mage and a weapon. After some time, the group calmed down. Li Kuangren looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Little Hai, since you're fine, why did you go into seclusion as soon as you came back? You made us worried for a long time." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If I didn't go into seclusion, would they think that I took some medicine? Hee, let them think that way. When the time comes for the competition, I'll teach them a lesson. As long as we brothers get good results, we'll fly off and do things on our own. Building our own base won't be a problem." Dongfang Yu nodded and said, "Right, we'll split up. After we split up, I'll teach you the fire dragon burning the heavens art. When the time comes, we'll be able to do whatever we want in the machine field." The few of them also responded loudly, looking forward to a beautiful future together. The reason why Zhao Hai told them about liquid silver was to prepare for the future. He knew that he didn't take any medicine at all. Although everyone thought that he did, when the time comes for the competition, he wouldn't be able to hide it. When the time comes, he would need to come up with a reason to let everyone know why he was so strong. And liquid silver was the best reason. Liquid silver was very famous. Not only in the machine field, but also in the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai's reason was very convincing. The group chatted for a while before Zhao Hai turned his head to Dongfang Yu and the others and said, "I won't be going out for the next few days. I'll still be in seclusion. You guys should act as usual, don't let anyone see any flaws. Right, be careful of Streep. That guy hates me and might try to trip me up. But you don't need to worry too much. When the time comes for the elimination round, I'll eliminate him." Dongfang Yu raised his eyebrows and said, "Streep wants to play dirty? I've already found that guy unpleasing to the eye. Let's not wait for the elimination round. We'll find an opportunity to eliminate him in the next few days." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, he can't play any tricks right now. Mister can live for a few more days. Brothers, I'll be going back first. Just act as you were before." After he said that, Zhao Hai disappeared from the room. Xiongli looked at the place where Zhao Hai disappeared and sighed, "No wonder Zhao Hai is so powerful. I heard that when the Ashley family was fighting against the Zhang family, Zhao Hai and the others were trapped in the rainbow meteorite belt. It was Zhao Hai who used his space magic to bring everyone back to the Ashley family's dark demon planet. I didn't believe it before, but now I do." With liquid silver in hand, Zhao Hai's fighting strength is extraordinary. Dongfang Yu smiled faintly and said, "It's not only liquid silver's contribution, little Hai's strength isn't bad as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use liquid silver." "Right, Boss Xiong, do you think that the family would stop us if we do it alone?" Xiongli coldly snorted and said, "They will definitely try to stop you. But in this competition, we must perform well, especially you and Zhao Hai. As long as the two of you perform well, then when the time comes, the others won't say anything. After all, winning us over is better than offending us." Xiongli nodded and said, "All right." Dongfang Yu nodded, then he said, "When the time comes, I'll teach you. The fire dragon burning the heavens. When the time comes, let's see if the machine field still dares to offend us." Xiongli sighed and said, "There shouldn't be any problems with Little Fei's fire dragon burning the heavens. But we can't. Our attributes aren't right. Even if we learn it, we won't be able to learn it well. It seems like we'll have to think of a way to learn it in the future." Dongfang Yu nodded and said, "All right. In this competition, we'll slaughter a few people from the cultivation realm and obtain their cultivation methods. Then you can practice it. Since Little Hai can unlock the seal on the fire dragon sword, then he should be able to unlock the seals on the jade slips as well." Xiongli nodded and said, "I'm not worried about this. Let's go out. Don't let those people get distracted." "Right, everyone be serious." The group smiled and nodded. But as soon as they went out, their faces turned serious. Time passed bit by bit. At this point, almost everyone thought that Zhao Hai had eaten some medicine. Looking at the gloomy expressions of Xiongli and the others, they were even more certain of their thoughts. For a while, rumors started to spread. People said that Zhao Hai was dying, that Zhao Hai was injured to the point of dying. There were all kinds of rumors, but no one said anything good about Zhao Hai. Xiongli and the others didn't stop these rumors. Rumors were like this: the more you want to stop them, the faster they spread. However, Xiongli and the others weren't idle. They were secretly investigating who spread these rumors. After a few days of investigation, Xiongli and the others finally found out that these rumors were spread by Streep. Upon knowing this, Xiongli and the others immediately believed Zhao Hai's words. Streep really did want to deal with them. Dong Fengyu was so angry that he almost wanted to kill Streep. But in the end, he was stopped by Xiongli and the others. They didn't know if it was because of the fire dragon burning the heavens, but Dong Fengyu's temper was getting worse and worse. His temper was even worse than Li Kuangren's. This made Xiongli and the others worried. Time passed day by day. The day of the elimination round was getting closer and closer. The participants of the other realms also arrived at Fabio Planet. They didn't arrive early and didn't make it in time for the previous battle. Therefore, they didn't suffer any losses. There were still 3 days before the elimination round. The participants of the other realms had already arrived. In addition to surviving on Fabio Planet for 7 days, they also had to kill the Zerg on the planet and bring back the useful things from the corpses. The more you bring back, the more points you'll get. After the elimination round, the top 100 people with the highest points would be directly selected. Then these 100 people would be able to participate in the official ranking round. In the past, the elimination round wouldn't have such a high elimination rate. Sometimes, multiple rounds would be held to select the top 100. But this time, after the elimination round, the ranking round would begin. This was the first time. However, upon hearing this news, Zhao Hai was very happy. He was confident that they would be able to enter the top 100. When the time comes, the machine field would be able to obtain more resources. Naturally, their status would also be higher. Moreover, Zhao Hai also learned from the monitor that the Cultivation realm held the elimination round on Fabio Planet. It was to clean up the Zerg on Fabio Planet. At this point, the Cultivation realm had no way to deal with the Zerg on Fabio Planet. The stronger the experts they sent, the stronger the Zerg would be. This caused the Cultivation realm to be afraid. If the experts they sent were too strong, the Zerg would become stronger and stronger. In the end, the Zerg would run out of Fabio Planet. With their terrifying reproductive ability, this would be a disaster for the Cultivation realm. Because of this, the Cultivation realm used another method to curb the development of Zerg. This method was actually very simple. They would have some low-level people clean up the Zerg. They wouldn't kill too many Zerg, but they also wouldn't let the number of Zerg increase. This would effectively curb the development of Zerg. And now, it was time to clean up the Zerg. Because of this, the Cultivation realm decided to hold the elimination round on Fabio Planet. First, it would be a competition, and second, it would be a way to clean up the Zerg. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At the same time, the Cultivation realm had another intention. That was to eliminate some newcomers from other realms through this competition. This would make the Cultivation realm stronger than the other realms forever. The stronger the Cultivation realm was, the easier it would be to survive on Fabio Planet. Moreover, the Cultivation realm had fought Zerg on Fabio Planet before, so they had a lot of experience. Holding the elimination round on Fabio Planet was the most advantageous for the Cultivation realm. In the past, the Cultivation realm had done the job of cleaning up the Zerg on Fabio Planet. This would cause a lot of casualties. Now that the elimination round was held here, they could clean up a lot of Zerg. Moreover, most of the casualties were from other realms. This was equivalent to killing experts from other realms, helping the Cultivation realm to clean up a batch of future enemies. After Zhao Hai knew about the Cultivation realm's plans, he couldn't help but sigh. The Cultivation realm was really good at scheming. Even if the other realms knew what they wanted to do, they couldn't do anything about it. Zhao Hai looked at the time and knew that it was about time to go out. If he didn't, Ma Rulong would be very anxious. After saying goodbye to Laura and the others, Zhao Hai went out of the space. As soon as he came out of Dong Fengyu's room, Xiongli and the others immediately surrounded him. Of course, they knew that Zhao Hai was fine, but they still had to put on an act. One by one, they came forward to greet Zhao Hai. The other people in the courtyard also discovered that Zhao Hai had come out of seclusion. However, the way they looked at Zhao Hai was different. In the past, they would look at Zhao Hai with fear and dread. But now, they were taking pleasure in his misfortune. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to them as he gathered with Xianxia and the others and whispered to them. At this time, Ma Rulong came out. Ma Rulong had been paying attention to Zhao Hai's situation. When he heard that Zhao Hai came out, he immediately walked over and said, "Zhao Hai, you came out? How are you? Are you all right?" Of course, Zhao knew what Ma Rulong had done for him. He was very respectful to the leader. He immediately stood up and bowed to Ma Rulong. "Leader, I'm fine. I'm very good." Ma Rulong nodded. Ma Rulong walked to Zhao Hai's side and looked at Zhao Hai as he said, "Are you really all right? If there's anything you need, just tell me. I still have some faith in the machine field." Zhao Hai knew what Ma Rulong meant. In the past few days, Ma Rulong had been inquiring about recovery medicine. It seems like Ma Rulong was preparing it for him. Now that Zhao Hai came out, he naturally needed to tell Ma Rulong not to make him busy. Therefore, Zhao Hai immediately said to Ma Rulong, "Leader, rest assured, I'm fine. You don't need to worry." Ma Rulong looked at Zhao Hai and saw that he wasn't injured. Then he nodded and said, "It's good that you're fine. If you're not fine, then don't participate in the elimination round. Don't force yourself." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Leader, you can rest assured. I'm really fine. I'll definitely participate in the elimination round. Moreover, I guarantee that my brothers will enter the ranking round." Zhao Hai's voice wasn't loud. Only Ma Rulong and the others could hear him. When Ma Rulong heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He looked at Zhao Hai and saw Zhao Hai nod. Ma Rulong's eyes revealed a smile as he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "All right, then I'll leave it to you. You don't need to worry about the others. As long as you can guarantee that you'll enter the top ranks, then that would be the greatest contribution to the machine field." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Leader, you can rest assured." Ma Rulong nodded before he turned around and left. Seeing Ma Rulong leave, Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Zhao Hai, why did you say this to the leader? Moreover, it seems like you respect the leader a lot." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Because the leader is worthy of my respect. Everyone thinks that I've taken medicine, including the leader. The higher-ups of the machine field were ready to give up on me, but the leader didn't agree. Do you think he's worthy of my respect?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xianxia and the others' expressions couldn't help but turn solemn. At the same time, they nodded as they looked at Ma Rulong's back. Their faces were also filled with respect. At this point, Xianxia and the others already regarded Zhao Hai as their brother. Those who treated Zhao Hai well were naturally respected. Those who treated Zhao Hai badly were also their enemies. However, Dongfang Yu immediately thought of something else. He turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "So the machine field already knows that you might be taking pills? Is that true? Does the Ashley family know about it? Will they let you go? What's their attitude? What's Margaret's attitude?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Second brother, you don't need to worry. Margaret will be fine. The Ashley family is also fine. The Ashley family needs talents to develop. If they want to recruit talents, then they will be good to me. Therefore, you don't need to worry about them." Li Kuangren looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Zhao Hai, where did you go? Why do I feel like you know everything?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course I know everything. This information was given to me by Margaret. Rest assured, nothing will happen. As long as we win this round, all the voices of doubt will disappear." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course I know everything." Li Kuangren and the others didn't ask anything. They knew that Zhao Hai had a lot of means. Moreover, they had absolute trust in Zhao Hai. At this moment, Streep walked over from the side with a gentle smile on his face. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like a fine young master. But when Xianxia and the others saw Streep, their faces turned gloomy. Streep didn't seem to notice Xianxia and the others' expressions. He was still smiling as he said, "Hello, Mr. Zhao Hai. Mister's methods really put me to shame. Back then, I wanted to compete with Mr., but I didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Mister, you must have gained something from your seclusion and made great progress in your cultivation. Zhao Hai also smiled at Streep and said, Mr. Streep, you're too kind. I've gained some new insights during this closed-door training. If I have time, I'll definitely talk to Mr. Streep. Streep smiled and said, Of course, of course. After the elimination round, I'll definitely talk to you more. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Sure. Let's meet in the ranking round. Streep nodded and smiled, All right, let's meet in the ranking round. Then he turned around and left. The conversation between the two of them had always been polite, without any hint of hostility. Those who didn't know would think that the two of them were old friends reminiscing about the past. They wouldn't think that the two of them were enemies who wanted to kill each other at any time. After Streep left, Xianxia couldn't help but snort and said, Zhao Hai, why are you being so polite to him? If it were me, I would have dealt with him long ago. I wouldn't have given him any face. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, He wants to hide a dagger behind a smile, so I'll play along with him. Actually, he also wanted to test me. Hee, but I think he's just showing off. No matter what I say, he'll think that I'm already at my limit. Isn't that better? Once we get to the elimination round, we'll be able to deal with him even more happily. Dong Fengyu let out a long breath and said, It seems like during the knockout stage, even if we don't go looking for him, he will come looking for us. These days, Streep has roped in a lot of people. I'm afraid that those people will follow Streep to deal with us. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I've offended a lot of people as the machine field's #1. Now that I've fallen, if they don't take the opportunity to step on me, then I'll be letting them down. But I hope that they won't regret it. Li Kuangren coldly snorted and said, They will definitely regret coming to this world. Sun Fei sneered and said, Those idiots. Even if we're alone, we wouldn't be with Streep. That guy is a sinister person. If we follow him, we might be betrayed by him. When the time comes, we won't even know how we died. Those idiots think that they've taken advantage of us. They're really idiots. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, You don't need to worry about them. They better not follow Streep to deal with me. Otherwise, I can guarantee that they'll become members of my undead army. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Sun Fei and the others became even more curious. Sun Fei went to Zhao Hai's side and said, Brother Hai, I've heard you say that you have an undead army. How many undead do you have? 1,000? 2,000? Or 10,000? Xianxia and the others were also very curious. They've heard Zhao Hai talk about the undead army several times, but they've never seen Zhao Hai use them. Zhao Hai looked at Sun Fei and faintly smiled, You'll see it in the elimination round. I can guarantee that I have more than you can imagine. Xianxia and the others looked at Zhao Hai with disbelief. Li Kuangren even hugged Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, Kid, you better tell me quickly. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Don't worry. Let's go and drink. I haven't drunk in the past few days, I've been holding back. As soon as he heard Zhao Hai say this, Li Kuangren immediately let go of Zhao Hai and loudly said, Right, let's drink, let's drink. Xianxia and the others looked at Li Kuangren and laughed. However, they weren't slow as they quickly walked towards the stone table. The people in the courtyard stared at the group. In their eyes, there was envy and jealousy, but more than that, there was a kind of schadenfreude. In their view, Zhao Hai and the others were having their last revelry. 3 days passed by quickly, and the day of the elimination round arrived. Zhao Hai didn't feel anything. He was determined to win this time, so there was nothing to be nervous about. Just because he wasn't nervous didn't mean that others weren't nervous. Xianxia and the others were. No matter what, they were going to face the fierce Zerg, the Cultivation realm, and the other realms. The people from those realms weren't easy to deal with. On the day of the elimination round, Zhao Hai came out of his room. Xianxia and the others were already waiting for him outside. Everyone's face was very serious. Zhao Hai looked at them and knew that they were nervous. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile and said, What's wrong? Didn't you sleep? Xianxia sighed and said, I can't sleep. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Now that it's here, I don't know what to do. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Don't be nervous. Actually, we don't need to do anything this time. As he said that, Ma Rulong came out. The others also came out of their rooms. Everyone had a nervous expression on their faces. 1. Couldn't blame them for being nervous. Today, they were going to face the fierce Zerg as well as experts from other realms. And among the realms, the machine field was the weakest. Every time they participated in the competition, the machine field would be in the bottom 100. Therefore, they couldn't help but be nervous. Ma Rulong looked at the participants in the courtyard. They were divided into 3 groups. One group was led by Streep and had about 30 people. The other group was led by Zhu Chen and had about 20 people. And the group with the least people was Zhao Hai's group. They only had 5 people in their group. Besides these people, there were no other people. Everyone else died in the battle against Zerg 2 days ago. Ma Rulong looked at them and sighed. Then he said, "Let's go." Then he turned around and followed the leaders outside. Their goal was the transmission square. The people from the other realms didn't arrive at 5th base. There were only people from the machine field in 5th base. The people from the other realms were sent to the other bases to participate in the elimination round. Each base was sent to the elimination round through a different base. Moreover, they were all sent there through a transmission formation. Zhao Hai and the others already knew that the venue of the elimination round would be under Fabio Planet. Fabio Planet's underground was a world of insects. There were countless insect nests there. The tunnels that the insects dug extended in all directions. Nobody knew where the end of the tunnels was. Zhao Hai and the others were very excited. The transmission formations were built by the Cultivation realm at a great cost. They were built in order to regularly clean up the underground caves of insects. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the transmission square, Xingli and the others were already waiting there. Upon seeing Zhao Hai and the others, Xingli quickly walked over. He first gave Ma Rulong a salute and then said, "Leader Ma, everything is ready." Ma Rulong nodded, then he waved his hand as Zhao Hai and the others walked towards the transmission formation. At this time, Xingli turned his head to Zhao Hai and then gave a salute. Then he said, "Zhao Hai, I want to thank you. No matter what the reason was, because of you, 5th base was saved." "Thank you." Zhao Hai quickly returned the salute. Then he smiled faintly and said, "You're welcome. We were also in the base at that time. If I didn't make a move, then my friends would have been implicated. This is a battle between humans and insects. It has nothing to do with territory." Xingli nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, you're my friend. I hope that you can come back alive." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "I'll take your blessings. Don't worry, I'll definitely come back alive." "Definitely." Xingli nodded. Then he turned his head and waved his hand to the person next to him. That person activated the formation as Zhao Hai and the others disappeared. Zhao Hai and the others saw a white light flash in front of him. Then a faint halo appeared before the white light slowly faded. However, Zhao Hai felt a very dangerous aura. Zhao Hai immediately shouted, "Watch out, there are insects." As he shouted, he erected a 50-layer shield in front of him. At the same time, Xiongli and the others also took out their weapons. As soon as the others heard Zhao Hai's shout, they didn't dare take it lightly. Zhao Hai had warned them several times before. Moreover, his warnings were always accurate. Now, they had no choice but to believe in Zhao Hai's words. Sure enough, as soon as the white light disappeared, the people from the machine field were stunned. They were now in a huge cave. The cave was hundreds of meters high and about 10,000 square meters wide. There were numerous holes all around the cave. Naturally, the most frightening thing about the cave wasn't the cave itself. Instead, the cave was filled with bugs. These bugs were the 8-legged bugs. Just looking at them would make one's scalp tingle and goosebumps rise all over their body. While the people from the machine field were stunned, the insects roared and rushed towards them. Upon seeing this, not only the others, even Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel a chill. There were too many insects. Zhao Hai said, "Let's go." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as he and Xiongli disappeared from the transmission formation. He used the space to escape. The others weren't as lucky. Seeing the insects rushing towards them, the the people from the machine field immediately went crazy. Everyone went all out to attack the insects. Magic spells and sword chi were sent out as if they didn't cost anything. A lot of people finally used their trump cards. Some mages were even spinning their staffs. Inside each of their staffs were hundreds of stacked formations. These formations were used for both offense and defense. At the same time, the warriors were also releasing sword chi from their hands. Some of the warriors even took out bombs from their space and threw them out. The war between the insects and the humans was unfolding in such a tragic manner. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others appeared in a cave where there were no insects. As soon as they appeared, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. This place was found by the space through the monitor. Zhao Hai brought Xiongli and the others here. But when he thought about the scene just now, Zhao Hai couldn't help but shudder. Xiongli and the others also let out a long breath. Sun Fei even wiped the cold sweat off his forehead as he said, "God, that's terrifying. How many insects are there? 10,000? 20,000? 50,000? 100,000? God, that's too many." Dongfang Yu also let out a long breath and said, "Why do I feel like those insects knew that we would appear there? It's as if they were waiting for us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I also have this feeling. It seems like those insects aren't stupid. On the contrary, they are very smart. They might have already known that there was a transmission formation, so they waited there. As soon as they see people coming out of the transmission formation, they would immediately attack. Damn, I didn't think that the insects would be this smart." Li Kuangren laughed and said, "Yeah, I really didn't think that those insects would be so smart. Little Hai, didn't you say that you would use the undead to deal with those insects? Why don't we do it now?" Xiongli and the others also reacted. They all looked at Zhao Hai. Dongfang Yu said, "Right, Little Hai, let's do it. I really want to see how many undead you have." Zhao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Alright, then I'll let you see my undead army." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as groups of undead were released from the space. The cave that Zhao Hai and the others were currently in wasn't very big. It was about 200 meters high and 300 meters wide. But with a wave of Zhao Hai's hand, the entire cave was filled with undead. These undead were in groups, and they were all wearing bone armor. Each and every one of them looked very powerful. Moreover, these undead were arranged in a cube formation. They were quietly standing in front of Zhao Hai and the others. This scene was very shocking. Xiongli and the others stared blankly at the undead. Although they guessed that Zhao Hai had a lot of undead, they were still shocked when they saw the number of undead. Wasn't this a bit too much? Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled faintly. "Brothers, what do you think? Do you see? These are a part of my undead." Xiongli and the others immediately reacted. Then they looked at Zhao Hai and said, "A part? You're saying that the undead here are only a part of your total undead?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, it's just a part of the total amount of undead that I have." "Alright, let's not talk about this. Alright. You go support those guys and eliminate those insects." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, it's just a part of the total amount of undead that I have." Xiongli and the others were still in a daze. They didn't know who Zhao Hai was talking to. But what happened next made them understand who Zhao Hai was talking to. As soon as Zhao Hai's voice fell, the undead immediately lined up and walked out. Their movements were very fast, but their formation wasn't messy at all. Xiongli and the others stared blankly at the departing undead. After some time, Xiongli let out a long breath and said, "How are these undead? They're clearly a well-trained army." "Zhao Hai, how did you do it?" Zhao smiled faintly and said, "My undead were refined using a special method. They are very smart. Then I selected some leaders from the undead and had them slowly train them. In the end, they became like this." Zhao smiled faintly and said, "My undead were refined using a special method. They are very smart." Xiongli and the others nodded. Although they hadn't heard of Zhao Hai's method before, it sounded very reasonable. Therefore, they didn't say anything. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled, "Let's go. The undead are about to fight with the Zerg. Let's go and take a look." Xiongli and the others naturally didn't have any reason to disagree. The group followed Zhao Hai outside. Naturally, these undead were controlled by Laura and the others. This kind of battle was similar to fighting monsters in a game. Naturally, Laura and the others would be in charge, lest they get bored inside the space. Zhao Hai and the others slowly walked forward. Before long, bursts of insect roars could be heard. Zhao Hai didn't stop and just flew forward. After a few turns, they finally saw the place where the undead and the Zerg were fighting. It wasn't a big cave. The undead were lined up in a neat formation, entangling the Zerg. The weapons in the undead's hands were very uniform. Standing in front were the undead with bone shields and large swords. Behind them were the undead with long spears, and at the end were the undead with bows and arrows. Their attacks were very organized, they weren't messy at all, they were constantly entangling the Zerg. Xianxia and the others stared blankly at the situation in front of him. It wasn't until now that Xianxia and the others discovered that these undead were surprisingly strong, almost all of them had the strength of 3rd rank. Most importantly, they weren't afraid of death, nor were they tired. What surprised Xianxia and the others the most was the fact that there were cavalry soldiers among the undead. These cavalry soldiers were riding bone beasts and had spear-like weapons in their hands. From time to time, they would charge towards the insectoids. Their first charge would cause a lot of casualties to the insectoids. Among the undead army, there were also a lot of mages. Although these mages didn't use magic formations, they still used high-level magic from the lower realms, their lethality wasn't weak. On the other hand, the arrows that the undead shot would explode. Every explosion would kill a lot of Zerg. Even with the Zerg's defensive capabilities, they still couldn't resist the might of the arrows. Xianxia and the others didn't know that the arrows that the undead shot were equipped with blood lightning beads. Because of the space's upgrade, the blood lightning beads were also upgraded. Compared to when they were in the lower realms, the blood lightning beads were at least 3 times stronger. Because of this, every time the blood lightning beads exploded, a lot of insectoids would die. These Zerg weren't vegetarians. At this point, Xianxia and the others discovered that this cave was the most suitable place for Zerg. These Zerg could actually climb up the walls of the cave and then jump down to attack the enemy. Because of this, even if one could fly, this cave wasn't safe. Right now, a lot of Zerg had already climbed up to the top of the cave. But before they could jump down to attack the undead, they were shot down by a large number of arrows and magic spells. In the process of falling down, these Zerg were killed by the undead. Slowly, the undead began to change their formation. They weren't in a square formation that was slowly moving forward like a wall. Instead, they turned into a circular formation that was constantly rotating and slowly moving forward. As the circular formation formed, the death rate of the Zerg increased. All the corpses of the dead Zerg were cut up by the undead behind them. The useful things on the Zerg were also gathered by the undead, waiting for Zhao Hai and the others to take them. Looking at this situation, Fei murmured, "I suddenly regret not being a black mage. If I had these undead, then I could easily kill these Zerg." Xianxia and the others also recovered from the shock after hearing Fei's words. They nodded in agreement and then turned to look at Zhao Hai with envy. Dongfangyu sighed and said, "It seems like Zhao Hai wasn't joking when you said that you could smoothly get us to the top 100. With these undead, it would be hard for us to get into the top 100. Zhao Hai faintly smiled. To be honest, if it wasn't for the ranking competition, he would have already turned the dead Zerg into undead. Now, for the ranking competition, he could only treat the Zerg as ordinary prey. In Zhao Hai's eyes, this was really a waste. However, for the sake of this competition and the future, he could only endure it. In any case, Fabio Planet was now in his space, so he could come back whenever he wanted. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel distressed. In the past few days, he wanted to use flowing silver needles to map the entire Fabio Planet into the space. Then, he would go to the depths of the Zerg's lair and find the Zerg's nest. This way, he would be able to find a way to take the Zerg's nest into the space. This way, the space would be able to produce Zerg, and at the same time, have the ability to continuously evolve. However, what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that this method of his was useless in Fabio Planet. After the silver needles were released, they would be quickly discovered by the Zerg. The Zerg would then desperately attack the silver needles. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. he still couldn't understand how the Zerg discovered the silver needles. After communicating with the silverback gold-winged bug that Zhao Hai named the unicorn beetle, Zhao Hai learned that the Zerg's senses were much sharper than a human's. If a human wanted to sense something, they would need to use their spiritual force. However, Zerg were born with a natural instinct, a beast's intuition. This intuition was very terrifying. Although it was impossible for them to completely sense something, they would still be able to sense small changes in their surroundings. Once they discover a small change, they would immediately use their spiritual force to investigate. Naturally, they would be able to discover the silver needles. This was especially true for the Zerg's lair. Even if it was a grain of sand, the Zerg would be able to sense it. The closer to the Zerg's nest, the tighter the security would be. Therefore, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to use the silver needles to find the Zerg's nest. Zhao Hai originally wanted to use the silver needles to go underground. However, this also didn't work. He didn't know what was going on with Fabio Planet. It seemed like the entire planet was occupied by the Zerg. No matter where he went, the Zerg would block his path. In the end, he could only give up. Zhao Hai wanted to have the unicorn beetle try to get close to the Zerg's nest. However, he had to ask the unicorn beetle first. Zerg didn't rely on appearance to identify people, they relied more on smell and spiritual fluctuations. Although the unicorn beetle's appearance didn't change, he was already subdued by the space. If he went out, he would immediately be discovered by the Zerg. At that time, the Zerg would certainly attack them. Moreover, the unicorn beetle also told Zhao Hai that the silverback gold-winged bugs weren't high-level existences on Fabio Planet. They didn't have the qualifications to approach the Zerg's nest. According to the human hierarchy, the silverback gold-winged bugs could only be regarded as small government officials. They didn't even have the qualifications to see the Zerg's nest. To be honest, Zhao Hai was very surprised when he heard this news. He never thought that this would be the case. When the silverback gold-winged bugs attacked Base 5, Zhao Hai still remembered clearly how powerful they were. Even he had to spend a lot of time to catch them. Such an existence was only slightly stronger than the lowest Zerg. They weren't the strongest existences. One could imagine how strong Zerg was. However, at the same time, Zhao Hai also felt strange. He didn't understand why Zerg was so strong, yet he still allowed the humans to establish several bases on Fabio Planet. Moreover, he allowed the humans to regularly clean up the lower Zerg on Fabio Planet. This did not make sense at all. When Zhao Hai asked the unicorn beetle this question, the unicorn beetle didn't have an answer. He was only a small official, so he didn't know what the higher-ups were planning. After knowing this, Zhao Hai didn't know what to do. He could only take one step at a time. In the future, he would come to Fabio Planet a few more times and collect more insects. Then, he would slowly think of a way. At this time, the undead army was still advancing. The cave in front of them was getting more and more spacious. From the other side of the cave, sounds of fighting could be heard. Boom. 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 Boom, a series of violent explosions sounded outside the teleportation portal. The first explosion would take away the lives of several insects. These explosions didn't come from the undead's arrows. Instead, they came from the bombs used by the machine field's contestants. Although these bombs weren't very powerful, they were still comparable to a blow from an ordinary fourth-rank expert. Because of this, they were able to produce such a power. The people of the machine field relied on these bombs to maintain their defensive line. They weren't destroyed by the insects in a single breath. Streep's expression was ugly as he continued to cast spells. He didn't expect to be surrounded by insects as soon as they entered the wormhole. This wasn't a good thing. According to their current situation, it was almost impossible for them to break out of the encirclement. After thinking about this, Streep's expression couldn't help but turn ugly. He wanted to scheme against Zhao Hai in the wormhole. But now, it seems like there was no chance. Zhao Hai actually ran away. Zhao Hai was a space mage. Streep had heard about it before, but he didn't see Zhao Hai use magic. Because of this, he always thought that Zhao Hai wasn't a space mage. But now, it was too late. Looking at the people around him who were still struggling for their lives, Streep's heart sank. He had never thought that he, who had been called a genius since he was born in the lower realm, would die in the hands of these insects today. He was unwilling to accept this. At this time an explosion was heard. Streep stared for a moment. He was a very sensitive person, so he could tell that the explosion didn't come from their spells or bombs. Moreover, the explosion was very far away. When he thought of this, Streep's heart couldn't help but move. He knew what this meant. Perhaps someone was coming to save them. Streep looked around and soon discovered that on the other side of the cave, there were people fighting Zerg. Moreover, it seems like there were a lot of them. Seeing this, Streep's spirit couldn't help but shake as he shouted, "Brothers, someone is coming to save us. We must hold on." As soon as Streep's words came out, the people from the machine field stared. They were already in despair, but they didn't expect to be rescued from the jaws of death. These people looked around and saw the undead attacking the bug race. They couldn't help but cheer. Everyone suddenly felt their bodies brimming with strength. Actually, there weren't a lot of Zerg in the cave. It was just that the Zerg filled the entire cave, making it seem like there were a lot of them. Zhao Hai also discovered this situation, but he didn't say anything. The reason why he dealt with these insects was because he wanted to collect more things from them. Secondly, he wanted to save these people. No matter what, these people were from the lower realms. Moreover, they were people of the machine field. Moreover, most of them didn't have any problems with Zhao Hai. There were a few people that Zhao Hai appreciated, so he wanted to help them. But after this, these people would be able to act alone. They wouldn't be helping them anymore. This couldn't be blamed on Zhao Hai. It can be said that Zhao Hai has already done his best to help them. The battle was still going on. The insects simply didn't know what fear was, they only knew how to attack and attack. The same was true for the undead, they didn't know what fear was, they only knew how to fight according to orders. When these two groups meet, the battle would be incomparably fierce. Slowly, the number of insects decreased. Casualties among the undead began to appear. This was inevitable, but Zhao Hai didn't feel anything. He had experienced this kind of battle too many times. Zhao Hai was still floating behind the undead, watching the battle in front of him. From time to time, he would collect things that the undead collected from Zerg into the space. Naturally, he wouldn't collect them alone. Xianxia and the others also collected a lot of people. However, Xianxia and the others weren't as calm as Zhao Hai. They were frightened by the battle below. It was too fierce, two armies that didn't know fear and didn't know how to retreat. What kind of battle would it be? In the past, Xianxia and the others didn't think that there would only be one way to end a battle like this. One side would be killed. There was no other way. Although the battle was between the undead and Zerg, the intensity of the battle was enough to move Xianxia and the others. Xianxia and the others couldn't help but ask themselves, if the undead attacked them, would they be able to escape? They didn't dare to think that they would win, they were just thinking about whether they would have a way to escape. But the result made them depressed. They were sure that they didn't have any hope of escaping. It was very likely that they would be besieged by the undead and die. The battle below was slowly approaching its end. Zerg was getting fewer and fewer. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's undead army suffered fewer casualties compared to Zerg. Xianxia and the others thought that the undead were well coordinated. Only Zhao Hai knew that the undead's defensive energy was very strong. Unless they were attacked by a single insect, the undead would be fine. Seeing that the battle was almost over, Zhao Hai slowly received his undead, leaving only a small portion outside. When Xianxia and the others saw Zhao Hai's actions, they couldn't help but stare. But they immediately understood why Zhao Hai did this. Zhao Hai had too many undead in his hands. Moreover, they were very strong. If this was exposed, the entire machine field would be shaken. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't want to expose his undead too early. After receiving most of his undead, Zhao Hai only left about 1,000 undead outside. At the same time, he and Xianxia and the others attacked. Zhao Hai attacked with 50 layers of magic. Xianxia and the others naturally released their sword qi. But Dongfeng Yu's attack was different from before. He took out his fire dragon sword and released his sword qi. But this time, the sword qi he released was in the shape of a fire dragon. It looked very powerful. However, Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't Dongfeng Yu's true strength. Dongfeng Yu could be said to be a cultivator, so he should be able to use flying swords. He wasn't like this where he only released sword chi. He was also preserving his strength. However, Zhao Hai and the others didn't say anything. It wasn't only Dongfeng Yu who was preserving his strength, they were also doing the same. Don't forget that they still had a potential enemy, and that was Streep. While the group was fighting, Dongfeng Yu transmitted his voice to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai, do you want to take this opportunity to deal with Streep? Leaving that kid alive would only be a disaster. Xianxia nodded and said, right, this is a good opportunity. If we deal with Streep, the others wouldn't be able to say anything. What do you think? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, I still want to see what kind of tricks this Streep is playing. As long as we have enough evidence, it wouldn't be too late to deal with him. Otherwise, the water temple will certainly come looking for trouble. Streep is their hope. Moreover, I feel that this kid is a bit strange, so don't worry, let's take it slow. In any case, he won't be able to escape from my grasp. If I want to kill him, I can do it with a flip of my hand. Zhao Hai was indeed qualified to say this. This was because there was still a silver needle in Streep's head. This silver needle had been with Streep for a long time, but Streep didn't notice it. As long as Zhao Hai wanted to, he could have the silver needle enter Streep's head and turn her into a dead person. However, he wanted to see how Streep would deal with him. If Streep asked someone else to deal with him, then Zhao Hai's list of people to kill would be increased. With the help of the undead, the insects were quickly cleaned up. Zhao had the undead clean up the insects, then he looked at the people below. The people from the machine field stared blankly at Zhao Hai and the others. They didn't expect Zhao Hai and the others to come and save them. Zhao Hai didn't clean up all of the bugs, he only cleaned up a small portion. Most of them were left to the people from the machine field. No matter what, they were from the same realm. Zhao Hai didn't want to be too ruthless. After cleaning up some of the bugs, Zhao Hai looked at the people from the machine field and calmly said, everyone, the bugs here have been cleaned up. We'll part ways here. Farewell. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Just as Zhao Hai was about to leave, Streep's voice was suddenly heard, Mr. Zhao Hai, wait a moment. I have something to say. Zhao Hai turned his head and looked at Streep with a smile that wasn't a smile as he said, Mr. Streep, what do you want? Streep looked at Zhao Hai, then her expression sank as she said, I don't know if Mr. Zhao Hai can explain. Why did you abandon us and run away? But now, he appears as the savior of the world. Why is this? As soon as Streep's words came out, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but stare. It wasn't just Zhao Hai, even the people from the machine field who were still alive were stunned. They didn't expect Streep to ask such a question. Wasn't this question too idiotic? Zhao laughed and said, Streep, your words are very interesting. You want me to give up on you? What do I have to do with you? Have you guys teamed up with me? We're not in a team, we're not even friends. Why should I care about you? To be honest, I came back to save you because we're all from the machine field. I can just let you be besieged by Zerg. Streep coldly snorted and said, I'm afraid you didn't come back to save us, but to kill those Zergs and steal their things. Zhao Hai, since you left, those Zergs are our spoils of war. Why did you come back to rob them? Put down the things on the Zergs. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Upon hearing Streep, Zhao Hai and the others from the machine field understood what Streep meant. After a while, the people from the machine field began to clamor. Greed, since ancient times, countless people have fallen for this word. Even a country or a dynasty would be destroyed because of this word. However, it was undeniable that human nature was born with the word greed. Small things like greed, big things like wanting to live forever. Everything was because of this word greed. And Streep was obviously a person who understood people's hearts. Everything he said before was just a fart. What really worked was his last point. He successfully aroused the greed of the people from the machine field. He wanted them to stand with him to deal with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the people who were cheering, then he laughed and said, it seems like all of you have the same idea? Then I'll give you another chance. Those who don't want me to put down my things and those who don't want to be my enemy can stand aside and agree with Streep. Those who want me to put down my things can stand behind Streep. Everyone, please make your choice. As soon as Zhao Hai said this, the people from the machine field cheered once more. Then one person loudly said, "Don't listen to him. He wants to divide us. We've been fighting for our lives here. Why should we give him all the benefits? No matter what, he has to give us an explanation today." Another person also loudly said, "Right, he has to give us an explanation." The others also echoed. When Xianxia and the others heard these words, their complexions couldn't help but turn pale. They tightened their grip on their weapons as they looked at Zhao Hai. They wanted to see what Zhao Hai would do. Zhao Hai smiled as he looked at these people. He didn't say anything. He just wanted to see if there were people who wouldn't be greedy and leave Streep. After some time, nobody moved. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel disappointed. At this time, a figure slowly walked out of the crowd. This person was wearing armor and had a long spear in his hand. He had a dark and thin appearance. He looked like a soldier who just came out of the battlefield. However, when Zhao Hai saw this person, his eyes lit up. This was because he recognized this person as Army Destroyer Lu Dingtian. He was a taciturn person who was titled as one of the machine field's 10 greats. Zhao Hai's impression of Lu Dingtian was still good. Although Lu Dingtian was a man of few words, he was very strong. Moreover, a loss was a loss, and a win was a win. He was someone who could take things and let them go. Now that Lu Dingtian came out of the crowd, Zhao Hai's impression of him couldn't help but increase. After Lu Dingtian walked out of the crowd, he stood to the side and didn't speak. When Streep saw Lu Dingtian's appearance, she couldn't help but feel angry. She coldly snorted and said, "Lu Dingtian, what do you want to do?" Lu Dingtian glanced at Streep and snorted. "I, Lu Dingtian, am a good man. I don't want to be associated with a villain. Streep, you don't have the right to lecture me." When Streep heard Lu Dingtian, she couldn't help but angrily say, Good Lu Dingtian. You'll regret this." Lu Dingtian coldly snorted and didn't speak. He wasn't a talkative person, so he disdained to argue with Streep. Therefore, he didn't say anything. Zhao Hai didn't care about Streep. He just looked at the others and smiled faintly as he said, "Is there no one else? Does everyone agree to let me leave my things behind?" The people behind Streep couldn't help but become restless. However, they didn't come out and just stood there. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Good, very good. Now I know what it means to be ungrateful. Mr. Lu Dingtian, if you don't mind, then why don't you come with us this time? What do you think?" Lu Dingtian hesitated for a moment, then he nodded and said, "All right." Then he turned around and walked to Zhao Hai's side. Lu Dingtian didn't like to talk, but that didn't mean that he was stupid. In fact, he was very smart. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to ascend to the machine field. He knew that it was impossible for him to reach the end of the elimination round by himself. Logically speaking, Streep and the others had more people. If he went with them, then he would be safer. His chances of survival would also be higher. However, Lu Dingtian couldn't stand Streep and the others' actions. Moreover, Lu Dingtian knew that Streep and the others could deal with Zhao Hai for their own benefits. Next time, Streep and the others would deal with him for their own benefits. Being with Streep and the others made Lu Dingtian feel even more insecure. But being with Zhao Hai was different. Although Zhao Hai and Xianxia didn't know each other for a long time, they still treated each other with sincerity. The friendship between them made Lu Dingtian envious. Moreover, Lu Dingtian had been observing Zhao Hai and the others these days. He discovered that Zhao Hai's strength wasn't as simple as it seems. Not to mention other things, just by looking at how Zhao Hai dealt with so many Zerg, one could see how strong Zhao Hai was. Lu Dingtian was very clear that these idiots were blinded by greed. They didn't think that since Zhao Hai could deal with so many Zerg, why can't he deal with them? Because of these considerations, Lu Dingtian decisively left Streep and the others and went to Zhao Hai's side. Lu Dingtian was gambling this time. He bet that Zhao Hai would be the final victor. He bet that Zhao Hai would treat him as a friend because of his actions. His gamble paid off. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Dingtian and nodded. Lu Dingtian didn't speak, he just held the army breaker spear and stood beside Zhao Hai, ready to attack at any time. Streep looked at Lu Dingtian with fire in his eyes. Lu Dingtian treating him like this was undoubtedly a slap to his face. How could he not hate him? However, his biggest enemy right now was Zhao Hai. He believed that as long as he dealt with Zhao Hai, then everything would be fine. When he discovered that the person who came to save him was Zhao Hai, Streep took out a jade talisman from his spatial ring and crushed it. Then he called Zhao Hai and had Zhao Hai put down his things. All of this was to stall for time. Therefore, although Lu Dingtian went to Zhao Hai's side and knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't listen to him, Lu Dingtian didn't immediately make a move. Instead, he took a few deep breaths and calmed his emotions. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I know that you're strong, but don't you know what these people represent? They represent the most powerful forces in the machine field. Do you want to be enemies with all of them?" Streep was a smart person. He knew that Lu Dingtian's actions caused the people behind him to have different thoughts. Although it seems like there were a lot of people behind him, their hearts weren't stable. If they really fought with Zhao Hai, then they might be defeated. It would be impossible for them to delay Zhao Hai. Therefore, he said this to give a hint to the people behind him. He wanted to tell them that they weren't fighting alone. They had a family behind them. Zhao Hai wouldn't dare offend them. Sure enough, when they heard Streep, the people behind him calmed down. These people naturally accepted Streep's words. They also thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't dare offend so many forces. As soon as Zhao Hai heard Streep, his complexion changed. His expression turned ugly as he said, "Streep, don't make excuses for your greed. We saved you, yet you still want to take my things. There's no such thing in this world." Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, Streep couldn't help but be happy. He could hear the fear in Zhao Hai's words. As long as Zhao Hai was afraid, then everything would be fine. Not only would he drag Zhao Hai here, he would also squeeze everything out of Zhao Hai. "Zhao, I'm giving you one last chance. Put down your things, and we'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Zhao looked at Streep and said, "I'm giving you one last chance. Put down your things, and we'll let you go." Hearing Streep, Zhao Hai suddenly laughed. And it wasn't just Zhao Hai, even Xianxia and the others laughed. Zhao Hai's laughter was filled with fear. Seeing Zhao Hai laughing, Streep couldn't help but be startled. He discovered that he had underestimated Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai stopped laughing. He looked at Streep and said, "Streep, you're too naive. To be honest, when we were in the 5th base, you looked at me with killing intent. I wanted to kill you, but I gave Captain Ma face and didn't make a move. Originally, I wanted to find a chance to kill you and then throw you into a pile of insects. But I didn't expect you to court death. So you can't blame me for this. You've been wasting time talking to me, right? When you saw me, you crushed a piece of jade. You wanted to send a letter to someone, right? If I'm not wrong, then someone wanted you to send a letter to someone to kill me. And this person should be Li Chuchen, right?" The more he listened to Zhao Hai, the uglier Streep's expression became. He didn't expect his actions and plans to be seen through by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Streep and said, "On the machine formation planet, I blocked 3 of Li Chuchen's swords." This matter caused an uproar. Both the machine field and the cultivation realm knew about it. Li Chuchen lost a lot of face, so how could he let me go? Therefore, when he left the machine field, he gave you a jade talisman. This jade talisman was used to send a message to him, telling him where I was. Then he would rush over and kill me as quickly as possible to relieve the anger in his heart. Am I right? Streep's complexion paled as he looked at Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai wasn't wrong. The jade talisman he crushed was given to him by Li Chuchen. And Li Chuchen's purpose in giving him the jade talisman was to kill Zhao Hai. Streep didn't expect Zhao Hai to discover him as soon as he made a move. Zhao looked at Streep. "Streep, you know that I know you're stalling for time, but I'm still talking to you. Do you know why I'm talking to you? Because I'm also waiting for Li Chuchen. I know that Li Chuchen wants to kill me, so I also want to kill him. It's because he wants to kill me that I want to kill him. It's too dangerous to let someone who wants to kill you live in this world." Li Chuchen snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. Zhao didn't expect him to answer, so he answered his own question, "Because I'm also waiting for Li Chuchen." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Streep suddenly laughed and said, "Arrogant, Zhao Hai, you're too arrogant. I recognize that you're strong, but do you really think that you can compete with Li Chuchen? Especially now that you've taken a potion to stimulate your potential, how much stronger are you compared to when you were at your peak? Do you think that you can hurt Li Chuchen with your undead? Aren't you too naive?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Li Chuchen, since you're here, why don't you show yourself? Do you want to launch a sneak attack?" Just as Zhao Hai said this, a clear voice was heard, "Do I need to launch a sneak attack to deal with you? You're not naive enough to think that I'll let you off after 3 strikes, are you?" Along with this voice, a person's shadow flew over from the distance. This person was standing on a blue sword. It was Li Chuchen. Zhao Hai looked at Li Chuchen and smiled faintly. "After seeing Mr. last time, Mr.'s bearing has become even more outstanding. Congratulations. I don't have any enmity with Mr., so why does Mr. have to look for trouble with me?" Li Chuchen coldly snorted and said, "Who said that there's no enmity between us? You borrowed my hand to become famous, that's the biggest enmity between us. If you want to use me to become famous, then you'll have to wait for my revenge. Are you ready to die?" Zhao Hai looked at Li Chuchen, then he suddenly shook his head and sighed, "I didn't want to kill you. After all, you're from Western Cold City. Killing you would bring a lot of trouble. But since you want to kill me, then I won't be polite. After all, Western Cold City is difficult to deal with, but it's not as important as my life. Alas, I didn't expect that the second person to kill a cultivator would be you, Li Chuchen." When Li Chuchen heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but sneer, "Zhao Hai, Zhao Hai, I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Do you really think that you can defeat me?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Whether I can defeat you or not, you'll know. But this time, your opponent is not me, but him." After saying that, Zhao Hai pointed at Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu was obviously stunned. He didn't expect that Zhao Hai would actually let him fight. He looked at Zhao Hai in puzzlement, not understanding what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai looked at Dongfang Yu and smiled, "Second brother, you just learned the fire dragon sword art. Don't you want to find someone to test its power? This Li Chuchen came to your door, isn't it the perfect time for you to test your sword? You can go and test your sword art. Don't worry, I'm here." When he heard Zhao Hai say this, Dongfang Yu's eyes couldn't help but light up. He nodded and said, "Good, good. He's suitable for me to test my sword. Today, let me see if my fire dragon sword is better than mine." The conversation between the two made Li Chuchen angry. Whether it was in the lower realms or after his ascension, Li Chuchen had always been called a genius. When did he become a tool for others to test their swords? Li Chuchen felt that he was about to explode from anger. However, he didn't say anything as he continued to watch the conversation between Zhao Hai and Dongfang Yu. However, his face was completely black. Li Chuchen didn't say anything. Zhao Hai looked at Dongfang Yu, then suddenly smiled and said, "Second brother, if we continue to talk like this for a while, wouldn't he be angered to the point of vomiting blood and dying? That would save us a lot of trouble." When Zhao Hai said this, Xianxia and the others laughed. Even Lu Dingtian, who had a straight face, had a smile on his face. Li Chuchen's complexion was pale as he looked at Zhao Hai. However, he was a proud genius. Nobody would bicker with him. Now that he was bickering with Zhao Hai, he was naturally at a disadvantage. Zhao Hai didn't say anything else, he just laughed a few times before letting Dongfang Yu fight. Dongfang Yu held his fire dragon sword as he stood in front of Li Chuchen. He looked at Li Chuchen and sneered, "I didn't expect cultivators to be so narrow-minded. You're the one who proposed the 3 sword moves. You're the one who put the blame on others. You're really an eye-opener." Li Chuchen coldly snorted and said, "Don't flaunt your mouth. Today, all of you will die." Dongfang Yu sneered and said, "You want us to die? Let's see if you're qualified. Today, your grandpa Dongfang will test his sword on you." As soon as he said this, Zhao Hai and the others burst into laughter. Zhao Hai loudly said, "Second brother Dongfang, if it was third brother Li who said this, I would think that it's a good idea. But when it comes from your mouth, it doesn't sound right." Ha ha ha. Li Kuangren and the others also laughed. At the same time, Streep and the others' expressions changed. For Zhao Hai and the others to be able to talk so freely after seeing Li Chuchen, there were only two possibilities. One was that Zhao Hai and the others were crazy. But now, it seems like Zhao Hai and the others weren't crazy. The second possibility was that they didn't take Li Chuchen seriously and weren't afraid of him at all. Dong Fangyu waved his hand and deflected the fire dragon's sword. But at the same time, he formed a sword seal with his hand. The fire dragon sword suddenly emitted flames as it circled around Dong Fangyu like a real fire dragon. When Streep and the others saw this, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed. Only people from the cultivation realm could control swords like this. People from the machine field couldn't do it. But now, Dong Fangyu was able to do it. He actually learned a cultivation realm technique. Li Chuchen's expression also changed, but then his expression relaxed again. He sneered and said, "You want to fight me with this sword-driving technique that you just learned? You really don't know how to write death. Fine, today I'll let you see what a true sword-controlling technique is." After saying that, he waved his hand and the Skyfrost sword appeared in his hand. Li Chuchen also used the trapping sword art. The Skyfrost sword turned into a blue light and attacked Dong Fangyu. Although Dong Fangyu was a beginner in the art of sword driving, the fire dragon sword was sealed with a strand of venerable fire dragon's divine sense. That strand of divine sense not only allowed Dong Fangyu to learn the fire dragon sword art, but also gave Dong Fangyu a lot of experience in learning the fire dragon sword art. If it was explained in a Buddhist way, it would be similar to a method of enlightenment. Therefore, although Dong Fangyu was a beginner, his swordsmanship wasn't necessarily bad. It was only because it was his first time using it that he wasn't used to it. Now that he was slowly getting used to it, he naturally wouldn't put Li Chuchen's sword in his eyes. The fire dragon sword moved, and the sword was like a fire dragon as it went straight for the Skyfrost sword. One was cold and one was hot, they were natural enemies. Now, the two swords finally clashed. Boom! With a loud sound, Dong Fangyu and Li Chuchen's expression changed. Dong Fangyu was at a disadvantage because he had only learned the fire dragon burning sky art for a short time, and his foundation was too shallow. This time, he suffered a small loss. Li Chuchen didn't get any better because the Skyfrost sword he used couldn't be compared to the fire dragon sword. The quality of the fire dragon sword was one level higher than the Skyfrost sword. This time, Li Chuchen also suffered a small loss because the quality of his sword wasn't good enough. The two of them could be said to be a draw. Li Chuchen's expression was a bit ugly. He didn't expect that he would be in such a situation. This was unacceptable. He snorted and said, "Die." After saying that, he formed a sword art and attacked Dong Fangyu. Dong Fangyu waved his sword to block, but at this moment, Li Chuchen's eyes flashed with a trace of malevolence. Then, he waved his hand and a disc-like thing attacked Dong Fangyu. This disc-like thing was surrounded by sharp blades. It was completely black, and when it rotated, it issued a ghostly sound that shook people's minds and made them unable to control themselves. Dong Fangyu obviously didn't expect Li Chuchen to make such a move. It was impossible for him to command the fire dragon sword to defend. But at this time a hand suddenly appeared on the path of the disc-like thing and grabbed it. Then, a voice said, "I said, this is for second brother Dongfeng to test the sword. Don't use these crooked methods." After saying that, he tossed it in his hand as if it was an ordinary plate. Then with a flip of his hand, he threw it into the space and returned to Xiong Li's side. However, Zhao Hai's move shocked everyone, including Li Chuchen. The weapon that he just used wasn't easy to catch. It wasn't an artifact from Western Cold City, but a weapon that he obtained after killing a ghost cultivator. It was called the Ghost Chakram. It was extremely fast and also had a sound wave attack. Most importantly, this weapon was very sharp. Even if it was an ordinary artifact, it wouldn't have any advantage against the Ghost Chakram. When he was dealing with the Ghost Cultivator, one of his artifacts was destroyed by this weapon. Moreover, he was almost injured by the Ghost Chakram. Just now, he suddenly used the Ghost Chakram in order to kill Dongfeng Yu on the spot. He was very confident in the Ghost Chakram because its speed was very fast. He believed that Dongfeng Yu wouldn't be able to escape. Even if Zhao Hai wanted to save him, he wouldn't be able to do so. However, he didn't expect that his foolproof method would be broken by Zhao Hai in this way. It was broken so easily, as if he didn't take his method seriously. At the same time, Li Chuchen was even more afraid of Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai actually caught the ghost chakram with his bare hands. He absolutely couldn't do such a thing. Li Chuchen couldn't help but complain in his heart. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. He also heard about Zhao Hai's battle with the silverback gold-winged bug. He thought that it was just a rumor, or that Zhao Hai had taken some kind of drug. But now, it seems like these weren't rumors, they were all true. Zhao Hai looked at Li Chuchen and smiled faintly. "Young hero Li, please. You still haven't fought with brother Dongfang yet. Rest assured, after you fight with him, I'll turn you into one of them. It'll be very interesting." While he said that, Zhao Hai pointed at the undead that wasn't too far away. Whether it was Li Chuchen or Streep, everyone was startled when they heard Zhao Hai's words. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this ruthless. He was clearly telling Li Chuchen that he wouldn't be able to leave this place alive. Li Chuchen's complexion changed, he coldly snorted and said, "Arrogant. Do you really think that you can keep me here? Today, I'll let you experience my methods." Then Li Chuchen received his Skyfrost sword. Then with a wave of his hand, another sword appeared in his hand. This sword was completely different from the Skyfrost sword. This sword was snow white, but the hilt looked like a plum blossom branch. It was curved and curved. One could see that it wasn't suitable for people to hold. Upon seeing this sword, Zhao Hai stared for a moment. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Western Cold City is really willing to give you a plum blossom sword. It seems like you've already learned the plum blossom sword?" In the Western Cold City, there was a scenery known as the Plum Blossom Forest. The entire Western Cold City was located in an incomparably huge plum blossom forest. This plum blossom forest was not just a simple scenery, it also contained a set of mountain-protecting grand array, called the Bitter Plum Blossom Thousand Swords Array. It was a famous array in the cultivation world. Legend has it that the plum blossom sword of Western Cold City was created by an unknown ancestor after seeing the plum blossom forest fighting snow. Once this sword was used, not only would its power be astonishing, the sword would be like a blossoming plum blossom. The sword would be like a blossoming plum blossom. The sword would be like a blossoming plum blossom. Although the plum blossom sword art was the signature sword art of the Western Cold City, but not everyone could learn it. Only the inner disciples of the Western Cold City could learn the plum blossom sword art, and they could only learn the first 9 moves of the plum blossom sword art. The last 9 moves could only be learned by the core disciples. The plum blossom sword was equally famous as the plum blossom sword of Western Cold City. The plum blossom sword was the signature weapon of Western Cold City's inner disciples. This sword was forged from the plum blossom divine sword used by the ancestor who created the plum blossom sword. Although its power was not even 1% of the original plum blossom divine sword, but the forging of the plum blossom sword was very difficult. Li Chuchen heard Zhao Hai and couldn't help but sneer and said, "I didn't expect you to have some knowledge. But no matter how knowledgeable you are, you're still a country bumpkin. Today I'll let you experience my Western Cold City's plum blossom sword." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Western Cold City's plum blossom sword. If it's a big name, how could I, Zhao Hai, not know? But how many layers of essence of the plum blossom sword you, Li Chuchen, have learned?" Li Chuchen snorted. Zhao Hai's words were obviously mocking him. How could he not understand? His hand moved and the plum blossom sword flew out of his hand. Then he formed a sword art. The plum blossom sword trembled slightly and then disappeared in front of him. However, the plum blossom sword that blotted out the sky and covered the earth went straight towards Zhao Hai and the others. The plum blossom sword was very beautiful, but Zhao Hai was very clear that no matter how beautiful the plum blossom sword was, it could also take a person's life. Zhao Hai knew that Dongfang Yu's experience in using the fire dragon sword was very little. Although he received some inheritance from the fire dragon spiritual master, the inheritance was only about the sword art. He didn't have much experience in fighting. He wouldn't be able to withstand Li Chuchen's attack. Zhao Hai snorted and waved his hand. 100 layers of magic array appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Then the magic array exploded with a boom. The entire magic array turned into a sea of fire. It was as if it was going to burn the heaven and earth to welcome the plum blossom sword rain. When the plum blossom sword rain came in contact with Zhao Hai's sea of fire array, it actually slowly melted. Then the plum blossom sword revealed its true body. The sword power was withdrawn and it returned to Li Chuchen's side. The sea of fire that Zhao Hai released also slowly disappeared. Li Chuchen looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Not bad. Compared to the last time we fought, you have improved. However, Zhao Hai, you are destined to die under the plum blossom sword today. You will avenge the humiliation that my western cold city suffered." After speaking, Li Chuchen formed a sword art in his hand. At the same time, he shouted, "The fragrance of the plum blossom sword comes from the bitter cold." After speaking, the plum blossom sword rain attacked Zhao Hai. The plum blossom sword rose and the plum blossom rain fell. The plum blossom rain covered the sky and drenched Zhao Hai's head. Zhao Hai even felt that he was standing in the middle of a plum blossom forest. The petals of the plum blossom forest were falling like rain. He could even smell the fragrance of the plum blossom forest. The chill seemed to come from the depths of a person's heart. It could freeze a person's magic, body, mind, and soul. The plum blossom fragrance comes from the bitter cold. The plum blossom fragrance comes from the bitter cold was a good move. The concept behind this move was really extraordinary. It seemed like if Zhao Hai didn't show his true ability today, then he wouldn't be able to deal with Li Chuchen. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. He didn't take out his magic robe, nor did he use any magic. Instead, he stood in the air, took a step forward, and sent out a punch. No one thought that Zhao Hai would use a fist this time. Moreover, it looked like a very ordinary lunge punch. Nobody in the world of cultivation would use such a fist technique. This was because this fist technique was too ordinary. Your enemy had millions of ways to break it. If your move was broken, then you would be at a disadvantage. In this case, who would use such an ordinary move? Therefore, when Zhao Hai sent out this punch, everyone was stunned. Others didn't know how powerful Zhao Hai's punch was. However, Li Chuchen, who was standing opposite of Zhao Hai, didn't think so. Li Chuchen's current situation wasn't very good. Just as he sent out the plum blossom fragrance comes from the bitter cold, Zhao Hai sent out a punch. Originally, Li Chuchen couldn't block Zhao Hai's punch. However, when Zhao Hai sent out this punch, Li Chuchen immediately felt the difference in Zhao Hai's punch. The fist was as heavy as a mountain, and the fist was like a meteor. When Zhao Hai's punch came out, Li Chuchen felt a huge meteor crashing into him. His plum blossom concept was simply too weak compared to this meteor. No matter how beautiful the plum blossom concept was, it would still be destroyed by the meteor's destructive impact. Li Chuchen was shocked. Zhao Hai's fist intent alone was enough to break his sword technique. Moreover, Zhao Hai's fist didn't stop at all. It continued to hit him. The overwhelming pressure made Li Chuchen felt like he was a person standing in the path of a meteor, trying to block the meteor's attack. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Such a sentence suddenly appeared in Li Chuchen's mind. He found that his confidence had completely disappeared. Before Zhao Hai's fist hit him, he was already afraid. Li Chuchen was also a person with a strong mind. He clenched his teeth and sobered up. With a move of his hand, a tortoise-shell-like shield appeared in his hand and blocked in front of him. This shield expanded against the wind and instantly turned into a huge shield the size of a dozen magos, blocking his entire body behind it. But at this time, Zhao Hai's fist also arrived. Zhao Hai actually stood in place, but the chi of his fist had already hit Li Chuchen's shield. With a loud bang, Li Chuchen's shield was shattered by Zhao Hai's fist. The fist didn't stop and hit Li Chuchen's chest. Li Chuchen felt a pain in his chest, and then a chi penetrated his internal organs. Li Chuchen felt that his internal organs were shattered by this chi. Li Chuchen spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Zhao Hai. He never thought that the gap between himself and Zhao Hai would be so big. He couldn't even take a punch from Zhao Hai. This was Li Chuchen's last thought. Slowly, Li Chuchen fell into darkness. Zhao Hai waved his hand and a black gas wrapped around Li Chuchen. When the black gas disappeared, only a skeleton was left standing in front of Li Chuchen. Streep and the others stared blankly at the skeleton wearing Li Chuchen's clothes. It was only now that they discovered that Li Chuchen was wearing an inner armor. This inner armor was as thin as a silkworm's wing and was weaved with golden silk. It looked very beautiful. however, there was a hole in the inner armor. This hole was made by Zhao Hai's punch. What surprised Streep and the others was that Li Chuchen's plum blossom was still floating beside the skeleton. It seems like the plum blossom didn't notice that Li Chuchen had become an undead. Zhao Hai coldly snorted, then he turned his head to Streep and said, "Streep, it's time to settle our accounts." Streep and the others were shocked by Zhao Hai's words. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Streep and the others' expressions changed. Everyone began to regret their actions. This was especially true for Streep. His face was pale. But this time, he wasn't angry, he was scared. Zhao Hai looked at Streep and the others, then he coldly snorted and said, "Originally, I didn't want to make a move on you because you're from the machine field. But you shouldn't have wanted to deal with me. Especially you, Streep. Do you really think that I don't know what you're doing? You rely on playing with women to collect qi, and then integrate it into your attacks. This is why your attacks are so powerful. Without that qi, you would just be an ordinary 4th-level magician. I don't care if you play with women, as long as those women are willing, then you can do whatever you want. How many women can you hook up, that's your ability. But you shouldn't have killed so many women. You were a gentle and refined mask, but in fact, you are doing outrageous things. I originally wanted to deal with you in this elimination round, to get rid of a scourge for the people, but I didn't expect that you would actually find me first." "What? You pulled these people to force me, and you think that I'll give in?" "Streep, you're too naive. Where is this place? This is a wormhole. Not to mention a few dozen of you, even if all of us died, the machine field wouldn't say anything. Since you want to deal with me, then there's no need for me to be polite. I can only say that you're welcome to become a member of my undead army." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as an overwhelming number of undead appeared in the space. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as the undead immediately rushed towards Streep and the others. Streep and the others were going crazy. They wanted to open their mouths and beg for mercy, but Zhao Hai didn't give them the opportunity. The undead's attacks were incomparably sharp. Moreover, they were attacking in a formation, which made them even more difficult to deal with. Before long, the undead army had already torn apart the undead's defense. The undead army then divided the undead into smaller groups, each of them fighting for their own lives. It seemed like they were in the midst of their final struggle. Xiongli and the others coldly looked at all of this. They were completely disappointed with these people. Because of this, they didn't try to persuade Zhao Hai. They knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't let these people go. The only one who was surprised was Lu Dingtian. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to kill without any hesitation. Looking at the undead released by Zhao Hai, Lu Dingtian finally understood how Zhao Hai was able to deal with so many undead. At this time, almost all of the participants from the machine field were dead. Only a few people were still alive, including Streep. Although his cultivation method wasn't favored by Zhao Hai, he had to admit that it was very effective. The qi could increase his strength. Because of this, he was still alive. Naturally, this was also because Li Chuchen didn't join the attack. Otherwise, Streep wouldn't have been able to block Li Chuchen. "Zhao, as long as you let me go, I'll do anything you want. Please let us go." Streep's eyes were filled with despair. While resisting the attacks of the undead, she shouted, "Zhao, as long as you let me go, I'll do anything." Zhao Hai looked at Streep and said, "I don't want you to do anything for me. I just want you to die. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you my cultivation method. That's the cultivation method of an ancient cultivator. After I learned it, I destroyed the jade slip that recorded the cultivation method. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you the cultivation method," Streep said loudly. Zhao Hai sneered and said, "I'm not interested in your cultivation method. Even if I want to know, as long as I turn you into an undead, you'll obediently tell me. There's no need for me to let you go." As soon as Streep heard Zhao Hai, the last trace of hope in his heart disappeared. He wildly shouted, "Zhao Hai, you won't have a good death. You made so many undead. Sooner or later, they will retaliate against you." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You don't need to worry about that. You can die in peace." After he said that, Zhao Hai flicked his finger. Streep suddenly stopped all of his movements. Then the light in his eyes slowly faded. He was already dead. he was killed by Zhao Hai's silver bell. Actually, Zhao Hai already wanted to kill him with silver needles. However, he still decided to let Streep suffer for a while. It can be considered as revenge for the women he killed. The matter of Streep killing women was something that Zhao Hai inadvertently learned a few days ago. In the past, when Streep was cultivating, he needed to use the yin qi of women. Because of this, he needed a lot of women. Some of them were arranged by Ba Dong, some were seduced by him, and most of them were snatched by him. After he captured these women, he tortured them until their yin qi was completely sucked out. Streep also had a very perverted hobby. He liked to record the process of his torture and save it on his computer. From time to time, he would take it out and look at it. At first, Streep was quite honest. But after being stimulated by Zhao Hai, he went back to his room and couldn't help but look at the video. This made Zhao Hai know what he did. This made Zhao Hai even more determined to kill him. The reason why Zhao Hai told Streep these things before he died was to let him know why he wanted to kill him. Just the fact that he was avenging those women was enough reason to kill him. The reason why Zhao Hai used silver needles to deal with Streep was because he discovered that Streep wanted to detonate a small nuclear bomb. Once the bomb was detonated, even if Zhao Hai and the others survived, it would still cause a lot of damage to the undead. Because of this, when Streep was about to detonate the bomb, Zhao Hai decisively used silver needles. The battle was over. Therefore, all the contestants from the machine field were killed. Moreover, these people were now part of Zhao Hai's undead army. After dealing with these people, Zhao Hai had the undead clean up the battlefield. They collected all the things from the insects and piled them up on the ground. Then they evenly divided the loot into several portions. Everyone received a portion of the loot, even Lu Dingtian did the same. Lu Dingtian's previous performance made Zhao Hai treat him as a friend. Lu Dingtian didn't say anything as he received his portion. He also began to treat Zhao Hai as a friend. Moreover, he wasn't good with words. Therefore, he didn't say any words of thanks to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care about it as he received the spoils. Then he looked at the others and said, "Brothers, this time only we can act. Ha ha ha. I think we're the craziest of the 6 realms. We killed our own people first." Xianxia and the others also laughed. They didn't feel anything. This was because they knew that if they weren't strong enough, then they would have been the ones to die. They didn't feel guilty about this matter. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's leave this place. We need to find more insects to kill. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for us to enter the top 100. Xianxia smiled and said, "Killing insects so easily is really boring. Zhao Hai, what do we do if we meet people from other realms?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "What else can we do? If we can't, then we'll just hide. In any case, even if we don't want to deal with them, they'll still deal with us. Who let the machine field's reputation be known as the machine field?" Xianxia and the others laughed. They completely believed what Zhao Hai said about the machine field's reputation. However, the machine field's reputation wasn't a good one, it was just a nickname of a soft persimmon. However, Xianxia and the others were now confident in Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was able to kill a top 10 genius with a single punch. With Zhao Hai's strength, how could he be afraid of people from other realms? Lu Dingtian looked at the laughing group with envy in his eyes. Ever since he arrived in the machine field, he had been very careful. He didn't dare to trust anyone easily. This was because he saw a lot of geniuses fall for unknown reasons. You might be a good friend in one moment, but in the next, you would be killed. Because of this, he didn't have any friends. Dingtian, he just cultivated and completed missions from his family. He lived a simple and boring life. Because of this, Lu Dingtian was very strong. But at the same time, he envied Zhao Hai and the others for being able to trust him with their lives. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Dingtian, then he smiled faintly and said, "Old Lu, it seems like you'll be working with us. Don't worry, we're now teammates as well as friends. I hope that we can become even better friends in the future." Lu Dingtian nodded and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai didn't care. He looked at the scene and nodded, "Let's go and find some bugs." Then he led the group towards a wormhole. While Zhao Hai was fighting, Laura and the others released silver needles to investigate the wormholes. Not far from the wormhole that Zhao Hai flew into, there was a large bug nest. There were a lot of eight-legged bugs inside. Eight-legged bugs can be said to be one of the Zerg races. They were also Zerg's bottom line, the absolute cannon fodder. Eight-legged bugs lived according to their race. The number of eight-legged bugs in each race was different. Each race had a mother nest. Naturally, this mother nest wasn't Zerg's mother nest. This mother nest could only produce eight-legged bugs. However, this mother nest's reproductive ability was very astonishing. In 1 year, an eight-legged bug nest could produce 100,000 eight-legged bugs. Such a rate of reproduction would definitely cause people to collapse. Because of this rate of reproduction, the cultivation realm had to regularly clean up Zerg on Fabio planet. Although eight-legged bugs weren't that strong compared to the cultivation realm, once their numbers reached a certain level, they would still be an astonishing existence. Not to mention the eight-legged bugs, their attack power wasn't weak. Eight-legged bugs had low intelligence, but their territorial awareness was very strong. If other eight-legged bugs entered their territory, they would immediately attack. Because of this, when Zhao Hai discovered the eight-legged bug nest, he was almost certain that the bugs that besieged them belonged to the same race. From the cultivation realm's research on eight-legged bugs, Zhao Hai learned that each eight-legged bug group was divided into 2 groups. One group was the hunting squad that went out to hunt. The other group was the guard squad that guarded the nest. Eight-legged bugs were omnivorous creatures. Whether it was bugs, leaves, or grass, they could all be eaten. The hunting squad's main job was to find food for the group. The guard squad's job was even simpler. Their job was to guard the nest. Eight-legged bugs had a strong reproductive ability, so they sometimes caused trouble for themselves. This was why there would be beast tides on Fabio planet from time to time. This was because there were too many bugs on Fabio planet. They would launch a beast tide to attack the cultivation realm's base and other races. This way, a large number of eight-legged bugs would die. Not only would this decrease the number of eight-legged bugs, but it would also provide a lot of food for the other eight-legged bugs. In Zerg's world, there was nothing that couldn't be eaten. As long as they could survive, as long as they could eat, they could become their food. Naturally, the eight-legged bugs that besieged Zhao Hai's group were part of the hunting squad. And the place they were heading to was the nest. What awaited them was a battle with the guard squad. Zhao Hai knew about this, but the others didn't. They just followed Zhao Hai as they carefully flew forward. Zhao Hai and the others weren't very far from the nest. It only took them about half an hour to arrive. When they were about to arrive at the nest, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The group stopped and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's go and try it out." Then he waved his hand as a large number of undead appeared. They went straight towards the eight-legged bug's nest. The eight-legged bug's nest was divided into layers. It was made up of innumerable wormholes. These wormholes were connected to each other. It's likely that only the bugs could tell where the wormholes lead to. The center of the bug's nest was a huge cave that was several tens of thousands of square meters in size. In the middle of the cave was a huge meatball. This meatball was the eight-legged bug's queen. It was also the existence that the eight-legged bug wanted to protect. Outside of this huge bug's nest were several circular passages. They were 300 to 400 meters wide and 200 meters tall. These passages were patrolled by eight-legged bugs. There were a total of 5 such circular defenses outside the bug's nest. The first one had at least 10,000 eight-legged bugs. The total number of eight-legged bugs inside the bug's nest exceeded 100,000. Zhao Hai and the others were currently outside of the bug's nest. This time, Zhao Hai released 5,000 undead. They went through different wormholes and headed towards the first line of defense. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't release too many undead was because he wanted Xianxia and the others to kill the eight-legged worms. The eight-legged worms' attack power would be dangerous for Xianxia and the others, but it wouldn't be too big. This would allow Xianxia and the others to familiarize themselves with their weapons. If they only relied on undead, then this elimination round would have lost its meaning for Xianxia and the others. Previously, Xianxia and the others wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Zhao Hai about this problem. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would bring it up first. Naturally, they were very happy. They immediately took out their weapons. Among the several people, only Sun Fei and Lu Dingtian's weapons weren't particularly good. Sun Fei was a mage, so the things that the fire god shrine prepared for him were also very good. They prepared several magic staffs for him. However, these weapons weren't made by Zhao Hai. Naturally, they didn't have a vibration magic array. This made Sun Fei very dissatisfied. However, Zhao Hai had already promised him that after the elimination round, he would prepare a magic staff with a vibration magic array for him. Lu Dingtian's weapon was still his army breaker spear. He had been using this weapon for several years, so he was very familiar with it. Moreover, it had been upgraded several times by the Dong family, so it was very suitable for Lu Dingtian. Before, Lu Dingtian didn't have any friendship with Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't make a weapon for him. Therefore, Lu Dingtian's weapon didn't have a vibration magic array. In fact, Lu Dingtian didn't know that Xianxia and the others' weapons had a vibration magic array. When Zhao Hai and the others entered the first line of defense, the bugs immediately discovered them. One by one, they howled and rushed over. Naturally, the undead were under the command of Megan and Lizzie. Xianxia and the others also brandished their weapons and rushed into the swarm of bugs. Only Zhao Hai didn't rush over. He just stood there and watched the battlefield. With Zhao Hai's current strength, there was no need for him to improve his strength through this kind of battle. What he needed to do now was to ensure the safety of Xianxia and the others. Although Xianxia and the others weren't weak, these eight-legged bugs didn't know what fear was. Moreover, the eight-legged bugs were very tenacious. If something went wrong, then Xianxia and the others would be injured. Zhao Hai's main purpose this time was to let Xianxia and the others cultivate, not to fight these bugs. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let Xianxia and the others suffer any injuries. Even those big sects in the cultivation world would only use this kind of nanny test on their core disciples. Ordinary inner disciples and outer disciples would not receive such treatment. Zhao Hai's strength had improved a lot recently. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do this. Zhao Hai noticed that not long after the battle started, the eight-legged bugs in the second line of defense also rushed over and joined the battle. This was within Zhao Hai's expectations, so he wasn't surprised. Instead, he released more undead to participate in the battle. Xianxia and the others were very excited at this time. Each and every one of them shouted loudly as they attacked the Zerg. However, their killing speed couldn't be compared to the undead. The cooperation between the undead was perfect. Naturally, their killing speed was very fast. On the other hand, Xianxia and the others were cultivating. Naturally, their killing speed couldn't be compared to the undead. Zhao Hai didn't have Xianxia and the undead kill the bugs. The undead were under the command of Megan and the others, so their cooperation was perfect. If Xianxia and the others were to join in, then it would only destroy the perfection. Because of this, Xianxia and the others formed a small team to kill the bugs. It must be said that Xianxia and the others weren't much stronger than the undead. It was just that their weapons were stronger. However, this situation would soon be improved. After the space leveled up, the bone armors and golden combat suits also leveled up. When the next batch of bone armors and golden combat suits are produced, they shouldn't be any worse than the machine field's weapons. Zhao Hai floated in the air, supporting Xianxia and the others with magic from time to time. Naturally, Xianxia and the others also noticed Zhao Hai's actions. They didn't say anything, they just focused on dealing with the bugs. The battle continued. Because of Zhao Hai's support, Xianxia and the others weren't injured. However, the first one to collapse was Sun Fei. Because Sun Fei learned the magic that Zhao Hai taught him, he was very excited. He immediately tried out the magic formations that Zhao Hai taught him, consuming all of his mana. Then he immediately drank a potion and ran to Zhao Hai to rest. Zhao Hai didn't care about him, he was still paying attention to the situation in the field. On the other hand, Sun Fei was paying attention to Zhao Hai, especially when Zhao Hai made a move. Sun Fei discovered that when Zhao Hai helped Xianxia and the others, he didn't use any powerful magic. Generally, he would use dozens of stacked magic formations, or even hundreds of stacked magic formations. Zhao Hai didn't use any of them, but the magic that he used was just right. He was able to save Xianxia and the others without wasting too much of his mana. Slowly, Sun Fei was fascinated by Zhao Hai's technique. He discovered that Zhao Hai was in a state of complete control of the entire battlefield. What Xiongli and the others used, how the bugs would react, everything was under Zhao Hai's control. There were a few times when Sun Fei saw that Zhao Hai had prepared the magic a few seconds in advance, and then threw it out just right to save Xiongli and the others from danger. This meant that he already knew how Xiongli and the bugs would react. This kind of powerful control was really terrifying. Sun Fei knew that he couldn't do this, but he wasn't discouraged. He still seriously watched Zhao Hai make a move. Although he couldn't achieve Zhao Hai's level of success, he could still learn a lot from it. Experience was too important for a mage. Knowing the right time to use magic was the most important thing for a mage to learn, because it would increase a mage's combat power by at least 3 levels. Slowly, Lu Dingtian couldn't hold on anymore. After all, his weapon could only be regarded as an ordinary item, so the amount of warrior energy he used was much more than Xiongli and the others. He also drank the potion and ran to Zhao Hai to rest. The 8-legged worms were still crazily attacking. For these worms that only acted on instinct, they didn't have any fear at all. They only knew how to attack and destroy their enemies. After this, Xiongli and Li Kuangren couldn't keep up. Although their weapons had been modified by Zhao Hai, they still couldn't stand the long battle. If it weren't for Zhao Hai, then they would have retreated just like Lu Dingtian. The only one who was still fighting was Dong Fengyu. Although he only fought with Li Chuchen for a short time, Dong Fengyu understood how powerful cultivators were. If it weren't for Zhao Hai, then Dong Fengyu would have died under Dong Fengyu's ghost chakram. However, Dong Fengyu believed that he wasn't any worse than Li Chuchen. He just practiced the fire dragon burning the heavens technique for a short time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost to Li Chuchen. Therefore, he needed to familiarize himself with the fire dragon sword technique and the fire dragon burning the heavens technique. At this time, the difference between the machine field's cultivation method and the cultivation realm's cultivation method could be seen. After fighting for such a long time, Xiongli and the others were very tired. Their battle chi consumption was also very serious. It was almost impossible for them to continue fighting. On the other hand, Dong Fengyu could still fight. Moreover, his control of the fire dragon sword was becoming more and more skillful. Xiongli and the others looked at Dong Fengyu and finally understood why Dong Fengyu could fight for such a long time. It was because of the difference between sword control and sword chi. The sword controlling technique allowed one sword to fly out and then control the flying sword to kill the enemy. The sword chi was like an arrow that had been shot out. After flying out, it would no longer be under one's control. This was like the difference between an ordinary artillery shell and a cruise missile. It must be known that your enemy would never stand still and let you hit them. They would always dodge, even if they were insects. Zerg's fighting instincts were even stronger than humans. When you release sword chi, they would immediately dodge. Even if they couldn't completely dodge, they would still make sure that their vitals would be hit. Sword chi might be able to cut off their legs, but it was impossible to kill them. Flying swords were different. Flying swords could be controlled after they were released. If the insects wanted to dodge the flying swords, they could change direction and attack. They could still hit their vital points. This way, Dong Fengyu could kill more insects, but the energy consumption was the least. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but envy Dong Fengyu. He was actually able to get a transmission from the cultivation realm. At this time, Zhao Hai's voice was heard. When the competition is over, everyone can change their cultivation methods. Don't we already have a water attribute cultivation method? Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Xiongli and the others were stunned. Then they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. They just killed Li Chuchen, and Li Chuchen used an authentic water attribute cultivation technique. Moreover, it was an extremely high-level one. Now that Li Chuchen had become Zhao Hai's undead, they could naturally learn water attribute cultivation techniques. After figuring this out, Xiongli and the others weren't happy. This was because Xiongli and Li Kuangren were both earth attribute cultivators, but Fei was fire attribute cultivators. After the competition, Fei could learn the fire dragon burning the sky technique from Dong Fengyu. Water attribute cultivation techniques were useless to them. However, this gave them hope. If they could kill a cultivator of the water attribute today, then killing another cultivator of the earth attribute tomorrow wouldn't be a problem. At that time, they would have a cultivation method to practice their cultivation. Zhao Hai saw that Dong Fengyu's swordsmanship was getting more and more proficient, so he didn't need to keep an eye on him. He turned his head to the others and smiled, "When the time comes, we'll get a few more cultivation techniques. I'll see if I can cultivate them. You know, I'm a full attribute cultivator." "Right, old Lu, what is your attribute?" Lu Dingtian replied, "Metal attribute." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he nodded and said, "Metal attribute? Good, then we'll grab all the cultivation techniques of the cultivation realm. We'll use them in the future." At this time, the battle was approaching its end. Xiongli and the others didn't kill a lot of insects. However, the undead killed a lot of insects. At this time, there weren't many insects left in the passage. Moreover, Zhao Hai saw that only 20,000 insects from the first, fourth, and fifth lines were fighting. The insects from the third, fourth, and fifth lines didn't move at all. Before long, the battle was over and the undead began to clean up the battlefield. Xiongli and the others looked at the undead with envy. Xiongli muttered, "It's really convenient to have these guys. Especially at this time, when I think about the others having to divide the insects while we can just sit here and chat, I can't help but feel comfortable." Upon hearing Xiongli, Zhao Hai and the others laughed. At this time, Dong Fengyu also received his Fire Dragon Divine Sword. He looked at Xiongli and said, "Boss Xiong, why don't you change your magic as well? How about little Hai teach you some summoning techniques?" Xiongli immediately shook his head and said, "Forget it. When I think about the process of learning magic, I'll have to memorize magic formations. I don't want to not learn magic." The group laughed again. Zhao Hai didn't rush to lead the group to attack. At this time, everyone just went through a battle and needed to rest. It wasn't wise to attack now. At this time, the undead had already cleaned up the scene. The Zerg were already divided. Everything useful was cut off and placed on the ground. Zhao Hai and the others weren't in a hurry to collect these things. Instead, they just sat there and chatted. Although there were insect corpses everywhere, everyone was already used to this environment, so they didn't care. The reason why Zhao Hai was relieved to rest here was because he knew that there wouldn't be any danger in the vicinity. Unless people from other realms came, or if there were higher-level insects, there wouldn't be any other eight-legged insects that would attack them. This was the eight-legged insect nest. Everything around here was the territory of the eight-legged Zerg. It was impossible for other eight-legged insects to appear. The eight-legged insects were very territorial. After resting for 2 hours, everyone recovered. Zhao Hai said, "Let's go, we'll continue our attack. I believe that there will be a surprise waiting for us today." Xiongli and the others didn't know that this was an eight-legged insect nest. They weren't like Zhao Hai who could scout ahead of time. Moreover, inside the wormhole, one spiritual force was suppressed. Because of this, their spiritual force couldn't reach far. Because of this, they didn't understand the situation around them. In the past, people from the cultivation realm wanted to draw a map of the wormhole in order to make it easier for people to fight inside. However, they quickly discovered that this method was useless. This was because the wormhole could change. The insects could dig a new wormhole at any time. At the same time, they would block the original wormhole, turning the map into a piece of waste paper. After dissecting the insects many times, the cultivation world finally understood what was going on. The insects secreted a kind of mucus. The viscosity of this mucus was amazing. As long as the mucus was applied to soil, the soil would become as solid as concrete. Most importantly, the mucus secreted by the insects could suppress spiritual force. However, as long as the insect was killed, the mucus would instantly dry up and become useless. The cultivation realm had done research on underground wormholes. Almost all of the walls of the underground wormhole had been transformed by insects. Therefore, whether it was the cultivation realm or the people from other realms, their spiritual force would be suppressed to the greatest extent in the wormhole. You could use magic, but it was impossible for you to use your spiritual force to explore your surroundings. It can be said that the elimination round inside the wormhole was like giving Zhao Hai a home ground. He could use the silver needle to scout the surroundings. Since this was only the periphery of Fabio's insect nest, there wouldn't be any high-level insects. Even if the silver needle was discovered, it wouldn't be a problem. Zhao Hai could use the silver needle to perfectly grasp the situation inside the insect nest. This way, he would be able to take advantage of the competition. In addition, Zhao Hai had a large number of undead to help him kill the Zerg. It can be said that the results of this elimination round would definitely surprise a lot of people, causing their fake eyeballs to fall to the ground. Although Xianxia and the others didn't know what was going on around them, they still had absolute confidence in Zhao Hai. In their opinion, there was no need to think too much about it. They just followed Zhao Hai. While Zhao Hai led Xianxia and the others towards the wormhole, Laura's voice was suddenly heard in Zhao Hai's mind. "Brother Hai, you need to pay attention. There aren't only 8-legged worms in the 3rd defensive line, there are also 8-legged worms in the 4th and 5th defensive lines. This time, the number of 8-legged worms you will face will exceed 30,000. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Brother Hai, pay attention." Zhao Hai nodded gently, indicating that he understood. Then he turned to Xianxia and the others and said, "Boss Xiong, you need to prepare yourselves. There will be a large number of insects in front of us. There are even more than before." When Xianxia and the others heard Zhao Hai, their complexion changed. Then they nodded and said, "Rest assured." Then they tightened their grip on their weapons. Zhao Hai wasn't polite this time. He directly summoned 20,000 undead and sent them towards the 3rd defensive line. Before Zhao Hai and the others entered the 3rd defensive line, the undead and Zerg had already started fighting. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the 3rd defensive line, the undead and Zerg had already started to die. Xianxia and the others immediately joined the battle while Zhao Hai continued to babysit them. Zhao Hai didn't only do this to increase the fighting strength of Xianxia and the others, it was also to let Megan and the others adjust themselves to the pace of the world of Cultivation's battles. The undead were Zhao Hai's most important fighting force. Although the level of the undead wasn't very high, they were only comparable to a 3rd-rank mage. However, with their physical strength and coordination, the undead would be able to display an astonishing strength. However, there was also a problem. These undead needed someone to command them. Although they could fight independently, the effect of doing so wasn't as good as having a unified command. The ones who commanded the undead were Megan, Lizzie, and Margaret. Laura and Meg generally didn't command the undead. However, Margaret was now fond of commanding the undead. But in the past, Lizzie and Megan only commanded the undead in the lower realms. The intensity of the battle there couldn't be compared to the world of cultivation. No matter which realm the people in the world of cultivation were from, they were all very strong. Zhao Hai's chances of facing them in the elimination round were very high. Because of this, it was very important for Lizzie and the others to adapt to the battle rhythm of the world of cultivation. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't directly deal with the Zergs. He just acted as a babysitter for Xianxia and the others. As for the command of the undead, Zhao Hai handed it over to Lizzie and the others. Lizzie and the others were indeed attacking. After fighting with Zerg several times, Lizzie and the others had already learned how to adjust the undead's formation. Moreover, their speed of adjustment was getting faster and faster. This made Zhao Hai very satisfied. What made Zhao Hai surprised was Margaret's interest in commanding the undead. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai originally thought that Margaret was only interested in auxiliary magic formations. He didn't expect her to be interested in commanding the undead as well. It was hard to imagine that she didn't even dare to command the undead in the past. The battle this time was a lot slower compared to the last time. After all, there were more Zerg this time. However, Zhao Hai noticed that Fei's fighting style was somewhat special. In the past, Fei's fighting style was similar to his attribute. Fei's attacks were always fierce, but naturally, his mana consumption was also very fast. But now, Fei's attacking style had changed. He wasn't pursuing the most powerful attack like before, instead, he was pursuing the most effective attack. The most powerful attack and the most effective attack weren't the same. It was like how people said that cannons were used to kill mosquitoes. Although Fei's attacks in the past looked very powerful, he was pursuing the most powerful attack. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as using cannons to kill mosquitoes, it was still a waste of energy. If he used group attack magic, the lethality of these insects would be very limited. Even if he used 100 stacked group attack magic, if he didn't have Zhao's strength, then the lethality of the insects wouldn't be great. In the past, Fei would use large-scale magic attacks in this situation, but not anymore. Now, Fei was only using the most basic magic attacks. Sometimes, he would use 10 stacked magic arrays, and sometimes, he would use 5 stacked magic arrays. His most powerful magic attack didn't exceed 50 stacked magic arrays, but every time he used a magic attack, one or a few insects would die. Also, he stayed behind Xianxia and the others and paid close attention to the situation around Xianxia and the others. If Xianxia and the others were in danger, he would eliminate the danger as soon as possible. Of course, because of his strength, he couldn't eliminate all the dangers around Xianxia and the others. However, he was working hard in this direction. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. He was very satisfied with Fei's learning ability. Fei only learned after watching what he did yesterday. Good, he learned very well. Every magician was a smart person, but there were some magicians who didn't know what to do. Once they figured out the most important point, they would know what to do. A mage's AoE attack was indeed stronger than a weapon, but it depended on the situation. If your AoE attack could kill a lot of enemies, then you should use it. This would greatly increase the speed of your enemies. If your AoE attack couldn't do too much damage to the enemies, then it was better to do what Fei did and help his companions eliminate the dangers around them so that they could fight without worry. This was the most important thing. Also, this would increase Fei's ability to fight one-on-one. A mage would be at a disadvantage if they fought one-on-one with a warrior. In the process of battle, a mage's biggest weapon wasn't their magic, but their ability to control the situation. What kind of magic was used at the right time was the most important factor. This point seemed very simple, but almost no mage could do it. Even Zhao Hai couldn't do it without the help of the space. The process of battle was constantly changing, and any small mistake could become the most fatal flaw. In the process of battle, if you couldn't control the situation, then you would lose by 3 points. It was impossible for a magician to only know one type of magic. It wasn't easy to choose the most suitable magic among all the different types of magic. Magicians weren't like warriors. Warriors had their own ways of attacking, and the ways of attacking were sometimes even dependent on the environment. If you practiced a set of martial arts to the extreme, then you could use the moves of that set of martial arts at any time. Magicians, on the other hand, didn't have a fixed pattern of magic. There wouldn't be too much of a relationship between one magic and another. Even if you practiced all the magic to the extreme, you couldn't guarantee that you would use the most correct one on the battlefield. When facing the enemy's changes, if you couldn't grasp the enemy's changes, then your corresponding changes wouldn't be correct. Therefore, the most important thing for a mage in a battle was control of the entire battle. This kind of control over the battle couldn't be achieved through normal training, it could only be achieved through real combat. Although Zhao Hai appreciated Fei's attack, Fei was still just learning it. He was still too immature. The one who could control the battle was still Zhao Hai. This battle was a lot faster than the last time. First, it was because Zhao Hai released a lot more undead. Second, it was because Lizzie and the others had completely adapted to the battle with Zerg. Their coordination was getting better and better, and the battle was going faster. By the time Xianxia and the others felt that their energy was about to run out, the battle had already come to an end. Xianxia and the others didn't notice this point. While they were killing, they suddenly discovered that there were no more insectoids around them. The group stared for a moment before they noticed that the undead had already begun to clean up the battlefield. Xianxia turned his head and looked at Zhao Hai with dissatisfaction. "Little Hai, can't you slow down the killing of the undead a bit? I haven't even killed him yet, and the insects are already gone." Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "Boss Xiong, you're about to die, yet you're still talking nonsense. If you really can, then go inside and kill them. There's an insect nest inside, and there are tens of thousands of insects waiting for you to kill. Moreover, there's an 8-legged insect nest that's desperately trying to survive. I guarantee that you'll kill them until your hands go numb." When Xianxia heard Zhao Hai, he waved his hand and said, "Oh, then forget it. I'm not that greedy. If there's a blessing, then I'll share it with my brothers." Dongfeng Yu laughed and said, "Boss Xiong, if you go in now, Then I guarantee that you won't just kill until your hands go numb, I guarantee that you'll also turn into insect feces. Ha ha ha. Li Kuangren and the others also laughed. Xiongli didn't mind, he just laughed along with them. They were all brothers that went through life and death together, so this kind of joke was naturally harmless. While the undead were cleaning up the battlefield, Zhao Hai led the group to a nearby wormhole. After sitting down, Zhao Hai took out some food and wine and said, "Let's take a good rest here. Once we're refreshed, then we'll go and kill the insect nest." There are about 60,000 eight-legged insects in the nest, but the eight-legged insect nest is still desperately trying to survive. Even if we give it a day, it would only be able to increase the number of insects by 10,000. So there's no need for us to worry. The group nodded, they now completely believed in Zhao Hai's words. They didn't have any doubts about Zhao Hai's words. The group each took a bottle of wine and opened the lid. Then they clinked their glasses and said, "Cheers." Then the group took a big gulp. This time, Zhao Hai took out the best beer. It had a pure fragrance and a refreshing taste. It was very easy to drink. After putting down the bottle, Zhao Hai looked at Lu Dingtian and said, "Old Lu, after the competition, we brothers are preparing to return to the machine field and find a base to work on. Although we'll take some missions from the family, we don't want to be controlled by the family anymore. Are you interested in working with us?" As soon as Lu Dingtian heard Zhao Hai, his eyes lit up. Then he nodded and said, "All right." Lu Dingtian's answer was beyond Zhao's expectations. Generally, people in the outer court didn't like to go out alone. Although going out alone looked very cool, at the same time, it also meant that they wouldn't get much support from their family. It was tantamount to leaving the family. Even if they didn't do the family's missions, the family wouldn't support them. Without the family's support, they would need to buy potions, weapons, armors, and so on. This wasn't an easy thing to do. You would need to do a lot of missions in order to buy these things. But if you do too many tasks, it would affect your cultivation. Therefore, many people in the outer court didn't like to leave the clan. Although there wasn't as much freedom in the clan as outside, it was better to lean on a big tree for shade. Everyone understood this truth. Leaving the clan was tantamount to leaving the big tree behind. Then you would have to bear the trials and hardships of the outside world. Not everyone had this kind of courage. But Lu Dingtian actually agreed so easily, which was beyond Zhao's expectations. It wasn't only Zhao Hai who didn't expect this, Xiongli and the others were also surprised. They looked at Lu Dingtian in confusion. They had known Zhao Hai for a long time. Naturally, they knew that before Zhao Hai entered the wormhole, he didn't have any contact with Lu Dingtian. But now, Lu Dingtian agreed to Zhao Hai's proposal. This made them feel inconceivable. Xiongli was a person who couldn't hide his thoughts. He turned to Lu Dingtian and said, "Old Lu, why did you agree to Zhao Hai's request so easily?" Lu Dingtian replied, "I believe in him." Lu Dingtian's words were always simple. It was as if saying a word would waste a lot of his strength. But upon hearing Lu Dingtian's words, Xiongli and the others' eyes couldn't help but light up. Then they laughed as they raised their wine bottles and took a big gulp. After putting down the wine glass, Zhao Hai looked at Xiongli and the others. Then he said, "Brothers, we've known each other for a long time. We can be considered to have similar temperaments. Moreover, after the competition, we'll be separated. How about we become sworn brothers?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xiongli and the others stared. Then their faces turned happy. Xiongli loudly said, "All right, then it's settled. I agree. What about you?" "Agreed. Agreed. Agreed. Agreed." Seeing that everyone agreed, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh and said, "All right, then there's no need to wait. Let's start right away." After he said that, he waved his hand as a table appeared in the cave. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as 3 eight-legged worm legs appeared on the table. Zhao Hai looked at Xiongli and the others and said, "I brought food and drink, but I don't have the habit of bringing incense. Brothers, let's use these legs as incense and make an oath. How about that?" Xiongli laughed heartily and said, "Good, of course it's good. It's only because we're kindred spirits that it doesn't matter what the order is. Even if it's to use dirt as incense, we can still become sworn brothers. Come." The others knelt down as well. They faced the tables and said loudly, "Heaven may be our witness. Today, we brothers are willing to become brothers of different surnames. We will share blessings and endure hardships together. We may not be born in the same year, month, and day, but we will die in the same year, month, and day. Heaven may be our witness. Sun and moon may be our witnesses." After swearing the oath, they count out 3 times before standing up. After exchanging their names, they found out that Xiongli was still the eldest, but Lu Dingtian became the second, Dong Fengyu became the third, Li Quanren became the fourth, Zhao Hai became the fifth, and Sun Fei became the sixth. After becoming sworn brothers, the relationship between the group became even closer. Zhao Hai also put away the table and the group began to eat and drink. They didn't look like they were in a very dangerous wormhole. However, the group was also a person with temperance. They knew that they couldn't drink too much in this place. After drinking 2 bottles of beer, they stopped and began to eat. After eating and chatting for a while, the group went to rest. After going through 2 battles today, Xiongli and the others were very tired. After lying down for a while, they began to enjoy themselves. The reason why Xiongli and the others dared to sleep so peacefully was because they believed that Zhao Hai would take care of everything. Additionally, there were a lot of undead standing guard outside. Naturally, they could sleep peacefully. Zhao Hai also closed his eyes. He didn't need to worry at all. The 8-legged worm and its nest were completely under the space's surveillance. They wouldn't be able to make any waves. The 8-legged worm's nest seemed to have felt that its end was near. The mother nest was now desperately laying eggs. Just like Zhao Hai said, as long as it was given a day, it would be able to produce 10,000 8-legged worms. However, this would still cause a lot of damage to the mother nest. But in order to save its life, the mother nest didn't care too much. Zhao Hai and the others rested for about 6 hours before getting up. After getting up, the group ate some food and rested for a while. Then Xiongli said, "Little Hai, what do you think? So we can't attack the insectoid nest you were talking about?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course we can. Let's go and destroy the worm nest. Then we'll go and take a look at other places. When the time comes, we won't need to focus on hunting worms. We'll go and meet people from other realms." When Xiongli and the others heard Zhao Hai, they immediately knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to snatch the cultivation methods of the other realms, especially those of the cultivation realm. Xiongli and the others couldn't help but laugh. It seems like Zhao Hai didn't take the upcoming battle seriously. They couldn't be blamed for this. The undead that Zhao Hai released were too powerful. Moreover, they were attacking an 8-legged worm's nest, not a high-level place. As long as they wanted to, Zhao Hai wouldn't need them to make a move and would be able to deal with the worm's nest. There was nothing for them to worry about. Zhao Hai also didn't think too much about this attack. After 2 battles, Xiongli and the others had already adapted to their weapons. Even if Xiongli and the others didn't participate in the battle, it wouldn't be a problem. When they were about to reach the worm nest, Zhao Hai turned to Xiongli and the others and said, "Boss Xiong, are you still interested in playing? If you're not, then I'll just have to deal with them." Xiongli shook his head and said, "Forget it, we won't be participating. In any case, we're already familiar with our weapons. There's no point in fighting with these worms, it would just be a waste of time." "Right, Little Hai, if you have time, you should refine Lu Lauer's spear." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, after we deal with the worm nest, we'll rest here for a day. I'll help him refine his spear." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a large number of undead rushed towards the worm nest. At this point, Xiongli and the others didn't look at how many undead Zhao Hai released. They had already lost interest in how many undead Zhao Hai had. They were afraid that they would fall into despair if they knew. This time, Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He directly released an army of 100,000 undead to attack the 8-legged worms. In addition to the undead that Xiongli and the others saw, Zhao Hai also released a large number of undead inside the worm nest. He wanted to end the battle quickly. However, when the battle began, Zhao Hai was stunned. What made him stunned wasn't the 8-legged worms. The 8-legged worms didn't increase in strength, so they weren't worthy of Zhao Hai's attention. What made Zhao Hai surprised was the eight-legged worm nest. The mother nest of the eight-legged worm looked like a huge worm ball with a diameter of about 20 m. There were 2 tubes under the mother nest. The worm nest was discharged from the 2 tubes. After falling to the ground for a few minutes, it would become a new eight-legged worm, which was not much smaller than the old eight-legged worms. These 2 tubes were originally hanging down to the ground, but now they were raised. When the eight-legged worms and the undead fought, 2 meatballs were shot out from these 2 tubes. These meatballs were covered in mucus and looked very disgusting. However, when these 2 meatballs flew towards the undead army, they suddenly exploded. The power of these explosions wasn't low. Each meatball's explosion blew up hundreds of undead, killing them without a doubt. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. This was the Zerg's nest. It was like a cannon. No, it needs to be dealt with first. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to deal with the eight-legged worms. When Xianxia and the others saw Zhao Hai's expression change, they knew that something had happened. Xianxia immediately asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen? Did someone come?" At this point, they weren't afraid of the worms. They were afraid of people from other realms. Therefore, Xianxia asked this question. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, we encountered some troublesome worms. I'll go deal with them. Don't come over, it's dangerous." Then Zhao Hai's figure moved as he entered a wormhole and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai's back. His expression was ugly as he said, "Damn it, we just made an oath to go through thick and thin together. In the blink of an eye, this happened. I really hate myself for being too weak." Dongfang Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Boss Xiong, you're making me feel even more guilty. I'm now a cultivator, yet I can't help." "Forget it, let's wait for Little Hai. I believe that Little Hai will take care of it. Once the competition is over, we'll cultivate. I believe that sooner or later, we'll be able to help Little Hai. Otherwise, the feeling of being a spectator wouldn't be good." The group smiled bitterly, nobody made a sound. After becoming sworn brothers, they were now family. In this case, they could only watch Zhao Hai fight. It would be strange if they felt good about it. Zhao Hai didn't care about what Xianxia and the others were thinking. The meatball bombs that came out of the worm nest weren't small. If Xianxia and the others came in, then they wouldn't be able to defend against the bombs. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't think that the eight-legged worm nest would have such a powerful attack. When Zhao Hai appeared in the worm nest, he didn't care about the eight-legged worms. Instead, he flew straight towards the nest. The eight-legged worm nest also noticed Zhao Hai's intention. It immediately turned its 2 tubes towards Zhao Hai and fired several meatball bombs. Zhao Hai waved his hand as several formations appeared in front of him. These formations were made up of 50 stacked formations. Moreover, they were all fire dragon formations. As soon as the formations appeared, several fire dragons flew out and collided with the meatball bombs. After a few loud explosions, the meatball bombs didn't even get close to Zhao Hai before they were detonated by Zhao Hai's fire dragons. At the same time, Zhao Hai used this time to fly above the meatball. The meatball seemed to have felt the danger as well. It immediately turned its 2 tubes and fired several meatballs towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he waved his hand. A huge spatial rift appeared in front of him as it swallowed the eight-legged worm nest as well as the meatball bombs. Zhao Hai discovered that the eight-legged worm nest couldn't be moved at all. The only way it could protect itself was to breed more worms or launch meatball bombs. If these 2 methods couldn't protect Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai could only wait to be captured. After the mother nest was taken away by Zhao Hai, the eight-legged worms lost their last support. However, the eight-legged worms didn't stop as they continued to attack. They were no longer a threat to the undead. Zhao Hai relaxed. Then he focused his attention on the Zerg mother nest that he just received. The Zerg mother nest was still in the Space's warehouse. With an intention from Zhao Hai, the mother nest immediately appeared in a blank background. As soon as the mother nest appeared, the Space immediately issued a prompt, discovered low-level Zerg mother nest. This mother nest can only breed low-level Zerg. It can absorb a small amount of genes from other species to increase the strength of the Zerg. However, the increase in strength is very limited. The host is advised to transform this mother nest into a carnivorous animal breeder. After successful transformation, it can produce carnivorous zerg. The zerg's fighting strength is low, but it can produce delicious meat like prawns and crabs. Does the host want to transform it? When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't think that the space would give him such a prompt. It even gave him a suggestion. This suggestion was very good. There were a lot of things that could be used for meat in the space. However, the reproduction ability of the mother nest was very good. If it could provide meat like prawns and crabs, then it would be a good choice. In any case, the mother nest's level was too low, and its fighting strength wasn't high. Moreover, the space didn't need the 8-legged worms to fight. Turning it into a carnivorous breeder wasn't a bad idea. After thinking up to this point, Zhao Hai said, "Immediately transform it." The space prompted, the host agrees to transform the low-level zerg mother nest into a carnivorous breeder. The process will be carried out immediately. Please wait for a moment. After the prompt, a white light flashed as the entire broodmother was surrounded. Before long, the white light disappeared as the broodmother appeared on the ground. When Zhao Hai saw the broodmother, he couldn't help but stare. This was because this broodmother was much bigger than the 8-legged bug's broodmother. It had a diameter of about 50 meters. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that the outside of this broodmother wasn't as fleshy as the bug's broodmother. On the contrary, this broodmother had a layer of carapace. The carapace had a metallic luster to it, making it look like a metal ball. Below the metal sphere, there were 8 tubes. These 8 tubes were about a meter in diameter and were attached to the ground. The color and texture of these tubes were the same as the metal sphere. Zhao Hai knew that although this thing looked like metal, it was impossible for it to be made of metal. Zhao Hai looked at the sphere and said, "Kai-er." Kai-er appeared beside him and looked at Zhao Hai. "Young master, what's the matter?" Zhao Hai pointed at the mother nest and said, "Take a look at it. This thing can produce carnivorous insects. What does it need? Moreover, you need to control the amount of insects it produces. Don't make too many. First, make a batch and try it. If it doesn't work, then forget about it." Kai-er smiled and said, "Young master can rest assured, this thing's information has already been stored in my head. Nothing will happen to it. It's now more like a machine like a universal machine. However, it's not as godly as a universal machine. It can only turn some plants and animals into energy and then produce insects. We can control the number of insects that it can produce. When it's not producing, it can survive by absorbing spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the space is very rich." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Can you produce a carnivorous insect first so that I can see what it looks like? Don't make it too disgusting. If people see what it looks like, they would lose their appetite." Kai-er smiled faintly and said, "Young master can rest assured, nothing will happen. The space has already considered this issue." Then a mango-sized egg rolled out from the tube below the ball. After the egg rolled to the ground, it only took a few seconds before the shell broke open. Then something drilled out from the inside. Upon seeing this thing, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he didn't think that zerg would look like this after being transformed by the space. This wasn't an insect pen, it was clearly a crab. Right, what came out of the egg was a giant crab. Upon seeing this crab, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare, then he smiled faintly and said, "Right, it's actually a crab. No wonder the space said that it would have delicious shrimp and crab meat. Not bad, it can be produced. Right, does it have any fighting strength?" Kai-er nodded and said, "It does, but its fighting strength isn't very strong. It's worse than the 8-legged insects. After all, they're just food." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "If I want an 8-legged insect that can fight, can you make it?" Kai-er nodded and said, "Yes, those insects have already been stored in the space's store. Even the insect nest has been stored there. If young master wants to use it, you can buy it at any time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Alright, you should pay attention to the production of these crabs. Finally, we should promote them to the space. In any case, these things don't need anything good to feed them. It's good to have more food." Kai-er nodded and said, "Young master, rest assured, I'll handle it well." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, I can rest assured with you handling things. Alright, I'll be heading out." Then his figure moved as he left the space and returned to the nest. The battle in the insect nest was over. The 8-legged worms that lost their commander were no match for the undead. They were all killed. Zhao Hai moved and appeared outside the hive. Xianxia and the others were waiting anxiously. Seeing Zhao Hai come out, the group relaxed. Xianxia quickly asked, "How is it, little Hai?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's basically over. Don't worry, there's only a small problem with the insect nest. However, I've already dealt with it, so there won't be any problems." Xianxia and the others relaxed. Zhao Hai led the group into the insect nest. At this time, the insect nest was already filled with 8-legged worm corpses. Besides a small number of undead that were cleaning up the remaining 8-legged worms, the rest of the undead were already cleaning up the battlefield. Zhao Hai looked around and said, "Alright, let's find a clean place to rest. We'll refine Second Brother's battle axe while we're at it. We'll leave this place to the undead." Xianxia and the others nodded. Although they didn't care about the corpses of the insect pens, the smell of the insect pens wouldn't be good. It would be good to leave this place as far as possible. Fortunately, there were wormholes everywhere in this underground insect nest. Zhao Hai and the others casually found a wormhole and went inside. Zhao Hai used his magic to clean up the place. After the group sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Lu Dingtian and said, "Second brother, take out your battle axe." "Let me take a look." Lu Dingtian nodded, then he took out his battle axe and handed it over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took the battle axe and weighed it in his hand. The battle axe was very heavy, it was almost as heavy as Xianxia's hammers. Moreover, Lu Dingtian's battle axe wasn't the most primitive type of battle axe. Strictly speaking, it should be regarded as a double-edged spear. At the top of the spear was a spearhead while at the bottom were 2 spearheads. The battle axe was 12 feet long and was green in color. It looked like it was made of bronze. However, Zhao Hai knew that it was impossible for it to be made of bronze. The material used to make this battle axe wasn't any worse than Xianxia's hammers. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Give me some time. I'll make sure that second brother is satisfied with the battle axe. Wait for me here." Then Zhao Hai's figure disappeared. Seeing Zhao Hai disappear, Xianxia sighed and said, "No wonder when Zhao Hai went into seclusion, we didn't see him in his room." It turns out that he wasn't in his room at all. Dongfang Yu nodded and said, "No wonder Zhao Hai knew about the machine field while he was in base 5. It seems like he went into seclusion and went to the machine field. I'm afraid that Margaret was the one who told him about the machine field." Dongfang Yu nodded and said, "That's right." Xianxia and the others nodded, they also believed Dongfang Yu's words. On the other hand, Lu Dingtian didn't know that Zhao Hai could use space magic until now. However, he didn't say anything. He wasn't a talkative person. And with how well Zhao Hai took care of him and even became his sworn brother, he naturally wouldn't harm Zhao Hai. Although the world of cultivation was the most ruthless place, people were often more ferocious and ruthless than beasts for the sake of benefits and opportunities. However, if you couldn't make a few good friends, then your life in the world of cultivation wouldn't be good. Not to mention being free and unfettered. Sooner or later, you would be destroyed by others. Because of this, if you want to make a name for yourself in the world of cultivation, you need a few good friends. And because of the ruthlessness of the world of cultivation, friendship was often more precious. If you become friends with someone and then betray them, then your reputation would be tarnished. Nobody would dare to cooperate with you in the future. And even if they did, they would only be using each other. It wasn't good for you. Because of this, it was easier for unbreakable friendships to appear in the ruthless world of cultivation. This was a very strange phenomenon, but it was true in the world of cultivation. Those who were absolutely ruthless were all dead. Because they were too ruthless, they were isolated by the ruthless world. In the world of cultivation, you need to be ruthless, but at the same time, you also need to have feelings. Just like the saying in the movies, "Don't talk about love in troubled times, love is stronger in troubled times." The world of cultivation is the same. In the world of cultivation, you don't talk about love easily, but love is stronger than wine. Xianxia and the others weren't fools. They knew the attitude of the people in the machine field towards ascenders. They knew that if cultivators like them wanted to survive in the machine field, then there was only one way to do it, and that was to stick together. Only by sticking together would they be able to survive. Zhao Hai didn't know what Xianxia and the others were thinking. In fact, when Zhao Hai made friends with Xianxia and the others, he didn't think too much about it. He just felt that Xianxia and the others had a good temperament, so he made friends with them. In fact, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that Xianxia and the others would betray him. He had the space. Even if Xianxia and the others betrayed him, he wouldn't be in any danger. Because of this, he was able to easily make friends with Xianxia and the others. Zhao Hai returned to the space and immediately went to the universal processing machine. He began to dismantle Lu Dingtian's halberd. At the same time, Zhao Hai also had a few more veins in the space. Then through the universal processing machine, Zhao Hai engraved 80 formations on the halberd. The entire process of making the halberd only took about half an hour. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't go out so quickly. When he returned to the room, he saw Laura and the others sitting and chatting. In the middle of the room, there was a big crab that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Zhao Hai stared, he immediately recognized it. Isn't this the big crab that was produced by the insect nest? How did it end up here? Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and asked, how did it end up here? Do you want to eat it? Meg nodded and said, Brother Hai, we want to taste this big crab. We've eaten a lot of crabs, but we haven't eaten one as big as this one. Do you want to try it? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right, let's try it. Right, Kai, prepare 2 more. I want to take them out and let Xianxia and the others have a taste. Kai nodded. Naturally, this wasn't a problem. In fact, the space where the insect nest was located had already started to produce crabs. At this point, there were already several hundred crabs inside the space. Not to mention too, even if there were 200 crabs, Kai could still easily take them out. Upon receiving Zhao Hai's permission, Meg immediately made her move. She cast a spell and froze the crab. Then she waved her hand to Kai and said, Kai help me take it to the kitchen. Today, we'll eat crabs. Kai nodded and waved her hand. The crab floated up and followed Meg into the kitchen. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he turned to Laura and said, how are you? Are you tired after 2 days of fighting? Laura smiled and said, what's there to be tired about? Lizzie and the others are more tired. Big Brother Hai, the weapons that the undead are using are too low level. Do you think we should make some new weapons for the undead? Engrave magic formations on them? This way, their fighting strength would be stronger. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, yes. Whether it's the bone armor or the golden armor, their defensive capabilities are good. However, when it comes to weapons, they're still lacking. Since they're mainly focused on defense, it's time to change the weapons of the undead. You can discuss this matter with Kai. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Laura nodded, then Barry suddenly said, Brother Hai, we found a good place in the past 2 days. Do you want to take a look at it? When Zhao Hai heard Barry, he couldn't help but stare. Then his face turned happy as he said, is that so? Where is it? Barry didn't say where it was, she just smiled faintly and waved her hand. Then the screen showed a place. When Zhao Hai saw this place, he couldn't help but stare. This place was really beautiful, it was hard to imagine how beautiful it was. The place looked like a small island, but this island was actually floating in mid-air, it was shaped like a cone. The entire island was about 1,000 li in size, but it wasn't very big. Although it was small, it still had all its vital organs. The island's environment was very strange. On one side of the island was a mountain range. This mountain wasn't very high, it was only a few hundred meters high. The mountain was divided into 5 peaks, each shaped like 5 fingers. On the top of the mountain, there was a river flowing down. The flow of the river wasn't very big, it was only about 10 meters wide. The depth of the river couldn't be seen, it wasn't very fast, it was very gentle. This river flowed down from the mountain towards a lake on the side of the island. The area of the lake wasn't very big, there was also a lack of water on the side of the island. The water in the lake flowed towards the void outside. But what was strange was that when the lake flowed into the void, it didn't take long before it disappeared, as if it had vanished into thin air. There were all kinds of trees growing on the mountain, but these trees weren't very long, the tallest one was only about 20 meters. The entire mountain was lush and verdant, it was very beautiful. At the foot of the mountain was a small plain. The plain was covered with green grass, there were also all kinds of small flowers growing on it. It looked like a fairyland. But what was strange was that there weren't any animals on the island. To be exact, aside from the plants, there weren't any other living things on the island. Moreover, the sky of the island wasn't blue, it was a bright yellow. It wasn't particularly bright, but it wasn't particularly dark either. There were also several clouds floating in the sky, it was very beautiful. Zhao Hai took a liking to this place, his eyes shined as he said, "What is this place? How beautiful is it? Is it safe?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "You guessed it, it's an absolutely safe place." Zhao Hai stared, then he saw the sly smiles on Laura and the others' faces. He immediately thought of a conclusion and said, "Is it in the endless desert?" Laura and the others laughed. Laura smiled and said, "I said that Brother Hai would be able to guess it, but you didn't believe me. Now do you believe me?" "That's right, Brother Hai. This place really is in the endless desert. Moreover, it's in the center of the endless desert." Zhao Hai looked at the floating island on the screen and muttered, "The universe is so big and full of wonders. To think that such a place exists. This place is so beautiful. It's perfect for a base." Laura smiled and said, "I also think so. This place is just right for our base." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is the place. Let's go and take a look." Then he waved his hand as the group appeared on the island. Upon arriving on the island, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. The spiritual qi on the island was very abundant. Although it was worse than the space, it was still better than the machine field. It wasn't even inferior to the cultivation realm cities. Because of the rich spiritual qi, the air was naturally good. On the island, there was a gentle breeze. It was indescribably comfortable. If an average person were to come here, they would certainly be attracted by the beautiful scenery. But in the eyes of Zhao Hai and the others, the scenery here was just ordinary. Zhao Hai looked around. He knew that it was impossible for there to be any ores here. The yellow color in the sky wasn't an ordinary yellow, it was the light of the eternal sands of the endless desert. He didn't think that there would be an island like this in the deepest part of the endless desert. Just like what Laura and the others said, this was the safest place. The endless desert had existed since ancient times. Even the cultivation realm's experts didn't dare to enter. If this place wasn't safe, then there wouldn't be a safe place in the world of cultivation. Zhao Hai believed that if this place was discovered by the cultivation realm's experts, they would immediately occupy it. This was because this place was absolutely safe and secretive. It was the best place for seclusion. Cultivation realm's experts would go into seclusion from time to time. It might be for cultivation, or it might be to comprehend cultivation methods. In short, seclusion was the most common thing for experts in the cultivation realm. However, seclusion must be done in a safe place. It's best if the person closest to you doesn't know about it. This was because in the cultivation realm, there were a lot of experts who were ambushed and killed during their seclusion. Because of this, Zhao Hai was sure that this place hadn't been discovered by anyone before. This was because there were no traces of people here, it was a completely natural environment. However, this place seemed to be missing something. How to say it, it was missing a trace of vitality. Although there were plants everywhere, there weren't any animals. This made the place less lively. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He turned to Laura and the others and said, "You've worked hard these past few days. I didn't think that you would find such a place. But now, I have a task for you. Build a small castle here with all the facilities. How about it?" Laura smiled and said, "No problem. Leave it to us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Besides rebuilding this place, we're also looking for a base. Don't put your eggs in one basket. If something happens to the machine field, then we need to find a place where the Ashley family can move to." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Laura and the others turned their heads to look at Margaret, then they nodded and said, "Don't worry, this matter is related to Margaret's younger sister. We'll be sure to take care of it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, alright, let's go out. The scenery here isn't as good as the spaces. There's no point in staying here. Right, if you have time, you can raise some fish here. As for other small animals, this place lacks vitality. Laura smiled and said, don't worry, leave it to us. Let's go back. Sister Meg should be done with the crab by now. Let's go and have a taste of it. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then waved his hand as the group returned to the space. Once inside the space, the group let out a long breath. This was especially true for Laura and the others. They were already used to staying inside the space. Now that they were out of it, they felt very uncomfortable. Just as the group returned to the space, Meg came out of the kitchen and said, young master, let's eat. Zhao Hai and the others nodded and then followed Meg to the dining room. When they arrived at the dining room, Laura and the others couldn't help but exclaim. There was nothing on the dining table except for a steamed red crab. This big crab almost occupied the entire table, giving it a visual impact. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and laughed, alright, let's try it. I can't help but drool. Then with a wave of his hand, liquid silver appeared in his hand. Then he cut the crab and took out the meat before placing it on a plate. Laura and the others cheered as they picked up their knives and forks to eat. Zhao Hai also forked a piece of crab meat and put it in his mouth. The fresh taste immediately passed through his taste buds and spread throughout his body. This taste made the hairs on his body open up. It was too delicious. Looking at the crab shell on the table, Zhao sighed. This taste is really delicious. After this competition, I think we should open a store to buy these big crabs. I guarantee that we will make a lot of money. Zhao nodded and said, this crab is really delicious. Once the competition is over, I think we should open a store to buy these big crabs. Laura's eyes shone as she said, alright. But Brother Hai, you need to get us a legal identity first. Then you can let us manage the store. Zhao Hai laughed and said, alright, after this competition, I'll certainly get you a legal identity. Don't worry. Zhao Hai also knew that Laura and the others had stayed inside the space for too long. It was time for them to go out and play. The group rested in the living room for a while before going to sleep. Zhao couldn't go out so early, so he could have a good sleep in the space. After Zhao Hai woke up, he calculated that the time was almost up. Then Zhao Hai took Lu Dingtian's long spear and appeared inside the space. Xiongli and the others were still cultivating. They didn't participate in the last battle, so they didn't need to rest. Instead, they used this time to cultivate. When Zhao Hai came out, they immediately opened their eyes. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he handed the long spear to Lu Dingtian and said, second brother, try this long spear and see if it fits. Lu Dingtian nodded, then he took the halberd and weighed it in his hand. Then his figure moved and appeared in the nest. After arriving, Lu Dingtian immediately brandished the halberd. The halberd seemed to be alive in his hand, it was so smooth that even the wind and rain couldn't penetrate it. Most importantly, the halberd in Lu Dingtian's hand was exuding a strong murderous aura. The halberd's dance was like an army of thousands of men and horses tearing each other apart, it was quite amazing. Xiongli looked at Lu Dingtian brandishing the long spear, he nodded and said, with this long spear, Elder Lu Dingtian is like a tiger that has grown wings. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to deal with him. His long spear's moves aren't very complicated, but it has a simple temperament. No wonder it has the name Army Destroyer, one person can really block 1,000 soldiers. Dongfang Yu nodded and said, that's right. A weapon like the dagger is really rare. To be able to use the dagger to such an extent as second brother is even rarer. Second brother is really a genius. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. After Lu Dingtian was familiar with the long spear, he stopped and flew towards Zhao Hai and said, little Zhao Hai, thank you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he patted Lu Dingtian's shoulder and said, you and I are brothers, there's no need to be so polite. Come, let's collect the things from these insects. We'll eat something before we go out. The group wasn't polite as they collected the things from the insects. Then they returned to the wormhole where they rested. After arriving at the wormhole, Zhao Hai took out the big crab and gave it to the group. Then they flew towards the wormhole. Zhao Hai calmly flew forward. They weren't in a hurry. In any case, they just entered the wormhole 2 days ago. There were still a few days left. Moreover, Zhao Hai already found his target, so he wasn't in a hurry. While flying forward, Li Kuangren pouted. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I want to eat crabs next time. You have to get me 2 of them." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Alright, I'll get you 2 until you have enough. I've already thought about it. After this competition, we'll go out and find a place to raise crabs. What do you think?" Xiongli laughed and said, "You won't. After we go out, the first thing we need to do is to find a base. That's the most important thing." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't speak. He couldn't tell Xiongli and the others that he had found a base. If he did, he would be met with a lot of questions. Zhao Hai didn't want that to happen. Zhao Hai led Xiongli and the others as they slowly flew forward, drilling through the wormhole. Before long, Xiongli and the others were already dizzy. They couldn't differentiate between north, south, east, and west. All they could do was to follow Zhao Hai. As for where Zhao Hai would take them, only Zhao Hai would know. They were too lazy to ask. Xiongli and the others didn't know. In fact, Zhao Hai wasn't too far away from the group of cultivators he was going to deal with. However, they had to pass through several insect nests. Zhao Hai didn't want to waste time on these insects. Therefore, he took a lot of detours. Although it was a bit far, it was still very safe. Moreover, they wouldn't alarm the cultivators because of the insects. Zhao Hai didn't know which sect the group of cultivators he was going to deal with were. There were a total of 5 people in the group. These 5 people all wore unique clothes. If one wasn't a cultivator, then one wouldn't be able to recognize which sect they were from. The reason why Zhao Hai chose this group of 5 was because their cultivation methods were suitable for him. Among these 5 people, 1 or 2 of them used earth elemental cultivation methods, 1 used wood elemental cultivation methods, and the other 2 used metal elemental cultivation methods. The earth elemental cultivation methods were mainly used for defense, the metal elemental cultivation methods were used for offense, and the wood elemental cultivation methods were mainly used for healing and restoring the other's strength. This didn't mean that those who practiced earth cultivation methods wouldn't be able to attack, and those who practiced metal cultivation methods wouldn't be able to defend. In the cultivation world, no matter what kind of cultivation method it was, its attack power was very strong. It was only because of the attribute that there was both attack and defense. The combination of these 5 people could be said to be very good. They were able to attack, defend, and heal. However, this was also the reason why Zhao Hai chose them. This was because these 5 people used cultivation methods that Zhao Hai didn't have. Zhao Hai and the others currently had 2 cultivation methods in their hands. One was Dongfang Yu's fire dragon burning the sky art. The other was the water cultivation method obtained from Li Chuchen. Zhao Hai didn't know what this cultivation method was. He didn't have time to care about Li Chuchen's cultivation method. However, through the battle with Li Chuchen, Zhao Hai already knew that Li Chuchen was using a high-level water cultivation method. However, they didn't need a water cultivation method, so Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to look at it. Xiongli and Li Kuangren were both earth attribute cultivators. It was most suitable for them to practice earth attribute cultivation methods. Lu Dingtian was a metal attribute cultivator, so Zhao Hai needed to find a metal attribute cultivation method for him to practice. As for the earth attribute cultivation method, Zhao Hai and the others didn't need it. However, Zhao Hai still wanted to snatch it. Zhao Hai discovered that his star disgrace 10,000 transformations Yin-Yang secret art was an incomparably powerful cultivation method. However, this cultivation method only had the star disgrace body tempering fist, which was too simple. Zhao Hai also wanted to use flying swords. However, using flying swords required some very clever flying sword techniques. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to collect all 5 cultivation methods of the 5 elements. He wanted to see what kind of flying sword techniques these 5 cultivation methods had. This way, he would be able to find the most suitable flying sword technique for himself. Zhao Hai was a full attribute cultivator. Therefore, he had this idea. He wanted to collect the strengths of various cultivation methods in order to create a suitable sword technique for himself. For others, this might be a very difficult matter. However, for Zhao Hai, this wasn't a difficult matter. This was because Zhao Hai had the universal analyzer. As long as he put all the 5 elements sword techniques into the universal analyzer, Zhao Hai believed that he would be able to obtain the sword technique he wanted. After all, the universal analyzer had been upgraded to the advanced level. For him, this matter was too simple. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai targeted these 5 people. This was because as long as he killed these 5 people, he would be able to obtain their cultivation methods and sword techniques. This would be beneficial for him, Xianxia, and the others. Although there were other people in the wormhole, these people were very far away from Zhao Hai's group. If Zhao Hai wanted to deal with them, he would need to travel a lot further. Most importantly, these 5 people were a perfect match for Zhao Hai's 5 elements cultivation methods. If he wanted to deal with them separately, then Zhao Hai would need a lot of time. And he was afraid that he wouldn't have that much time. This wasn't because Zhao Hai couldn't find people with other cultivation methods before the elimination round. Instead, it was because when Laura and the others were monitoring Zerg, they discovered that Zerg was about to launch a large-scale insect tide. If Zerg were to launch a large-scale insect tide, then Zhao Hai and the others would certainly be affected. Because of this, Zhao Hai chose these 5 people as his targets. These 5 people were from the cultivation realm. Moreover, their strength wasn't low. With the 5 of them working together, it wouldn't be easy for Zhao Hai to deal with them. One must know that cultivators have a lot of methods. The reason why Zhao Hai was able to deal with Li Chuchen last time was because Li Chuchen didn't put him in his eyes. Then he was frightened by Zhao Hai's methods. At most, Li Chuchen could only use 80% of his strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy for Zhao Hai to deal with Li Chuchen. Although the 5 people that Zhao Hai wanted to deal with didn't seem to be from the same sect, their cooperation with each other was very tacit. Zhao Hai saw how these 5 people dealt with Zerg and how they dealt with several thousand Zerg. Because of this, it wouldn't be easy for Zhao Hai to deal with these 5 people. Although Xianxia and the others were quite strong, they were still lacking compared to these 5 people. Only Dongfang Yu could fight against one of the 5. However, he could only hold one of them back. It was impossible for him to be of any help. In the end, Dongfang Yu could only rely on himself. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of these people. What he was afraid of was that if he was dragged on for too long, it would alert the other cultivators. If the other cultivators saw him fighting with these people, then they might make a move. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of these people. If it was any other place and Zhao Hai had a conflict with the cultivators, then the other cultivators wouldn't make a move even if they saw it. Cultivators were very selfish. They didn't care about the life and death of those who had nothing to do with them. But right now, they were in the knockout stage. The 6 realms newcomer competition of the cultivation realm would dominate the top 100. If they found out that Zhao Hai was dealing with the cultivators, then they might make a move to eliminate Zhao Hai, their biggest enemy. Although Zhao Hai had the strength to protect himself, he wasn't sure that he could make those people stay. If those people were to leave, then Zhao Hai might attract the endless pursuit of the great sects of the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai was even more afraid of attracting the attention of the cultivators. If those people didn't make a move, then they would just turn around and run. If that happens, then his strength would be completely exposed. When the time comes for the ranking competition, then it would bring him a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai flew forward while chatting and laughing with Xianxia and the others. But in his mind, Laura's report about the 5 people was transmitted from time to time. The 5 people were currently fighting with a group of insects. The number of insects in the group wasn't very large, only about 1,000. However, this group of insects wasn't like the 8-horned insects that Zhao Hai's group encountered. Instead, it was the kind of insects that Zhao Hai's group encountered in the beginning. They looked like giant flying mantises. These flying insects were very powerful, and they were also very agile. Therefore, the 5 people couldn't do anything to these insects for a while. Zhao Hai was slowly approaching the battle between the 5 people and the insects. At the same time, he carefully avoided the nests of other insects. Along the way, he didn't get blocked by any insects. After flying for about 8 hours, Zhao Hai finally approached the battle between the cultivators and the insects. During this time, they also rested twice. Although Zhao Hai didn't feel anything, Xianxia and the others couldn't bear it. Zhao Hai rested twice and ate some food before approaching the battlefield. When he was about to reach the battlefield, Zhao Hai stopped. Seeing Zhao Hai stop, Xianxia and the others also stopped. They looked at Zhao Hai. Xianxia said, "Little Hai, what's wrong? Are we about to arrive?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Our target isn't far from here. But they're currently fighting with the insects. Let's wait for a while." Xianxia and the others nodded. They didn't ask how Zhao Hai knew what was going on in front of him. This was because there was no need for that. They believed in Zhao Hai. The group landed in a clean wormhole. Zhao Hai took out some food and ate it. Zhao Hai also paid attention to the situation of the cultivators. These cultivators were very strong. Among them, there were two people who used earth attribute cultivation methods. One of them was using a large shield. This shield looked very big, about 10 meters tall. However, under his command, this heavy shield became as light as a feather. He stood on the left side of the 5 people, causing the Zerg's attacks to be ineffective. The other person's weapon was very special. It was a small bell-like artifact. This artifact could be big or small. When it's big, it was 5 meters tall. When it's small, it looked like a small bell. Besides its defensive ability, this artifact also had a very strong sound wave attack. With this artifact standing on the right side of the 5 people, not only were the insects unable to attack, they also caused a lot of casualties. As for the 2 people who used metal attribute cultivation methods, they were attacking Zerg from the front and the back. One of them was using a large scissor-like weapon. When this weapon was opened, one would discover that it was a pair of crocodile scissors. The scissors blades weren't straight, instead, they looked like the teeth of a crocodile. These scissors had a lot of lethality. As long as an insect was hit by this pair of scissors, no one would be able to survive. The other person's weapon was very ordinary. It was a golden sword. However, this sword was different from ordinary swords. This sword didn't have a hilt, it was just a blade with 2 sharp points on each side. At first glance, one could see that this was a very powerful weapon. The person who used wood attribute cultivation methods was standing in the middle of the group. His weapon was also very special. It was a green leaf. It was unknown what it was made of, but it didn't have any sharp edges. At this time, it looked like a huge green carpet that was being stepped on by the group. The surface of the leaf was emitting a green light. This light was also being absorbed by the people on the leaf. It seems like this leaf was used to speed up the recovery of spiritual qi. Under the cooperation of the 5 people, the number of insects was getting smaller and smaller. At the beginning, there were more than 1,000 insects, but now, there were less than 200 left. These flying insects were different from 8-legged insects. 8-legged insects were different. 8-legged insects wouldn't retreat even if you kill all of them. However, these flying insects were different. Their intelligence was much higher compared to the 8-legged insects. After suffering such a big loss, the insects wanted to retreat. But at this time, they couldn't retreat even if they wanted to. The insects wanted to retreat, but the 5 people didn't let them. Just as the insects were about to retreat, the 5 people separated and surrounded the insects. Then the 5 people used their artifacts to attack the insects. The Earth-type cultivator who used the shield also changed his weapon. Unexpectedly, it was a weapon that looked like an official seal. Below the weapon was a square seal, and above the weapon was an engraving of a dragon turtle. The attack of the seal was very simple, it was just an unreasonable charge forward. It was like a collapsing mountain. Any Zerg that came in contact with the seal would have their bones broken and their tendons snapped, turning into a pile of meat paste. The remaining 200 Zerg weren't enough for them to kill. Before long, they were all killed. The group put away their weapons. The cultivator who used the bell said to the cultivator who used the seal, "Dong Tu Tian, didn't I tell you not to make a move? Look, so many insects have been crushed by you. We want to collect some useful things, but we can't. This will affect our performance." Dong Tu Tian coldly snorted and said, "You didn't let me make a move these past few days, only letting me defend. I'm about to suffocate to death. In any case, there are only a few insects, so it doesn't matter. Don't worry, Situnan, don't blame me. Your bell also killed a lot of insects. Situnan didn't say anything. At this time, the wood cultivator said, "All right, everyone stop fighting. Let's clean up the battlefield. We have to leave this place. The smell here will attract a large number of insects. We need to find a place to recover. We can't keep fighting like this." Clap. Clap. Clap, a burst of applause was heard. Situnan and the others' expressions changed. Although cultivators were more durable than the machine field's warriors and mages, they had just fought against the insects. Their strength was less than 60% of their original strength. If an enemy were to come at this time, then it wouldn't be good for them. But the other party suddenly made a sound at this time. Moreover, it was this kind of applause. It was clear that they didn't have good intentions. The group looked towards the source of the sound and couldn't help but stare. Several people wearing mage robes and warrior robes came out of a wormhole. The person in the lead was wearing a black mage robe and was gently clapping. What surprised Situnan and the others was their clothing. In the world of Cultivation's 6 realms, only the people from the machine field wore mage robes and warrior robes. The mages and warriors of the machine field were the weakest in the 6 realms. In the first round of the competition, the people from the machine field couldn't wait to avoid them. So why would they suddenly come out? Zhao Hai looked at Situnan and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "You're worthy of being called geniuses of the cultivation realm. Your fighting strength is really admirable. To be honest, I don't have the heart to kill you. Unfortunately, there's no other way. Your cultivation methods are exactly what I need. So even if I don't have the heart, I can only kill you." Situnan and the others looked at each other and then laughed. Situnan held his stomach with one hand and pointed at Zhao Hai with the other as he said, "Kid, are you awake? You want to kill us? You want to kill us with just a few people from the machine field? Ha ha ha. Heavens, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard." Zhao Hai and the others didn't care at all, they just smiled and looked at them. People were like this. When you laugh at others, if the other party gets angry, you will be more excited. If the other party scolds you, you will immediately scold them back. But when the other party is indifferent, you will feel uncomfortable. Situnan and the others were just like this. After laughing for a while, they saw that Zhao Hai and the others didn't respond. They couldn't help but feel bored and stopped. Situnan looked at Zhao Hai and said with a cold expression, "Kid, since you guys didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and made me laugh, as long as you leave the insects behind, we'll let you go. Otherwise, die." After he finished speaking, a wave of qi rose from his body and headed straight for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled as a wave of qi rose from his body and blocked Situnan's qi. Seeing this, the expressions of the people around Situnan couldn't help but change. They discovered that the other party dared to look for trouble with them. It seems like they had some reservations. The group immediately became careful. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You guys aren't strong, but your tone isn't small. You actually want to take this Zhao Hai's life. I wonder who's going to take whose life." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as 100 overlapping formations appeared in front of him. Then the formations exploded as a fire dragon came out of the formation and rushed towards Situnan. Situnan felt the extraordinary aura of the fire dragon. His expression changed slightly, but then he immediately sneered. He didn't believe that a mage from the machine field could break through his defenses. He waved his hand as the time bell appeared in front of him. The fire dragon slammed into the time bell with a loud bang. The time bell trembled twice, but it managed to block the fire dragon's attack. However, the fire dragon's attack wasn't over. The fire dragon seemed to be alive as it coiled around the time bell. Then the flames on its body began to burn. Others didn't know how powerful it was, but Situnan was very clear about it. He could clearly feel the attacks coming from the fire dragon's body. The attacks were like waves that were rushing towards the bell. At this point, the bell was already trembling. If the fire dragon didn't do anything for a long time, then the bell might be destroyed by the fire dragon. Situnan's expression changed as he formed a seal with his hand and chanted a few words. Then he shouted, 9 time bell laws, shake. Along with the completion of his incantation, the time bell swelled and became bigger than before. Then the bell shook as a buzzing sound was heard. The fire dragon was no longer under Zhao Hai's control as it separated from the bell. The flames on its body also shrunk a lot. Zhao Hai's eyes shone, then he laughed and said, good time bell. Let's see if you can take my move. After saying so, Shifeng waved his hand, and a 100-layered magic array appeared in his hand. Then, the magic array transformed into a huge metal sledgehammer, which he then swung towards the bell. The sledgehammer was more than 10 meters in diameter and was octagonal in shape. Although it was only a magic spell, the sledgehammer contained the power to change the world. In addition to the sledgehammer, the fire dragon also rushed towards Situnan. Although it was a bit weaker than when it was first released, its momentum still couldn't be underestimated. Situnan's expression changed. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's control of magic would be so strong. He could actually use 200 overlapping formations at the same time. Situnan immediately poured the remaining magic power in his body into the time bell. The time bell shined brightly and its power became even more extraordinary. Zhao Hai didn't care too much as he continued to control the fire dragon and sledgehammer to attack Situnan. However, he was also paying attention to the movements of the other cultivators. This was a battle between living creatures, not an arena. These people wouldn't just leave Situnan in danger. Sure enough, as Zhao Hai thought, the other cultivators' expressions changed when they saw the power of Zhao Hai's attack. Dong Tutian's hand moved as the dragon turtle seal in his hand flew out. In an instant, it became as big as a mountain as it pressed down on Zhao Hai's sledgehammer. Zhao Hai coldly shouted as the sledgehammer changed direction. The sledgehammer that was originally smashing downwards was suddenly lifted up towards the dragon turtle seal. With a bang, the dragon turtle seal was shaken and thrown upwards. At the same time, Zhao Hai's sledgehammer also disappeared in the air. Dong Tutian spent a lot of effort to control the dragon turtle seal that was shaken away. He immediately turned to the other cultivators and said, "He's a tough one. Shoulder him together." The other cultivators immediately took out their artifacts and attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he went to meet the other cultivators. At the same time, the magic staff appeared in his hand. He waved the magic staff as 500 overlapping spells attacked the 5 cultivators. The 5 cultivators didn't dare to underestimate Zhao Hai. They used their artifacts to attack Zhao Hai's magic. At this moment, the magic staff in Zhao Hai's hand suddenly turned into a giant sword. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved as he appeared beside Situnan and thrust his sword towards Situnan. When Situnan saw Zhao Hai appear beside him, his expression couldn't help but change. He moved his hand as a small shield appeared in front of him, blocking Zhao Hai's sword. At the same time, he retreated. Then with a flip of his hand, several talismans appeared. He didn't care what kind of talismans they were as he threw them towards Zhao Hai. A soft sound was heard as the small shield that Situnan released was pierced by Zhao Hai. The small shield was broken in an instant. But at this time, the talismans turned into a rain of ice and fire as they attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai swung his hand and the broken small shield that was still hanging on his sword was thrown out. Then Zhao Hai waved his sword as a sword light flashed. As long as the ice and fire hit the sword light, they were all broken. At this time, the other cultivators also noticed the danger that Situnan was in. They roared as they used their artifacts to fight against Zhao Hai's magic. At the same time, they took out another artifact and attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coldly snorted as he waved his sword. 500 layers of magic were released as they attacked the 5 cultivators. At the same time, the sword in his hand released several sword chi towards Situnan. Speaking of which, it had only been a blink of an eye since the other cultivators joined the battle. The two sides had already exchanged a few moves. Zhao Hai, who was fighting 1 against 5, had the upper hand. Not only did he break Situnan's defensive magic shield, he also forced Situnan into a difficult situation. The cultivators' expressions changed. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. The wood cultivator loudly said, "Retreat, get into formation." Then his figure moved and retreated. The other cultivators also retreated. Then they stood together and used the same method they used to deal with Zerg. At the same time, they took out their best artifacts. Situnan was still using the fixed-tone bell. This time, Dong Tu Tian wasn't using the shield, but the dragon turtle seal. The other three were still using the same artifacts that they had used to deal with the insect race. However, each of them had a different artifact in their hands, and a talisman in their other hands. The Five Elements formation was Situnan's last resort. The Five Elements formation didn't need cultivators of the five elements to be able to set it up. In fact, it only needed 5 people to set it up. The only difference was that the power of each formation was different. Setting up the Five Elements formation would allow Situnan and the others to display their strength to the fullest. The more tacit the 5 of them worked together, the more powerful their strength would be. Before, when they were dealing with the flying insects, each of them only used one artifact. They didn't take out a second artifact or talisman. But now, facing Zhao Hai, they took out their second artifact and talisman. Obviously, they had already regarded Zhao Hai as their greatest enemy. When Zhao Hai saw their appearance, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good, very good. Now that you've gathered together, you'll be easier to deal with. Take this." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a 1,000-layered formation appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the formation to explode. Suddenly, a huge spatial rift appeared above the 5 people. Then a large meteorite fell from the rift and smashed towards the 5 people. When the wood-attributed cultivator saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. He manipulated the leaves under his feet to quickly retreat. However, he didn't expect that the spatial rift would also retreat. Meteorites continued to fall from the sky. It was as if the meteorites were able to smash through the earth. It was really amazing. Situnan and Dong Tu Tian saw this situation. So, they immediately shouted and rushed forward to greet the incoming attack. The ding-tone bell instantly became bigger. It looked like a huge golden bell had covered the entire group. It was like a huge golden bell had covered the entire group. On the other hand, Dong Tutian's dragon turtle seal grew to the size of a small mountain and went straight towards the meteorites. The other cultivators weren't idle either. They knew that all of this was controlled by Zhao Hai. Therefore, the 2 metal-attributed cultivators moved their hands as they attacked Zhao Hai with a pair of scissors and a sword. When Zhao Hai saw the other party's attack, he laughed and swung his sword forward. The sword in his hand turned into a long whip. Then the long whip coiled around the scissors. At the same time, the scissors were wrapped around by the whip. Then the scissors collided with the double-pointed flying sword. Zhao Hai's approach made the 2 metal-type cultivators stare. One must know that Zhao Hai was facing 2 artifacts, not hidden weapons. Once a hidden weapon was thrown, it would no longer be under the control of its owner. As long as Zhao Hai exerted some force on the whip, he could change the direction of the hidden weapon. After the artifact flew out, it would still be under the control of its owner. The owner could then inject his or her own magic power into the artifact. This was no different from the cultivator holding the artifact. But now, Zhao Hai actually wanted to use this method to deal with the artifacts? Wasn't he too arrogant? The 2 cultivators stared for a moment, then they immediately tried their best to control their artifacts. However, they didn't think that Zhao Hai was only using it as a distraction. Zhao Hai also knew that the artifacts were in the hands of the 2 cultivators. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that he would use the same method to deal with hidden weapons to deal with artifacts. Sure enough, when he did this, the 2 cultivators couldn't bear it anymore. The cultivator with the scissors made the scissors expand in an instant, wanting to break free from Zhao Hai's whip. The one with the double-pointed sword also sped up the sword and went straight towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai laughed, then he suddenly released the whip in his hand. Then he swung the whip down, turning it into a sledgehammer. The sledgehammer smashed the double-pointed sword. Clang! A dang sound was heard as Zhao Hai's hammer hit the double-edged sword. The metal element cultivator's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he suffered a serious injury. Zhao Hai's hammer was very fast as it hit the double-edged sword. The metal element cultivator's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he couldn't be blamed for this. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's real target was him. Zhao Hai turned the sword into a whip and wrapped it around the scissors. Then he dragged the scissors towards the double-pointed sword. This gave the 2 metal-type cultivators an illusion. They thought that Zhao Hai wanted to use the scissors to hit the double-pointed sword. The scissors naturally stopped flying and wanted to break free from the whip. However, they forgot that Zhao Hai's weapons could change shape. Zhao Hai used the whip to pull the scissors towards the double-pointed sword. When the scissors stopped, Zhao Hai immediately turned the whip into a sledgehammer. The direction of the hammer didn't change, but the strength of the hammer increased. Therefore, he was able to hit the double-pointed sword in an instant. The cultivator with the double-pointed sword wasn't prepared. This time, Zhao Hai's attack was ruthless. The man was immediately injured and even lost control of the double-pointed sword. Zhao Hai reached out and grabbed the double-pointed sword. Then he directly received it into the space. At this time, the scissors user discovered that he had been tricked. His face turned black as he pointed the scissors towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai laughed loudly. The sledgehammer in his hand instantly turned into a pair of crutches. With a clang, he grabbed the scissors' jaws. Then he fiercely kicked the black wheel. The speed of the wheel was very fast. As it flew forward, it issued a ghostly sound. This was the ghost wheel that Li Chuchen used before. This wheel wasn't aimed at the scissors user. Instead, it was aimed at the injured metal element cultivator. The metal element cultivator discovered the power of the ghost wheel. He stretched out his hand and summoned his magic artifact. This magic artifact wasn't an offensive magic artifact like the double-pointed sword. Instead, it was a bowl-shaped magic artifact. When this magic artifact appeared in front of the metal element cultivator, it immediately grew bigger and went straight towards the ghost wheel. At this time, the scissors user also discovered the situation. He lightly shouted as he pulled back the scissors. The talismans in his hand were scattered all over the place. Then he waved his hand as the scissors attacked again. In an instant, they exchanged a few moves. The two metal element cultivators and the metal element cultivator were also relaxed. This time, Zhao Hai released 1,000 stacked spell. It was an improved version of the falling spell. How could it be easy to deal with? The entire spell would cause hundreds of huge meteorites to fall down. The three metal element cultivators didn't even have enough time to deal with the falling spell, so how could they have the time to deal with the metal element cultivators? In an instant, Zhao Hai's ghost wheel collided with the metal element cultivator's bowl. The sound of the collision wasn't loud. On the contrary, compared to the previous collisions, the sound this time was much quieter. While the two metal element cultivators were stunned, the ghost wheel shattered. The two were startled, they didn't know why the ghost wheel was so weak. They had seen the ghost wheel before. Li Chuchen had used it once, so they were very clear about the power of this artifact. When they saw Zhao Hai take out the ghost wheel, they thought about Li Chuchen's disappearance. They guessed that Li Chuchen's fate was grim. Because of this, the two were even more careful. They didn't dare to underestimate the ghost wheel. But what they didn't expect was that the ghost chakram they were facing wasn't Li Chuchen's ghost chakram. This ghost chakram was actually a ghost chakram separated from Zhao's liquid silver staff. Because of this, when the ghost wheel hit the bowl, it shattered. However, it didn't really shatter. Instead, it turned into several small golden wheels that attacked the metal element cultivators. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the cultivator with the double-pointed sword. He never thought that the ghost chakram would have a second attack. Coupled with the fact that he was seriously injured, he was unable to react in time. The two ghost chakrams shot into his body, and he breathed his last. The two ghost wheels that shot into the metal element cultivator's body were very special. One hit his heart while the other hit his throat. The other ghost wheels shot towards a cultivator with a pair of scissors. When the cultivator saw these small wheels, he was shocked. He immediately took out the magic tool in his hand. This time, the magic tool he took out was very ordinary. It was a small shield. The small shield instantly grew bigger and blocked the cultivator behind it. However, when the small ghost wheels hit the shield, they split into even smaller ghost wheels. This time, the metal element cultivator couldn't block them and died after being hit by 5 ghost wheels. The remaining ghost wheels then attacked the 3 metal element cultivators. Although the 3 metal element cultivators were dealing with Zhao Hai's magic, they were also paying attention to the situation of the 3 metal element cultivators. The reason they didn't help the 2 metal element cultivators was because they didn't think that the 2 would lose so quickly. Now that the 2 of them were dead, the ghost Chakravarti attacked them. The three of them were shocked, but fortunately, they were still protected by Situnan's sound-stopping bell. When the two metal element cultivators were fighting Zhao Hai, they didn't notice that they had been lured away from the bell by Zhao Hai. Because of this, they were easily killed by Zhao Hai's ghost wheels. Under the attention of Situnan and the others, the ghost wheels hit the bell's shield and made a clanging sound. Then the ghost wheels split into smaller wheels and hit the shield again. The metal element cultivators discovered that the ghost wheels this time were even bigger than before. This made things difficult for Situnan and the others. On one hand, they had to pay attention to the meteors above them. On the other hand, they had to guard against the smaller but stronger ghost chakras. For a moment, they were all flustered. At this time, the metal element cultivator said, Dong Tutian, deal with the meteors. Situnan, will deal with the smaller ghost wheels. Put away the bell. The two nodded. Then Situnan put away the bell. Although the bell's defensive capabilities were very strong, it was too big of a target. Moreover, it consumed a lot of energy. They had just fought with the insects and had been using the bell for a long time. Situnan couldn't hold on much longer. Because the metal element cultivator saw this, he had Situnan put away the bell. After the bell was put away, the group immediately took out pills and swallowed them. These pills were used by cultivators to recover their strength. The speed of recovery was much faster than the potions of the machine field. The pills that they used were all high quality. If it weren't for the tournament, they wouldn't have been able to get their hands on these pills. Originally, they wanted to save these pills for the tournament. Because of this, they weren't willing to eat them. But now, they had no choice but to eat them. Just as the three of them ate the pills, the two dead metal cultivators suddenly stood up. The two metal cultivators then attacked the three of them with their magic tools. Situnan and Dong Tutian didn't understand what was going on before they were killed on the spot. The metal element cultivator reacted quickly. Just as the two metal element cultivators stood up, the leaf-shaped magic artifact under his feet flew up and blocked in front of him. This blocked the metal element cultivator's golden bowl, allowing him to escape. At this time, the meteor in the sky had disappeared. Situnan and the others were also dead. Only the metal element cultivator was still alive. But because he blocked the golden bowl's attack, he was injured. His face was pale. Now, the leaf-shaped magic artifact acted as a shield in front of him. The metal element cultivator looked at Zhao Hai with hatred in his eyes. Zhao Hai looked at the metal element cultivator and smiled faintly as he said, "Your reaction is good. I wasn't wrong. You're the strongest among the group. But you won't be able to escape death today." The metal element cultivator sneered and said, "A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. You can't understand the methods of the cultivation realm. Today, I'll let you experience the power of the cultivation realm." Then the metal element cultivator flipped his hand and took out a piece of jade. Zhao Hai looked at the jade and saw that it was covered in red runes. It was actually a jade talisman. The metal element cultivator looked at the jade talisman with a pained expression. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "You forced me to do this. You will all die." Then the metal element cultivator raised the jade talisman and loudly said, "Universe borrowing law, ancestor appears." Then the metal element cultivator crushed the jade talisman in his hand. Boom! An incomparably powerful aura spread out from the jade talisman and pressed down on Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai felt this aura, his expression couldn't help but change. He knew that this aura was very strong. Even if he went all out, he might not be able to suppress it. Along with this aura, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the wood-type cultivator. This person was wearing a Taoist robe. His hair was completely white, and his eyebrows were also completely white. However, his eyebrows were very long. 5 strands of silver beard floated in front of his chest. His hair was tied up in a bun with a dark green jade hairpin. He truly had the demeanor of a transcendent being. However, as soon as this Taoist appeared, his eyes shot towards Zhao Hai as he shouted, "Bold thief, you actually dared to injure my people. Prepare to die." Then he waved his hand as a huge golden palm pressed down on Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "A nascent soul cultivator's attack." Then Zhao Hai let out a shout as he clenched his fist and sent a punch towards the golden palm. Along with Zhao Hai's punch, a huge fist shadow flew out from his hand. The fist met the golden palm and a loud bang was heard. The entire wormhole shook a few times. Fortunately, the wormhole was very sturdy, so it only shook a few times before it stopped. Zhao Hai looked forward and saw that the wood cultivator had already been killed by the aftershock of his punch. Zhao Hai snorted, then he waved his hand and collected the corpses of the cultivators. Then he released his undead to clean up the battlefield. After cleaning up, Zhao Hai ordered the others to collect Zerg's corpses into the space. Then he left the wormhole and flew away. Not long after Zhao Hai left the wormhole, several cultivators arrived. Upon entering the wormhole, their expressions couldn't help but change. They could also feel the traces of a battle inside the wormhole. Especially the last attack between Zhao Hai and the white-browed old man. This was an attack from a nascent soul great grandmaster. There were still energy fluctuations inside the wormhole that the cultivators could feel. The cultivators clearly knew each other, but they weren't friends. One of the black-cloaked cultivators looked at the others and said, "You all noticed it, right? The energy fluctuations here seem to be left behind by a nascent soul expert." A green-cloaked cultivator next to him coldly snorted and said, "Ishui Han, don't pretend to be a fool. Even an idiot can see the situation here. There must be two people fighting here using jade nascent soul talismans. I just don't know what kind of enmity the two had for them to use jade nascent soul talismans." The black-clothed Ishui Han smiled and said, "Jiang Tianlei, you're the idiot here. Didn't you notice that besides the traces left behind by a nascent soul expert, there are also energy fluctuations here?" A white-cloaked cultivator with a sword on his back nodded and said, "Brother E is right. Besides the energy fluctuations left behind by a nascent soul expert, there are also energy fluctuations left behind by 6 people. 5 of them are cultivators of the cultivation realm. They use earth, metal, and wood attribute cultivation methods. The last person's energy fluctuation is very special. Please forgive me for not being able to see it." Jiang Tianlei was very polite to this person. When he heard this, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment before he said, "Even Sua Lianqing's 5 elements magic I can't see it. That's strange." A red-cloaked cultivator said, "I can feel a fire energy fluctuation that isn't very strong. It seems to be some kind of fire attribute magic. Its power shouldn't be small, but I can't tell what kind of magic it is." Sua Lianqing slightly knit his brows and said, "Brother Qin Zhang's fire attribute magic has reached perfection. Even you can't tell what kind of magic it is? It seems like the enemies those 5 people met weren't weak." At this moment, a person wearing a Taoist robe said with a sullen face, "Not only that, from the way these insects died, it can be seen that those 5 people from the cultivation world used the 5 elements formation. Considering their attributes, have you all forgotten about the 5 fellows from the 3 Mountains Alliance?" Sua Lianqing's expression changed as he said, "Brother Yao Guang, are you talking about the 3 Mountains' 5 young masters, Situnan, and the others? If it was them, then the 5 of them would have joined forces. Who would dare to fight 1 against 5 and provoke the 3 Mountains' 5 young masters? Moreover, from this situation here, it seems like Situnan's group didn't get the upper hand." Ishui Han coldly said, "Not only did they not get the upper hand, I think it's more ominous than auspicious. Otherwise, with Mu Danshan's mind, why would he use the jade nascent talisman? Moreover, I can feel a dense death energy here. I'm afraid that even if Mu Danshan's group isn't completely wiped out, they won't be able to survive much longer." Hearing this, the other people's expressions changed. They were very clear that Ishui Han was a ghost Dao cultivator and was very sensitive to death energy. If he said so, then he definitely wouldn't be wrong. However, this matter was too surprising. Among those who came to participate in the elimination round, how could there be someone who could fight 1 against 5 and win against the 5 elements formation formed by Mu Danshan's group? Forcing Mu Danshan to use the jade nascent talisman? Who was it that was so capable? Suddenly, Yao Guang said, "I don't know if you've heard the news. Before we came to Fabio Planet, Base 5 was attacked by Zerg. Just as the city was about to be breached, a person from the machine field suddenly broke out and blocked the attack of an adult silverback gold-winged bug. This person is also one of the contestants in the elimination round. I heard that he's the machine field's #1 newcomer, Zhao Hai. Do you think that this was done by Zhao Hai?" Upon hearing Yao Guang, Jiang Tianlei couldn't help but sneer as he said, "How can you believe that? He's just a person from the machine field. How much can he do? Didn't they say that he was able to defeat the silverback gold-winged beetle because he took a pill that stimulated his potential? I think that's most likely the case." Sua Lianqing shook his head and said, "That's not necessarily the case. I've also heard of Zhao Hai. I heard that he's the #1 genius of the machine field in the past 1,000 years. It's not surprising that he could do this. But regardless of whether it's him or not, I'm afraid that the cultivation realm will have another strong enemy in the tournament." Jiang Tianlei coldly snorted and said, "Don't let me meet him. Otherwise, I'll make him look good." Then his figure moved and disappeared into the wormhole. Ishuihan looked at Jiang Tianlei's back and coldly snorted, "Arrogant idiot, you don't even know how you died." Then his body flashed and disappeared into the wormhole. Sua Lianqing looked at the other two and said, "You too, I'll also take my leave. See you in the tournament." Then his figure moved and disappeared as well. Yao Guang and Qin Zhang also gave each other a salute before they turned around and left. The entire cave returned to its original tranquility, as if nothing had happened. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that his battle with Situnan and the others had already been speculated. It seems like he underestimated the strength of the cultivation realm's geniuses. Zhao Hai and the others were currently in a small wormhole far away from the wormhole. Zhao Hai turned Situnan and the others into undead. Naturally, he obtained the Zerg that they hunted before. Zhao Hai, Situnan, and the others released the Zerg and then divided them into several portions. Then Xiongli and the others placed a portion into their spatial equipment. Looking at the things that Situnan and the others released, Zhao Hai knew that Situnan and the others hadn't been idle these past 2 days. Inside their spatial equipment, there were a total of several thousand 8-legged worms. If they were to add the 3,000 flying worms, then their harvest wouldn't be small. But now, all of it had become Zhao Hai's. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't really care about Situnan and the others' harvest. However, he still divided it equally with Xiongli and the others. Besides these things, Zhao Hai also found a lot of pills and talismans in Situnan and the others' spatial rings. These things were also useful to Xiongli and the others. Zhao Hai wasn't polite and directly gave the pills and talismans to Xiongli and the others. In any case, he didn't need them. In Zhao Hai's opinion, talismans weren't as useful as magic. Perhaps in the entire world of cultivation, only Zhao Hai would have this idea. Talismans weren't very powerful, but they could be used instantly. Moreover, they didn't need spiritual qi. However, for Zhao Hai, these things were useless. It was just like how nascent soul experts rarely used talismans. Once they reached the nascent soul stage, even if they wanted to use talismans, they would use jade talismans instead of paper talismans. The amount of energy that paper talismans could hold was too limited. For example, the jade nascent soul talisman that Mu Danshan used, which contained an attack from a nascent soul expert, couldn't be made with talismans. The attack was too powerful, and the talisman's grade was too low. It was impossible for it to hold that much energy. After distributing the things to Xiongli and the others, Zhao Hai received Situnan and the others. Then Kai appeared in his mind and sorted out the jade slips in the 5 people's spatial equipment. The restrictions on the jade slips were broken, and then the contents of the jade slips were copied. Situnan and the others also copied everything that they knew. This way, after the competition, they could directly cultivate. After arranging these matters, Zhao Hai was finally able to take a good rest. The group sat inside the wormhole as Zhao Hai took out a few crabs from the space. Then the group ate a good meal. Zhao Hai's eyes were filled with excitement. After resting for a day, the group's condition was restored to its peak. Xiongli looked at the countless wormholes around them and said, "Zhao Hai, should we go look for the nest of the flying insects? If we can destroy the nest, then our harvest would be even greater." Xiongli nodded and said, "Zhao Hai, let's go look for the nest of the flying insects." The others looked at Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, we need to immediately return to the transmission formation and wait for it to open." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We need to wait for the transmission formation to open." Xiongli and the others thought that Zhao Hai was joking. But when they saw Zhao Hai's serious expression, they couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know why he was acting this way. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "Actually, I already know where the insect nest is. However, we can't deal with those insects right now. The elimination round as well as the incident at the 5th base has angered some of the insects. A small-scale insect tide is about to happen here. Although it's small, it's still enough to make us suffer. Therefore, we need to immediately return to the transmission formation and guard it. If the insects attack, then we'll be able to defend it. This way, we won't have to kill our way back to the transmission formation." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, let's go back to the transmission formation and guard the place." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xianxia and the others stared. Then their expressions turned serious. Xianxia nodded and said, "Alright, we'll listen to you. We'll leave immediately." Zhao Hai nodded, then he led the group to fly back. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was because Laura and the others discovered that the insects in the hole had become more and more irritable. They were afraid that the insect tide would begin soon. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to return to the transmission formation immediately. They were now very far away from the transmission formation. Zhao Hai calculated the time and estimated that the insect tide would begin before they reached the transmission formation. However, there was one thing that Zhao Hai was relieved about. The 8-legged Zerg that were near the transmission formation had already been eliminated. It would take some time for the insect tide to reach them. There were still 3 days left before the elimination round would end. Flying back to the transmission formation would take about a day. If the Zerg gave them face, then they wouldn't immediately be attacked by the Zerg once they reach the transmission formation. As long as they can defend it for a day or so, they would be able to teleport back. While thinking about this, Zhao Hai led Xianxia and the others to carefully move forward. They tried to avoid the Zerg as much as possible. At this time, the Zerg were already getting restless. If they rashly intrude into the Zerg's territory, then they would certainly be attacked by the Zerg. When that time comes, the insect tide would erupt ahead of time. Xianxia and the others looked at Zhao Hai's serious expression and knew that this matter was serious. They didn't joke around and just silently followed Zhao Hai as they flew through the maze-like wormhole. Although Xianxia and the others couldn't remember the route, they could still feel that Zhao Hai was going in circles. They could also guess why Zhao Hai was doing this. They didn't say anything and didn't ask anything. This was because they had complete trust in Zhao Hai. After flying for more than 7 hours, Zhao Hai took a break inside a wormhole. He took out some food and shared it with the others. While eating, Li Kuangren looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, how long will it take to return to the transmission formation? Why do I feel that the situation around us is getting worse and worse?" Although Li Kuangren and the others didn't know the situation around them, Li Kuangren's intuition told them that something was wrong. In fact, it wasn't just Li Kuangren, the others also felt that something was wrong. It's just that they didn't say anything. Now that Li Kuangren said this, Xianxia nodded and said, "I also feel that something is wrong. Why do I feel that the surrounding wormholes are filled with danger?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "You're right, the surrounding wormholes are filled with danger. In fact, the insect tide has already begun. We just managed to avoid most of it. As long as we fly forward for another 5 hours, we should be able to reach the transmission formation. We don't have much time left." Li Kuangren and the others didn't say anything. They believed in Zhao Hai's words. In any case, they were already lost in the wormhole. If Zhao Hai really left them here, then they might not be able to get out for the rest of their lives. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. Then his expression changed as he threw the things in his hand to the ground and stood up. "Let's go." When the group saw his appearance, they couldn't help but be startled. However, they didn't ask anything as they immediately stood up and followed Zhao Hai into a nearby wormhole. Although they didn't know what was going on, based on their many years of combat experience, they could still feel that the situation around them was different. From the wormholes, there was a faint sea sound, which made them feel creepy. Zhao Hai passed through several wormholes before he let out a long breath and said, "The insect tide has begun. We have to be careful. Otherwise, if we get entangled by those insects, it wouldn't be easy for us to kill our way back to the transmission formation." Xianxia and the others' expressions changed. Xianxia said, "Little Hai, can you use space magic to take us back to the transmission formation?" That way, we can save a lot of time. When Zhao Hai heard Xiongli, he suddenly stopped. Then he patted his head and laughed. Then he turned to Xiongli and said, "Boss Xiong, you reminded me. I really forgot about this matter." Ha ha ha. Alright, wait a moment. Xiongli nodded and said, "You're right." Zhao Hai was telling the truth this time. He really forgot about the spatial passage. Although the current situation was very critical, it wasn't too dangerous. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't want people to know about the space. Therefore, he deliberately suppressed everything related to the space. Unless it was necessary, he wouldn't use the spatial passage. Because of this, he didn't think about using the spatial passage. Now that Xiongli reminded him, Zhao Hai suddenly thought of something. Right, he can use the spatial passage. Xiongli and the others would only think that it was space magic and wouldn't suspect anything. Moreover, they wouldn't have to travel so hard. Xiongli and the others looked at Zhao Hai with a strange expression. From the time they knew Zhao Hai until now, they hadn't seen Zhao Hai make any mistakes. In their eyes, Zhao Hai was almost a perfect person, but such a person actually made such a low-level mistake. They really didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai looked at them and asked with a puzzled expression, "What's wrong? What's wrong with that?" Xiongli smiled bitterly and said, "Little Hai, you look very smart. How could you forget about your space magic? Don't you usually use it a lot?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Actually, I like the feeling of going through a wormhole. It's like going through a secret palace, it's very fun." Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He just smiled and waved his hand. In a flash of white light, they appeared in the huge wormhole where the transmission formation was located. Zhao Hai smiled and then waved his hand. In the next moment, they appeared in the wormhole where the transmission formation was located. After 3 days, the insect corpses in the wormhole began to rot. The smell was enough to make people faint. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't like the smell. He waved his hand and used wind magic to blow all the insect corpses into the small wormholes. Then he used water magic to clean the wormholes. Finally, he used fire magic to roast the cave, making the air in the cave much better. Zhao Hai also used earth magic to block the small wormholes. Only 2 wormholes were left for ventilation. This would reduce the amount of insects attacking the area. However, Zhao Hai knew that if the insects found them and attacked them, then relying on the earth walls would be useless. After dealing with this, Zhao Hai and the others sat on top of the transmission formation. This transmission formation was made using a special method, it wouldn't be easily destroyed. Moreover, people from the cultivation realm would come and inspect it from time to time. Therefore, there wouldn't be any problems in using it. Naturally, Zhao Hai also discovered that this was only the surface. In fact, the transmission formation was buried in the ground. The surface of the formation was just a decoration. It was a sign that would let people know that there was a transmission formation here. Only in this way would it not be destroyed. Otherwise, the battle that happened when they entered the wormhole would be enough to destroy the transmission formation. It wasn't until they sat on the ground that Xiongli and the others relaxed. To be honest, they were the most nervous people. This was because they knew that they were in a lot more danger compared to Zhao Hai. Actually, Xiongli and the others didn't know that even if the transmission formation was destroyed, Zhao Hai could still use the space to bring them back to the surface. Xiongli and the others thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to use the transmission formation since he didn't have the coordinates of the 5th base. However, they didn't know that Zhao Hai didn't need the transmission formation. He could take them back to the 5th base at any time. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to do this. If he did, then it would be too conspicuous. It was better to not let other people know about the space. After the group sat down, Xiongli let out a long breath and said, "I didn't expect to encounter an insect tide this time." "Zhao Hai, what do you think about the other realms?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't know about the other realms. I only know that the machine field will have 6 people in the front ranks. Although the cultivation realm is strong, I'm afraid that they will suffer a lot. Besides us, there's another reason for this. Don't underestimate the insect tide. They aren't easy to deal with." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm not sure about the other realms. The insect tide isn't easy to deal with." Li Kuangren chuckled and said, "That's even better. Those guys from the cultivation realm are annoying. It's better if more of them die. Once the competition is over, I'll practice the cultivation technique of the cultivation realm. Then I'll find those bastards and have a good competition. When the group heard Li Kuangren, they couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Hai smiled and said, this time, the cultivation realm's losses won't be small. The same goes for the other realms. But I'm afraid that only a few of them will be as miserable as the machine field. However, I'm sure that this will be the best result the cultivation realm has ever had. Xiongli and the others laughed. They knew that they might be making history in the machine field this time. This would be very good for their future development in the machine field. After all, they were preparing to go solo in the future. Although Zhao Hai was chatting with Xiongli and the others, he was still paying attention to the situation around him. He had already released silver needles in all the nearby wormholes in order to monitor the insects and see when they would come. Xiongli nodded and said, good. However, just as Zhao Hai thought, the area they were in originally had an 8-legged bug colony. Now that Zhao Hai and the others had exterminated the colony, there wouldn't be any more 8-legged bugs in the area. Therefore, they were able to rest for a while. It wasn't until the 5th day that other mantis bugs entered the area. Although it was only one mantis bug, Zhao Hai didn't take it lightly. He immediately released several undead to kill the bug. Zhao Hai knew that this praying mantis was just a scout. If it was during normal times, then the rest of the praying mantis wouldn't come here. But now that it was the time of the insect wave, not only would the other insects not come here, they would also go all out to attack. Zhao Hai looked at Xiongli and the others. Xiongli and the others were sitting on the side, adjusting their breathing so that they would be in their best condition at all times. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, brothers, get up and move around. There's work to be done. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xiongli and the others opened their eyes. Then they turned their heads to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and said, the flying bugs are coming. The group stood up. Li Kuangren moved his hands and feet, then he laughed and said, they're finally here. Damn, I thought we'd have to sit here until the end of the elimination round. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. However, his attention was still focused on the wormholes. At the same time, he used a lot of earth element magic to block the wormholes. This way, even if the bugs wanted to attack Zhao Hai's group, they would have to spend a lot of time cleaning up the wormholes. Otherwise, they could only attack Zhao Hai's group through a small wormhole. This way, Zhao Hai would be able to send someone to defend the area. Sure enough, less than an hour after the mantis bug was killed, a large number of mantis bugs began to fly towards Zhao Hai's group. These mantis bugs were flying above, while below them were a large number of 8-legged bugs. There were also other bugs that looked like beetles. There were all kinds of bugs, and all of them had strange shapes. But one thing was certain, these bugs weren't very advanced. However, there were so many of them that they were enough to give people a headache. However, these bugs immediately discovered that their path was blocked. However, these bugs didn't take a detour. Perhaps in their simple minds, there was no such thing as detour. The bugs immediately began to dig through the blocked wormholes. Zhao Hai discovered that the digging speed of these bugs was very fast. A meter-thick wall was dug out in just a blink of an eye. The speed of the bugs was very fast. Zhao Hai also knew that it was time to go all out. He waved his hand as a large number of undead appeared in the huge wormhole. This time, the undead that Zhao Hai released weren't humanoid. Most of them were beast-shaped, and they were even giant beast-shaped. Each of them was more than 10 meters long. Their eyes flashed with ghostly flames, and they had long fangs and claws. They looked very frightening. Inside these beast-shaped undead were humanoid undead. These humanoid undead were operating magic cannons. It can be said that these beast-shaped undead were tanks. Xiongli and the others stared blankly at the undead. It took a while for Xiongli to react. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, how many secrets do you have in your hands? Can't you take them all out at once? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Don't worry, you'll slowly find out. The place I came from isn't a peaceful place. I've already experienced several battles involving millions of people. If I don't arm these guys, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know how I died. Rest assured, there won't be a problem in guarding for 2 more days. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Don't worry. Xianxia and the others didn't ask any more questions. They just paid attention to the beast-shaped undead. These undead looked very tough, which made Xianxia and the others even more confident. Most importantly, in addition to the undead that crawled on the ground, there were also many that could fly. Moreover, each one of them was armed to the teeth, which made them look very ferocious. All of the beast-shaped undead that Zhao Hai released had their claws, teeth, tails, and other places that could attack. They were all equipped with iron parts. Some of these iron parts had teeth, some of them had iron balls on their tails, and some of them had iron claws on their claws. These weapons weren't just for show, they were all equipped with magic formations, vibrating magic formations. These weapons were recently added. When Zhao Hai wanted to equip the undead with weapons, Laura made a request to Zhao Hai. She hoped that Zhao Hai would use more beast-shaped undead in the future, and less human-shaped undead. Zhao Hai didn't know what this meant, but Laura told him that it was for his reputation. No matter the space, if he released a large number of human-shaped undead, he would be classified as a heretic. This would be very detrimental to Zhao Hai's future development. If others wanted to deal with him, they would have a better excuse. Moreover, these beast-shaped undead, because of their large size and their ability to transform, were very strong. They were much stronger than the human-shaped undead. Because of this, Laura hoped that Zhao Hai would use more beast-shaped undead in the future. Zhao Hai also readily agreed to Laura's proposal. Laura directly changed Zhao Hai's request to equip the undead with weapons. Moreover, these weapons were equipped with vibrating magic formations. Naturally, the quality of these weapons couldn't be compared to Xianxia's weapons. Xianxia's weapons were infused with a lot of special metals. Although Zhao Hai's space had these metals, they were still in their growth stage and weren't suitable for large-scale mining. Therefore, Zhao Hai only used some of the metals in the space's space to make weapons for the beast-shaped undead. Just this alone was already very amazing. With the addition of these weapons, the fighting strength of the undead would increase by at least 3 times. If the modified magic cannons were added, then the fighting strength of the beast-shaped undead could only be described as terrifying. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to form an undead army of beast-shaped undead. Moreover, these undead were equipped with all kinds of weapons. While they were talking, a few mantis bugs had already flown in from the open passage. However, as soon as they appeared, a bone dragon greeted them. With a dragon extinguish, the mantis bugs were burned to ashes. Although the mantis insects weren't weak, the bone dragons weren't weak either. After the space leveled up several times, the bone dragons also leveled up, making them even more powerful. Naturally, they wouldn't put the mantis insects in their eyes. However, these low-level Zerg didn't rely on their strength to win, they relied on their numbers. The seemingly endless amount of mantis insects flew out from the hole, opening the curtain of the battle. At this point, only the mantis insects and other insects were able to attack. The undead were able to deal with them easily, they didn't even use their weapons. Before long, several wormholes were dug open, allowing more and more insects to rush in. The battle had officially begun. The beast-shaped undead had an innate advantage over the insects, their bodies were much bigger than the Zerg. They were also much stronger, and their defensive capabilities were also much stronger. Because of this, the beast-shaped undead had an advantage. And with the addition of the magic cannons in their bodies, the Zerg simply couldn't do anything to them. Xianxia and the others discovered that even though they wanted to go all out, they were now reduced to spectators. They could only stand there and watch the battle between the undead and the insectoids. The only thing they could do was stare helplessly. Li Kuangren turned his head and looked at Zhao Hai with dissatisfaction. "Zhao Hai, you're really bad. You didn't even give us a chance to make a move. You're just watching them fight, are you trying to make a move?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Isn't it good to watch the show? The other realms wouldn't be able to find an opportunity like this. It's not that I'm looking down on them, but they're certainly going all out. Ha ha ha. Think about it, those guys are going all out while we're sitting here drinking and watching the show." When Xianxia and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. Just like what Zhao Hai said, while the others were going all out, they were the only ones who could sit here and watch the show. These days were really enviable. Li Kuangren also laughed and said, "That's right, these days are really hard to find. When I think about those guys in the cultivation." Realm going all out, I can't help but feel happy. Ha ha ha. As time passed by, more and more Zerg appeared. Moreover, these new Zerg were getting stronger and stronger. Some of the Zergs were already able to fight evenly with the undead. However, these Zergs still suffered a lot from the undead's weapons. And with the undead's magic cannons, the Zerg couldn't do anything to the undead for the time being. The place where Zhao Hai and the others were, it wasn't small, but when the fight started, it became small. The undead and the Zerg almost filled the entire place. Several holes finally appeared in the undead's defensive line. From time to time, one or two Zerg would run towards Zhao Hai and the others. This time, Xianxia and the others really had some work to do. Although there were some holes in the undead's defensive line, the undead weren't dead yet. All of the undead were still guarding their positions. Perhaps they were entangled by some high-level Zerg, so one or two Zerg slipped through the net and ran towards Zhao Hai and the others. However, they were quickly dealt with by Xianxia and the others. As time passed by, more and more insect corpses piled up inside the wormhole. However, the undead that Zhao Hai released still hadn't died. This made Zhao Hai realize how formidable these beast-shaped undead were. If they were humanoid undead, then they would have already been killed by the insect corpses. However, these insect-shaped undead were still alive and well. Zhao also understood what was going on. Compared to humans, these spirit beasts were stronger in their bodies, while humans were stronger in their wisdom. Because of this, the human body was much more fragile than the spirit beasts. After becoming undead, although both sides were of the same level, the spirit beasts' bodies were much stronger than the humans. This characteristic was also carried over to the undead. These beast-shaped undead had strong bodies, infinite strength, and amazing defensive capabilities. Although they weren't as amazing as the humans, it was enough to deal with the bugs. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but regret. If he knew about this earlier, then he would have used the beast undead earlier. With these beast undead armed, they would become war machines. Xianxia and the others were also able to see the strength of these beast undead. They were also very excited. The Zerg that flew over could be used as practice. Xianxia looked at the battle between the undead and the bug race, then he smiled and said, "These guys are really strong. Little Hai, you should have released them earlier." Xianxia smiled and said, "Little Hai, you should have released them earlier." Zhao Hai chuckled and didn't say anything. At this time, Sun Fei turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, how much time do we have left? Why do I feel like it's going to be a long time?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Soon, we should be able to go back in about 8 hours. Don't worry, there won't be any problems." Sun Fei nodded and said, "I'm not worried that we won't be able to go back. It's just that I feel like time flies. It's like 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye." Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Time really flies." But if people from other realms heard this, they wouldn't think this way. They would definitely want to go back as soon as possible. When Sun Fei and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. They completely agreed with Zhao Hai's words. To be honest, Xianxia and the others ascended from the lower realms for several years. It can be said that they were very knowledgeable. However, it was their first time seeing powerful undead like Zhao Hai. Whether it was in the lower realms or the machine field, they hadn't seen anything like this before. However, they didn't ask anything. Although they were now sworn brothers, everyone had their own secrets. If Zhao Hai didn't want to talk about it, then they wouldn't ask. At this time, Zhao Hai turned his head to Lu Dingtian and said, "Second brother, it seems like your Gofa is more suitable to be used as a mount, right?" Lu Dingtian nodded and said, "Yes." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "When we have time, I'll get you a beast to use as a mount. I believe that it would increase your fighting strength. How about it?" Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Lu Dingtian's eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "All right." Li Kuangren looked like he was about to faint. He looked at Lu Dingtian and said, "Second brother, can't you say more? Will it tire you out?" Lu Dingtian nodded and said, "All right." Li Kuangren fainted. Everyone laughed. At this time, the transmission formation behind them suddenly emitted a white light. Zhao Hai and the others stared. Then Zhao Hai felt happy and said, "All right, we can use the transmission formation now. But if we go back now, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to calculate our results. I think we should wait for a few more hours. Xianxia and the others weren't anxious. In any case, there wasn't any danger here. They could just wait for a few more hours. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. All right, don't worry. Come, let's eat something. We'll leave the rest to the undead. After saying that, he waved his hand and summoned some humanoid undead, ordering them to clean up the fish that escaped the net. At the same time, he and Xianxia sat on the transmission formation and took out a big crab. They ate the crab while drinking wine. The group sat on the transmission formation. After the formation was opened, people from 5th base would be able to come and go. However, there was a problem, and that was that there was no one on the formation. Now that Zhao Hai and the others were sitting on the formation was useless. Zhao Hai and the others didn't think too much about it. They just thought that the white light on the formation meant that 5th base had opened the transmission formation. They didn't think too much about it. They were afraid that the cultivators would make things difficult for them. Therefore, they planned to wait for a few more hours before returning to 5th base. However, they didn't expect that their actions would make Ma Rulong and the others anxious. This time, opening the formation in advance wasn't as simple as opening the formation. They also needed to send reinforcements to the wormhole. At this point, the base already knew that there was an insect tied in the wormhole. In order to ensure the safety of the contestants, they prepared to open the wormhole in advance and send reinforcements. In fact, the moment the transmission formation was opened, the elimination round had already ended. Zhao Hai didn't know about this. Laura and the others were also monitoring the underground wormhole, so they didn't pay attention to what was happening in the base. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't know that the opening of the formation meant that the elimination round was over. They were still waiting for their turn. On the other hand, Ma Rulong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Ever since he learned about the insect tide, Ma Rulong had been anxious. In Ma Rulong's opinion, it didn't matter if other people died or not. In any case, the machine field was almost completely wiped out in the 6 Realms newcomer competition. What he was most concerned about was Zhao Hai's situation. Zhao Hai had already shown his extraordinary strength when he received 3 strikes from Li Chuchen and killed Gong Sunjing. This time, Ma Rulong was counting on Zhao Hai to achieve something. If something happened to Zhao Hai, then he would be in big trouble. Because of this, when the transmission formation was opened, Ma Rulong wanted to send reinforcements to Zhao Hai. However, even though the transmission formation was opened, it still couldn't be used. The Cultivation Realm's design of this transmission formation was very clever. This transmission formation had a function. As long as someone was standing on one of the 2 coordinate formations, the other coordinate formation wouldn't be able to be used. Of course, this wasn't limited to people, it was the same even if living creatures were standing on it. Naturally, when the Cultivation Realm made the transmission formation, they also thought about the possibility of some animals running to it and making it unusable. Because of this, they added a very special material to the formation. This material was called insect-repellent incense. This incense was made from wood. This wood can emit a smell that both the insect race and other beasts didn't like. Because of this, the transmission formation wouldn't be occupied by the insect race or the insect race. Only the human race could use it. Because of this, when Zhao Hai and the others went to the wormhole to participate in the elimination round, the insectoids just stood outside the transmission formation and waited for them. None of the insectoids went to the transmission formation. Originally, Ma Rulong thought that once the transmission formation was opened, the reinforcements would be able to pass through. But he didn't expect that the transmission formation wouldn't work. This made Ma Rulong feel strange. Could it be that someone was standing on the transmission formation? Moreover, it was a living person. One must know that if there was a dead person lying on the transmission formation, then the transmission formation would still work. Ma Rulong didn't know what was going on. Insects didn't like the smell of the teleportation formation, so they wouldn't stand on it. If a dead person was on the teleportation formation, then the teleportation formation should be able to function normally. Since these 2 possibilities didn't exist, then there was only one possibility. There was a living person on the teleportation formation. But if there was a living person on the teleportation formation, then they should know that the teleportation formation was working and should immediately teleport back. Why was there still no one? Ma Rulong's heart was burning with anxiety. He didn't know what happened in the wormhole. He was afraid that Zhao Hai and the others would be wiped out. Although he already had such a plan, Zhao Hai gave him hope. If a person didn't have hope, then he wouldn't be disappointed. But now that he had hope, he was about to lose it. This made him even more disappointed. Ma Rulong was like this. Ma Rulong anxiously walked around the transmission formation while Xingli stood there with an ugly expression on his face. Xingli hadn't been in charge of the 5th base for a day or two. He had been in charge of the base for several years. Some time ago, the attack of the silverback winged insects was the most dangerous one. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then the 5th base wouldn't have survived. Xingli wasn't a heartless person, he always remembered Zhao Hai's kindness. But in this situation, there was nothing he could do. If the transmission formation didn't work, then nobody could do anything. He could only contact the people from the other bases and have them go to the transmission formation. However, Xingli knew that the chances of that happening were very low. There was a bug tide going on in the wormhole. It would be good enough if the reinforcements could rescue the contestants. It would be impossible for them to fight their way to the teleportation array at Base 5. However, Xingli still did his best. He had done everything he could. The rest was up to fate. Time passed by little by little. In the blink of an eye, 8 hours had passed. Ma Rulong didn't leave the transmission formation, he just waited there. After such a long time, the transmission formation still couldn't be used. Ma Rulong even suspected that the transmission formation was broken. At this moment, the transmission formation suddenly flashed. Ma Rulong and Xingli were stunned. Then the two of them stood still and looked at the transmission formation. This was a large transmission formation. It could transport up to 300 people at a time. They wanted to see how many people would be sent out. The white light on the transmission formation disappeared, but only a few people appeared. But when Ma Rulong saw these people, a smile bloomed on his face. Even Xingli, who was standing on the side, felt relieved. The people who appeared in the transmission formation were Zhao Hai and the others. Just as Ma Rulong felt relieved, he suddenly froze. This was because he saw that Zhao Hai and the others' faces were red. It seems like they had just drunk some wine. Ma Rulong quickly walked towards Zhao Hai and the others. Xingli also followed him. When Zhao Hai and the others saw Ma Rulong, they immediately gave him a salute. Ma Rulong waved his hand, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why did you come back so late? Is the transmission formation not broken?" Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he said, "It's not broken. We saw the white light when the transmission formation was activated. But this time, the competition will last for 7 days. We waited in the wormhole until the time was up." Ma Rulong stared, then he felt dizzy. After some time, he said, "You mean to say that you saw the white light when the transmission formation was activated, but you waited until the time was up?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, it wasn't time yet. What if they didn't calculate our results? So we waited there and came back when the time was up." Ma Rulong stared at Zhao Hai. Then Xingli suddenly said, "Zhao Hai, didn't you encounter the insect tied down there?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We've met them. We've been fighting while waiting for them." When Zhao Hai heard Xingli ask if they encountered the insect tide, he knew that the higher-ups already knew about the insect tide. At this time, Zhao Hai also understood why the transmission formation was activated in advance. When Ma Rulong heard Zhao Hai, he sighed and said, "Those kids also couldn't come back because they were waiting?" Zhao Hai knew who Ma Rulong was talking about. He didn't intend to hide it, so he shook his head and said, "No, when we teleported down, we were besieged by insects. I took our brothers away and then turned around to save them. But who would have thought that Streep would say that we stole their insects? Moreover, they even joined forces with Li Chuchen to kill me. In the end, they were all killed by me. Leader, is this considered a crime?" Ma Rulong and Xingli stared blankly at Zhao Hai. Then Ma Rulong turned his head to the others. Ma Rulong said, "You're saying that besides you, everyone else was killed by you? What about Li Chuchen? What happened to Li Chuchen?" Zhao Hai replied, I killed him. Ever since I blocked his 3 swords in the machine field, he held a grudge against me. Before the elimination round, he gave Streep a jade talisman. He told Streep to delay me and send him a message so that he could kill me. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough and was killed by me. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Zhao Hai's words were understated. However, Ma Rulong and Jingli couldn't help but stare. Li Chuchen was one of the top 10 experts of the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai actually killed him and even said that Li Chuchen wasn't strong enough. These words sounded very strange. Ma Rulong turned his head to look at Xiongli and the others. Then his eyes stopped at Lu Dingtian. He looked at Lu Dingtian and said, Lu Dingtian, do you think that Zhao Hai is telling the truth? Did he really kill Li Chuchen? Ma Rulong had a good understanding of the participants. He knew that Lu Dingtian was a man of few words. However, he wouldn't lie. To be exact, he wouldn't lie. Because of this, Ma Rulong asked Lu Dingtian. Lu Dingtian nodded and said, yes. He only said one word and didn't say anything else. However, Ma Rulong understood what Lu Dingtian meant. What Lu Dingtian meant was that what Zhao Hai said was true. Not only did Ma Rulong not get angry, he actually laughed and said, good, good. Zhao Hai, good. But how are your results this time? This was what Ma Rulong was most concerned about. He already knew that the people from the other realms were rescued by the base. This time, the losses of the other realms weren't small. Moreover, because of the insect tide, the results of the other realms weren't very good. During the insect tide, even if you killed the insects, you wouldn't have time to collect the spoils of war. Therefore, the results of the other realms could be imagined. Ma Rulong had already calculated that there were only about 300 people from the other realms who came back this time. It seemed that there were less than 300 people. They had lost nearly 1 level. The cultivation world had lost the most people. This time, the cultivation world had lost more than 10 people, which was the highest number of people in the history of the world. Although the cultivation realm lost the most people in the elimination round, Ma Rulong was still worried. There were more than 300 people. If Zhao Hai and the others didn't do well, then they wouldn't be qualified to participate in the ranking competition. Because of this, Ma Rulong stared at Zhao Hai. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would say that their results weren't good. Zhao Hai looked at Ma Rulong and smiled faintly, leader, you can rest assured. Getting into the top 100 isn't a problem. When Ma Rulong heard Zhao Hai, he relaxed. Then he turned to Xiongli and the others and said, what about you? It doesn't matter if your results aren't good. You should be able to enter the top 300. This is already history. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, leader, you misunderstood. I'm saying that all of us can enter the top 100, not just me. Ma Rulong stared, then his eyes turned round. He looked at Zhao Hai and didn't say anything for some time. It wasn't until Jingli coughed that Ma Rulong reacted. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, is what you said true? Can you really enter the top 100? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it should be. Our harvest this time wasn't small. We also exterminated an 8-legged worm tribe. Although we couldn't retrieve the mother nest, we still killed all the 8-legged worms in the tribe. Then we divided the spoils. Therefore, entering the top 100 shouldn't be a problem. Ma Rulong immediately asked, how many 8-legged worms are there in that tribe? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, there should be several tens of thousands of them. Ma Rulong let out a long breath, then he nodded and said, all right, that's good. Go back and rest first. Later on, someone will come and record your results. Captain Jingli, can you take a look at the results of the other realms? Can you let us know what's going on? Actually, Ma Rulong already knew about the results of the other realms. The machine field also had its own intelligence network. But in order to not be exposed, Ma Rulong said this. He knew that as long as Zhao Hai and the others can take out 10,000 8-legged worms, they should be able to enter the top 100. Naturally, Jingli didn't decline. This kind of thing couldn't be hidden. So he nodded and said, all right, then please come with me. Jingli led the group into a room and then took out a piece of paper. This paper contained the rankings of the participants. Zhao Hai looked at it and saw that the first place was Sua Lianqing. His number of corpses was equivalent to 13,000 eight-legged worms. This meant that Sua Lianqing didn't just hand in eight-legged worms. He also handed in some higher-ranked worms, such as flying worms. However, for the sake of making it easier to calculate, all the worm corpses were divided into different types. Moreover, each level of worm would be divided into several eight-legged worms. For example, one flying worm would be equal to 3 eight-legged worms, and so on for the calculation. When Zhao Hai saw Sua Lianqing's name, Laura and the others immediately gave Zhao Hai Sua Lianqing's information. Sua Lianqing, first place in the cultivation realm. He was a sword cultivator and came from the most famous sword sect in the cultivation realm, the 10,000 Swords sect. It has been 4 years since he ascended to the cultivation realm. But in these 4 years, he grew from a chi refining stage cultivator to a foundation establishment stage cultivator. It can be said that his progress was very fast. He was the most promising person in the 10,000 Swords sect. At the same time, Kai'er also looked at the conversation between Sua Lianqing and the others in the wormhole. Zhao Hai and Mu Danchen fought in the wormhole. Naturally, the terrain of the place was recorded in the space. But since Kai'er and the others were monitoring the insect tide, they didn't pay attention to Sua Lianqing and the others. Now that they were safe, Kai'er could naturally check the situation of Sua Lianqing and the others. When Zhao Hai saw Sua Lianqing and the others flying through the wormhole, he inferred that it was Sua Lianqing's doing. He was startled. He discovered that he had underestimated the geniuses of the cultivation realm. These people were worthy of being called geniuses. They were able to stand out from the countless ascenders. This in itself showed their strength. On the other hand, Sua Lianqing had been acting alone. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to kill more than 10,000 eight-legged worms. He didn't have that many undead to help him. If he were to kill that many eight-legged worms, then he wouldn't be able to kill them all even in 7 days. Even his hands would get tired of killing them. Sua Lianqing's 13,000 eight-legged worms weren't real eight-legged worms. They were just some high-level worms that were converted into eight-legged worms. However, after seeing this number, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. With the help of the undead, they were able to kill so many eight-legged worms. On the other hand, Sua Lianqing was able to do this by himself. This wasn't an easy feat. Zhao Hai was now even more concerned about Sua Lianqing's strength. Looking at the people behind them, as expected, they were all from the cultivation realm. Among them, there was also Yi Shuihan, Tian Lei, Qin Zhang, and Yao Guang. Kai'er also showed the information of these people to Zhao Hai. These people were all in the top 10 of the cultivation realm. However, when he looked at the 9th person, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because this person wasn't from the cultivation realm like Zhao Hai had imagined. Instead, he was from the devil realm. This person's name was Tu Mietian, and he was the top expert of the devil realm. He had the blood transformation technique, and his strength was extraordinary. Zhao Hai now had some understanding of the world of cultivation. The devil realm in the world of cultivation was different from what Zhao Hai had imagined. The devil realm in the lower realm was just like the devil realm that Zhao Hai had seen. The people there didn't look like humans. However, the devil realm in the cultivation realm was different. The devil realm in the cultivation realm was actually a part of the cultivation realm. However, the people there practiced various kinds of devil arts, which was why it was called the devil realm. The cultivation realm was ruled by the righteous sects. Although there were some evil cultivators occasionally, these evil cultivators were very restrained. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't dare to do evil. This was because they were very clear that once they made the heavens angry, the righteous sects would certainly destroy them. However, there was no such thing in the devil world. Almost all of the devil world sects were devil cultivators. In the cultivation world, using living people to practice magic was a taboo. However, in the devil world, it was the most normal thing. For example, Tu Mietian's blood transformation technique required a large amount of human blood to practice. In the blood saint sect Tu Mietian was in, there was a large number of blood slaves. The only purpose of these blood slaves was to provide flesh and blood for the cultivators. It could be said that in the devil world, the sects raised people like livestock. When they needed to use them, they would take them out and kill them. It was very cruel. Originally, the Devil World and the Cultivation World were one. The Cultivation World was also divided into cultivators, devil cultivators, demon cultivators, spirit cultivators, elf cultivators, and so on. However, a great war broke out in the Cultivation World. The cultivators, spirit cultivators, and elf cultivators worked together to kill the devil cultivators and demon cultivators. Naturally, the devil cultivators and demon cultivators fought back. That great war could be said to have changed the color of the sky and earth. Just the number of planets that were destroyed was as high as thousands. In the end, the devil cultivators and demon cultivators were no match for the alliance of the cultivators, spirit cultivators, and elf cultivators. The alliance between the cultivators, spirit cultivators, and elf cultivators didn't last long. The cultivators were greedy. After driving away the devil cultivators and demon cultivators, the cultivators wanted to monopolize the cultivation realm. Therefore, they had a great war with the spirit cultivators and elf cultivators. In the end, the spirit cultivators and elf cultivators were also driven out of the cultivation realm. The cultivators finally conquered the most fertile land in the world of cultivation. After the cultivation realm was divided into several realms, they didn't interact with each other for a long time. The cultivation realm's vitality was greatly damaged. However, the cultivation realm relied on its geographical advantage and had more information than the other realms. It quickly recovered and slowly became the strongest realm in the world of cultivation. On the other hand, the other realms recovered very slowly and were suppressed by the cultivation realm. After the cultivation realm gained the upper hand, they naturally wouldn't allow the other realms to emerge. Therefore, they would suppress the other realms from time to time. Because of this, the other realms couldn't unite. Because of this, they were always at a disadvantage. On the other hand, the machine field wasn't in this category. Whether it was the cultivation realm or the devil realm, they didn't put the machine field in their eyes. In their eyes, the machine field was just a group of people who walked on evil paths. Now that Zhao Hai saw a person from the devil realm occupying the 9th position, he couldn't help but stare. He immediately had Kair collect information about this to Mia Tian. Unfortunately, Kair didn't know much about this person. She only had the information that the machine field collected. However, this information was very basic, it wasn't very useful. After looking at the information, Zhao Hai gave up. Then he continued reading. Zhao Hai discovered that there were experts from other realms in the top 20. There were people from the devil realm, the demon realm, the spirit realm, and the elven realm. This made Zhao Hai surprised. Although there weren't more than 10,000 insects, there were still several thousand of them. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. It seems like the machine field wasn't the only one with the strongest newcomers. The other realms were also the same. There would be a good show to watch during the top 100. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but nod gently. It seems like the machine field wasn't the only one with the strongest newcomers. While Zhao Hai was looking at the list, Xianxia and the others were also looking at it. They were whispering to each other as they looked at the list. It was clear that they were very surprised by the list. At this time, the sound of footsteps could be heard as several people wearing cultivator robes came in. These people had badges on their bodies. These badges weren't used to show which sect they belonged to, but rather their identity. They were the judges of the 6 Realms newcomer competition. They were here to record Zhao Hai's and the others' results. Seeing them come in, Ma Rulong immediately greeted them. He gave them a salute and said, "Ma Rulong has seen you. Are you here to record Zhao Hai's results?" The leader of the group gave Ma Rulong a salute, then he smiled and said, "We heard that Zhao Hai and the others just came back from the wormhole, so we immediately came over. Forgive us for being presumptuous." Ma Rulong smiled and said, "Don't say that. This is what we should do. Please come in." Then he pointed towards the door. Because they had a lot of things to check, it was impossible to do it inside the room. They could only go outside and find a bigger place. The group didn't say anything, they just nodded and walked outside. Naturally, Zhao Hai and the others followed. When they arrived at a small square outside, the group stopped. Then 2 of them took out a notebook and a pen, preparing to record. Originally, they could have used more advanced things to record the results, such as computers or jade slips. However, the people of the various realms were afraid that someone would tamper with the jade slips or computers, so in the end, they used this more primitive recording method. After this book was recorded, it would immediately be sealed, and the results would be sent out to all the participants. This way, the situation of cheating could be avoided to the greatest extent. Seeing that the group was ready, Ma Rulong immediately turned to Zhao Hai and the others and said, "Alright, Zhao Hai, it's your turn. Come forward and take out your harvest." Zhao Hai nodded, but he didn't go forward. Instead, he let Sun Fei go first. Sun Fei nodded, then he walked forward and waved his hand. A large pile of insect artifacts appeared in the open space. When the group saw the pile, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't expect the machine field to take out so many insect artifacts. In the cultivation realm, useful things from insects had a name. They were called insect artifacts. Insect artifacts were just a system. Anything useful from an insect could be called insect artifacts. The group of people had already checked the insect artifacts of more than one person. From the size of the pile, they could estimate the amount of insect artifacts. But the pile that Sun Fei took out was enough for them to estimate that there were no less than 20,000 eight-legged insects. The group looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. It must be known that the first place Suo Lianqing only had about 13,000 eight-legged insects. But the pile that Sun Fei took out was even more than Suo Lianqing. How was this possible? Were they people from the machine field? Everyone in the world of cultivation knew about the strength of the machine field. Therefore, when they saw the machine field taking out so many insect tools, the people from the world of cultivation couldn't help but be shocked. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right." One of the people from the world of cultivation looked at Sun Fei, then he looked at Zhao Hai and the others and said, "Are these insect tools yours or yours?" Sun Fei smiled faintly and said, "Of course they're mine." The person nodded and then walked over with the others. They didn't use their hands to count the items, instead, they used their spiritual force to cover the items. After a while, they withdrew and then reported a number. The number of items they reported was different. Zhao Hai looked at them and saw that the division of labor was different. Some of them were responsible for counting the eight-legged worms, some were responsible for counting the mantis worms, and some were responsible for counting the other worms. After combining these items, Sun Fei's result was calculated. The cooperation of the group was very tacit. Before long, they calculated Sun Fei's result. The items in Sun Fei's hand were about 23,000 eight-legged worms. This time, Fei's score surpassed Suo Lianqing's by more than 10,000 points, and he got first place. However, Zhao Hai knew that Sun Fei didn't take out a single insect tool. This was his idea. He told Sun Fei to do this because these insect tools had great uses. The insect tool was actually the exoskeleton of the insect race. Although it was a kind of bone, the exoskeleton of the insect race had other uses. The exoskeleton of the insect race could be added to medicinal herbs to be refined into medicinal pills. It could also be added to weapons to be refined into weapons. With the development of the cultivation world, the bones and flesh of various beasts could be added to medicinal herbs and weapons. The insect pen was also a kind of beast. Naturally, it was no exception. Now, it had become an indispensable ingredient in various weapons and medicinal pills. The machine field was very far from Fabio Planet. If one wanted to get insect tools, they would have to spend a lot of money to buy them from the cultivation realm. Because of this, Zhao Hai had Sun Fei leave some behind. As long as Sun Fei was able to get into the top 100, he would be fine. Now that Sun Fei was number 1, Zhao Hai didn't care. These insect items weren't precious to Zhao Hai, so he didn't really care about them. After the judges recorded Fei's result, they put away all the bug weapons. Then, Madly walked out and put out a bunch of bug weapons. In the end, he put out a little more than Fei, about 24,000 bug weapons. Next was Dongfeng Yu, who put out 25,000. Next was Lu Dingtian, who put out 26,000. Next was Xiongli, who put out 27,000. Finally, it was Zhao Hai's turn, who put out 30,000 of them. The judges were stunned. When they saw Sun Fei take out more than 20,000 Zerg tools, they thought that Zhao Hai and the others put all of their insect tools in Sun Fei's hands so that he would be number 1. But as Madly and the others put out more insect tools than Sun Fei, the judges couldn't remain calm. They didn't know what was going on in the knockout stage. Why was the machine field, who had never been number one, suddenly so fierce this time? One after another, they put out more insect tools than the other. Moreover, the judges could see that Zhao Hai and the others had already divided their numbers. Zhao Hai was still the first place of the elimination round. This made the judges sigh at the unity of the machine field's people. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know what to do. When Ma Rulong saw Zhao Hai and the others releasing so many insect tools, he couldn't help but smile. This was the machine field's most glorious moment. The top 6 of the elimination round were actually taken by the machine field. Nobody would believe this if they said it out loud. After the judges recorded the results, one of them turned his head to Zhao Hai and the others and said, "Congratulations, you are now the top 6 of the knockout stage. After a while, the prizes will be sent to you. I ask you to rest well and prepare for the ranking competition in 5 days." Then he gave a salute before he turned around and left. After the group left, Ma Rulong immediately laughed. He ran to Zhao Hai and hugged him as he said, "Good job, Zhao Hai, good job. You're all good. Ha ha ha, too good. Let's go and have a drink. I'll treat you to a drink today." Zhao Hai and the others smiled faintly. This kind of thing was already within their expectations, so there was nothing strange about it. Ma Rulong and the others were still living in their original courtyard, but now that most of the people were dead, the courtyard was a lot more spacious. Zhao Hai and the others didn't care about this. After sitting down, Zhao Hai took out some food and wine. He also took out 2 crabs and invited Jingli over. As soon as Jingli entered the courtyard, he saw the 2 big crabs. These 2 big crabs were really big. They were boiled red and looked very amazing. There was also a fragrance that assailed the nose, causing one to salivate. There were also several side dishes on the table as well as several jars of wine. These jars of wine were taken out by Zhao Hai. They were definitely good things. Seeing this, Jingli couldn't help but stare. This was because in the base, you wouldn't be able to see these things. People in the cultivation realm rarely ate. What they usually ate was something called fasting pills. Fasting pills were pills that people in the cultivation realm refined. Eating one of these pills would allow one to not eat for a few days. This would save a lot of time in cultivation. Most importantly, people in the cultivation realm believed that eating ordinary food would leave toxins in one's body, which would affect one's cultivation. Although eating fasting pills would leave toxins in one's body, it was much less than eating food. Because of this, in the cultivation realm, you can see shops selling clothes, armor, and so on. You can also see shops selling animal skins and robots. However, you can rarely see restaurants. This was because almost all cultivators ate fasting pills to survive. Nobody would go out to eat. Because of this, when Jingli saw the things on the table, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but smile. He knew that in the machine field, whether it was cultivators or commoners, everyone ate. For Zhao Hai and the others to invite him at this time meant that they treated him as a friend. Although he had to eat, he was still very happy. Zhao Hai and the others were also busy. Zhao Hai was very happy. Originally, Zhao Hai thought that it would be enough for them to drink. He didn't expect Ma Rulong to invite all the team leaders to celebrate together. After hearing about Zhao Hai and the others' results, the team leaders were also very happy. Although Streep and the others died, it wasn't a big deal for them. Compared to being completely wiped out, this time, Zhao Hai and the others could be said to have made history. Zhao Hai and the others were now in the top 6 of the elimination round. In other words, they would definitely enter the top 100. Even if they didn't win and were eliminated in the first round, it didn't matter. At the very least, they would be able to occupy a place in the top 100. For the machine field, this was an unprecedented result. It was definitely a breakthrough in the history of the machine field. Zhao Hai also knew that it wasn't only them who were celebrating, the entire machine field was celebrating. Margaret was also invited by the family to participate in the celebration. Zhao Hai and the others' results were very good. For the Ashley family, the rise of the Ashley family was unstoppable. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. He knew that his status in the Ashley family was now higher. This would be beneficial for his future plans. Seeing that Ma Rulong had called everyone over, Zhao Hai had no choice but to take out a few big crabs and some wine. Then he invited Jingli to sit at their table. There were only Ma Rulong, Jingli, Zhao Hai, and the others at the table. After everyone sat down, Ma Rulong raised his wine bowl and loudly said, "Today is a joyous day for the machine field. Zhao Hai and the others have created history. They are the heroes of the machine field. Come, let's toast to the heroes of the machine field." Ma Rulong nodded and said, "Today is a joyous day for the machine field." Everyone shouted in unison, "To the heroes, cheers." Zhao Hai could see that they were sincere. These people were very happy, even happier than him. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know much about the grievances between the machine field and the cultivation realm. After all, they had only ascended for a short time. They didn't know much about how the cultivation realm suppressed the machine field. Moreover, the machine field had always been at the bottom of the rankings. Not to mention the cultivation realm, even the other realms couldn't do anything about it. It can be said that the people of the machine field were afraid of being suppressed. Now that they finally had a chance to turn things around, how could they not be happy? Everyone drank the wine in their bowls. Drinking with bowls was also Ma Rulong's idea. He was very happy. When he saw Zhao Hai take out a glass, he couldn't help but drink with bowls. Zhao Hai went along with him and took out more bowls. Because of this, almost everyone at the table drank with bowls. After drinking a bowl of wine, everyone cheered loudly. Zhao Hai took out rice wine, which wasn't very strong. If Zhao Hai took out white wine with high alcohol content, then a bowl of wine would be enough to knock out a few people. What Zhao Hai didn't notice was that Jingli's eyes lit up after drinking the bowl of wine. This wasn't because Jingli was drunk. On the contrary, Jingli's origin qi was very strong. How could a bowl of wine make him drunk? What he was interested in was the wine that Zhao Hai took out. Jingli drank wine before. Jingli also drank before. He was a native of the cultivation realm, but his background wasn't very good. His parents were commoners. He started off as a rogue cultivator and walked step by step to where he is today. Commoners in the cultivation realm need to eat and drink. When Jingli was a rogue cultivator, he also drank before. This was because rogue cultivators didn't have the money to buy fasting pills. They could only rely on eating to survive. Naturally, they drank before. To put it bluntly, cultivation was a process that stimulated the potential of the human body, allowing the potential of the human body to be developed and utilized to the maximum. Therefore, any cultivator could be said to be a human body expert. Even if they didn't understand the body of others, they had an absolute understanding of their own body. This was the case for cultivators in the early body tempering stage. Cultivators in the body tempering stage mainly cultivated their bodies. They had to cultivate their bodies to a certain degree before they could begin qi refining. However, during body tempering, they also had to pay great attention. This was because during body tempering, if there were any hidden injuries left on the body, it would also affect the results of qi refining. Many cultivators were left with hidden injuries during body tempering. In the end, they could only stay in the qi refining stage for the rest of their lives. It was impossible for them to reach foundation establishment. Even if they succeeded in reaching foundation establishment, it would be several times more difficult than others to reach core formation. Only after reaching core formation could one still use the power of the golden core to remove the hidden injuries and toxins in the body. However, that also required a lot of effort. Therefore, cultivators paid great attention to this point during body tempering. The so-called body tempering was a process of exercising the body and understanding one's own body. It was also the first realm of a cultivator. It could be said that it was also the most important realm because it was directly related to the cultivator's future achievements. Cultivators in the body tempering stage generally ate. Jingli also walked step by step from the body tempering stage. Naturally, he also knew that they ate and drank. Cultivators in the body tempering stage already had a good understanding of their own body. When they ate and drank, they could feel the toxins settling in their body, but they had no way to remove them. After reaching the qi refining stage, as long as they had money, they would buy fasting pills. They would never eat, because eating would deposit more toxins in their body. It would become the biggest obstacle for them to reach foundation establishment and become a core formation cultivator. Xingli was now a core formation cultivator. It was precisely because he walked step by step from the bottom that he was very clear about how much toxins would be stored in his body after drinking. Although he could now use his core qi to remove these toxins, it was still a very troublesome thing. When he drank that bowl of wine, he found that when the wine entered his stomach, it didn't leave any toxins, not even a little bit. Moreover, the wine also contained a lot of spiritual qi. Although this spiritual qi wasn't very helpful to his cultivation, it was still a little useful. This discovery made Xingli extremely surprised. For so many years in the cultivation world, he wanted to find something that was both edible and not poisonous. Although he had found a few, the quantity was too small and too precious. Generally, it was enjoyed by the upper echelons of various sections. Ordinary cultivators like him, not to mention eating, they didn't even see it. There were also some wines in the cultivation world. In the cultivation world, there were some special plants that could be used to make wine. This wine was called spirit wine. This spirit wine didn't have any toxins and was very beneficial to cultivation. However, this wine was also very precious. Generally, only the upper echelons of various sects could drink it. As for the wine that Zhao Hai took out, although its spiritual qi was a lot worse than the spirit wine, this wine didn't have any toxins. In other words, the wine that Zhao Hai took out can be regarded as a low-level spirit wine. In order to cultivate, people in the cultivation world would control their own desires and make themselves very poor. They don't eat or drink, they only eat fasting pills in order to make their cultivation smoother and reduce the toxins in their bodies. However, if there was something that was both delicious and could remove toxins from a person's body, it would definitely be welcomed by the cultivators of the cultivation world. After all, cultivators were still humans. They also wanted to enjoy themselves. However, for the sake of cultivation, they couldn't enjoy themselves like ordinary people. Xingli's eyes lit up as he looked at the wine in the jar. He hadn't drunk wine for a long time and almost forgot the taste of wine. Now that he drank the wine that Zhao Hai took out, Xingli immediately became excited. This kind of wine that didn't have any toxins in it was a blessing for him. At this time, Zhao Hai finally noticed Xingli. Zhao Hai looked at Xingli and asked, "Mr. Xing, how is it? Is this wine good to drink?" Xingli was called back by Zhao Hai. His eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, where did you get this wine?" When Zhao Hai saw Xingli's expression, he knew that Xingli was shocked by the wine that he took out. This was the best wine that he had ever made. However, Zhao Hai didn't intend to tell Xingli. This was because he saw that Xingli was very excited. If it was really because of this wine, then this wine's position in Xingli's heart wouldn't be low. It might even attract the attention of the entire cultivation world, which was something that he didn't want to see. Zhao Hai knew that he was already very conspicuous. If he were to attract the attention of the entire cultivation world, then he wouldn't be able to live in the future. Although this was just his guess, he couldn't let it become a reality. Therefore, when Zhao Hai heard Xingli's question, he immediately smiled faintly and said, "Wine, it's a long story. I brought this wine from the lower realm. When I was exploring the lower realm, I found some strange rice that was golden in color. Moreover, it exuded a sweet fragrance. I was curious, so I plucked the rice and brewed it into wine. This wine is a very good thing. I drank a lot of it in the lower realm. It was also because of this wine that my cultivation speed increased so much that I was able to ascend. But now, the spiritual qi in the world of cultivation is very dense, so I don't have much use for this wine. I only have a few jars left. If I wasn't happy today, I wouldn't have taken them out. If I don't drink it today, I wouldn't be able to drink it today." Zhao Hai spoke with a pained expression. On the other hand, Xiongli and the others looked at Zhao Hai and held back their laughter. Naturally, they knew that Zhao Hai was lying. Originally, they didn't know why Zhao Hai was lying. But when they saw the serious expression on Xingli's face, they roughly knew what was going on. The others also played along with Zhao Hai's act. However, they were all secretly laughing. This was because although the wine that Zhao Hai took out was stronger than the wine that they usually drank, it wasn't that strong. It can be said that Zhao Hai's words were just nonsense. However, Jingli believed Zhao Hai's words. This was because he believed that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to produce this wine in large quantities. The cultivation world had been trying to do this for so many years, so it was even more impossible for Zhao Hai to do it. However, if Zhao Hai encountered some heavenly treasures in the lower realms, then it was possible for him to make this wine. After all, although there were few heavenly treasures in the lower realms, it wasn't that they didn't exist. Moreover, this could also explain why Zhao Hai was able to become so strong in such a short time. It was all because of this wine. After thinking about this, Jingli couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. He nodded and said, "Good wine, it really is good wine. I thought that you had a lot. If you do, then why don't you give some to me?" "What a pity, what a pity." Zhao Hai also smiled and said, "It's a pity, but there's nothing we can do about it. There are so many heavenly treasures in the cultivation world, why would we care about this wine?" When Jingli heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "There are a lot of heavenly treasures in the cultivation realm. But those heavenly treasures have already been divided among the great sects. For someone like me to get a share of the pie is simply courting death." Jingli smiled bitterly. Ma Rulong chuckled and said, "People like us from the machine field envy the cultivation realm. Those who haven't been to the cultivation realm would imagine that the cultivation realm is a place filled with treasures. They wouldn't think that the cultivation realm also has competition. Moreover, the competition here is several times more intense compared to the machine field." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right, the cultivation realm." Jingli sighed and said, "I'm a rogue cultivator. I couldn't help but come to Fabio Planet. As long as a rogue cultivator comes to Fabio Planet, they would receive resources from the great sects. It's very beneficial for cultivation. Naturally, it's also very dangerous to be stationed in Fabio Planet. For someone like me who was stationed in Fabio Planet when I was just a Qi condensation stage cultivator, it's already a miracle that I managed to reach core formation." Zhao Hai and the others didn't know what to say. To be honest, they couldn't get involved in this matter. They only knew a little about the cultivation realm, and most of it was from the machine field's news and books. There were a lot of things that weren't true. Because of this, they couldn't get involved in this matter. Jingli looked at Zhao Hai and the others, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Ascenders like you would be very good if you ascend to the cultivation realm. As long as you aren't too old, then the great sects would definitely nurture you. This is because you ascended from the lower realms, which in itself shows that you were geniuses. But for people like me who were born and raised in the cultivation realm, if I want to break away from my identity as a commoner and give my family a better life, then the only path I can take is to cultivate. Only by cultivating can we live a better life. My family can also live a better life. The stronger you are, the better your family's life will be. Therefore, for ourselves and for our families, rogue cultivators like us have no choice but to work hard. Because of this, I came to Fabio Planet." Zhao Hai and the others looked at each other, they didn't know what to say. In the machine field, ascenders were a group of people who were discriminated against. A lot of people in the machine field looked down on them. But who would have thought that in the cultivation realm, ascenders were stronger than the natives here? And the natives here were the commoners, not the people who were born in the great sects. It can be said that the people in the cultivation realm were divided into three classes. The first class were the descendants of the great sects. These people were born as members of the great sects. If their family had some influence, then they would be raised with pills from childhood. When they grow up, they would have people to guide them in their cultivation. They would also have countless good cultivation methods for them to practice. In the future, they would hold important positions in the great sects. These people were the nobles of the cultivation realm. The second class was the ascended people. Almost all of the ascended people were geniuses. The major sects of the cultivation world would also take care of them. Those who were particularly outstanding would also become some people with real power in their sections. It could be said that the ascended people were like the knights or lords of the aristocracy. They didn't belong to the aristocracy, but their status was higher than that of the commoners. They belonged to the group of people who were going to become aristocrats. The third class were the natives of the cultivation realm. However, these people were commoners. They couldn't cultivate and could only be raised in captivity by the great sects. These people could be said to be the lowest class in the cultivation realm. They were only slightly better than the slaves in the Ark continent. In the cultivation realm, if commoners wanted to rise up and live a good life, then they would need to cultivate. If one of your family members becomes a cultivator, then the family's life would be a lot better. Zhongli looked at Zhao Hai and the others, then he smiled bitterly and said, I'm also aware of the situation in the machine field. To be honest, I really hope that my family lives in the machine field. At the very least, commoners in the machine field have high status and freedom. But in the cultivation realm, commoners are just slaves for the great sects to collect faith power. Upon hearing Zhongli, Zhao Hai's interest was immediately piqued. This was because this was the topic that Zhao Hai was most interested in, faith power. Below was the place where the cultivation realm collected faith power. Moreover, faith power seemed to be very important to the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai's various clans in the space treated Zhao Hai as a god. They could provide faith power to Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't know much about faith power. He only knew about its existence, how to collect it, and how to use it. Now that he heard Zhongli mention it, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be interested. He immediately asked, Mr. Zheng, what is faith power? What's its use? Zhongli smiled faintly and said, faith power is a kind of power that comes from the heart. Everyone has this kind of power. Even if you don't practice it, as long as you sincerely believe in the God, you will be able to produce faith power. The strength of faith power has nothing to do with your strength, it only depends on your heart. If you wholeheartedly believe in someone, the more firm your faith is, the more powerful your faith power will be. Faith power has a lot of uses. It can be used for cultivation, it can be used to control artifacts, it can be used to fight enemies. Faith power can be used in almost any situation. Zhao Hai looked interested as he said, then how do you collect faith power? That kind of power is invisible and intangible. You can't even feel it, so there's no way to collect it. Zhongli smiled and said, there are many ways to collect faith power. You need to coordinate your use with formations. But the formations and techniques used to collect faith power are secrets of the great sects. Even if you are a core disciple of a great sect, you wouldn't necessarily be taught how to collect and refine faith power. Therefore, I don't know, I just heard people talking about it. When Zhao Hai heard Zhongli, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, he didn't show it on his face. He also didn't ask about it. He knew that if he inquired too much about this matter, people would start to doubt him. The world of cultivation was filled with experts, so Zhao Hai had to be careful. However, Zhongli's words also reminded Zhao Hai that if he wants to know how to use faith power in the future, then he must find the core members of the great sects. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to use faith power. Listening to Zhongli's words, faith power was a good thing and had a lot of uses. However, Zhao Hai was sitting on a large amount of faith power, but he didn't know how to use it. This was the same as having a gold mine, but not knowing how to mine it. The group didn't continue talking about this topic. Ma Rulong and the others weren't interested, and Zhongli also didn't know much about it. Because of this, the group lost interest in talking about it. After drinking 2 bowls of wine, Zhao Hai looked at Zhongli and said, Mr. Zheng, how long do you want to stay on Fabio Planet? You wouldn't want to stay here forever, right? Zhongli shook his head and said, I won't. I leveled up on Fabio Planet. Because of the pills provided by the great sects, I need to stay on Fabio Planet for 3 years. 2 years have already passed, so in a few months, I can leave Fabio Planet and be free. With my golden core stage cultivation and my experience on Fabio Planet, I should be able to become an elder in any sect. Then my family can leave the civilian area and officially live in a sect. Zhao Hai nodded and said, being able to meet Mr. Zheng here can be considered fate. Mister, how about we become friends today? I wonder if I can have this honor? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the people at the table turned their heads to Zhongli, including Ma Rulong. This was because this proposal was very important to them. For the machine field, a golden core cultivator was already a great existence. Even in the cultivation realm, one could be considered a small expert. Such people were generally very arrogant. A lot of golden core cultivators wouldn't even look at people from the machine field. It was as if looking at people from the machine field would lower their status. It can be said that Zhao Hai's proposal was a bit presumptuous. Seeing Ma Rulong and the others looking at him nervously, Zhongli couldn't help but find it funny. He grew up in the cultivation realm, so he naturally knew the attitude of the cultivation realm towards people from the machine field. It can be said that even the cultivation realm's commoners looked down on people from the machine field. If Zhao Hai's proposal was heard by an average cultivator, they would surely turn hostile on the spot. However, Zhongli wasn't an average person. He was a small rogue cultivator who reached his current position step by step. He was very clear that the commoners of the machine field lived a better life compared to the cultivation realm. Moreover, the people of the machine field weren't any worse than the people of the cultivation realm. Additionally, Zhao Hai saved him before, so he was very grateful to Zhao Hai. Zhongli wasn't an ungrateful person. When he heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Aren't we already friends? If there's anything in the future, we should keep in touch." Hearing Zhongli's words, Ma Rulong and the others' eyes lit up. Zhao Hai's face also showed a smile. He laughed and raised his wine bowl. "Alright, Brother Zhong, I'll give you a toast. Come, Brother Zhong, let's drink this bowl." Zhao Hai had already changed the way he addressed Zhongli from Mr. Zhong to Brother Zhong. Zhongli didn't oppose. He also raised his bowl as he smiled faintly at Zhao Hai and said, "It's Zhongli's honor to be able to make a friend like you. Come, cheers." The two's bowls collided. Then they drained their bowls in one gulp. Then the two raised their bowls towards each other as they laughed. The other people in the courtyard also felt the atmosphere here. When they saw the two of them drinking, they couldn't help but cheer. In a moment, the atmosphere of the banquet reached its climax. Everyone was drinking happily in the courtyard, but the people from the other realms weren't. This time, there was an insect tied in the wormhole, and it caused a lot of losses to the other realms. However, Sua Lianqing still managed to take first place in the elimination round rankings with more than 13,000 eight-legged insects. Originally, when the people from the other realms heard that the people from the machine field hadn't returned, they thought that they had been annihilated. But what happened next made them dumbfounded. The people from the machine field actually returned. Although only 6 of them returned, these 6 managed to push Sua Lianqing down to 7th place. The top 6 spots were actually occupied by them. This was beyond the expectations of most people. Only Sua Lianqing and a few others weren't too surprised. Instead, they were more convinced that Mu Danshan was killed by Zhao Hai. Sua Lianqing was sitting in his courtyard as he gently wiped his sword. His golden light sword was a special sword for the inner disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect. It was fast and had strong attack power. And with the addition of the 10,000 Swords sect's 10,000 Swords sect's 10,000 Swords sect technique, it was an absolutely terrifying weapon. For many years, the disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect relied on their golden light sword to make a name for themselves. Ever since Sua Lianqing joined the 10,000 Swords sect, he had always been proud of being a disciple of the sect. He also cherished his golden light sword very much. Whenever he had free time, he would wipe it. With the movement of his hands, Sua Lianqing's heart slowly calmed down. He was now even more curious about Zhao Hai. He had information about Zhao Hai in his hands. To be honest, when he saw Zhao Hai's information, he really thought that he was seeing things. How could there be such a genius in this world? This was simply a cheat. To be honest, Sua Lianqing didn't care about Zhao Hai's group suppressing him for first place in the ranking competition. He also didn't care about Zhao Hai killing Mu Danshan. The cultivation world itself was a cruel world. Life and death were normal. If one's skills weren't good enough, and if one's means weren't high enough, then one's death would be in vain. Right now, he was looking forward to meeting Zhao Hai in the top 100 ranking competition. At this time, Sua Lianqing's courtyard door was pushed open. A middle-aged man walked in. This middle-aged man wore a black cultivator robe and carried a longsword on his back. Looking at the style of the longsword, it seemed to be the golden light sword. Seeing this person, Sua Lianqing quickly stood up and gave a salute as he said, "Elder." The person nodded and nodded. Then he sat beside Sua Lianqing and waved his hand. Sua Lianqing also sat down. The elder looked at Sua Lianqing and said, "Do you know about the machine field's matter?" Sua Lianqing sheathed his sword, then he nodded and said, I know. How could I not know about such a big matter? The elder nodded and said, do you think this matter is fake? Naturally, the elder suspected that the machine field was faking this matter. Sua Lianqing shook his head and said, I'm afraid it's not fake. The machine field has a remarkable person this time, it's Zhao Hai. I haven't reported this to the elders, but when we were in the underground wormhole, we found traces of two groups of people fighting. From the various signs, it seems like Zhao Hai and the 3 Mountain 5 Young Masters group were fighting. The 3 Mountain 5 Young Master didn't come back this time, so I think they might have died in Zhao Hai's hands. If Zhao Hai can kill the 3 Mountain 5 Young Master, then he can naturally kill more insects. It's not impossible for him to distribute the insects to the machine field. As long as we wait for the ranking matches, we will be able to see the truth. If the machine field admits defeat except for Zhao Hai, then it means that the insects were killed by Zhao Hai. If they don't admit defeat and fight, then it means that the 6 people from the machine field aren't simple people. Hearing Sua Lianqing, the elder raised his eyebrows and said, Oh? There's such a thing? The 3 Mountain 5 Young Masters have a 5-element formation. If Zhao Hai can really kill them, then he must be very strong. Sua Lianqing nodded and said, it's not just the 3 Mountain 5 Young Masters. I don't know if the elder has noticed that there's another person who didn't return. And that person has the strength to return. Hearing Sua Lianqing's words, the elder's eyes shone as he said, Li Chuchen? Sua Lianqing nodded and said, right, it's Li Chuchen. Li Chuchen isn't weak. He can deal with those insects easily. However, not long after he entered the wormhole, he rushed towards a direction as if he knew something was there. Before, Zhao Hai made him lose face. Li Chuchen also has connections with the Water Spirit Temple in the machine field. He can have the Water Spirit Temple send him a message so that he can take revenge on Zhao Hai. But it's a pity that he underestimated the strength of his enemy. The elder nodded and said, it's possible. If it was really done by Zhao Hai, then he's a formidable opponent. You need to be careful when facing him. But this time, Zhao Hai offended the 3 Mountain Alliance as well as Western Cold City. I'm afraid he won't be able to live for long. Sua Lianqing shook his head and said, I don't think so. This Zhao Hai is very strong. When he fought the silverback gold-winged bug in Base 5, everyone thought that he ate some medicine to stimulate his potential. But now, it seems like that's not the case. Moreover, I can feel the aura of nascent soul experts in the place where he fought the 3 Mountain 5 Young Masters. It should be Mu Danshan using the Jade Nascent Talisman. Mu Danshan wasn't able to kill Zhao Hai even after using the talisman. This shows how strong he is. The elder knit his brows and said, he even used the Jade Nascent Talisman? Then it seems like this Zhao Hai is really difficult to deal with. Could it be that there's going to be an accident in this ranking competition? Sua Lianqing naturally knew what the elder meant by accident. Naturally, it was referring to Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai was really that strong, then the first place of this ranking competition would belong to him. Sua Lianqing's eyebrows twitched. His battle intent soared to the sky. He chuckled and said, I want to meet this Zhao Hai. I hope he won't disappoint me. Seeing Sua Lianqing's appearance, the elder smiled and nodded. Sword cultivators need this kind of spirit. Sword cultivators were a rather special group of practitioners in the cultivation world. As everyone knew, the practitioners in the cultivation world were famous for their various means. Almost every one of them would carry several celestial devices with them. Some of them might even carry a dozen or even dozens of celestial devices. If they were to include the spells and talismans they knew, then the number of offensive and defensive means they could use was probably more than 100. Sword cultivators, on the other hand, were the opposite. Sword cultivators were particular about using one sword to break 10,000 techniques. They almost didn't learn magic techniques, nor did they use magic tools. Their only weapon was the sword. Sword cultivators cultivated their swords. They treated their swords as their second life. They treated their swords as their own hands and feet. They treated their swords as their own spirit. Therefore, sword cultivators were the strongest in the cultivation realm. Even if a foundation establishment sword cultivator were to face a core formation expert, they wouldn't necessarily suffer a loss. This was because they focused all of their attention on their swords. Sword cultivators didn't only have strong attacks, they were also like their swords. Normally, they would hide their swords in their scabbards, not revealing their sharp edges. They were gentle and natural in their conduct. However, when facing their enemies, they would unsheath their swords and not return to their scabbards until blood was shed. A sword cultivator's spirit was like a sword. It needed to have a sharpness, just like a sharpened sword. Once a sword cultivator loses its sharpness, it would be like a rusted sword, unable to kill. Therefore, when Sua Lianqing said that he wanted to fight against Zhao Hai, the elder was somewhat happy. Sword cultivators needed this sharpness. Even if they knew that the enemy was strong, as long as the enemy was an enemy, they would still need to unsheath their swords and fight. Even if they were defeated, they would still be honorable. The elder nodded and said, "Very good. Have a good rest. Be prepared for the next few days. The other people in the ranking tournament aren't easy to deal with, especially that Tumia Tian. I heard that his devil techniques are quite good. Be careful when you meet him." Sua Lianqing nodded. The elder then stood up and left. Sua Lianqing sent the elder outside and then returned to the table. He gently stroked his sword as if it was his lover. Regarding the elder's words about Tumia Tian, Sua Lianqing didn't take it to heart. The only person he cared about right now was Zhao Hai. He knew that Tumia Tian was very strong, but in his opinion, Tumia Tian couldn't be stronger than Zhao Hai. Therefore, Sua Lianqing didn't put Tumia Tian in his eyes. Sua Lianqing was like a mountain climber. When a mountain climber set Mount Everest as his goal, would he still be interested in a small hill? There were also a lot of people who had the same reaction as Sua Lianqing. Besides Yishui Han and the others, there was also another person who was paying attention to Zhao Hai. This person was the Devil Realm's #1 newcomer, Tumia Tian. Tumia Tian was indeed the Devil Realm's #1 genius in more than 100 years. He ascended to the Devil Realm about 4 years ago, and had already reached foundation establishment. In this year's 6 Realms newcomer competition, he participated as the Devil Realm's #1 newcomer. Moreover, his performance in the elimination round was very good. He actually managed to enter the top 10. But he didn't expect that not long after he entered the top 10, he would be kicked out by someone from the machine field. When he first heard this news, Tumia Tian didn't believe it. But when he saw the rankings, he couldn't help but believe it. Originally, Tumia Tian wasn't interested in the machine field's information. But after seeing the rankings, he immediately looked for information about the machine field. After looking at it carefully, he discovered a problem. All of the changes in the machine field revolved around one person. This person was Zhao Hai. Tumia Tian slowly put down the information in his hand, then he smiled faintly and said, "Zhao Hai? Interesting. Someone like Zhao Hai actually appeared in a barren place like the machine field. It's really strange." At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had just finished drinking. Zhao Hai had already returned to the space to rest. Laura and the others were monitoring the other participants through the screen. In the past few days, they had already received information about the Cultivation Realm's bases. Therefore, monitoring them was very convenient. Laura and the others saw the reactions of Sua Lianqing and Tumia Tian. Naturally, Zhao Hai also saw it. Although he drank a lot today, his strength was no longer the same. After returning to the space, he circulated his cultivation twice and drank some spatial water. After that, he was completely healed. Listening to the conversation between Sua Lianqing and the 10,000 Swords sex elder, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh and said, "Good, Sua Lianqing. He's worthy of being the Cultivation Realm's #1 newcomer. Ha ha ha. It seems like we can't underestimate the world's heroes." Laura nodded and said, "Right, Sua Lianqing was able to analyze a lot of things just by looking at a few things. This person isn't simple. But Brother Hai, they already know that Li Chuchen and Mu Donchen's matter was done by you. Will the Three Mountains Alliance and Western Cold City deal with you? In the cultivation realm, nascent soul stage cultivators can already establish their own sections. This isn't unreasonable. Nascent soul stage cultivators are the main fighting force in the cultivation realm. But if a big sect wants to deal with a nascent soul stage cultivator, they would have to think about it carefully. After all, if they can't kill a nascent soul stage cultivator, then the consequences would be very serious. In this competition, I want to show some of my strength so that people would have scruples. This way, we can have more time to develop. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's for sure. But you don't have to worry too much about it. My current strength is equivalent to a nascent soul stage cultivator. In the cultivation realm, nascent soul stage cultivators can already establish their own sections. Laura nodded and said, with Brother Hai's current strength, you don't need to be afraid of anything. But after the competition, we should immediately take off our clothes and leave the Ashley family. Otherwise, if those fellows can't deal with you, then I'm afraid that they would make a move on the Ashley family. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I also thought about this point. But don't worry, there shouldn't be any problems. It's a pity that Jingli doesn't know how to collect faith power and how to use it. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but smile. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, you're really stupid. Did you forget about Lu Wei? Since Lu Wei can collect faith power in the lower realms, then he must know how to collect faith power and how to use it. I think that you should form a good relationship with Xingli. Once Xingli joins the sect and becomes an elder, you can ask Xingli for help. Have him pay attention to Lu Wei. As long as there is news of Lu Wei being alone, then we can eliminate Lu Chuan. Naturally, you can get what you want, and also eliminate an enemy. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up, then he nodded and said, right, I forgot about this matter. Alright, let's do it this way. Moreover, having someone on our side in the cultivation realm would make things more convenient for us in the future. Zhongli doesn't have much ambition, he just wants his family to live a good life. But if he wants his family to live a good life, then he would need more strength. With our support, his strength would increase even faster. This way, he can become our hidden chess piece in the cultivation realm. Alright, Laura, your proposal is really good. Laura smiled and said, I think that Brother Xiong and the others should just admit defeat. With their current strength, they certainly aren't a match for the other realms. It wouldn't be good if they were injured. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, I'll have Brother Xiong and the others admit defeat. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I think that Brother Xiong and the others have already thought about it. There shouldn't be any problems. Rest assured, they aren't the kind of people who would throw away their lives for face. At this time, Megan suddenly opened her mouth and said, Brother Hai, what do you think of Tu Mia Tian? Why do I feel that he's a bit strange? When I see him, I feel very disgusted. Zhao Hai replied, this Tu Mia Tian cultivates a demonic art called the blood transformation art. I heard that this demonic art requires the blood of living people to cultivate. Therefore, it's natural for you to feel uncomfortable when you see him. He has already been demonized. Besides his body, he can't even be considered a person anymore. Megan and the others were startled, they didn't think that there would be such a technique. Megan looked at Zhao Hai with a pale face and said, Brother Hai, why did you let this person live? Why didn't the people from the cultivation realm kill him? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's because of strength. Tu Mia Tian's blood saint sect is one of the demon realm's great sects. Even the great sects of the cultivation realm wouldn't dare to say that they can eliminate the blood saint sect. If they rashly go to war with the blood saint sect, then even if they win, they would still suffer heavy losses. Therefore, they can only pretend that they don't know about it. Moreover, using living people for cultivation is something that almost all demon sects do. Megan coldly snorted and said, those fellows from the cultivation realm are really hateful. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, forget it. Let's see how the heaven exterminating realm goes. We don't have the ability to deal with this matter right now. We have already offended the three mountains as well as the western cold palace. Our potential enemies include Lu Wei, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor, and the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. If we provoke the Devil Realm, then it would be unwise. Most importantly, the Devil Realm is different from the Cultivation Realm. The Cultivation Realm's people would have scruples and wouldn't pursue us. On the other hand, the Devil Realm's people are madmen. They might go all out to kill us. If that happens, then our days would be even harder. If that happens, then we'll have a hard time dealing with them. Megan nodded and didn't speak anymore. She was very clear about Zhao Hai's current situation. Although Zhao Hai had the strength of a nascent soul expert, compared to the world of cultivation, a nascent soul expert was nothing. In the world of cultivation, there were a lot of nascent soul experts who died in battles. Even if Zhao Hai had the space and wouldn't die, the feeling of being chased down wasn't good. Therefore, it wasn't the right time to deal with the Blood Saint sect. However, Megan believed that as long as the time was right, Zhao Hai would definitely deal with the Blood Saint sect. This was because Zhao Hai couldn't stand people being used as slaves, let alone livestock. This was something that Zhao Hai wouldn't allow. Zhao Hai had a sense of justice, but not too much. He didn't want to be a saint, he wasn't a saint, and he would never become one. However, in the face of great things, Zhao Hai was still able to stick to his own heart. After receiving years of education on Earth, the idea that man was the leader of all creatures and that everyone was equal had been deeply rooted in his mind. It had become a part of Zhao Hai's connection with Earth. In this case, how could Zhao Hai hope for the existence of slaves? When he was in the lower realm, he had already abolished slavery. However, in the world of cultivation, people were still being raised like livestock. Zhao Hai had to take care of this. But Zhao was not an ordinary man. Before he did anything, he would think about the gains and losses. If you want to help someone else, you have to first see if you have the ability to do so. If you are rich, you have to help the world. If you are poor, you have to take care of yourself. This sentence was most appropriate for Zhao. The official ranking competition was about to begin. Zhao Hai and the others were about to leave Fabio Planet. The official ranking competition wasn't held on Fabio Planet, but in the Cultivation World's Great Void Arena. The Great Void Arena was a very important place in the Cultivation World. The Great Void Arena was built in a damaged area. There weren't many dangers in the meteorite area. The biggest meteorite in the area had been used by the Almighty of the Cultivation World to build an incomparably huge arena. Beside this big meteorite, there were countless smaller meteorites floating in a fixed pattern so that they wouldn't collide with each other. The people of the Cultivation World had built seats on these smaller meteorites so that people could sit on them and watch everything that was happening in the Great Void Arena. In the past, the newcomer competition was held in the Great Void Arena. This had become a convention. Naturally, this time was no exception. After Zhao Hai and the others rested for the night, they prepared to leave Fabio Planet the next day. To be honest, when they heard that they were leaving, the leaders of the machine field were even happier than Zhao Hai and the others. In their opinion, Fabio Planet was too dangerous. It was better to leave as soon as possible. On the contrary, Zhao Hai and the others weren't worried at all. Even Xianxia and the others weren't worried. They had seen Zerg in the underground wormhole. In their opinion, Zerg was nothing to worry about. After getting up in the morning, Zhao Hai knew that they were leaving. He immediately went out of his courtyard and went straight to Xingli's courtyard. Yesterday, Laura told him to befriend Xingli and ask him to pay attention to Lu Wei's matter. Naturally, Zhao Hai would do this. Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite when dealing with Lu Wei. When Zhao Hai arrived at Xingli's courtyard, Xingli was just about to go out. When he saw Zhao Hai, Xingli couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Little Hai, I was just about to send you off. I didn't expect you to come. Come in and have a seat." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Xingli into his courtyard. Xingli's courtyard wasn't very big, but he was the only one living in it. Nobody came to disturb him, it was very quiet. After entering the courtyard, Xingli was about to pour some tea for Zhao Hai. However, he was stopped by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Xingli and said, "Brother Xing, we have to go. The ranking tournament will be held in a few days. We need to prepare for it. Therefore, I came to say goodbye to you." Xingli nodded, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Little Hai, I know that you can do it. The first place of the ranking tournament will be yours. However, you need to be careful. You've offended Western Cold City and the Three Mountains Alliance. They won't let you off." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Brother Xing can rest assured, I know what to do. Come, I'll give this to you. Once you leave this place, we need to keep in touch." As he said that, Zhao Hai handed over a spatial ring to Xingli. Zhao Hai was now able to make spatial rings, but he didn't do so. This was because Zhao Hai had a lot of 100 spirit fruits in his possession. These fruits were the best spatial equipment that could be used to grow things. They were much better than spatial rings. It can be said that spatial rings were useless to Zhao Hai. However, if he wanted to do something, he couldn't take out the 100 spirit fruits. He could only use spatial bags or spatial rings. And this spatial ring was one of Zhao Hai's spoils of war. Zhongli took the spatial ring and probed it with his spiritual force. This was because there were only 3 things inside the spatial ring. One of them was the insect artifacts that belonged to Zerg. They were piled up in a big pile. One must know that Zerg's insect artifacts were very popular even in the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai was just giving him money. The second thing was wine. The wine that they drank last night was lined up in jars. There were about 20 of them. The third thing was a magic formation. It didn't matter how big it was, Zhongli didn't know what it was used for. Zhongli took back his spiritual force and looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "These insect artifacts are our spoils of war from the wormhole. We kept some of them, but the rest will be given to Brother Zheng. When you leave Fabio Planet, you will need a lot of money. Although these things aren't worth much, I hope that they can help Brother Zheng. As for the wine, I don't have a lot, so I can only give you this much. This small formation is a small transmission formation, it can only be used for communication. When Brother Zheng leaves this place, you can use it to contact me. When the time comes, we brothers will meet again." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Brother Zheng, I'll give you this." When Zhongli heard this, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. In the cultivation realm, it was very rare for people to make friends. This was especially true for rogue cultivators like Zhongli. In the past, Zhongli had a few friends. But unfortunately, none of them succeeded in reaching core formation. Moreover, they had already died. Since then, Zhongli didn't have any friends. Now that Zhao Hai gave Zhongli these things, although they weren't very valuable, Zhongli was genuinely treating him as a friend. Zhongli was very grateful. He received the spatial ring and nodded, "All right, Zhao Hai. Big Brother will remember your good intentions. Once Big Brother leaves Fabio Planet, I'll immediately look for you." Zhongli nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Then it's settled. It's getting late, Brother Zheng, I'll be leaving." Then he bowed to Zhongli before his body flashed and left the courtyard. Zhao Hai didn't return to his courtyard. Instead, he went directly to the transmission formation. Sure enough, Ma Rulong and the others were already waiting for him there. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Ma Rulong nodded to Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai gave Ma Rulong a salute before he joined the group. It seems like there were only a few dozen people in the group. Ma Rulong's mood was very heavy. When they arrived, they had more than 100 people. They were in high spirits. But when they arrived at Fabio Planet, they were attacked by Zerg. In this elimination round, only 6 people, including Zhao Hai, survived. How could Ma Rulong's mood be good? Although those contestants were killed by Zhao Hai, Ma Rulong didn't blame Zhao Hai. He knew that if Zhao Hai dared to say that he was the one who killed those contestants, then everything he said was true. Those people were surrounded by Zerg and were about to die. But when Zhao Hai rescued them, they wanted to kill Zhao Hai and rob him of his things. It would be strange if Zhao Hai didn't kill them. Ma Rulong sighed, then he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Everyone didn't say anything as they silently walked towards the transmission formation. Before long, everyone was on the transmission formation. Then a white light flashed as everyone disappeared. A transmission formation in Sea Mountain City flashed as Zhao Hai and the others appeared. After looking around, Ma Rulong waved his hand and led everyone towards the machine field's courtyard. Zhao Hai and the others lived here before, so they weren't unfamiliar with this place. This time, nobody made things difficult for them. On the contrary, the people from the world of cultivation looked at Zhao Hai and the others with confusion and dread. Zhao Hai and the others' results had already spread throughout the realms. In the face of such a result, the entire world of cultivation was shocked. Almost nobody believed that such a result was real. However, such a result was real. When the people from the world of cultivation saw that the machine field's results had surpassed the world of cultivation, they thought that this was a joke. But when their thoughts were confirmed, the people from the world of cultivation went crazy. They couldn't believe this fact. They began to frantically investigate Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai's information wasn't difficult to find. Before long, someone showed Zhao Hai's information to the world of cultivation. Only then did the world of cultivation know that Zhao Hai was a genius. Moreover, he was able to fight a silverback gold-winged bug alone. Everyone who saw this information was dumbfounded. Almost everyone in the cultivation realm knew how strong the silverback golden-winged bug was. This was because there were legends about the silverback golden-winged bug that could fight against two nascent soul experts. But Zhao Hai was actually able to fight against a silverback golden-winged bug alone? Then how strong was he? Wasn't he more powerful than two nascent soul experts? Thinking of this, the people from the world of cultivation couldn't help but be honest. The world of cultivation worshipped the strong the most. They also knew that there were some people that they couldn't afford to provoke. And Zhao Hai was one of them. This time, Zhao Hai and the others weren't troubled. This was also the reason why the Sea Mountain sect in Sea Mountain City didn't dare to make things difficult for Zhao Hai. This was especially true after knowing Zhao Hai's strength. Although the Sea Mountain sect was a sect, the strongest person in their sect was only a golden core stage sect master. A small sect like this wouldn't dare to provoke an expert who dared to fight a silverback gold-winged bug alone. In the world of cultivation, there were many small sects that had golden core cultivators as their strongest experts. They lived very carefully, as if they were walking on thin ice. They were afraid of provoking someone that they couldn't afford to provoke and destroy their sect. In the beginning, Xianxia and the others were very puzzled about this situation. They heard that in the world of cultivation, only nascent soul experts could establish their own sections. How could the strongest experts of these small sects be golden core cultivators? Later, after some time, they came to know that these small sects were established by nascent soul experts. But after a long time, these nascent soul experts either passed away or died in accidents. Because of this, the strongest experts of these sects became golden core cultivators. This was the case for the Sea Mountain sect. Because of this, now that Zhao Hai and the others came out of the transmission formation, the Sea Mountain sect didn't make things difficult for them. This was because the people from the Sea Mountain sect knew that if they made things difficult for Zhao Hai and the others, then Zhao Hai might deal with them. In the view of the Sea Mountain sect, Zhao Hai didn't deal with them before because he wanted to preserve his strength and to keep it a secret. He didn't want others to know about his true strength. Now that everyone knew about his strength, he didn't need to keep it a secret. At this time, if they were to provoke Zhao Hai, then they wouldn't have a good ending. When Zhao Hai and the others returned to the courtyard, they discovered that it was different from before. In the past, the courtyard was simply decorated and looked very low-key. Now, the courtyard had been repainted and looked very good. The sign in front of the courtyard had also been replaced. It was much bigger than the previous one and had the words Magic Machine Courtyard written on it. Two robots were standing in front of the courtyard. When Ma Rulong walked over, the two robots immediately came over and bowed to Ma Rulong. "Leader Ma, please." Ma Rulong stared for a moment, but he still nodded and entered the courtyard. Ma Rulong nodded and entered the courtyard. The courtyard looked a lot cleaner than before. Two mages were standing in the courtyard waiting for them. When they saw Ma Rulong and the others come in, the two immediately greeted them. Then they bowed to Ma Rulong and said, "Leader Ma, congratulations on your victory." Ma Rulong looked at the two and nodded. Then he waved his hand and said, "Arrange the rooms in the back, we need to rest." The two nodded before they turned around and left. At this time, a loud shout was suddenly heard, "Zhao Hai, roll out and die." Along with this shout, a person's shadow flew towards them from afar. This caused Ma Rulong and the others to stare. Zhao Hai was also stunned. However, Laura and the others immediately gave him information. The person who came was a middle-aged core formation expert. He wore a black robe and had a dignified appearance. However, his face was currently distorted with anger. It seems like he was about to swallow someone whole. Zhao Hai stared. This was because he didn't know who this person was. Although he was puzzled, he didn't say anything as his figure moved and appeared above the magic machine courtyard. He stared at the person and said, "Zhao Hai is here. May I know who this friend is? What did Zhao Hai do to offend you?" The person stopped 100 meters away from Zhao Hai. He coldly looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, I'm Zhao Hai. May I know who your excellency is? What enmity do I have with your excellency?" The person looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "You're really an ignorant country bumpkin. You don't know anything and yet you dare to kill. Listen well, I'm the inner hall elder of the Three Mountains Alliance's Jade Screen Mountain. Helian de Dong Tutian whom you killed was my disciple." When Zhao Hai saw Helian de, he knew that Helian de was here for revenge. However, he didn't know who Helian de was seeking revenge for. Now, he knew. Zhao Hai replied, "So it's Elder Helian. Dong Tutian was indeed killed by me because he wanted to steal my prey. Since he wanted to kill me, I naturally killed him. Did Elder Helian forget? During the Six Realms beginner competition, participants like us will be protected." Helianda laughed and said, "Protected? Who will protect you? You country bumpkins, do you really think that cultivators will protect you? Stop daydreaming, you must die today." Zhao Hai looked at Helianda, then he smiled faintly and said, "If I kill you, I'll be hunted down by Mount Jade Screen. But if you kill me, nothing will happen to you. This is really unfair." Helianda looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, "Fair? You want to talk to me about fairness? Let me tell you, in the cultivation realm, strength is fairness. Only the strong have the qualifications to demand fairness." Zhao Hai looked at Helianda strangely and said, "Are you sure that you can deal with me? I really want to know why you're so confident." Helianda looked at Zhao Hai, then he sneered and said, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you really think that you have the strength to challenge the cultivation realm? Zhao Hai, you don't know the methods of the cultivation realm. Today, I'll let you experience it." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "I want to experience it as well. Please don't break anything in the city." Then he turned around and flew out of the city. Seeing this, Ma Rulong and the others also flew out. Although Ma Rulong's strength was equivalent to a core formation cultivator, this was only based on the spiritual chi density in his body, not his fighting strength. If he were to fight against a cultivator from the cultivation realm, then the one to die would be him. Just like Helianda said, cultivators from the cultivation realm had too many methods that the people of the machine field didn't know about. Helianshin coldly snorted, then he followed Zhao Hai and flew out. Although he could openly seek revenge on Zhao Hai, if he really did it in Haishan City, then it would be tantamount to offending the Haishan sect. Helianshin wasn't afraid of the Haishan sect. The Haishan sect was just a small sect, but he didn't want to offend them. Although the Haishan sect couldn't do anything to him, it would still cause him a lot of trouble. The cultivation realm wasn't as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. Small sects were swallowed up by great sects from time to time. Slowly, these small sects found their own way to survive. One was to unite, and the other was to pledge allegiance to the great sects. Although the scale of these sects wasn't very big, but as long as these sects were united, their strength couldn't be underestimated. Zhao Hai's group was a group of small sections. Although these sects weren't very big, their strength couldn't be underestimated. The second was to pledge allegiance to the great sects near them. They would submit to the great sects and send tributes every year as well as help the great sects do things. This way, they would be sheltered by the great sects. It was like a sovereign state and a vassal state. Helianshin wasn't afraid of a small sect like the Haishan sect. However, the Haishan sect also had a backer. If he really fought with Zhao Hai in the city, then it would certainly cause some damage to the city. If that happened, then it wouldn't be easy to explain to the people behind the Haishan sect. The most important thing in the cultivation realm was face. If you give someone face, then they would also give you face. If you don't give them face, then they would want your life. If Helianshin really made a move in Haishan City, then it would undoubtedly be a slap to the Haishan sect's face. The Haishan sect wouldn't let him off easily. Because of this, when Zhao Hai proposed to fight outside the city, Helianshin didn't immediately attack Zhao Hai. Instead, he agreed with Zhao Hai. Helianshin came to Zhao Hai not only for revenge, but also to suppress the machine field. The suppression of the machine field by the cultivation realm had always been ubiquitous. There was nothing they wouldn't do. This time, Zhao Hai's ranking in the elimination round was higher than the cultivation realm's. This was something that the cultivation realm didn't want to see. Therefore, the cultivation realm wanted to suppress the machine field. For the cultivation realm who loved face, they needed an excuse to suppress the machine field. And revenge was the best excuse. In the cultivation world, the relationship between master and disciple was very thin under certain circumstances. Dong Tu Tian was killed, and if you counted on Xianxia to avenge him like how he avenged his son, it was almost impossible. Xianxia didn't only have Dong Tu Tian as his disciple, and Dong Tu Tian wasn't his most valued disciple. There was absolutely no need for him to avenge Dong Tu Tian. Xianxia came this time because he was ordered to kill Zhao Hai. The cultivation realm wasn't an idiot. On the contrary, they were all cunning old foxes. After analyzing the machine field's situation, they immediately discovered that the machine field's achievements were all because of Zhao Hai. Therefore, they immediately formulated a plan to deal with Zhao Hai. And Xianxia was chosen as the executor of this plan. It wasn't that the cultivation realm didn't analyze Zhao Hai's strength. However, they didn't believe the information they collected. Zhao Hai was a newcomer who ascended less than a year ago. How could he have the strength of a nascent soul expert? This was absolutely impossible. Therefore, in their opinion, sending a core formation expert to deal with Zhao Hai was more than enough. Zhao Hai and the others quickly arrived outside Seamount Mountain City. It was still the same hill where they fought Gong Sunjing. Zhao Hai and Xianxia stood opposite each other. Ma Rulong and the others stood not far behind Zhao Hai. However, Ma Rulong's expression was somewhat ugly. On the other hand, Xiongli and the others didn't care. They believed that Zhao Hai could defeat Xianxia. This was because they saw the battle between Zhao Hai and Mu Danchen. They were confident in Zhao Hai. Ma Rulong quickly noticed Xiongli and the others. Even if he didn't want to, he couldn't help it. Xiongli and the others were chatting and laughing. It seems like they didn't take the situation seriously. Ma Rulong's figure flashed and appeared beside Xiongli. He said to Xiongli, "Aren't you worried at all?" Seeing Ma Rulong, Xiongli didn't dare to neglect him. He immediately replied, "Leader, rest assured. Zhao Hai will be fine. Xianxia isn't Zhao Hai's opponent." Ma Rulong looked at Xiongli and asked, "Why are you so confident?" That Xianxia is a core formation stage cultivator. Even in the cultivation world, he would be an inner hall elder of a sect. Xiongli smiled faintly and said, "Leader, you don't need to worry. When Zhao Hai was in the wormhole, he fought against the cultivation world. One of them was called Mu Danchen and used a jade talisman. That jade talisman seems to be called the Jade Infant Talisman. The biggest use of this jade talisman is that it can store the power of a nascent soul cultivator's attack. Zhao Hai was able to repel the nascent soul cultivator's attack with a single punch. His opponent was only a core formation cultivator. Ma Rulong looked at Xiongli and the others in surprise. If he wasn't sure that Xiongli and the others wouldn't joke about this matter, Ma Rulong would have thought that they were lying. Zhao Hai was able to repel a nascent soul cultivator's attack? What kind of strength was that? Just as he was thinking about this, Xianxia also opened his mouth to speak. Xianxia looked around and nodded, "Not bad. The feng shui of this place is good. It's a good place to bury your bones." When Zhao Hai heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but laugh. This time, it wasn't a fake laugh, but a real one. This was because he thought of something very interesting. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Nothing. I just feel that it's very funny. This is because there was another person who said the same thing to me before. Moreover, the location was also here. It's really strange. You cultivation world people seem to like to say these kinds of things." When Xianxia heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he coldly snorted and said, "Enough nonsense. Die." After he said that, Xianxia waved his hand and a yellow palm went straight towards Zhao Hai. Xianxia was also an earth cultivator. This palm attack of his was very famous in the cultivation world. It was called the Five Elements Palm. This Five Elements Palm wasn't famous because of its strength, but because the Five Elements Palm was a spell that could be used by any attribute. At the same time, it was also a spell that could be used by anyone. Simply put, the Five Elements Palm was a versatile spell. The Five Elements Palm used by Xianxia also had a name. It was called the Thick Earth Palm. In essence, it was the Five Elements Palm. However, the 5 elements palm used by a core formation stage cultivator was an existence that no one dared to underestimate. Xianxia was just testing the waters. He wanted to know how strong Zhao Hai was. If Zhao Hai was directly killed by the thick earth palm, then he would save himself a lot of trouble. If he couldn't kill Zhao Hai, then he could also see how strong Zhao Hai was from Zhao Hai's response. When Zhao Hai saw Xianxia's move, he smiled and waved his hand. A palm energy shot out. He didn't use his full strength and just casually threw a punch. A huge palm energy shot towards Xianxia's thick earth palm. Boom! When the fist and the palm collided, a huge explosion sounded. It shook the small hill below. Xianxia's eyebrows twitched and his expression slowly became serious. He was very clear that he was just testing the waters with that attack. Similarly, Zhao Hai also didn't use his full strength. It was precisely because he knew that Zhao Hai didn't use his full strength that Xianxia paid more attention to Zhao Hai. He now completely regarded Zhao Hai as an opponent on the same level as him. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and smiled gently. If you want to kill me, then show me some real ability. I think you can forget about testing me like this. Xianxia coldly snorted. You'll see. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a big axe appeared in front of him. This big axe was a one-handed axe. The handle wasn't long and the axe's surface was huge. It was golden and gave people a feeling that it was incomparably heavy. This big axe was also Xianxia's famous weapon, the earth-splitting axe. The earth-splitting axe was Xianxia's life weapon. He gathered Wutu gold essence and added a variety of other metals. It took him 3 years to make it. After it was made, he kept it in his dantian to nourish it. It was Xianxia's best weapon. Cultivators in the cultivation world would have a lot of magic tools. Some of these magic tools were refined by people they found, while others were snatched in the process of battle. If a core formation cultivator who wasn't a sword cultivator didn't have dozens of magic tools in his hands, he would be embarrassed to go out and talk to others. However, this was only a superficial phenomenon. Cultivators in the cultivation world had a lot of magic tools, but there was only one true life source magic tool, and there could only be one. A life source magic tool was a magic tool related to one's life. Unless the owner died, no one could take it away. A life source magic tool would generally be placed in the dantian to be nurtured. The longer it was nurtured, the more power it could display. Even if it was nurtured for a short period of time, it would still be more powerful than an ordinary magic tool. A life source magic tool was very important to a cultivator. Unless they encountered a strong enemy, they wouldn't reveal their life source magic tool under normal circumstances. It was precisely because of the importance of the life source instrument that the cultivators were extremely careful in choosing their life source instrument. If the choice of the life source instrument was not good, it would have a huge impact on the cultivator. It would even have a huge impact on his future cultivation. People were different from each other. If 2 people practiced the same cultivation method at the same time, the final result could be completely different. It was not easy for a person to find the most suitable life source implement for himself. First of all, the choice of the magic tool's shape was directly related to a person's character. If you let a cowardly person who only wanted to save his life choose a saber as his life source magic tool, it was simply impossible. Sabers didn't fit their character. People who used sabers had to have a domineering aura. How could a cowardly person have a domineering aura? They would generally use a shield or some other magic tool with a strong defensive power as their life source magic tool. In addition to the shape of the magic artifact, the choice of materials for the magic artifact was also very important. In addition to being compatible with the user's body, the magic artifact must also have the potential for development. If an ordinary piece of iron was used to make a life-bound magic artifact, the impact on the cultivator would be even greater. Therefore, any cultivator would be extremely cautious when choosing a life source magic tool. They would spend a long time to determine which weapon was the most suitable for them. They would also spend an even longer time to find the materials to make the life source magic tool. Then, they would ask someone they absolutely trusted and who was good at refining to refine the life source magic tool. If they had the ability, it would be best for them to refine the life source magic tool themselves. This was because if others were to refine it, it would always be a bit worse than refining it themselves. Finally, after the life source magic tool was completed, it would immediately be taken into the cultivator's dantian and slowly become their own life source magic tool. It was precisely because of this that Helion Da's personality could be seen from this natal immortal treasure. Those who used axes were all people with astonishing strength. They were extremely confident in their own strength. They were domineering, but they did not lose their dignity. They did things with a sense of propriety. The moment Helion Da made a move, he revealed his own life source magic tool. From this, it could be seen how much importance he attached to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw Helion Da reveal this life source magic tool, he knew that this magic tool was simple. This was because when Helion Da revealed this life source magic tool, his aura also changed. That confident, calm, and domineering aura was absolutely not faked. Moreover, the magic tool he took out resonated with his aura. This made Zhao Hai even more aware of the extraordinariness of this magic tool. Helion Da looked at Zhao Hai and coldly said, "Zhao Hai, today you can die under my earth-splitting axe. It can be considered a worthy death. Come and die." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand forward. The one-handed great axe, with the power to split the heavens and earth, chopped straight at Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he did not dare to meet it with his bare hands. With a flip of his hand, a great hammer appeared behind him. Zhao Hai did not let this great hammer fly out to injure the enemy. Instead, he grabbed the great hammer and let out a loud shout. He directly met the earth-splitting axe with the great hammer in his hand. The most important thing about Helion Da's attack was its aura. It used its aura to oppress others. If he wanted to avoid it, his aura would leak and his moves would become unorthodox. Therefore, Helion Da did not give way. He still directed the great axe to chop at Zhao Hai. The great axe chopped down a few times faster. Dang! Like a hammer hitting a giant bell, a sound wave spread out from the place where the great hammer and great axe collided. Even Xiongli and the others who were standing behind Zhao Hai could clearly feel this airflow. Not only could they feel it, but their clothes were also lifted up by the airflow. With a loud bang, the earth-splitting axe was shaken and flipped back. Helion Da's face also became pale, without a trace of blood. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. Zhao Hai looked at Helion Da's appearance and coldly smiled. "You're only SOSO. You dare to seek revenge with such a method? You can stay here today." After saying that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and directly pounced on Helion Da. Helion Da's face changed. He waved his hand and a huge turtle shell shield appeared in front of him. At the same time, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. He opened the jade bottle and poured out a fiery red pill. He threw it into his mouth and immediately swallowed it after chewing twice. The sledgehammer in Zhao Hai's hand hit Helion Da's tortoise shield. Fortunately, the shield wasn't ordinary. When the sledgehammer hit it, the tortoise shield immediately lit up with a yellow light curtain. This yellow light curtain had the same shape as the tortoise shield. However, this yellow light curtain had a lot of mysterious runes on it, making it look very mysterious. Zhao Hai's great hammer hit the light screen. The runes on the light screen lit up, but the light screen disappeared in an instant. Zhao Hai's great hammer didn't lose its momentum and hit the turtle shield's surface. The turtle shield wailed and turned into a pile of iron powder. Helion Da, who was standing behind the light screen and looking at Zhao Hai with a vicious expression, was shocked. He flipped over two magic tools in his hand and threw them at Zhao Hai. One of the two magic tools was a flying sword, while the other was a golden shuttle. This golden shuttle was a double-pointed sword. In the true sleeping world, those double-pointed swords were called shuttles. These two magic tools were clearly offensive magic tools. Moreover, their target was Zhao Hai. However, because they were used in a hurry, these two weapons didn't work together at all. Helion Da didn't even command them. Instead, he threw them at Zhao Hai as if they were two hidden weapons. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Zhao Hai sneered. His body moved, and in the next moment, he appeared beside Helion Da. The great hammer in his hand swung towards Helion Da. Helion Da obviously didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so fast. The medicinal effect of the pill he ate hadn't even taken effect yet, but Zhao Hai had already arrived. Helion Da originally thought that he could rely on the mystical tortoise shield to block a few of Zhao Hai's attacks. When the medicinal effect of the raging flame pill he ate took effect, his potential would be unleashed, allowing him to recover from his injuries in a short period of time. Moreover, his strength would increase greatly. As long as he killed Zhao Hai, he would immediately escape far away and recover from his injuries. However, he didn't expect that the mystical tortoise shield wouldn't be able to block Zhao Hai's attack. It was broken by Zhao Hai in just one attack. At this time, the medicinal effect of the raging flame pill hadn't taken effect yet. The golden core in his body was still dim and couldn't be used. Under these circumstances, he could only retreat temporarily and stall for a few breaths of time. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so fast. In a flash, he was already beside him. Now, Helianda had no time to think about this. His soul was about to leave his body. He let out a strange cry and was about to forcibly activate the earth-splitting axe to block Zhao Hai's attack. However, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. Then, his internal organs were hit hard at the same time. They were smashed into pieces, and the strength in his body disappeared. Before he died, Helianda couldn't help but look down at his chest. He found a silver spear piercing through his chest, and the end of the spear was sitting in Zhao Hai's hand. Helianda couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't know when the great hammer in Zhao Hai's hand had turned into a spear. Until his death, Helianda was confused. He didn't know that Zhao Hai had a weapon that could transform. He also didn't know how strong Zhao Hai was. The time that Zhao Hai and Helianda fought was actually very short. The two of them only exchanged 5 moves. However, these 5 moves contained too many things. The first move was to probe each other, and the palm and fist collided. This made Helianda pay enough attention to Zhao Hai. He even immediately released his life source magic weapon to deal with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also saw this point. He saw that Helianda's magic weapon was extraordinary, and it had a lot to do with him. Zhao Hai didn't hold back. He directly turned liquid silver into a great hammer. At the same time, he added a few vibration arrays to the hammer. When these vibration arrays were used superimposed, the effect would be multiplied. Therefore, he was able to hit Helianda's earth-splitting axe back with a hammer, causing Helianda's golden core to be damaged. After being injured, Zhao Hai didn't let Helianda go. He immediately chased after him. Helianda also immediately ate a raging flame pill that could stimulate his potential to fight with Zhao Hai. Even if he would be injured afterwards, he knew that if he didn't eat the raging flame pill, he would definitely die here. Therefore, he wanted to eat the raging flame pill to fight with Zhao Hai. At the same time, he also released his strongest defense, the black tortoise shield. He wanted to block Zhao Hai for a few breaths of time. Then, the raging flame pill would take effect, and he would be able to fight with Zhao Hai. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai's sledgehammer had several vibration arrays. In addition to Zhao Hai's own strength, the black tortoise shield was actually broken by Zhao Hai in one move, causing Helianda's plan to fail. He hurriedly released 2 magic tools, but he underestimated Zhao Hai's speed. In the end, the sledgehammer in Zhao Hai's hand turned into a spear and pierced his chest. Zhao Hai's spear also had a vibration array. Not only did it break Helianda's soft armor, but it also caused Helianda's internal organs to be injured at the same time when it pierced into his body. No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to survive. The reason why Zhao Hai killed Helianda so ruthlessly was because he found that there were several spiritual forces nearby that had been observing the situation here. If he didn't kill Helianda, those people would probably come out to challenge him again. He didn't want to be bothered by these guys every day, so he directly killed Helianda to let those people know how powerful he was and make them have scruples in their hearts. Naturally, they would be more honest. Although Helianda died, Zhao Hai didn't let him go. He waved his hand as Helianda was wrapped in black liquid. Then Helianda disappeared. Xianxia and the others knew that Helianda had become a member of Zhao Hai's undead army. Zhao Hai received liquid silver. Xianxia and the others flew to Zhao Hai's side. Xianxia laughed and said, "Little Zhao Hai, good job. You're getting more and more powerful." Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "I originally wanted to play with him a bit more. Unfortunately, there are some blind fellows who want to see how I kill people. Naturally, I have to kill Helianda quickly so that they can see it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You're right." Ma Rulong and the others also came over. they were shocked. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to kill Helianda in just 5 moves. Helianda was a core formation cultivator, not a commoner. Wasn't Zhao Hai too strong, now? That he heard Zhao Hai, Ma Rulong understood what Zhao Hai meant. He also felt the spiritual force that was approaching. To be honest, he agreed with Zhao Hai's decision. He also understood why Zhao Hai did this. If Zhao Hai didn't do this, then there would be a second, third, and fourth Helianda. Now, those people would have to think twice before making a move. After all, their lives were the most important. Ma Rulong was pleasantly surprised as he looked at Zhao Hai. Then he laughed and said, "Zhao Hai, good job. You've made the machine field proud. Let's go back and have a drink." Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he flew back with Ma Rulong. While flying forward, Ma Rulong's expression turned serious. Then he whispered to Zhao Hai, "Little Zhao Hai, you killed Helianda this time. You must be careful. Don't let anything happen to you before the tournament. After the tournament, I will immediately arrange for you to return to the machine field. Once you're there, you'll be safe." Although the cultivation realm is arrogant, they wouldn't dare attack the machine field directly. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Leader, rest assured. As long as the cultivation realm doesn't send transcending tribulation experts, they wouldn't be able to do anything to me. You don't need to worry." When Ma Rulong heard Zhao Hai, his body couldn't help but shake. Then he looked at Zhao Hai in shock. After some time, he said, "Little Zhao Hai, is what you said true? Do you really have the strength to contend with nascent soul experts? In the cultivation world, nascent soul experts aren't easy to deal with. They have many more tricks up their sleeves than core formation experts." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Leader, rest assured. The weapon I'm using isn't an ordinary weapon. It's the weapon left behind by Senior Leng Wuyang." Ma Rulong stopped. The people behind Ma Rulong almost bumped into him. Ma Rulong didn't care about them. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai with shining eyes, like a pervert looking at a prostitute. At the same time, Ma Rulong's eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be using a legendary weapon. No wonder he was so strong. When he heard that Zhao Hai was using liquid silver, Ma Rulong attributed Zhao Hai's strength to liquid silver. This wasn't surprising, there were too many legends about liquid silver. It was also too mystical. Ma Rulong's reaction was reasonable. The reason why he looked at Zhao Hai like that before was because he knew that when Ling Yuanyang refined liquid silver, he said that as long as liquid silver was refined, the machine field would have the strength to contend with the cultivation realm. And Zhao Hai has verified this statement. In other words, Zhao Hai now has the strength to contend with nascent soul experts. After some time, Ma Rulong responded. He turned his head to the others and nodded, "It's fine, let's go." Then he took the lead and flew forward. Zhao Hai and Ma Rulong's people could see that Ma Rulong was very excited. Zhao Hai and Ma Rulong's conversation was very low. Nobody else heard it. It can be said that with these people's abilities, it wasn't difficult for them to eavesdrop. But with Ma Rulong's status and Zhao Hai's strength, if they were to eavesdrop on their conversation, the two would certainly be unhappy. They didn't want to offend the two, so they didn't eavesdrop. Naturally, they didn't know what the two were talking about. They also didn't know why Ma Rulong was so excited. The group quickly returned to Seamount City. When the cultivators of Seamount City saw Zhao Hai's group, they couldn't help but unconsciously move to the side. They all knew that Helianda was looking for Zhao Hai to seek revenge. They also knew that Zhao Hai had gone outside the city to resolve his hatred. Now that Zhao Hai had returned safe and sound, it meant that Helianda's revenge had failed. No matter what Helianda's final result was, Zhao Hai's strength had already been affirmed. There were no experts in Sea Mountain City, so they naturally wouldn't provoke Zhao Hai, a great expert who could defeat a core formation stage cultivator. Therefore, they all obediently made way for Zhao Hai. Ma Rulong flew forward while looking at the cultivators. His heart was filled with emotions. This wasn't the first time he came to the cultivation realm. He didn't know how many times he had been here. He was very clear about the attitude of the people in the cultivation realm towards the people from the machine field. You want the cultivators to make way for you? If they don't find trouble with you, then you're already lucky. But now that they're taking the initiative to make way for you, you don't even need to think about it. But now, the cultivators were bowing their heads and making way for them. It seems like they were afraid of them. How could Ma Rulong not sigh? Before long, the group returned to the magic machine formation. After arriving, Ma Rulong had the two mages in charge of the courtyard prepare food and wine. Then he pulled Zhao Hai into his room. After entering the room and closing the door, Ma Rulong couldn't help but ask Zhao Hai, is what you said true? Did you really use that weapon? Zhao Hai nodded and said, it's true. That weapon ended up in the hands of the Ashley family's bone symbol camp. When the camp lord asked me to choose a weapon, I chose it. Then I used something I brought from the lower realms to activate it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, it's true. Although Zhao Hai said it casually, Ma Rulong was sure that the things that Zhao Hai brought were extraordinary. But he didn't ask, he just nodded and said, that's good, that's good. Zhao Hai, I'll be counting on you for the hegemony tournament. When the tournament officially starts, I'll have Xianxia and the others forfeit, so as to avoid giving the cultivation realm a chance to deal with them. What do you think? At this point, Ma Rulong no longer dared to put on airs in front of Zhao Hai. Although he was a member of the machine field, he knew that Zhao Hai's strength wasn't something that he could put on airs in front of. Because of this, he began to discuss with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Captain, rest assured. I'll talk to Big Brother and the others. They will agree. As long as the machine field can occupy the top 6 spots, then it would be a great victory for the machine field. Ma Rulong nodded, then he sighed and said, it won't be that easy. Just wait and see, those guys from the cultivation realm will do everything they can to stop us, especially you. And it's not just the cultivation realm, you have to be careful of those guys from the devil realm, especially that Tu Mietian. I heard that he's not easy to deal with. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare, then he said, Devil realm? Doesn't the devil realm have enmity with the cultivation realm? Why would they deal with us? Shouldn't they join forces with us to deal with the cultivation realm? Ma Rulong smiled bitterly and said, why? Of course, it's because our cultivation realm is too weak. Everyone wants to take a bite out of us. Although our cultivation realm doesn't have anything worthy of the attention of the other realms, our people are very attractive. People? Zhao Hai looked at Ma Rulong with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand what Ma Rulong meant. Ma Rulong nodded and said, right, people. Then he sighed and said, Little Hai, you should know that the machine field treats commoners the best. Just like in the cultivation realm, commoners are their slaves. And in the devil realm, commoners are livestock. The reason why the machine field values commoners so much is because they are the machine field's main fighting force. Ma Rulong's words sounded very contradictory. In the cultivation realm and the devil realm, commoners were the weakest existences. But in the machine field, they were the main fighting force. Although this didn't seem right, Zhao Hai knew that Ma Rulong was right. Ma Rulong's words were true. The machine field's main fighting force was mecha soldiers and battleships. Mecha soldiers needed to have a certain amount of talent. Their spiritual force needed to be strong as well as their physique. After going through strict training, they would become qualified mecha soldiers. Although the requirements for battleship soldiers were also high, they weren't as high as mecha soldiers. Besides some commanders, ordinary battleship soldiers were no different from commoners. They were only responsible for operating the battleship. It was just like how different people had different jobs. It was precisely because battleships were the main fighting force in the machine field that commoners were the main fighting force in the machine field. Naturally, the main fighting force of a force would have a higher status. Ma Rulong replied, it's precisely because of the cultivation realm and the devil realm's attitude towards commoners that the number of commoners is decreasing. Because they don't pay attention to the protection of commoners, a lot of their children die when they are born. The mortality rate is very high. On the other hand, the number of commoners in the machine field is increasing every year. For the cultivation realm and the cultivation realm, the machine field's commoners are a big attraction. Because of this, both the devil realm and the cultivation realm want to deal with the machine field. But right now, they have some misgivings about the machine field's strength. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so it's like this. In other words, the devil realm is also suppressing the machine field? This is interesting. That Tumia wouldn't want to deal with me, would he? If he really wants to deal with me, then that would be interesting. I also want to meet him. Ma Rulong replied, you must be careful about the Devil Realm. Although the Devil Realm has been suppressed by the Cultivation Realm, their cultivation methods are very cruel. Their means of attack are also very strange. If it's a life and death battle, they would be more difficult to deal with compared to the Cultivation Realm. Moreover, the Devil Realm is unscrupulous. You must be careful. It can be seen that Ma Rulong was very afraid of the Devil Realm. Zhao Hai couldn't help but ask, Leader, you seem to know a lot about the Devil Realm. Have you fought with them before? The muscles on Ma Rulong's face couldn't help but twitch twice. Then he said, it's not that I can't tell you. In fact, in the machine field, besides ascenders like you who study magic and battle qi, there are also a lot of great clans who study magic and battle qi. Our achievements are often higher than ascenders. However, magic and battle qi haven't been developed in the machine field. Don't you think it's strange? Upon hearing Ma Rulong, Zhao Hai felt strange. He looked at Ma Rulong and said, Leader, what do you mean? Ma Rulong let out a long breath, then he said, a lot of cultivators in the family have died. It wasn't because of an accident or because of a family mission. They died in a very special place, the Six Realms battlefield. Ma Rulong nodded, then he said, the Six Realms battlefield. Zhao Hai stared and said, Six Realms battlefield? What's that place? Ma Rulong closed his eyes and said, it's hell, a living hell. The so-called Six Realms battlefield is a subspace of unknown size. This subspace is very strange. It's very big, but unlike the world of cultivation, it's not composed of planets. The subspace is composed of land and sea. Nobody knows how big the subspace is, but it's very big. There are all kinds of beasts, all kinds of herbs, and all kinds of treasures. It can be said that the herbs produced there account for a large proportion of the cultivation realm's medicines. Moreover, the herbs produced there are very old. When Zhao Hai heard Ma Rulong, he couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't think that there would be such a place. But he didn't ask, instead, he waited for Ma Rulong to continue. Ma Rulong said in a deep voice, there are only a few spatial rifts that can be used as entrances. Even the teleportation formation can't teleport people directly. They have to enter through the spatial rifts. These spatial rifts are located in the Six Realms of cultivation. There are no more and no less. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that this would be the case. The subspace was too strange. How could there be such a place? Ma Rulong replied, occupying a place in the subspace is very important for any realm. The machine field is no exception. But because the spatial rift is too small, battleships can't enter. We can only send people and mechas. Mechas have good combat ability, but without a battleship to support them, mechas would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Because of this, if we want to occupy a place in the subspace, we can only send mages and warriors. As long as the mages and warriors of the machine field have some strength, they would fight in the Six Realms battlefield in order to protect the machine field's territory. Ma Rulong nodded and said, the machine field's mages and warriors are fighting in the Six Realms battlefield. To be honest, Zhao Hai never thought that there would be a place like the Six Realms battlefield. The machine field and the cultivation realm didn't mention such a place. If it weren't for Ma Rulong, Zhao Hai wouldn't have known about it. It can be seen that this place was highly confidential. It was completely beyond Zhao Hai's imagination. Ma Rulong seemed to be immersed in his own world. His voice was still low as he said, in the Six Realms battlefield, people die almost every day. This is because the machine field's individual strength isn't good. We can only rely on numbers to win. All we can do is defend our territory. It's impossible for us to expand. After some time, he said, in the Six Realms battlefield, you can fight with any race. People of the machine field don't trust anyone other than their own comrades. Anyone who enters the machine field's territory is an enemy. Countless mages and warriors of the machine field chose to perish together with the enemy. This is because the things in the Six Realms battlefield are very important to the machine field. I stayed in the Six Realms battlefield for 3 months and almost died 5 times. In those 3 months, I experienced nearly 100 battles. You can imagine what kind of place it is. Zhao Hai finally understood why Ma Rulong was so familiar with the situation of the other realms. It was because he fought with those people more than once. Ma Rulong looked at Zhao Hai and said, "After returning, I'm afraid you'll also go to the Six Realms battlefield." Zhao Hai, go there. For the sake of the machine field and the commoners of the machine field, you need to go to the Six Realms battlefield. You need to make the other realms understand that the machine field isn't easy to mess with. Zhao Hai nodded calmly and said, "Yes. Captain, rest assured. After returning, as long as you arrange for me to go to the Six Realms battlefield, I'll certainly go." Looking at Zhao Hai's calm appearance, Ma Rulong couldn't help but admire him. He sighed and said, "All right, then go and rest. Pay attention to your performance in the Six Realms beginner competition. You must get a good result." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and left. To be honest, he wasn't encouraged by Ma Rulong's words. He didn't want to risk his life in the Six Realms battlefield. He had his own principles and ways of doing things. It was true that there were materials in the Six Realms battlefield, but for Zhao Hai, there weren't many things that could catch his eye. Because of this, he wasn't in a hurry. If the machine field wants him to go to the Six Realms battlefield, then he would go. If the machine field doesn't want him to go, then he wouldn't take the initiative to ask for it. In Zhao Hai's view, if he wanted to ensure that the commoners of the machine field could live the same life as they do now, killing in the Six Realms battlefield wasn't enough. Strengthening the strength of the commoners was the most important thing. In fact, in Zhao Hai's view, killing in the Six Realms battlefield wasn't necessarily a good thing for the machine field. The machine field wasted a lot of talents in the Six Realms battlefield. This caused the machine field to be unable to compare to the other realms. They could only rely on their battleships and mechas to maintain the machine field situation. This wasn't necessarily good for the machine field. However, Zhao Hai was now a member of the machine field. It was only right for him to contribute to the machine field. He will go to the Six Realms battlefield. As long as the machine field wants him to go, then he will. In any case, he has the space, so he can enter and exit the Six Realms battlefield at any time. To be honest, Zhao Hai was now very curious about the Six Realms battlefield. He wanted to know what the situation was like inside the Six Realms battlefield. Zhao Hai was very curious about the Six Realms battlefield. Besides this reason, there was also another reason. He wanted to go to the Six Realms battlefield to collect some undead. The Six Realms battlefield was a place where everyone in the Six Realms fought. People died every day. In Zhao Hai's opinion, these dead people were too wasteful. If he turned them into undead, then nobody in the world of cultivation would dare to provoke him. While thinking about this, Zhao Hai returned to his room. All of their rooms were arranged in advance. In fact, although the magic machine courtyard was repainted, the interior didn't change. Zhao Hai and the others were still living in their original rooms. Their living conditions didn't improve too much. Xianxia and the others were waiting outside Zhao Hai's room. Seeing that Zhao Hai had returned, Xianxia and the others immediately went over. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, why did the team leader look for you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing important. Let's go inside and talk. After that, we'll go out and drink with the team leader. I can see that the team leaders are more excited than us." Xianxia looked at the excited team leaders and couldn't help but smile. At this time, Lu Dingtian's voice was heard, "They haven't seen the world." Zhao Hai and the others stared for a moment. Then everyone burst into laughter. They understood that Lu Dingtian was saying that the team leaders haven't seen the world. They were happy just because they killed a core formation expert. This sentence wasn't funny at all. But when it came from Lu Dingtian's mouth, it became even more hilarious. Lu Dingtian was a taciturn person. It was as if speaking a single word would make him uncomfortable. But for such a person to suddenly say such a thing, it was really hilarious. While laughing, the group entered Zhao Hai's room. After closing the door, Zhao Hai immediately turned his head to Xianxia and the others and said, "Elder brother, you don't need to participate in the ranking competition. As long as you're qualified to participate, immediately give up and return to the machine field. Then immediately go into seclusion and practice cultivation methods." Xianxia and the others stared, they didn't understand why Zhao Hai suddenly said this. Zhao Hai looked at Xiongli and the others, then he whispered to them about the Six Realms battlefield. Then he said, I think that after we return, we might be sent to the Six Realms battlefield. Therefore, you need to practice cultivation methods as soon as possible. This will be good for your future. Xiongli and the others looked at Zhao Hai in shock. This was the first time they heard about the Six Realms battlefield. However, they believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't lie to them. They immediately nodded and said, all right, don't worry. We know what to do. Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and took out several sheets of paper. He gave them to the others and said, these are cultivation methods. They're compatible with your attributes. Third brother, you teach the Six Realms fire dragon burning the heavens technique. While you're at it, record a copy for me. Dongfang Yu nodded and said, all right, I'll do it now. After he said that, he walked out. But Zhao Hai stopped him and said, don't worry, there's still time. Take these and use them when you go back to seclusion. After he said that, Zhao Hai took out several large bottles and gave them to the others. These bottles were filled with potions to help with cultivation. Naturally, Dongfang Yu and the others weren't polite. They received the bottles and stored them in their spatial rings. Zhao Hai nodded and said, let's go and have a drink with the leaders. Once the ranking competition starts, you'll immediately return to the machine field and enter seclusion. When I return, we'll go to the Six Realms battlefield and teach those guys a lesson. Xiongli and the others laughed. They weren't worried about going to the Six Realms battlefield. The main reason why they weren't worried was because of Zhao Hai's existence. As long as Zhao Hai was there, they wouldn't have to worry. When the group came out of their rooms, they saw several tables of food and wine. But to be honest, Xiongli and the others couldn't help but frown when they saw the food. This was because the food and wine weren't very good. At this time, Ma Rulong also came out of the room. When he saw the food and wine on the table, he wasn't surprised. Instead, he sighed and said, it's hard for these fellows. It's not easy to get these things in the cultivation realm. Little Hai, it's better for you to do it. Instead of eating these things and drinking wine, it's better for everyone to drink some water. Ma Rulong didn't say anything. When the others heard Ma Rulong, they burst into laughter. To be honest, ever since they drank Zhao Hai's wine, they had become a bit greedy, even though it hadn't been that long ago. Zhao Hai laughed and said, all right, since the leader has spoken, I wouldn't dare to disobey. Then he took out a large amount of food and wine. Everyone wasn't polite and immediately started drinking. This time, Jingli wasn't present. Therefore, everyone was more relaxed. Many leaders came to give a toast to Zhao Hai. While they were at it, they also chatted with Zhao Hai. Although the status of these leaders in the machine field wasn't low, it wasn't high. Naturally, they couldn't be compared to Ma Rulong. Now that Zhao Hai's rise was unstoppable, if they could form a good relationship with Zhao Hai, then it would certainly be good for their future development. These people weren't stupid. Zhao Hai looked at these people and knew what they were thinking. He didn't pretend to be aloof and ignore them. One must know that relationships were often established at this time. Not only did Zhao Hai not refuse these people's toasts, he also chatted with them. He also remembered their names and origins. This was very important. Xiongli and the others looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but sigh. They couldn't figure out where Zhao Hai ascended from. What did he experience in the lower realms? Why does he seem to be able to cope with everything? It wasn't just them, even Ma Rulong was sighing. Zhao Hai gave him a strange feeling. He couldn't see through him at all. However, Ma Rulong could see that Zhao Hai still had some feelings for the machine field. He didn't have a good impression of the cultivation realm. Because of this, Ma Rulong felt relieved. In the machine field, there were a lot of geniuses who transferred to the cultivation realm. This wasn't uncommon. Ma Rulong was afraid that one day, Zhao Hai would also transfer to the cultivation realm. Today, he talked to Zhao Hai about the Six Realms battlefield in order to make Zhao Hai identify with the machine field. This way, Zhao Hai wouldn't transfer to the cultivation realm. However, in Ma Rulong's view, what he did was only half successful. It wasn't unreasonable for Ma Rulong to think that what he did before was only half successful. Ma Rulong discovered that Zhao Hai really did identify with the machine field. This wasn't just because of what Ma Rulong said before, but also because his woman was from the machine field. No matter what, Zhao Hai was now a member of the machine field. From this point of view, Ma Rulong had succeeded. However, Ma Rulong also failed. He underestimated Zhao Hai's mind. Zhao Hai had experienced a lot of things. His heart was already as solid as a rock. Ma Rulong wanted to make Zhao Hai's blood boil and fight against the other realms with just a few words? This was simply impossible. Ma Rulong was also aware of this. Because of this, he thought that what he did before was only half successful. In fact, Ma Rulong didn't lie to Zhao Hai. There was indeed a six realms battlefield in the world of cultivation. It was a place where the six realms of the world of cultivation fought. Moreover, there were a lot of people from the machine field who fought there. Many of these people were children of great clans. They were trained since childhood to become powerful mages and warriors. Moreover, they were also able to cooperate with each other. These people were another force of the machine field's higher-ups. To be honest, if this force was brought to the machine field, then it wouldn't be underestimated. At the very least, it would be stronger than a fleet of 1,000 battleships. However, one must pay attention to this force. Although this force couldn't be underestimated, it was still controlled by the higher-ups of the machine field. Why were there so many powerful ascenders who couldn't enter the Six Realms battlefield? It was because these ascenders weren't necessarily controlled by the higher-ups of the machine field. Therefore, they couldn't enter the Six Realms battlefield. And even if they did, it wouldn't take long for them to be summoned back. What the higher-ups of the machine field needed was a completely obedient tiger. They didn't want a tiger that could bite back at any time. The reason why the higher-ups of the machine field did this was because the spiritual qi in the Six Realms battlefield was very rich. It was very suitable for cultivation. Whether it was mages or warriors, cultivating in the Six Realms battlefield was very beneficial. Besides the spiritual qi, there were also a lot of herbs in the Six Realms battlefield. Although these herbs weren't processed, they could still increase the cultivation speed of people if they were taken directly. In this case, if the machine field's higher-ups placed people who weren't under their control in the Six Realms battlefield, then after a long time, those people would grow to a certain degree. At that time, it would be impossible for the machine field's higher-ups to control them. At that time, it would be the machine field's higher-ups who would be distressed. Because of this, the higher-ups of the machine field strictly controlled the people who went to the Six Realms battlefield. The reason why Ma Rulong became the leader of this group wasn't by chance. He was actually ordered by the higher-ups of the machine field to get in touch with these ascenders. As long as Ma Rulong thinks that these people weren't a problem, then they would be sent to the Six Realms battlefield. If Ma Rulong thinks that these people weren't reliable, then they wouldn't even know about the Six Realms battlefield. However, the machine field's higher-ups chose the wrong person this time. Although Ma Rulong was loyal to the machine field, he also stayed in the Six Realms battlefield. Therefore, he knew more about the Six Realms battlefield compared to the higher-ups of the machine field. For the higher-ups of the machine field, the number of people who died in the Six Realms battlefield was just a series of cold numbers on a document. But for Ma Rulong, these people were his comrades, his brothers. Looking at the same thing with two different emotions would naturally lead to different results. Ma Rulong didn't care about what the higher-ups of the machine field thought. What he wanted was for someone as strong as Zhao Hai to go to the Six Realms battlefield and help the people of the machine field take revenge for them. Zhao Hai wanted to vent their anger. Zhao Hai didn't care about the machine field's higher-ups. It was because of this that Ma Rulong told Zhao Hai about the Six Realms battlefield. And the result he got was that he was halfway to success. Regarding this situation, Ma Rulong was somewhat impatient. He knew that under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to enter the Six Realms battlefield. But if he spoke a few words for Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai might be able to enter the Six Realms battlefield. Thinking of this, Ma Rulong couldn't help but take another sip of wine. He was thinking about whether he should help Zhao Hai or not. To be honest, although there were battles in the Six Realms battlefield every day, it was still very beneficial for people's cultivation. If Zhao Hai went there, then it would be good for Zhao Hai as well. However, when he thought about the people of the machine field who were fighting in the Six Realms battlefield, Ma Rulong couldn't help but put down his wine glass. In the end, he decided to help Zhao Hai and let Zhao Hai go to the Six Realms battlefield. Even if Zhao Hai was there for a short period of time, he would be able to reduce the pressure on the people of the machine field. Zhao Hai discovered that Ma Rulong was silent, but he didn't care. When Ma Rulong talked to him about the Six Realms battlefield, his tone wasn't very good. It was normal for Ma Rulong to be like this. Zhao Hai was currently drinking with the others, chatting and drinking at the same time. At this moment, a person next to him suddenly screamed miserably, then spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning black. Zhao Hai stared. This was clearly Chinese medicine. His figure moved and appeared beside the person. Then he took out a glass of water and poured it down the person's throat. The person was already out of breath. But after Zhao Hai poured the water down his throat, his breathing slowly stabilized. The black color on his face also slowly receded. But among the people present, besides Zhao Hai, the others didn't understand what was going on. Some people didn't even put down their wine glasses as they stared blankly at Zhao Hai and the others. They didn't know what happened. At this time, Ma Rulong also reacted. He quickly went to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Zhao Hai, what's going on?" Zhao Hai replied, "He's poisoned." Then he looked at the person's seat and the glass of wine on it. Zhao Hai took the glass and smelled the wine inside. This wasn't the wine that he took out. Then he looked under the table. Sure enough, there was a small jar under the table. This jar wasn't taken out by him, but by the two people from the magic machine courtyard. Zhao Hai took the jar and smelled it. Then he nodded and took a sip. Zhao Hai's actions scared Xianxia and the others. From Zhao Hai's actions, Xianxia already knew what happened. The jar was filled with poisoned wine, but Zhao Hai drank it. Xianxia quickly shouted, "Zhao Hai, you're crazy." But it was already too late for him to stop. Zhao Hai had already drank the wine. After Zhao Hai drank the wine, he shook his head and said, "The taste of this wine isn't very good. This brother must have drunk a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't drink it." Actually, when the wine entered Zhao Hai's mouth, a prompt was immediately heard in his mind: poison detected in the host's body. Detoxification using the space. Detoxification successful. Analysis shows that the poison has a certain devouring ability. It can slowly devour the host's spiritual qi. It can also produce poison that can make a person unconscious for a long time before being fatal. Zhao Hai put down the jar and turned to Ma Rulong and said, "The wine is poisonous. It can devour one's spiritual qi and make a person unconscious. It's a fatal wine. I think that there might be some in the food as well." Then Zhao Hai took a bite of the food that he bought. Then he nodded and said, "Sure enough, there's some in the food as well. Moreover, the toxicity is different. The poison in the food can be fatal." Although Ma Rulong didn't know why Zhao Hai was fine, when he saw Zhao Hai give the man a cup of potion, he knew that Zhao Hai had something to detoxify the poison. Ma Rulong completely believed in Zhao Hai's words. His face paled as he said, "Catch those two for me." The other leaders were also surprised. They immediately looked around for the two mages who were guarding the courtyard. They quickly found the two mages in their rooms. However, they were already poisoned to death. Looking at the bodies of the two mages, Ma Rulong's face turned completely black. If it wasn't for the food and wine that the two mages prepared, and if it wasn't for Zhao Hai's poison, then they would have already been wiped out in one pot. Zhao Hai looked at Ma Rulong's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, "Leader, if you agree, then I'll turn them into undead. I believe that undead won't lie. Maybe we can get some information out of him." Ma Rulong nodded and said, "All right, whether they committed suicide or were murdered, I want to know who would use this method to deal with us." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and wrapped the two corpses in black gas. When the black gas disappeared, the two men were already standing there. The black on their faces had also disappeared. They looked like two normal people, but they weren't breathing. Seeing Zhao Hai's method, Ma Rulong couldn't help but be surprised. However, he didn't express it too much as he looked at the two men and said, "Speak, were you the ones who poisoned us?" At the same time, the two men shook their heads and said, "We don't know about the poisoning. We just went to a place in the city where we could buy some wine. The boss also treated us to 2 cups. We don't know anything else." Ma Rulong nodded, then he let out a long breath. It was good that these two weren't traitors. Zhao Hai turned to Ma Rulong and said, "Leader, I'll go and capture the people who bought the food and wine. We'll slowly interrogate them." Ma Rulong stared and said, "Are those people still there?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course they're still there. They just changed their clothes. I'll be right back." Then his figure disappeared. Ma Rulong looked at the place where Zhao Hai disappeared with a strange expression. He felt that Zhao Hai was becoming more and more mysterious. At this time, Zhao Hai reappeared. When he appeared, he waved his hand and several people appeared in front of him. These people were dressed like ordinary cultivators, there was nothing special about them. Ma Rulong looked at these cultivators and discovered that they weren't breathing. He couldn't help but turn his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, what happened to them?" Zhao Hai replied, "They're dead. These people should be the ones who bought the food and wine." Ma Rulong looked at the group and nodded, "You poisoned the food and wine we ate." The group nodded and said, "Yes." Ma Rulong let out a long breath. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you're too anxious. What if you kill the wrong person?" Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If I kill the wrong people, then I kill the wrong people. What's the big deal?" When Zhao Hai said this, besides Xiongli and the others, Ma Rulong and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Zhao Hai's tone showed that he didn't care about the lives of others. How could they know that Zhao Hai killed people in batches when he was in the lower realms? Killing a few people by mistake wasn't a big deal for Zhao Hai. Ma Rulong took a deep breath and calmed down. He looked deeply at Zhao Hai, then turned to the group and asked, "Which force do you belong to?" Some of the undead immediately replied, "We belong to the Three Mountains Alliance." This answer was within Ma Rulong's expectations. Zhao Hai and the Three Mountains Alliance had a great enmity. Therefore, it was reasonable for the Three Mountains Alliance to scheme against them. The other undead creatures said in a deep voice, "We belong to Western Cold City." This answer wasn't outside of Ma Rulong's expectations. Zhao Hai killed Li Chuchen, causing the Western Cold City Alliance to be unable to obtain anything in the Six Realms competition. Naturally, the Western Cold City Alliance hated Zhao Hai to death. Therefore, it was normal for them to deal with them. In the end, only one undead didn't make a sound. Although this undead was already dead, one could still see that this person was a gloomy person when he was alive. At first glance, one would feel uncomfortable. Finally, this person opened his mouth and said, "I belong to the Demon Realm's Blood Saint sect." Upon hearing this, Ma Rulong couldn't help but frown. Zhao Hai and the Blood Saint sect didn't have any enmity. Now that the Blood Saint sect was involved in dealing with Zhao Hai, it seems like the Blood Saint sect considered Zhao Hai to be a threat. Thinking of this, Ma Rulong couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhao Hai. Seeing Ma Rulong looking at him, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly. Then he waved his hand and received the undead. At the same time, he turned to Ma Rulong and said, "Leader, it seems like I have to deal with the Blood Saint sect this time." Ma Rulong sighed and said, "The Devil Realm is much greedier than the Cultivation Realm. It wasn't easy for the Devil Realm to produce Tu Mietian. They want to count on Tu Mietian's achievements, just like how the machine field counts on you. Because of this, they regard you as their biggest opponent." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's good. Since they regard me as their opponent, then I'll be their opponent. I just don't know if they can handle it." Ma Rulong pursed his lips and didn't speak. If someone else said this, then he wouldn't believe it. But since it was Zhao Hai, then he couldn't help but believe it. This was because Zhao Hai had the strength to say such things. Zhao looked at Ma Rulong and said, "Leader, those two undead magicians have already been taken away by me. You'll have to ask the higher-ups to send someone else here. I think it would be better to send a few robots. After all, the people here are too dangerous. We don't expect the people here to make money for us, and we don't need them to collect information. It would be better to just send a few robots." Ma Rulong nodded and said, "I'm not sure what to do." Ma Rulong nodded and said, "I'll take care of that. You can take the two undead magicians." Zhao Hai nodded and then received the two undead magicians. At this time, everyone lost their interest in drinking. They had the two robots tidy up the courtyard. Then Zhao Hai and the others returned to their rooms to rest. Zhao Hai also returned to the space. To be honest, he didn't expect the Blood Saint sect to deal with him. He didn't want to provoke the demon realm at this time. But now, it seems like he had no choice but to provoke them. Laura and the others naturally knew what happened outside. When they saw Zhao Hai come in, they immediately went forward to greet him. After Zhao Hai sat down, Megan immediately gave Zhao Hai a cup of tea. Laura said, "Brother Hai, what do you plan to do?" Zhao Hai sneered and said, "What do I plan to do? I'll start with this Tumia Tian. Doesn't the Blood Saint sect want to deal with me? Alright, then deal with me. I want to see how they deal with me. I reckon that after the tournament, I'll go to the Six Realms battlefield and cause trouble for the Blood Saint sect." Laura nodded and said, "That's also good. Brother Hai, I think that the most important thing for you to do right now is to learn how to control artifacts from the cultivation realm as well as how to control swords. Even if you can't practice those techniques, you should still be able to learn sword techniques." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, I'll learn them in the next few days. After third brother gives me the fire dragon sword technique, I'll have the machine analyze it. Then I'll start learning." Laura didn't disagree. With Zhao Hai's current methods, it would be very easy for him to learn those techniques. However, it wouldn't be easy for Zhao Hai to learn the most suitable techniques for him. At this time, Lizzie opened her mouth and said, "Brother Hai, you have to teach those guys a lesson during the tournament. Let them know that you're not someone to be trifled with. This way, they won't be able to find trouble with you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I will. This time, I have to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, I'll be annoyed to death. Right, I need to call Helienda over and ask him something." The women nodded and didn't say anything. They were already used to the undead and didn't have any aversion to them. For them, the undead were just like robots, it wasn't a big deal. Zhao Hai waved his hand as Helienda appeared in front of him. Zhao Hai looked at Helienda and saw that the wounds on Helienda's body had disappeared. He stood there with a respectful expression. Zhao Hai felt that Helienda's strength hadn't regressed. He still retained his original strength. He was now a golden core stage undead. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Helienda and said, "Helienda, can you still practice?" Helienda nodded and said, replying to the young master, "I can. I can still practice my original cultivation method. Even my golden core is still there. It doesn't affect me too much." Upon hearing Helienda, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't know what was going on. In the end, Zhao Hai said, "Kai, what's going on?" Kai appeared by Zhao Hai's side and smiled, "Young master, there's nothing strange about this. The benefits of the space's upgrade is that they still retain their original cultivation methods. Even the other undead can learn the cultivation methods of the cultivation realm. Young master, you should know that the space has now become a small universe. Naturally, this small universe contains the energy of the outside world. These undead are different from the undead in the outside world. The undead in the outside world have almost no consciousness. Moreover, all of them are of the dark element. This is because this is the law of the outside world." Zhao Hai nodded, he didn't need Kai to tell him this, so he didn't interrupt her. Kai continued, "But the space is different. Everything in the space is controlled by the young master. Your thoughts are the laws of the space. Moreover, the young master has already recognized that the undead are an independent race. This made the space's undead different from the undead outside. The undead inside the space are actually similar to the humans and the beastmen, they are an independent race. The power inside their bodies isn't just pure dark energy. Before they die, they can practice techniques of the same attribute as their bodies. Because of this, Helienda was able to continue his practice. Therefore, Helienda can continue to practice." Zhao Hai gawked, he didn't think that his unintentional action would have such a huge benefit. It allowed the undead to practice under these circumstances. However, Zhao Hai was still somewhat puzzled. He looked at Kai and said, "But the undead in the past couldn't practice like this. They can only cultivate like ordinary undead creatures." Kai nodded and said, "Yes, but that's because the young master's level wasn't high enough. At that time, the space was just a space, it wasn't a small universe like it is now. This ability can only be obtained after the space leveled up. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. In the end, the space still needed to level up. After leveling up, everything would be better than before. Not leveling up meant that there would be a lot of restrictions. This was something that couldn't be changed. Kai's words were only half correct. Zhao Hai's consciousness was the law of the space. However, that would have to wait until the space leveled up. Before that, Zhao Hai would still be restricted by the space. However, Zhao Hai believed that once the space leveled up, he would have his own space. At that time, his words would be able to transcend the laws of the space and become the true law of the space. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he nodded and said, "It seems like this is good for me. Right, Kai? Organize the cultivation methods so that the people in the space can practice them." The cultivation methods that the people in the space practiced before were too simple. Now that there are more advanced cultivation methods, have them practice them. Also, have the undead practice these cultivation methods as well. Kai nodded, then Zhao Hai turned his head to Heliande and said, "Go with Kai and tell her everything that you've learned. Also, find Li Chuchen and the others. Keep your artifacts for your own use, but tell Kai everything that you've learned. Go." Heliande nodded and then left with Kai. Laura stopped Kai and said, "Kai tell him about the situation in the cultivation realm, especially the situation between the sections. Which sects are allied with each other, and which sects have enmity with each other. Also, ask about the 5 extreme sect." Kai nodded and then led Heliande away. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You're really careful. I didn't think about these problems. With you here, I'll be relieved." Laura smiled and said, "You're out there dealing with those people. If we can't handle these things for you, then wouldn't we be useless?" Zhao Hai gently hugged her and didn't speak. When their feelings reached this level, there was no need for words. Their hearts were already tightly connected. Speaking too much would be meaningless. Lizzie and the others also snuggled up to Zhao Hai. Their fates were already tightly connected. There was nothing in the world that could separate them. At this time, a white light flashed as Margaret appeared in the space. In the past few days, Margaret had been staying in the Machine Field's residence. This was because the Ashley family had been very busy. Zhao Hai did a great job this time. Not only did he lead Xianxia and the others into the top 6, but the news of him becoming sworn brothers with Xianxia and the others also reached the Machine Field. The entire Machine Field went crazy over Zhao Hai's achievements. At this point, Zhao Hai's popularity in the Machine Field had reached an unimaginable level. Zhao Hai became the Machine Field's hero. Nobody cared that Zhao Hai was an ascender. Nobody cared that Zhao Hai killed the other contestants. They only knew that Zhao Hai had created history. He became a person that the entire Machine Field needed to remember. This also brought unimaginable benefits to the Ashley family. Those who didn't have any relationship with the Ashley family immediately established relations with them. Those who had enmity with the Ashley family immediately dissolved their hatred. The eyes of the entire Machine Field were now on the Ashley family. Outside of Dark Demon Planet, where the Ashley family was located, became the busiest place in the Machine Field. The number of spacecraft taking off and landing in the Dark Demon Planet was the same as the previous year. Sometimes, it was even more. The entire Machine Field was in a frenzy. The Machine Field had been suppressed for too long. They needed a hero. And Zhao Hai came out of nowhere. Now, not only did the Machine Field know that Zhao Hai won first place in the elimination round, they also knew that he killed Li Chuchen. All of these things caused the Machine Field to go crazy. In this case, it was impossible for Margaret to return to the space. She was Zhao Hai's woman. At this point, everyone in the Machine Field knew that she was Zhao Hai's woman. Every day, there would be hundreds of young ladies and madams visiting her. Just dealing with them was enough to exhaust Margaret. Today, she just got some free time, so she went to the space. She needed to rest inside the space. As soon as she entered the space, she saw Zhao Hai sitting there. Laura and the others were leaning on Zhao Hai. She couldn't help but stare. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and opened his arms. Margaret threw herself into Zhao Hai's embrace, causing Laura and the others to laugh. However, Margaret couldn't care less. She missed Zhao Hai too much. Zhao Hai patted Margaret. After some time, Margaret calmed down. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and said, "You seem to have lost weight. You've been working hard these days." Margaret shook her head and said, "It's not hard. Brother Hai, you haven't seen it yet. The entire machine field has gone crazy because of you. I'm proud to be your woman." Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. A lot of things happened in these 5 days. The most important thing was the release of the 6 Realms Beginner Competition's top 100 list. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Hai's group was in the top 6. This was the rule of the 6 Realms Beginner Competition. It involved the interests of all parties. Even if the cultivation realm was strong, they couldn't change this rule. Otherwise, it wouldn't only be the machine field who wouldn't do it, the other 5 realms wouldn't as well. Once the list was set, it couldn't be changed. Even if someone withdrew from the competition, it would be counted as a forfeit. That person's name would be placed at the end of the list. It was impossible for others to replace them. Because of this, Xianxia and the others decisively chose to forfeit after the list was released. The 6 Realms Newcomer Competition's jury also accepted their forfeiture. Therefore, before the competition started, the last 5 contestants of the top 100 had already been announced. Only one person from the machine field didn't forfeit, and that was Zhao Hai. At this point, everyone knew that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to forfeit. This was because he was the most likely candidate to win the competition. Asking someone who was most likely to win the competition to forfeit was simply a fantasy. Regarding the machine field's shameless approach, the other realms couldn't do anything about it. Aside from the cultivation realm, the machine field's approach was beneficial for the other realms. Everyone knew that the machine field's contestants weren't easy to provoke. It wasn't just Zhao Hai, the other contestants weren't easy to deal with. Now that the machine field gave up, it was equivalent to the machine field's ranking going up from the lowest 100 to 95. This was definitely beneficial for the other realms. The people of the machine field could accept this news. After all, for the people of the machine field, being able to enter the top 100 was already a historical breakthrough. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't give up. Because of this, the people of the machine field didn't think too much about Xianxia and the others giving up. Compared to Xianxia's withdrawal, the machine field paid more attention to another piece of news. This news was that Zhao Hai killed Helianda. Helianda publicly sought revenge on Zhao Hai, and this matter was known by the entire cultivation world. Now, Zhao Hai was still alive and kicking, but Helianda had disappeared. Even an idiot would know that Helianda had been killed by Zhao Hai. For the machine field, this news was absolutely earth-shattering. Helianda was a core formation expert. Facing such an expert, Zhao Hai was actually able to kill him. With this, would there be any problems for Zhao Hai to become the champion of the newcomer competition? The cultivation realm's reaction to this news was also huge. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to deal with Helianda so cleanly. Helianda was a veteran core formation expert. Even among core formation experts, he was ranked among the top. But now, he was killed by Zhao Hai. In other words, it was impossible for core formation experts to deal with Zhao Hai. Could it be that they had to ask nascent soul experts to deal with Zhao Hai? Then the cultivation realm would be too shameless. After all, Zhao Hai was a newcomer. This was the most difficult thing for the cultivation realm. People in the cultivation realm loved face. Sending a core formation expert to deal with Zhao Hai was already too much. If they were to send a nascent soul expert to deal with Zhao Hai, then the cultivation realm would lose all face. They would be laughed at by the other realms. Moreover, there was another thing that made it difficult for the cultivation realm. They didn't know how strong Zhao Hai was. If Zhao Hai fought the silverback gold-winged bug by himself, then even if they sent a nascent soul expert, they wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat Zhao Hai. Because of this, the cultivation realm didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai didn't appear outside for the past few days. He was in seclusion again. Ma Rulong and the others were already accustomed to Zhao Hai's seclusion. This time, Zhao Hai didn't even see Xianxia and the others. He only met with Dongfang Yu once and took the fire dragon burning the heavens technique and the fire dragon sword art. The rest of the time, Zhao Hai hid inside the space and cultivated. This time, Zhao Hai's cultivation was mainly focused on the control of flying swords and the use of various artifacts. He had liquid silver in his hand, and liquid silver could transform into almost any artifact. This ability to transform at any time was very useful in future battles. Therefore, Zhao Hai had been studying this for the past few days. Originally, Zhao Hai didn't know much about artifacts. He had obtained some formations before, but the specific use of these formations made it difficult for Zhao Hai. After all, he wasn't a cultivator and had never learned this. Even if the universal analyzer was very powerful, without enough information, it wouldn't be able to analyze anything. But now, it was different. Now, Zhao Hai didn't only have Li Chuchen and the other ascenders, he also had Helian De, a native of the cultivation realm. Moreover, Helian De was born in Mt Jade Screen and came from a cultivator's family. He received all kinds of cultivation education from a young age, so he knew a lot of things. Zhao Hai was actually a primary school student among cultivators. He had the best techniques and knew about formations, but he didn't know anything else. Therefore, what Zhao Hai needed the most right now was a good teacher who knew a lot about the cultivation realm. And Helian De was that good teacher. In the past few days, Helian De told Kai everything he knew about the cultivation realm's formations, the use of various formations, and the use of artifacts. After Kai had the universal analyzer analyze it, she gave it to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had been studying these things. Because of the short time, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to understand these things. But now that these things were stored in the space, Zhao Hai could use them. This was Zhao Hai's biggest advantage. In addition to these formations, after obtaining the Fire Dragon Sword Art, the Universal Analyzer also analyzed a set of sword arts that was most suitable for Zhao Hai. To be exact, this couldn't be considered a set of sword arts, but a set of techniques that combined multiple artifacts. This was to allow liquid silver to display its greatest advantage. Zhao was very optimistic about this method. He studied the control method of the flying swords and found that it was really unique. Before, he always used liquid silver to fight. Even if he released liquid silver, he would only let liquid silver fly by itself. He didn't let liquid silver fly out to attack the enemy. That kind of opportunity was very rare. After seeing how the flying swords were operated, Zhao Hai had to admit that the flying swords and artifacts of the cultivation realm were really good. They were very easy to use. Liquid silver's special characteristics and the space allowed Zhao Hai to display more strength than flying swords. To put it bluntly, there were many magic arrays in the cultivation world, but there were only a few basic magic arrays that could control flying swords. Some of these magic arrays could be used in all flying swords and magic weapons. These magic arrays were the key to controlling flying swords and magic weapons. They were the center of all magic weapons. As long as Zhao Hai mastered these formations, he would be able to use liquid silver like how he uses flying swords. This was because in addition to these formations, the other formations were used to make the flying sword special. For example, the golden light sword. Because of the materials used, in addition to the core formation, there were also metal-type formations. This was to increase the speed and attack power of the golden light sword. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't need to control so many formations. He only needed to control the core formation. As for the other formations, they wouldn't be any worse than the other formations. Zhao Hai had been practicing in the space these days on how to make liquid silver fly out to attack. He wanted to see how liquid silver would be able to control it. It was obvious that liquid silver was Zhao Hai's life source artifact. Even if he didn't have the core formation, he could still control it. Now that he had the core formation, it was like a computer with a CPU. Zhao Hai was able to operate it more easily. After several days of continuous practice, Zhao Hai was now able to release liquid silver as if it was in his hands. This also increased Zhao Hai's fighting strength. Liquid silver's characteristics had been confirmed. Even in the cultivation realm, liquid silver would still be a top-notch artifact. In the cultivation realm, top-notch artifacts were the treasures of major sections. And now, Zhao Hai had one. It can be said that liquid silver was finally able to display its full potential. Zhao Hai's attacks had also become more comprehensive. If he retreated, he could use liquid silver to attack. If he got close, he could use the body-tempering fist to attack. Moreover, liquid silver could return to his side through the space. It can be said that Zhao Hai's fighting strength was now twice as strong as before. 5 days later, Zhao Hai came out of seclusion and prepared to participate in the top 100 ranking competition. At this time, Xianxia and the others had already returned to the machine field under Ma Rulong's arrangements. It wasn't just Xianxia. Besides Zhao Hai and Ma Rulong, only the 10 leaders stayed behind to accompany them. Zhao Hai also knew that Xianxia and the others should be practicing cultivation methods. This was what he wanted to see. After he appeared, he met up with Ma Rulong and the others. What they needed to do next was to use the formation to enter the Void Great Arena. When Zhao Hai's group left the magic machine courtyard, they immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators in Sea Mountain City. Naturally, they knew where Zhao Hai and the others were going. Almost all the cultivators' eyes followed Zhao Hai's group. However, nobody dared to cause trouble for Zhao Hai. Everyone who dared to cause trouble for Zhao Hai was already dead. Zhao Hai's actions made these people understand that he wasn't a good person. Those who provoke him wouldn't have a good end. Ma Rulong and the others didn't fly towards the transmission square. Instead, they slowly walked along the street while chatting. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators around him, then he turned to Ma Rulong and said, "Leader, are Brother Xiong and the others ready? How are they now?" Ma Rulong smiled faintly and said, "They're ready. You can rest assured. I heard that they immediately went into seclusion after returning. They should be cultivating. You don't need to worry." Zhao Hai nodded, then he whispered to Ma Rulong, "Let's go to the Six Realms battlefield after the competition. I really want to go there and meet the people from the other realms." Ma Rulong nodded, then he said, "All right." When Ma Rulong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at him. After some time, he said, "All right, I'll arrange it. Don't lose face for me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. At this time, the group arrived at the transmission square. Although the transmission square was managed by the Seamount Mountain sect, nobody dared to provoke Zhao Hai and the others. Naturally, the Seamount Mountain sect decided not to provoke Zhao Hai. The group stood on the transmission formation as a white light flashed. Then their figures disappeared from Seamount City. Seeing the group disappear, the cultivators in the city began to discuss. When Zhao Hai and the others were here, these people didn't even dare to make a sound. If someone said in the past that people from the cultivation realm would be scared to the point of not daring to make a sound when they see someone from the machine field walking on the streets, they would certainly be treated as a joke. This was because even the cultivation realm's captive commoners looked down on people from the machine field. However, through Zhao Hai's battles, the cultivation realm understood that there are some people that you can't provoke, and you can't afford to provoke them. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai and the others appeared on a huge meteorite. As soon as they appeared, a voice was heard, "So it's the machine field. Everyone, please rest here." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You've arrived." Zhao Hai and the others looked towards the source of the voice and saw a cultivator standing not far away from them. Unexpectedly, they recognized this person. This person was none other than Fan Yike, the one they met back in the Sea Mountain sect. Fan Yike was a member of the Six Realms Beginner Competitions Preparatory Committee. He was responsible for receiving visitors and leaders. Naturally, he was here to receive the people from the machine field. Ma Rulong cupped his fist to Fan Yike and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Then he led the group to follow Fan Yike. The meteorite they were on wasn't very big. It was a meteorite with a transmission formation. Fan Yike took the group to another meteorite not far away. On this meteorite, a house was built. Actually, this house wasn't built, it was dug. The original shape of the meteorite should be an irregular oval. But now, the upper part of the meteorite had been dug into the shape of a house. It was just like how people carve a house out of the meteorite. Looking at the house, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "This is good. I thought that we'd live in a cave. It turns out that it's actually a house. It seems like the cultivation realm is really powerful. Such a large meteorite area was actually designed like this." Fan Yike proudly said, "What Mr. Zhao said is true. Actually, there are a lot of small meteorites in this meteorite area. With these small meteorites here, the meteorites would collide with each other, creating even more small meteorites. Later on, when this place was turned into a void battle stage, all of the small meteorites were cleaned up. Because of this, the meteorites that collided with each other were pushed back, changing their trajectories so that they wouldn't collide with each other. Fan Yike nodded and said, Mr. Zhao is right. Actually, there are a lot of small meteorites in this meteorite area. Zhao Hai nodded and said, it must be said that the methods of the cultivation realm are really admirable. If I can learn a thing or two, then I wouldn't be able to enjoy it for the rest of my life. This time, Fan Yike didn't continue the conversation. Instead, he smiled and said, Mr. Zhao Hai is the #1 newcomer in the cultivation realm. You also have the strength to fight against the silverback gold-winged bug. In the cultivation realm, you can be considered as a powerful expert. If Mr. came to the cultivation realm, then you would have already established your own sect. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I, Zhao Hai, don't have that much ambition. Establishing my own sect? Haha, forget it. I have a lot of enemies in the cultivation realm. If I stay in the cultivation realm, then I'm afraid that I would be slaughtered before I could establish my own sect. When Zhao Hai and Fan Yike were talking, although Ma Rulong didn't interrupt, he was actually quite nervous. When he heard that Zhao Hai appreciated the cultivation techniques of the cultivation realm, Ma Rulong couldn't help but feel nervous. Zhao Hai ascended to the machine field less than a year ago. If he had any feelings for the machine field, then it would be because of Margaret. If Zhao Hai really came to the cultivation realm to cultivate, then it would be a huge loss for the machine field. Therefore, when Ma Rulong heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but feel nervous. However, Zhao Hai's words made Ma Rulong feel relieved. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to join the cultivation realm. Ma Rulong was certain of this. As long as Zhao Hai doesn't rely on the cultivation realm, then everything would be fine. This was Ma Rulong's mentality. This was because Zhao Hai's strength was too formidable. He was able to kill Golden Core experts, not to mention other people. With Zhao Hai, the machine field's cultivators had hope. If Zhao Hai really joined the cultivation realm, then it would have a huge impact on the machine field's cultivators. Although Ma Rulong was in the cultivation realm and didn't know much about the machine field, one thing was certain. Zhao Hai's reputation in the machine field had reached an unprecedented height. This was especially true for cultivators. Zhao Hai was their goal, their idol. If Zhao Hai suddenly joined the cultivation realm, then the entire machine field's outer court would be shaken. People would think that the machine field had no future. When the time comes, even more outer court cultivators would join the cultivation realm. This would be a disaster for the machine field. Whether Ma Rulong was willing or not, Zhao Hai had already become a banner of the machine field. He would have a huge impact on the machine field's youths. This house was prepared for the machine field. People from other realms wouldn't come here. Because of this, Fan Yike took Zhao Hai and the others to see the house before they left. To be honest, the interior decoration of the house wasn't very good. It could even be said that it was very simple. It had the style of the cultivation realm. In the cultivation realm, luxurious houses were almost impossible to see. This was because in the eyes of the cultivation realm, luxurious houses would cause them to be distracted. This would make it hard for them to cultivate in peace. On the contrary, there were a lot of transmission tools in the cultivation realm. And these transmission tools were very luxurious. This had become a major feature of the cultivation realm. After looking at the house, Zhao Hai came out. There was nothing to see in the house. This was because it was too simple. There was a bed, a table, and a chair. These were the furnishings of the house. Such furnishings would make people speechless. Zhao Hai came out of the house and stood on the roof as he looked at the meteorite field. There were a lot of large and small meteorites in the field. However, these meteorites were all moving according to their own trajectories. There were no collisions. Moreover, Zhao Hai could see traces of excavation on these meteorites. Some of them were excavated into houses while others had rows of seats. It looked very interesting. In the center of the meteorite field was an incomparably huge meteorite. This meteorite was very big, almost as big as a small planet. However, this meteorite was originally an irregular sphere. But now, it can only be regarded as half a sphere. This was because the upper half of the meteorite had completely disappeared, turning into a flat surface. This was the void arena. At this time, Ma Rulong walked over and stood beside Zhao Hai. He looked at the direction of the void stage and said, I heard that the void stage was created by a sword cultivator from the cultivation realm. With such strength, I'm afraid it's comparable to a battleship salvo. Ma Rulong nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, the cultivation realm's cultivation methods are indeed very good. Especially when it comes to the usage of artifacts, they have surpassed us by a lot. I was thinking that we should also learn the cultivation realm's formations and use them on our warships. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. The cultivation realm's cultivation methods are indeed very good. Ma Rulong nodded and said, there are already a lot of people who want to do this. But it's a pity that after Senior Leng Wuyang's incident, the cultivation realm increased their control over the machine field. Once they discover that someone from the machine field wants to learn something from the cultivation realm, they would use all means to hunt them down. Because of this, we still haven't been able to collect all of the cultivation realm's formations. Moreover, the machine field doesn't have enough high-grade materials. Even if we use the cultivation realm's formations, we wouldn't be able to achieve the same effect as the cultivation realm's formations. Because of this, people started to lose interest in the cultivation realm's formations. Although we're still researching them, we can only use them as references. Ma Rulong nodded and said, the cultivation realm's formations aren't as effective as the cultivation realm's formations. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. What's good in other people's hands isn't necessarily good in our hands. Only what suits us is the best. Learning from them and discarding their bad things is the only way for the machine field to develop. Ma Rulong nodded. Although there was no expression on his face, he was actually very happy. This was because when Zhao Hai mentioned the machine field, he used the word "our." This meant that Zhao Hai already considered himself as a member of the machine field. For Ma Rulong, this was definitely good news. Zhao Hai continued, but I don't agree with the attitude of the higher-ups towards cultivators. They seem to think that the cultivators of the machine field are innately inferior to the other realms. Because of this, their attitude has always been lukewarm. I think that this is wrong. Ever since the machine field acquired the magic formation technique, it has the strength to challenge the cultivation realm. However, the higher-ups of the machine field are still focused on battleships and mechas, ignoring mages and warriors. It's sad. Zhao Hai nodded. What a pity. Ma Rulong looked at Zhao Hai and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai also looked at Ma Rulong, then he whispered, I know that because the mechas and battleships represent the interests of too many people, the higher-ups would suppress the mages and warriors. In the end, it's all about interests. Ma Rulong looked at Zhao Hai in shock. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to say this. To be honest, he already knew what Zhao Hai said. After all, he was born and raised in the machine field. He was also a core member of his family. Naturally, he knew about these things. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to see through it. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's image in his mind became even more blurred. It was as if he was being covered by layers of fog. Zhao Hai said this to Ma Rulong because he wanted to see Ma Rulong's reaction. If Ma Rulong was shocked, then it would mean that he guessed right. If Ma Rulong was confused, then it would mean that he didn't know about this matter. In the end, Zhao Hai got the answer he wanted. He guessed right. Zhao Hai looked at Ma Rulong's shocked expression and smiled bitterly. It seems like the higher-ups of the machine field have suppressed cultivators many times. Moreover, this wasn't news to the higher-ups of the machine field. Otherwise, Ma Rulong wouldn't have such an expression. As for why the Ascenders didn't discover this before, Zhao Hai could roughly guess the reason. First, it was because the higher-ups of the machine field didn't suppress them. Second, the Ascenders didn't have the opportunity to enter the higher-ups of the machine field. The higher-ups of the machine field had always been controlled by the natives of the machine field. Moreover, it was impossible for the Ascenders to know that the higher-ups were suppressing cultivators. This was because the Ascenders might rebel. After ascending to the machine field, Ascenders would discover that the place they lived in was inferior to the machine field in all aspects. If they had an advantage, then it would be their cultivation talent. Because of this, Ascenders placed great importance on cultivation. If the Ascenders were to know that the higher-ups of the machine field were suppressing them, then they would certainly rebel. In the machine field, the great clans had their own camps. And most of these camps were occupied by ascenders. This was a force that couldn't be underestimated. If these ascenders rebel, then the machine field would suffer a huge blow. This was because ascenders weren't able to control the machine field. Most importantly, once the ascenders rebel, the cultivation realm and the other realms would immediately intervene. They would then wipe out the machine field's territory. Because of this, although the machine field suppressed cultivators, it could also be said that they were suppressing ascenders. Their methods were different. They wouldn't let anyone know that they were suppressing them. Sometimes, they would even raise the status of ascenders very high. They would make other ascenders think that as long as they cultivate seriously, they would be able to obtain everything they want. The machine field's higher-ups had been doing this for many years. And they did it very well. They weren't discovered, they weren't even suspected. Therefore, when Zhao Hai said this, Ma Rulong was stunned. Therefore, the main forces of the battlefield were mages and warriors. Perhaps no one noticed this, but Senior Leng Wuyang lost more than 13,000 battleships in the war. At that time, each battleship had less than 1,000 people. In other words, only 13 million people died in the war. In that war, the total number of mages and warriors that died exceeded 200 million. This shows who was the main force of the battlefield. It can be said that during the war, the battleships were like the experts of the cultivation realm. They rarely made a move. In fact, it was the mages and warriors who fought against the cultivation realm. If it weren't for this reason, Senior Leng Wuyang wouldn't have wanted to make liquid silver in his later years. He wanted to improve the fighting strength of mages and warriors. This was because Senior Leng Wuyang didn't want the cultivation realm to suppress the people of the machine field. He wanted the people of the machine field to be on equal footing with the cultivation realm, or even surpass them. Zhao Hai looked at Ma Rulong's dumbfounded expression, then he smiled bitterly and said, "I've already thought about this." Senior Leng Wuyang's foundation was actually very good. Although he focused on battleships and mechas, the battleships and mechas at that time couldn't be compared to now. Therefore, the main forces of the battlefield at that time were mages and warriors. Perhaps no one noticed this, but when Senior Leng Wuyang fought against the cultivation realm, he lost more than 13,000 battleships. At that time, each battleship had less than 1,000 people operating it. In other words, only 13 million people died. Even if the higher-ups of the machine field knew the truth, they wouldn't support the cultivators. For their own benefits, they would suppress the cultivators. And in fact, they did a good job. At this point, the status of cultivators in the machine field is the lowest. People even look down on cultivators. People only see cultivators being defeated by the other realms time and time again, but they don't see that the resources that the cultivators in the machine field get are less than 1% of what the cultivators in the cultivation realm get. Ma Rulong was covered in cold sweat as he looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai said that he didn't remember the number of casualties, but Zhao Hai remembered it clearly. How could Ma Rulong not be surprised? Most importantly, if Zhao Hai's words were to be known by other ascenders, then the consequences would be unimaginable. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, Ma Rulong didn't speak for a long time. After some time, his mood slowly calmed down. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, why didn't you say that you knew about this?" Ma Rulong discovered that his voice was very hoarse. It didn't seem like it came from his mouth. Zhao Hai looked at Ma Rulong, then he turned his head to the stage and said, "Why would I say that? What's in it for me? What's in it for the machine field?" To be honest, although the machine field's current development is suppressing ascenders, it's good for the machine field's commoners. If the machine field still respects cultivators, then I'm afraid that the commoners wouldn't be any better than the cultivation realm. Moreover, if the ascenders knew about this, then they would certainly cause trouble. When the time comes, the machine field would be in trouble. In the end, the unlucky ones would be the commoners. If the cultivation realm or the other realms were to occupy the machine field, then the commoners' good days would come to an end. Because of this, if I have the ability in the future, then I will change the status of cultivators, but I won't change the machine field's development. Ma Rulong let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, the way he looked at Zhao Hai had changed. In the past, he looked at Zhao Hai with appreciation. Later on, it turned into expectation. But now, he looked at Zhao Hai with awe. Ma Rulong was very clear that Zhao Hai had only ascended for less than a year. And in less than a year, he was already able to kill a core formation expert. This was a feat that many people couldn't achieve in their lifetime. In the past, Ma Rulong thought that Zhao Hai was a cultivation maniac who didn't care about anything else. But after hearing Zhao Hai's words, Ma Rulong understood that Zhao Hai wasn't a cultivation maniac. Zhao Hai's understanding of the machine field was very deep. His understanding of the machine field was even deeper than some people who had ascended their entire lives. Ma Rulong was shocked by Zhao Hai's talent. In the past, he thought that Zhao Hai's cultivation speed was too fast, too monstrous. But now he knew that he underestimated Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't just a monstrous genius, he himself was a monstrous genius. Ma Rulong wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, I didn't expect little Hai to think this far. Alas, there's nothing we can do about it. Ever since Senior Leng Wuyang passed away, there's no one in the machine field who can compare to him in terms of prestige. It's futile for anyone to change the development of the machine field. It's not that nobody has tried, but they all failed. Because of the matter of battleships and mechas, the machine field's forces have formed an impenetrable network. Even if they have internal strife, once an existence that can threaten the entire network appears, they would certainly go all out to eliminate it. Ma Rulong nodded and said, I'm not sure what to do. I'm not sure what to do. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I understand. I don't want to change the machine field's development, but I also want to raise the status of cultivators. Who told the development of battleships to not develop cultivators? If the machine field has powerful battleships as well as powerful cultivators, then who in the world of cultivation would dare to look down on us? To put it bluntly, the entire world of cultivation would be ours. Ma Rulong stared, but he didn't say anything. Although Zhao Hai said that he could shoot 10 times, Ma Rulong didn't believe that Zhao Hai could do it in a short time. After all, cultivation wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. A monster like Zhao Hai couldn't be found in the entire world of cultivation. At this time, Fan Yike flew over from afar and landed on the roof. Then he bowed to the two and said, the competition is about to begin. I ask the two of you to go to the machine field spectator area. We'll be drawing lots soon. Zhao Hai and Ma Rulong nodded. They also knew that the Six Realms newcomer competition used the same method as the machine field. They would draw lots to determine their opponents. Moreover, the first realm would be allocated seats. These seats were reserved for people from different realms. Nobody else would use them. It must be said that there were a lot of people from different realms who came to watch the competition. Even some people from the machine field came. However, these people were afraid of disturbing Zhao Hai and the others, so they directly went to the stage and waited in their seats. Zhao Hai and the others were allocated to a small meteorite. There were only a few dozen seats, less than 100. Moreover, there were no other people here besides Zhao Hai, Ma Rulong, and the other leaders. This was the treatment that all contestants received. Zhao Hai looked around and saw people wearing magic robes and warrior robes sitting on the nearby meteorites. Naturally, the nearby meteorites were occupied by people from the machine field. Before Zhao Hai left, he heard that a lot of people from the machine field came to watch the competition. However, he didn't expect so many people to come. Roughly counting, there should be no less than a few thousand people. It must be known that it wasn't easy to travel from the machine field to the cultivation realm. For so many people to come this time was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Ma Rulong looked around, then he sighed and said, I didn't expect so many people to come. In the past, the Six Realms newcomer competition was also held in the void stage. But for the first time, the machine field didn't send anyone. Aside from the contestants and the team leader, there were no other people. Everyone sat on a lonely meteorite and looked at the people from the other realms. The feeling in their hearts. Don't mention it. Ma Rulong sighed and said, you're right. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, in the past, there was no hope. So it didn't matter if we watched or not. But now, there's hope. So we came to watch. Look, the drawing of lots has begun. Sure enough, after Zhao Hai said that, a robot appeared on the void stage. Then the robot's eyes shot out a light screen as two people's names appeared. Zhao Hai glanced at them. Since he wasn't one of the two, he didn't care. He just casually found a place to sit down. Ma Rulong and the others didn't sit down. They stood there and looked at the stage nervously. At this time, two people appeared on the stage. Both of them were dressed like cultivators. Although there were people from the other realms participating in the 6 realms newcomer competition, the majority of the participants were from the cultivation realm. This time, 85 people from the cultivation realm made it into the top 100. Of the remaining 15 spots, 6 were from the machine field, 3 from the devil realm, 2 from the beast field, 2 from the spirit realm, and 2 from the elven realm. It can be said that besides the cultivation realm, the 6 realms newcomer competition had the best results from the other realms. In this case, it wasn't strange for 2 people from the cultivation realm to be drawn together. The battle on the arena immediately began. The biggest difference between the Great Void Arena and other arenas was that the Great Void Arena didn't have a protective barrier. What the people on the arena said, what moves they used, and what sounds they made could all be heard by the spectators. However, because the area of the void battle stage was too big, it was impossible for 2 people to fight in the meteorite stands. Moreover, because the void battle stage was very big, it allowed people to fight with ease. They could use all kinds of moves, making the battle even more exciting. After the 2 people from the cultivation world came to the arena, they didn't say much and directly started fighting. Obviously, both sides knew each other. It wasn't the first time they fought. Both sides knew each other's strength. Therefore, when they started fighting, both of them used their big moves frequently. The fight was very lively. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just smiled as he watched. Ma Rulong calmly watched. Although the 2 cultivators on the stage were using all kinds of artifacts, Ma Rulong discovered that although the 2 were fighting very lively, there wasn't a trace of anger. It didn't seem like they were fighting, but more like they were learning from each other. Ma Rulong was puzzled as he looked at the 2 people on the stage. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, what's going on? Why do I feel like the 2 of them are comparing notes?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They are comparing notes." In the past, the cultivators from the cultivation realm dominated the top 100. Therefore, they would compete to determine the winner and the loser. But now, there aren't only people from the cultivation realm in the top 100. Naturally, they would have some tricks up their sleeves to deal with us. It's not strange for them to not go all out. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Ma Rulong didn't believe it. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is that so? If that's the case, then some sects would certainly suffer losses. Just like the 2 people on the stage. The one who loses wouldn't have a high ranking. Wouldn't that be a loss?" Zhao Hai sneered and said, "It's not necessarily a loss. As long as the great sects of the cultivation realm negotiate with each other, they would be able to divide the benefits equally. For example, they just need to push the other realms to the bottom. Then wouldn't they be able to get the most benefits?" Ma Rulong didn't speak. This was because he knew that Zhao Hai was right. The cultivation realm might have internal strife, but when it comes to dealing with the other realms, the cultivation realm was very united. At this time, the battle between the 2 people on the stage had already ended. One of them had been defeated by half a move. The defeated person did not look too sad, and the victorious person did not look too happy. Both sides did not lose any magic tools. No one used any medicinal pills to replenish their spiritual chi. No one used talismans or any other consumable items. It was really a happy match. At this time, everyone could see what the cultivation realm was planning. This kind of performance made the other realms angry. However, they couldn't do anything about it. The cultivation realm didn't violate the rules. In fact, even if the cultivation realm wasn't acting, they could have just made one of them admit defeat. The fact that they didn't do that was already giving the cultivation realm a lot of face. The other people couldn't help but curse in their hearts. However, they didn't raise any objections. This was because they knew that it was useless. In the eyes of the other realms, the cultivation realm was even more shameless than the machine field. In the past, the other realms thought that the machine field was shameless enough. Aside from Zhao Hai, the other people in the machine field didn't have any fighting strength. Most of the insect tools that they took out were given to them by Zhao Hai. But after the machine field obtained a spot in the top 100, they immediately forfeited. Although they were only in the bottom 5, the bottom 5 still had a lot of rewards. These rewards weren't decided just now, they were decided before the start of the elimination round. It can be said that the machine field obtained 5 out of the 100 rewards in such a shameless way. The other realms couldn't say anything about it. Therefore, in the eyes of the other realms, the machine field's actions were shameless and shameless. However, there was no other way. The machine field didn't violate the rules. The insect tools that they obtained were indeed obtained from the underground wormhole. They didn't cheat in this aspect. Moreover, the elimination round also stipulated that people could form teams. The machine field could form teams to kill the insects and then divide the spoils equally. Nobody could say anything about it. The cultivation realm and the machine field's actions were exploiting loopholes in the rules. But nobody could say anything about it. This made the other people speechless. At this time, the drawing of the second round was finished. 2 people from the cultivation realm appeared on stage. After the 2 people performed, they got off the stage. Everything was just a formality. One match after another, it wasn't until the 10th match that there was a real battle between 2 people. One was from the cultivation world, and the other was from the spirit world. The world of cultivation's elves were different from the lower realms elves. The lower realms elves could only be regarded as spirit realms elves, not elves. The cultivators from the cultivation realms elves weren't human, but rather a special race. People from this race looked very similar to Kair. They weren't tall, only about the size of a person's arm. They also had wings on their back. They looked petite and cute, just like dolls. But if you really think of them as dolls, then you would be out of luck. Not only were these people not dolls, they were also killing gods. The elves' attacks were very unique. They could communicate with all things and use all things as their means of attack. This was also the origin of the elf's name. The elf's ability to communicate with all things didn't only refer to intelligent life, but also to living beings. This included everything, including air, stones, and all tangible and intangible things. This was an innate talent of the elves. No other race had this ability. And all the ascension points controlled by the elves were also elves. Although the elves had different methods of cultivation in the lower realm, they were still of the same race. Therefore, this innate talent still existed. It must be said that the elves had this kind of innate ability. Even some divergent ability users of the human race could directly control some tangible and intangible things. Compared to divergent ability users of the metal attribute, being able to control metals was very common. However, this innate talent of the elves was really formidable. It was unknown how much more formidable it was compared to the divergent ability users of the human race. Not only could the elves control things, they could also bestow wisdom to these things. This made them as intelligent as humans. They could even cultivate like humans. This was the most terrifying aspect of the elves. Zhao Hai had read a report about the elves before, so he knew about this ability of the elves. However, he hadn't seen the elves fight with his own eyes. Today was just the right time to open his eyes. After the cultivator and the elf went up on stage, the 2 of them gave each other a salute and didn't speak much. Then Zhao Hai saw the elf waving his hand as a transparent humanoid appeared in front of him. That's right, it was a transparent humanoid. It was completely transparent. Only cultivators could sense it with their spiritual force. Ordinary people couldn't see it. Zhao Hai was stunned. This was because he could clearly feel that after the transparent humanoid appeared, it was crazily absorbing the surrounding energy. Before long, the transparent humanoid's energy reached the level of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Then it slowly stopped. This was the first time Zhao had seen such an attack. It was too strange. He had never thought of such a thing before. Zhao was curious. He really wanted to see how strong this invisible person was. The cultivator also took out his artifact. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that the cultivator took out a set of jade talismans. That's right, it was a complete set of jade talismans. There were a total of 9 of them, 1 big and 8 small. The big one was in the cultivator's hand while the small ones were circling around him. The battle between the 2 sides quickly began. Zhao Hai also knew how strong the transparent humanoid was. The transparent humanoid was actually able to control an invisible energy. This energy was very strong, it was a bit like air, but also not air. Moreover, the transparent humanoid wasn't only able to control energy, it could also transform into any shape to attack the enemy. In this regard, it was somewhat similar to Zhao Hai's liquid silver. The set of jade talismans used by the cultivator wasn't ordinary. The 8 small jade talismans contained 8 different types of energy. These 8 types of energy were heaven, earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, mountain, and marsh. The big jade talisman was the key to controlling the 8 small jade talismans. These 8 small jade talismans formed an 8 trigrams formation. The cultivator in the middle was the one controlling this formation. When Zhao Hai saw the cultivator's actions, he understood that the cultivator was a talisman formation cultivator. He should be from a talisman faction in the cultivation world. The talisman faction was the same as the sword faction. They were both special sects in the cultivation world. The sword faction generally focused on the sword. There were also sword cultivators who specialized in the sword. Of course, there were also sword cultivators who didn't specialize in the sword. However, their main weapon was the same, a sword. The talisman faction, as the name suggests, focused on talismans. They made talismans, cultivated talismans, used talismans as weapons, and used talismans as an industry. They were the sects that had the most in-depth research on talismans. In the talisman faction, there was also a special kind of cultivator. They were talisman array cultivators. Talisman array cultivators mainly focused on talisman array cultivators, and their secondary focus was on array cultivators. They used talisman array cultivators to set up array formations and use array formations to fight their enemies. This was a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Both sides weren't people to be trifled with. Zhao Hai discovered that after releasing the transparent person, the elf didn't ignore it. On the contrary, he was still controlling the transparent person. Although the transparent person seemed to have some spiritual wisdom, it was still a weapon of the elves. It was just like a high-level artifact in the cultivation realm, one with a spirit. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered that the elves were a very difficult race to deal with. Their attacks were also very unique. Besides the transparent person, the elf would also summon 2 stone golems to attack the cultivator. Moreover, the stone golems that the elf summoned weren't weak at all. They were very powerful. This opened Zhao Hai's eyes. Zhao Hai now understood that in the world of cultivation, no race was easy to provoke. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to occupy an entire realm. This made the cultivators of the world of cultivation hesitate to make a move against them. The talisman array cultivators' methods were also very extraordinary. In addition to the 8 trigrams jade array, he also had a lot of artifacts. Most of them were talismans that were very powerful. After seeing the talisman array cultivators' attacks, Zhao Hai also had a better understanding of the talisman array cultivator. The talisman array cultivator's talismans weren't just one-time consumables. In fact, the one-time consumable talismans were mostly low-grade paper talismans. High-grade talismans were actually talisman-shaped artifacts. Talismans like the Jade Infant Talisman were one-time consumables and were very rare. At the same time, Zhao Hai also knew about the elves' methods. The elves were able to communicate with all things, but they also had their own attributes. They would generally choose an object that had the same attribute as them to communicate with. They would bestow wisdom to the object, allowing it to cultivate. This was equivalent to having a magic artifact that could automatically level up. And this kind of cultivation artifact could be carried by the elves. When they needed it, they would take it out, and when they didn't need it, they would just let it cultivate. From this point of view, it was somewhat similar to Zhao Hai's summoned creatures, but the elves' weapons were more powerful and had more variations. The 2 sides were locked in battle. This time, it wasn't a performance, it was a real battle. Both sides gave it their all. In the end, the cultivator from the cultivation realm was a step ahead and defeated the fairy. However, it was clear that the cultivator had also given it his all. Zhao Hai calculated that the cultivator had used more than 300 paper talismans and 20 jade talismans for this battle. One of the jade talismans was like the Jade Infant Talisman, it was a one-time use jade talisman. Zhao Hai was certain that the cultivation realm had joined forces. They should have equipped the participants with a lot of good things in order to attack the other races. They must have wanted to suppress the other races. Zhao Hai knew that the cultivation realm must have joined forces. They must have prepared a lot of good things for the participants. At this time, the name list for the 11th round was released. When the name list was released, everyone was stunned. This was because the name on the list was Zhao Hai versus Jiang Tianlei. The reason why everyone was stunned was because of Zhao Hai's appearance. If one were to ask who the cultivation realm was most afraid of, then it would be Zhao Hai. Even the Devil Realm's #1 newcomer, Tu Mietian, wasn't taken seriously by the cultivation realm. After all, even if Tu Mietian was strong, he was at most a foundation establishment cultivator. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was able to kill a core formation cultivator. The strength of the two was self-evident. When Zhao Hai saw his name, he didn't have any reaction. He just smiled and slowly flew towards the stage. The other people's eyes were all focused on Zhao Hai. This made Jiang Tianlei, who was also flying towards the stage, very unhappy. Jiang Tianlei was a proud son of heaven. He was a genius in the lower realm. After he ascended, he was focused on training. Therefore, Jiang Tianlei had always been very arrogant. In the cultivation realm, except for a few people, he didn't put the others in his eyes. Although he had heard all kinds of legends about Zhao Hai recently, he hadn't seen Zhao Hai fight personally. He was still not convinced by Zhao Hai. Fortunately, this time, his sect had supplemented and replaced his artifacts. This gave him more confidence. He wanted to fight with Zhao Hai and let everyone know that he was still a genius, and the most talented one among all. This arrogance wasn't something that could be developed in a day. It was because he had been living under the compliments of others since he was young. This kind of character couldn't be changed. Zhao Hai slowly landed on the stage. He didn't expect that his first opponent would be Jiang Tianlei. Jiang Tianlei was one of the few experts of the younger generation in the cultivation realm. However, after watching Jiang Tianlei's analysis of his fight with Mu Danshan in the wormhole, Zhao Hai had a certain understanding of Jiang Tianlei. This guy was an arrogant and conceited person. Compared to Suo Lianqing and the others, he was much worse. When Zhao Hai landed on the stage, Jiang Tianlei also landed on the stage. Jiang Tianlei sized up Zhao Hai. When he saw Zhao Hai's ordinary appearance and lack of aura, Jiang Tianlei couldn't help but curl his lips. Then he coldly said, "Zhao Hai, you've become famous recently. I just don't know if you have the strength to do so." Zhao Hai looked at Jiang Tianlei and smiled faintly. "Whether I have the strength or not, Mr. Jiang will know soon enough." "What's wrong? Mr. Jiang isn't going to fight?" Jiang Tianlei coldly snorted and said, "I wanted to let you live a bit longer. Since you're so impatient, then come and die." Then he moved his hand and a flying sword appeared in his hand. He made a hand seal and the flying sword flew straight towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't even take out liquid silver. He just waved his hand as a 100-layered magic formation appeared in his hand. Then the magic formation exploded as a rain of arrows shot towards Jiang Tianlei. With a flip of his heavenly thunder hand, a shield-shaped magic artifact appeared in front of him. At the same time, he continued to attack Zhao Hai with his sword. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a 200-layered magic formation appeared in front of him. The magic formation turned into a large shield that blocked in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't use liquid silver, nor did he use the star body tempering fist. He only used magic formations to fight Jiang Tianlei. Even so, Jiang Tianlei could still feel Zhao Hai's strength. Up until now, Jiang Tianlei had already used 5 artifacts. Yet, he still couldn't deal with Zhao Hai. This contrast made Jiang Tianlei feel very uncomfortable. He always thought that he was a proud son of heaven. Aside from Suo Lianqing and a few other people, nobody was his opponent. However, Zhao Hai's appearance made him understand what it meant to be a monstrous genius. And now, he personally felt it. Everyone below the stage had complicated feelings as they looked at the battle. Everyone could see that Jiang Tianlei was actually doing his best. With his current strength and the artifacts that he brought out, even a veteran foundation establishment expert wouldn't necessarily be as strong as him. But he still couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. This could only mean that Zhao Hai was even more powerful. Zhao Hai's eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at Jiang Tianlei. At this time, Zhao Hai knew that time was almost up. There was no need to play anymore. His figure moved as a 1,000-layered magic formation appeared in front of him. Then the magic formation exploded as a huge fire dragon rushed towards Jiang Tianlei. Jiang Tianlei felt the extraordinary aura of the fire dragon. He couldn't help but be startled. He recalled his flying sword that was attacking Zhao Hai. At the same time, he took out a shield-shaped artifact. Then he took out 2 jade talismans, but he didn't use them. The fire dragon rushed towards Jiang Tianlei. Jiang Tianlei was also paying attention to the fire dragon. At this time, a huge stone man appeared behind him. As soon as the stone man appeared, it threw a punch towards Jiang Tianlei. Sensing the danger, Jiang Tianlei's magic shield flashed behind Jiang Tianlei and blocked the punch for him. However, as soon as the magic shield flew away, Jiang Tianlei exposed an opening in front of him, allowing the fire dragon to pounce on him. This change made Jiang Tianlei unable to react for a while. When he finally reacted, the fire dragon was already in front of him. Jiang Tianlei screamed as he crushed the jade talisman in his hand. When the jade talisman was crushed, it immediately turned into a sword chi and slashed towards the fire dragon. The fire dragon wasn't able to react in time and was hit by the sword chi. It screamed as the fire dragon and the sword chi disappeared at the same time. However, the fire dragon's actions made everyone stare. They knew that the fire dragon was just a magic spell and not a real creature. But when the fire dragon was cut down, it actually issued a miserable shriek. Wasn't this too strange? Zhao Hai could feel that the sword chi inside Jiang Tianlei's jade talisman had the strength of a core formation expert. No wonder it was able to break through his 1,000-layered fire dragon technique. However, Zhao Hai wasn't too surprised. He waved his hand as another 1,000-layered magic formation appeared. When this magic formation appeared, it immediately transformed into a humanoid figure. This humanoid figure was covered in golden armor and had a long halberd in its hand. Its face was like iron and it was 10 feet tall. When it appeared, it immediately roared as it raised its halberd to attack Jiang Tianlei. Jiang Tianlei didn't think that Zhao Hai's magic would be this strange. But this time, he had time to prepare. In an instant, several talismans appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the talismans flew towards the golden-armored general. At the same time, Jiang Tianlei controlled his flying sword. The flying sword instantly became bigger as it slashed towards the golden-armored general. If it was any other time, Jiang Tianlei's ability to control the heavenly thunder would definitely be praised by everyone. After all, he was able to use 2 magic tools and could even use talismans. For a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, this was already an amazing achievement. Jiang Tianlei's talismans immediately turned into lightning and struck the golden-armored giant. However, the golden-armored general didn't seem to feel anything as it continued to attack Jiang Tianlei. At this time, Jiang Tianlei's flying sword also arrived. In order to deal with the golden-armored general, Jiang Tianlei made his flying sword bigger. His flying sword was now 10 meters long as it slashed towards the golden-armored giant. The golden-armored giant raised the halberd in its hand and struck Jiang Tianlei's flying sword. A loud clang was heard as Jiang Tianlei's flying sword was bounced back. Jiang Tianlei's face turned pale. If someone looked carefully, they would see that there was a rice-sized crack on Jiang Tianlei's flying sword. Jiang Tianlei's flying sword was not an ordinary sword. It was not a big deal to have a small crack on it. It could still be used after some polishing. Flying swords were very precious. Even the slightest damage would greatly reduce the strength of the flying sword. Moreover, Jiang Tianlei had also been injured in the attack just now. However, this wasn't over. Although Jiang Tianlei was injured, the golden-armored giant was fine. The golden-armored giant waved its halberd and smashed it towards Jiang Tianlei's head. Jiang Tianlei's expression changed and he had no choice but to crush another jade talisman in his hand with a pained expression. A streak of sword chi shot towards the golden-armored giant. This streak of sword chi was the same as the previous one, it possessed the power of a core formation cultivator. The golden-armored giant seemed to feel the danger. It raised its halberd in front of its chest and prepared to block the attack. However, a cracking sound was heard as the halberd was cut in half by the sword chi. The sword chi didn't stop and slashed the golden armored giant's body. With a bang, the sword chi passed through the golden armored giant's chest and left a huge wound on its body. Then it struck Zhao Hai's shield before disappearing. Seeing the wound on the golden armored giant, Jiang Tianlei let out a sigh of relief. Then his eyes sharpened as he formed a sword seal and commanded his flying sword to attack Zhao Hai again. Although his flying sword was damaged, it could still be used. But at this moment, Jiang Tianlei's expression changed. He immediately recalled his flying sword and placed it in front of him. This was because he discovered that although the golden armored giant was wounded by the sword chi, it wasn't a living creature. Because of this, the wound didn't disappear. The wound seemed to have liquid metal flowing through it. In the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state. The halberd in its hand was also intact. This change made Jiang Tianlei shocked. Jiang Tianlei really wanted to recall his shield to protect himself. However, the golden armored giant behind him was still attacking the shield. This made it so that he couldn't use his full strength to deal with the golden armored giant. Naturally, he couldn't recall his shield. For a foundation establishment cultivator, being able to control 3 magic tools at the same time was already close to the limit. Moreover, this was only controlling. The magic tools couldn't collide too fiercely. Otherwise, a foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't be able to control 3 magic tools. Jiang Tianlei was currently in such a situation. His shield was being attacked by the stone giant while the golden giant was also attacking. At this time, he didn't dare to use his flying sword to block. His flying sword had already suffered a loss from the golden giant's halberd. If he were to use his flying sword to block a few more attacks, then his flying sword would be destroyed. Thinking of this, Tianlei quickly put away his flying sword and took out another ring-shaped defensive artifact. This ring-shaped defensive artifact surrounded Tianlei and released his magic shield. Then Tianlei took out another flying sword artifact and attacked the golden armored giant. At the same time, he took out talismans and threw them at the golden armored giant as if they were free. However, Jiang Tianlei forgot one thing: Zhao Hai could still release magic. Because of this, while Jiang Tianlei was fighting the stone giant and the golden giant, Zhao Hai once again released a 1000 superposition spell. As soon as this spell appeared, a huge stream of water flowed out of the formation. Then the stream of water turned into a huge water giant and threw itself at Jiang Tianlei. The water giant's attack was very strange. It was a bit like the transparent person used by the elf. The water giant's body was able to transform, it looked as soft as water. However, everyone under the stage knew that the water giant's attack wasn't simple. Jiang Tianlei also discovered the water giant. His expression couldn't help but change. Then a fierce expression flashed across his face. Then he opened his mouth and bit his tongue. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the golden shuttle in front of him. When the golden shuttle came in contact with the blood essence, it immediately emitted a golden light. Then the golden shuttle quickly moved and bypassed the attack of the golden giant and the water giant. Then it went straight towards Zhao Hai. At this time, Jiang Tianlei's ring-shaped defensive instrument was on the verge of collapsing. If his attack this time had no effect on Zhao Hai, then he would lose. When Zhao Hai saw Jiang Tianlei's actions, his expression couldn't help but sink. Jiang Tianlei wanted to go all out against him. Zhao Hai knew that blood essence was very important to a cultivator. If a cultivator lost too much blood essence, then it would be very difficult for them to make any progress in their lifetime. For a cultivator who just entered the foundation establishment realm, blood essence was naturally more precious. It can be said that spitting out blood essence would have a great impact on Jiang Tianlei's cultivation in the future. Generally, cultivators wouldn't be willing to part with their blood essence unless they were in a desperate situation. Cultivators would only spit out blood essence when they were in a disadvantageous position and needed to save their lives. This way, the blood essence would fuse with the artifact and increase its offensive and defensive capabilities. But now, they were only in the top 100 ranking battle, not a battle of life and death. As long as Jiang Tianlei admitted defeat, then Zhao Hai wouldn't attack him. However, Jiang Tianlei didn't admit defeat and instead used his blood essence to attack. No matter what the reason was, Jiang Tianlei had already decided to go all out. Zhao Hai was very clear that today's enmity between him and Jiang Tianlei had been established. Even if he defeated Jiang Tianlei's cultivation would still be affected. For a cultivator, having their cultivation affected was the same as taking their life. The enmity between Zhao Hai and Jiang Tianlei couldn't be resolved. Zhao Hai snorted coldly. Since the grudge couldn't be resolved, then there was no need to resolve it. The best way to deal with an enemy was to kill. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai stretched his hand forward and pointed with a finger. He used the stellar body-tempering fist to attack, but he didn't use his full strength. Even so, the power of his finger wasn't something that Jiang Tianlei could withstand. Zhao Hai's finger pointed at Jiang Tianlei's golden shuttle. The golden shuttle instantly turned into ashes. Then the finger didn't weaken and directly hit Jiang Tianlei's ring-shaped artifact. The ring-shaped artifact issued a mournful cry and directly shattered. However, the finger didn't disappear and directly entered Jiang Tianlei's body. Jiang Tianlei's body shook violently as his eyes revealed a trace of shock and disbelief. Then he slowly fell to the ground. Jiang Tianlei couldn't believe that Zhao Hai actually dared to kill him in front of so many people. He thought that Zhao Hai didn't have the guts to do so. He used his blood essence to attack, and it was also his last attack. If it didn't work, then he was ready to admit defeat. But he didn't expect that he didn't even have the chance to admit defeat. In the Void Arena, there was no rule that forbade killing. In the past, the people of the Cultivation realm dominated the top 100. There were very few life and death battles in the arena. Even if there was a life and death battle, it was the people of the Cultivation realm who killed the experts of the other realms. Therefore, the Void Arena didn't forbid killing. However, Zhao Hai directly killed a contestant of the Cultivation realm in front of so many cultivators. This was something that had never happened before. The contestants of the other realms didn't have the courage that Zhao Hai did. Although they weren't from the Cultivation realm, if a cultivator wanted to kill an ascended newcomer, then it would be very easy. There were too many ways to do so. But Zhao Hai did it. He killed Jiang Tianlei in front of everyone. Then he waved his hand and a black gas wrapped around Jiang Tianlei. When the black gas disappeared, Jiang Tianlei also disappeared. None of the people present were amateurs. When they saw what Zhao Hai did, they knew that Zhao Hai had turned Jiang Tianlei into his dark creature. In other words, Jiang Tianlei was turned into an undead by Zhao Hai. Whoosh! The surrounding meteorites were in an uproar. Nobody thought that Zhao Hai would be so arrogant. He actually turned a cultivator into an undead in front of so many people. Wasn't this a slap to the Cultivation realm's face? Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai received Jiang Tianlei, a voice was heard, "Zhao Hai, you actually dared to kill Jiang Tianlei." Along with this voice, a sword chi shot towards Zhao Hai. This sword chi was very similar to the sword chi that came from Jiang Tianlei's jade talismans. It was a core formation cultivator sword chi. The sword chi speed was very fast, and its power was also very strong. Zhao Hai coldly snorted, then he pointed his finger and dispersed the sword chi. Then he turned his head to the core formation cultivator and said, "In the Void Great Arena, life and death are up to fate. He deserved to be killed by me. If I'm not as good as him, then I won't complain. What's wrong? Do you want to compete with me?" After he said that, Zhao Hai's eyes turned sharp. He stared at the cultivator who released the sword chi like an eagle. The cultivator who released the sword chi was wearing a green cultivator's robe. He was about 30 years old and had 3 strands of long beard on his chest. He had an indescribable aura about him. However, his face was filled with anger. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the cultivator couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "Arrogant. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a few small victories. Today is the day of the competition, so I'll let you off for now. I'll certainly ask for advice another day." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "I'll accompany you anytime." Then his figure disappeared from the stage as he returned to the machine field seating area. Zhao Hai's approach made the other realms fully aware of Zhao Hai's strength. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong. However, it didn't take long for people to react. Zhao Hai didn't kill General Tianlei before. He was using magic to deal with his opponent. Naturally, he didn't want to kill him. Otherwise, he would have already killed General Tianlei. General Tianlei actually used his blood essence to attack. He was clearly going all out against Zhao Hai. This angered Zhao Hai and made Zhao Hai kill him. Everyone present had discerning eyes. They understood that this matter couldn't be blamed on Zhao Hai. However, they were still startled by Zhao Hai's brazen attack. For many years, almost nobody dared to challenge the cultivation realm. In front of the cultivation realm, people from the other realms could only endure. If they couldn't bear it, they wouldn't make a move openly. Instead, they would assassinate. They wouldn't leave any clues for the cultivation realm. At the very least, they wouldn't leave any obvious clues. Zhao Hai killed people in front of so many people. This was the first time in many years. However, when people from the other realms thought about what Zhao Hai did before, they felt relieved. Zhao Hai had done a lot of things in the past. Killing Li Chuchen was half public. Killing the 3 Mountain's 5 young masters was also half public. Then there was Helianda. It must be known that Helianda was much more important than General Tianlei. Jiang Tianlei was a newcomer who ascended a few years ago. On the other hand, Helianda was a veteran of the 3 Mountains Alliance. Zhao Hai even killed Helianda. It wasn't strange for him to kill General Tianlei today. As soon as Zhao Hai returned to the machine field's contestant area, he immediately felt the gazes of the people around him. However, he didn't care as he sat in the contestant area and closed his eyes. It seems like he was meditating. Ma Rulong looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, he also appreciated Zhao Hai. If this wasn't the cultivation realm's domain, then he would have certainly applauded. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that now. He knew that the cultivation realm simply wouldn't listen to reason. Therefore, although Zhao Hai acted in a high-profile manner, Ma Rulong had to act in a low-key manner. Zhao Hai's strength was obvious. To be honest, they didn't have Zhao Hai's strength. Therefore, they could only be honest. At the same time, the people from the machine field were also looking at Zhao Hai. In the past, they heard about what Zhao Hai did in the cultivation realm. At that time, they felt relieved. Now that they saw how strong Zhao Hai was, they couldn't help but secretly applaud him. However, just like Ma Rulong, they didn't shout out loud. On the surface, the storm had passed. The competition continued. Before long, the day's competition was over. A total of 48 contestants participated in the next round. Zhao Hai and the others could now rest. After returning to the meteorite, Ma Rulong and the others immediately went to Zhao Hai's room. To be honest, the room wasn't big. With so many people inside, it was very crowded. Zhao Hai looked at Ma Rulong and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong? Why did everyone run over to my place? Do you want to drink?" Ma Rulong looked at Zhao Hai and forced a smile as he said, "Zhao Hai, how can we still be in the mood to drink? You really shouldn't have killed Jiang Tianlei in the arena. This is equivalent to sweeping the cultivation realm's face. They won't let you off." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "So what if they won't let me off?" "Hee, to be honest, I'm not afraid of them." Seeing Zhao Hai's indifferent expression, Ma Rulong sighed and said, "Zhao Hai, you're thinking about things too simply. With your current strength, even if you can compete with nascent soul experts, you shouldn't offend them here. After all, you still need to return to the machine field. If the cultivation realm can't defeat you, then they'll think of other ways. For example, when you use the transmission formation, they might do something to make you get lost in the spatial channel. Or they might even make a mistake and send you to a dangerous place. This is something that the cultivation realm has done before. A lot of experts from other realms disappeared because of this." When Zhao Hai heard Ma Rulong, he stared and said, "There's such a thing? Is that true? I didn't think of it. But leader, you can rest assured that nothing will happen. Don't forget that I'm a spatial mage. If I want to return to the machine field, then I don't need to use a transmission formation. As long as I'm prepared, I can return to the machine field by myself." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Ma Rulong stared. Then his eyes shone as he said, "Zhao Hai, are you serious? You can return to the machine field without using the cultivation realm's transmission formation? In other words, you can go from the machine field to the cultivation realm without using the cultivation realm's transmission formation?" Zhao Hai looked at Ma Rulong, then he smiled faintly and said, "I can't do that before. I haven't been to the cultivation realm, so I don't have any coordinates. In this case, it's impossible for me to go from the machine field to the cultivation realm. But now that I'm here, I naturally have the coordinates. Later on, I can use my spatial magic to freely enter and exit the cultivation realm. Ma Rulong's eyes shone even more, then he said, in other words, as long as you've been to a place, you can use your spatial magic to freely enter and exit? No matter how far away it is? Zhao Hai nodded and said, you can say that. But there are some difficulties. If the distance is too far, then I'll need to prepare a lot. Moreover, the consumption of spiritual qi would be huge. If I use a long-distance transmission, then the consumption would be huge. The more people I teleport, the greater the consumption. Ma Rulong nodded, he believed this point. In his opinion, it would be unrealistic for Zhao Hai to freely enter and exit the cultivation realm without paying any price. But he didn't expect that what he thought was unrealistic was actually the truth. Ma Rulong walked around the ground a few times, then he turned to the others and said, everyone must keep today's matter a secret. Don't mention it to anyone. Zhao Hai's ability is very important to the machine field. If the cultivation realm knows about this, then it would bring Zhao Hai a lot of trouble. Do you understand? Although the other team leaders didn't understand what Ma Rulong meant, they still nodded. These team leaders were also cultivators. To be honest, Zhao Hai's actions today made them proud. And with the fact that they drank with Zhao Hai several times, their relationship with Zhao Hai was very good. Keeping this secret for Zhao Hai wasn't a problem for them. Zhao Hai looked at Ma Rulong and didn't know why he was so excited. He looked at Ma Rulong and asked, Team leader, is this matter very important? Ma Rulong looked around. He didn't have the team leaders go out. The team leaders already knew about this matter. If he were to go out, then it would be too much. Therefore, he said, it's very important. It has a huge impact on the entire machine field. Ma Rulong nodded. Zhao Hai and the other team leaders looked at Ma Rulong with puzzled expressions. Ma Rulong took a deep breath and then waved his hand to have everyone follow him out. Zhao Hai's room wasn't very big. With so many people crowded inside, there wasn't even a place to sit. However, there was a small living room outside where people could sit. Ma Rulong led everyone to the living room and sat down. After everyone sat down, Ma Rulong opened his mouth and said, everyone should know that the cultivation realm has a lot of treasures. The reason why they have so many treasures is because of the cultivation realm's environment. The cultivation realm has planets that can accommodate more than 10,000 people. There are also planets that aren't suitable for people to live in. However, planets that aren't suitable for people to live in aren't necessarily empty. The cultivation realm obtained a lot of minerals from those planets. There are some things that the machine field doesn't have. Everyone nodded. Everyone in the machine field understood this. However, they didn't understand why Ma Rulong brought this up at this time. Ma Rulong looked at everyone and said, although the machine field has spirit stone veins, we don't produce a lot of them. Because of this, the currency in the machine field is machine coins. It's not like the cultivation realm where spirit stones are used as currency. Everyone was confused by Ma Rulong's words. They didn't know what Ma Rulong was trying to say. Ma Rulong looked at everyone and said, because the machine field doesn't have enough spirit stones, it's more difficult to buy the ores we need from the cultivation realm. Additionally, the cultivation realm has been suppressing the machine field. Their tariffs are very high. Moreover, there are some ores that the machine field is prohibited from being sold. Because of this, it's very difficult for the machine field to develop. Everyone knew about this matter. The cultivation realm had been suppressing the machine field in all aspects. In fact, it wasn't only the machine field that encountered this situation. The cultivation realm was also doing the same to the other realms. Because of this, the other realm's development was very slow. Ma Rulong looked at Zhao Hai and said, but with this ability, Zhao Hai can enter and exit the cultivation realm at will. He doesn't have to pay any tariffs. If he wears a cultivator's uniform, he can buy a lot of things that we couldn't before. Don't you think that this matter is very important to the machine field? Smuggling. As soon as Zhao Hai heard Ma Rulong, he immediately thought of smuggling. Ma Rulong wanted to use his space to openly smuggle for the machine field. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this. Ma Rulong wanted to use his space to openly smuggle for the machine field. Back in the lower realms, his space was used for business. But at that time, he didn't need to smuggle because he was a noble. He didn't need to pay any tariffs. He didn't expect the space to be used for smuggling in the machine field. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Unlike Zhao Hai, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, the others immediately understood the meaning of Ma Rulong's words. They couldn't help but stare for a moment before they reacted. At the same time, the way they looked at Zhao Hai changed. To be honest, there were a lot of good things in the cultivation realm. There were a lot of good things that they coveted. It was just that they didn't have enough spirit stones to buy them. Although these leaders were from great clans, they only had machine coins in their hands. They didn't have a lot of spirit stones in the cultivation realm. In the machine field, spirit stones were a very scarce thing. They weren't used as currency. Moreover, spirit stones were generally used by great clans to trade with the cultivation realm. They weren't circulated in the machine field. It was like a country's foreign exchange reserves. They were used to trade with foreign countries, they weren't used in the machine field. Because of this, even if they coveted the things in the cultivation realm, they couldn't afford them. But if Zhao Hai had the ability, then they could ask Zhao Hai to help them buy some things. They could pay Zhao Hai machine coins or something else. It can be said that Zhao Hai was now a formidable smuggler in their eyes. Zhao Hai looked at them and knew what they were thinking. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he still looked at Ma Rulong and said, "Leader, rest assured. As long as the machine field needs help, I'll help. You don't need to worry. Also, I'm now friends with Xingli. There are some things that can be solved through him." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Ma Rulong immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. He couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai in a higher light. So it turns out that Zhao Hai and Xingli were friends because they had a backup plan. Ma Rulong didn't think of this before. At this time, a loud noise was heard from outside. Ma Rulong stared, then he stood up and looked outside. It was a group of mages and warriors from the machine field. This time, a lot of mages and warriors from the machine field came to watch the battle. They wanted to see how Zhao Hai would deal with the contestants from the cultivation realm. And Zhao Hai didn't disappoint them. He killed Tian Lei in one move. This made the mages and warriors from the cultivation realm excited. Looking at this situation, Ma Rulong knew why these people came. To be honest, mages and warriors who came to the machine field wouldn't have low status in the machine field. Most of them were core members of great clans. It was impossible for mages and warriors who ascended to the machine field to come here. The mages and warriors from the outer court wouldn't be able to fly here. It would be difficult for them to use transmission formations. And even if they used transmission formations to come to the cultivation realm, they wouldn't have enough crystal stones to pay the cultivation realm's management. It was impossible for them to come to the Void Great Arena. Because of this, Ma Rulong couldn't afford to offend these people. Zhao Hai didn't care. If he wanted to develop in the machine field in the future, then it was necessary for him to have a good relationship with these people. Moreover, this wasn't the first time that Zhao Hai dealt with this kind of situation. He was very experienced. Zhao Hai warmly welcomed these people into his room and chatted with them. Among these people, Zhao Hai's status was the lowest. Perhaps only Zhao Hai was an ascender. The others were all natives of the machine field. If Zhao Hai wasn't famous and wasn't strong, then these people wouldn't care about him. Even if Zhao Hai married Margaret, it would still be the same. Zhao Hai's status was the lowest among these people. He was the only ascender in the room. The others were all natives of the machine field. But now, Zhao Hai defeated people from the cultivation realm and vented the anger of the machine field. Just based on this point, Zhao Hai was qualified to be on equal footing with these people. This was because these people knew that once Zhao Hai returned to the machine field, his rise was inevitable. In the machine field, it wasn't that there weren't any ascendants who established their own families. On the contrary, there were a lot of ascendants who established their own families. These families had faintly formed their own influence on the machine field. Because of this, a lot of people came to visit Zhao Hai. This was because families established by ascendants were naturally closer to the ascendants. Not to mention a powerful ascendant like Zhao Hai. This time, most of the people who came to visit Zhao Hai were from families established by ascendants. They were now natives of the machine field. After all, these people's families had been in the machine field for many years. It was only natural that they were natives of the machine field. Zhao Hai got along very well with these people. He didn't know how many times he dealt with this kind of situation in the lower realms. Because of this, his connections were established bit by bit. And with the fact that he was a hero in these people's hearts, they were able to chat with each other happily. After chatting for a while, Zhao drank with these people before sending them off. When these people left, Zhao called them brothers. There was no other way, men were the most likely to have feelings at the table. Although they were just drinking friends, they were still friends. In the future, if you really want to do something, you can look for them. It was much better than looking for someone you didn't know at all. After these people left, Zhao Hai returned to his room and entered the space. Upon entering the space, Zhao Hai immediately looked at Laura and said, "How is it?" This question came out of nowhere, but Laura knew what Zhao Hai wanted to ask. Zhao Hai had already released silver needles to monitor the people in the void arena. Zhao Hai asked Laura because he wanted to know what the people in the other realms were doing right now. Laura nodded and said, their reaction was quite big. But the people from the demon realm, spirit realm, and elf realm didn't have anything to do with us. On the other hand, the devil realm and the cultivator realm's reactions were quite big. The cultivator realm had already ordered all the contestants to use 120% of their strength when they meet you. Otherwise, they would be punished. On the other hand, 2 people from the devil realm were eliminated today, leaving only 2 Mietian to advance. The devil realm seems to have prepared an artifact for 2 Mietian to deal with you. Zhao Hai nodded. These reactions weren't beyond his expectations. The devil realm had already made a move against him. Preparing 1 or 2 powerful artifacts to deal with him wasn't a big deal. The people from the demon realm, spirit realm, and elf realm were also eliminated on the first day. It was normal for them to not have any reaction. Seeing that things weren't too different from what Zhao Hai expected, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Zhao Hai rested inside the space for about 6 hours before he came out of his room. This was because the second round of the competition was about to begin. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't need to participate in this round because it was the first round of the competition. However, Zhao Hai still wanted to go and take a look. This was because he could see the demons, spirit, and elves in action. Zhao Hai knew too little about these races, so he wanted to know more about them. To put it bluntly, the demon race were monsters. They were beasts, plants, and trees that had turned into spirits. They could take human form and gain wisdom. Therefore, they were called the demon race. These demon race members were also very powerful. Almost all demon race members grew up slowly through fighting and killing. Because of this, they were very powerful. As for the demon race that came to participate in the competition, they were also ascended from the lower realm. When they ascended, they could transform into human form. After cultivating for a period of time with the demon race, they had more tricks up their sleeves and were even more difficult to deal with. The spirit race's cultivation method was also somewhat special. Their cultivation method was similar to the combination of ghost cultivators and the elves. They would collect spirits and then use these spirits to cultivate. These spirits were like weapons, a type of energy. There were several ways to produce these spirits. The first way was the soul of a person after death. However, not all souls could be called spirits. They must be produced in a special environment before they could be called spirits. The second way to produce spirits was to use one's own wisdom to split and produce a new spirit. This was also a special cultivation method of the spirit race. The cultivation realm also had this method, but only severed soul experts could do it. Because of the differences in spirits, the spirit realm divided spirits into 2 types. Spirits that were captured from the outside were called battle spirits, which were the spirit realm's warriors. Spirits that were split from one's body were called life source spirits. They were also a type of weapon, but they were closely related to one's body. It was similar to a life source artifact. Strictly speaking, the spirit realm's life source artifact was much stronger than a life source artifact. However, the process of splitting one's spirit was very painful for the spirit cultivator. Moreover, it would also affect the spirit cultivator's strength, making the process very dangerous. Although the cultivation methods of these realms were different, each of them was extraordinary. Don't look at how the cultivation realm had been suppressing the other realms. This meant that there were problems with the other realms' cultivation methods. In fact, the other realms didn't have any problems with their cultivation methods. The only thing they lacked was resources. In the cultivation realm, the amount of resources a cultivator needed to cultivate was much higher compared to the other realms. It wasn't that the other realms didn't want to use resources like the cultivators, it was because they didn't have the resources. It was like a poor person gambling with a rich person. Both of them would use the same method, but the rich person would be able to win against the poor person. This was because both of them had the same cards. The rich person could use money to beat the poor person, but the poor person couldn't do anything. Because of this discovery, Zhao Hai understood that the people from the world of cultivation and the task realm weren't easy to deal with. Moreover, the machine field's foundation wasn't as simple as it seemed. The second round of the competition ended very quickly. It was clear that the cultivation realm didn't want to waste too much time. As long as two cultivation realm cultivators fought, they would only exchange a few moves. Only when they fought against other cultivation realm cultivators would the cultivation realm be ruthless. However, there weren't any casualties. After the second round, just as Zhao Hai thought, the people from the other realms were placed at the bottom. Even if they weren't ranked below 90, most of them were ranked around 80. It can be said that the suppression was ruthless enough. After the competition, there was no time to rest. The third round of the competition immediately began. This round was decided by drawing lots. This time, Zhao Hai had the opportunity to make a move. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that Tu Miatian was the first to be drawn. Zhao Hai thought that the cultivation realm would do something to the draw. But it seems like they didn't. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't know that the cultivation realm had been suppressing the other realms in the past few days. They had already developed an arrogant character. They simply disdained to do something like drawing lots. Zhao Hai saw Tu Miatian's move yesterday. It must be said that the people from the devil realm were very similar to the people from the cultivation realm. They both used artifacts. However, the artifacts in the devil realm were either ghostly or bloody. At first glance, one could tell that they weren't good things. However, Zhao Hai still knew that the artifacts used by the devil realm mostly had the ability to pollute other artifacts. For example, if the artifacts of the devil realm were used for a long time, the ordinary artifacts would be contaminated and lose their use. It was impossible to say that the artifacts of the devil realm could restrain the artifacts of the cultivation realm. In the cultivation realm, to deal with the devil realm cultivators, they would generally use a special kind of metal artifact. This kind of artifact had the ability to defend against the various kinds of pollution on the artifacts of the devil realm. However, this kind of metal wasn't very much. Ordinary people couldn't afford to use it. Later, the people of the cultivation realm thought of a way. This method was to engrave several kinds of purification arrays on their artifacts. With these arrays, the artifacts would have a self-cleaning function. Although they would still be contaminated, as long as it wasn't too serious, they would slowly recover on their own. Tu Miatian also used this type of devil artifact. Zhao Hai saw a few devil artifact that Tu Miatian used. There was a blood-red sword with a ghost head, a shield with a ghost face, and a black flag. These were the three things that Tu Miatian used the most. Moreover, the quality of these three artifacts wasn't any worse than the artifacts of the cultivation realm. The attack power of the blood-red ghost head broadsword was very strong. Ordinary flying swords certainly couldn't compete with it. It was afraid that the flying swords would be destroyed after a few rounds of fighting. Zhao Hai also saw the defensive ability of the ghost face shield. Its defensive ability was very strong. Once the shield was raised, a transparent ghost head could wrap Tu Miatian up. It was a comprehensive defensive weapon. The black flag was even more impressive. Tu Miatian picked up the flag and waved it gently. Suddenly, countless ghost heads flew out of the flag and started to bite people and artifacts. These ghost heads were very strong. Ordinary artifacts couldn't do anything to them. These weren't just the three artifacts that Tu Miatian took out. No one knew how many trump cards he had. not shown. Moreover, his strength was very strong. He didn't lose to the cultivators of the cultivation realm at all. Therefore, he could smoothly enter the top 50 under the full attack of the cultivators of the cultivation realm. This time, Tu Mietian's opponent was also a well-known figure in the world of cultivation. Moreover, he had been prepared for this fight. The two of them fought fiercely for a while, but in the end, Tu Mietian won the fight. Although Tu Mietian won after a long fight, Zhao Hai didn't dare to underestimate him. This was because Tu Mietian still used the same 3 artifacts to win. He didn't use anything else. Although the resources of the devil world weren't as rich as the cultivation realm, Zhao Hai didn't believe that Tu Mietian, who fought for the entire devil world, only had 3 artifacts. Now that Tu Mietian only used 3 artifacts, there was only one explanation. He didn't use his full strength. Zhao Hai paid attention to Tu Mietian. This Tu Mietian was full of murderous aura. His body was full of the smell of blood. At first glance, one could tell that he was a murderous person. However, when he fought with the cultivators of the cultivation realm, he was very measured. Although he won, he didn't hurt anyone. It could be seen that this person knew when to advance and retreat. Tu Mietian, whether it was during battle or during normal times, always had a smile on his face. It was as if his smile would never change. This really made Zhao Hai admire him. After several rounds of drawing lots, Zhao Hai's turn was finally drawn. When Zhao Hai saw who his opponent was, he couldn't help but stare. This was because he knew who his opponent was. It was one of the people he saw in the wormhole, Yao Guang. Yao Guang's understanding of formations was the deepest among the people present. Yao Guang was one of the people present at the time. Zhao Hai was very clear that whether it was Jiang Tianlei or Yao Guang, both of them were experts among the newcomers of the cultivation realm. Both of them were ranked in the top 10. But he was lucky enough to fight against 2 of them. This made Zhao Hai wonder if the cultivation realm had done something to the drawing of lots. However, he didn't have time to think about it. His figure moved and went to the arena. Just as he moved, Yao Guang also arrived. Yao Guang was very polite. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, Mr. Zhao Hai." Yao Guang has heard of Mr.'s fame. It is Yao Guang's honor to be able to compete with Mr. in the arena today. Zhao Hai didn't let his guard down just because of Yao Guang's politeness. He knew that the cultivation realm had issued a death order. No matter who met him, they had to go all out. Even if they couldn't defeat him, they had to make him waste some true spirit chi. If they could injure him, that would be even better. Such an order from the cultivation realm was within Zhao Hai's expectations. This was because he knew that he had made an enemy out of the entire cultivation realm. If the cultivation realm didn't deal with him, then they wouldn't be called the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai didn't show any arrogance. He smiled and said, "Greetings, Mr. Yao Guang. Mr.'s insight in formations is really admirable. It is a great honor to be able to compare notes with Mr. Mr., please." Then Zhao Hai made a gesture, indicating for Yao Guang to start first. However, when Yao Guang heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but stare. Even in the cultivation realm, only a few people knew about his achievements in formations. He was like an ordinary cultivator, using artifacts to deal with enemies. He rarely used formations because he wanted to use them as his trump card. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to point out his strongest point. This made Yao Guang's heart skip a beat. However, Yao Guang was also a scheming person, so he didn't show it. He just smiled faintly at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai is praising me. Mr., please." Then he waved his hand and summoned a flying sword. This was a very ordinary golden light sword. It was impossible to use the sword to deal with Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't look down on him. Yao Guang was a formation master, and his methods were often hard to imagine. Zhao Hai didn't move, nor did he take out a weapon. He just calmly looked at Yao Guang. However, Yao Guang didn't dare to lower his guard. This was because Zhao Hai was someone who could fight against a core formation cultivator with his bare hands. If Yao Guang underestimated such a person, then he would be courting death. In fact, Zhao Hai's guess was right. The flying sword that Yao Guang released was just an ordinary flying sword. There was nothing special about it. In fact, this flying sword was only used to attract Zhao Hai's attention. Yao Guang's true ability was to arrange formations. Now that the cultivation realm had issued a death order, no matter who it was, they had to go all out against Zhao Hai. Naturally, Yao Guang didn't dare to go against the entire cultivation realm. Therefore, he had to go all out. Naturally, he had to use his most proficient formation. The two were facing each other from a distance, neither of them making a move. At this time, Yao Guang's hand was already holding a few hundred formation flags. As long as these flags were able to delay Zhao Hai for a while, then he would be able to arrange more formations. When Yao Guang saw that his preparations were almost done, he immediately let out a low roar as the flying sword in his hand stabbed towards Zhao Hai. Before this, Yao Guang had been using the flying sword to deal with his enemies, but the others didn't know that he was an expert in formations. From this, it could be seen that his flying sword skills were very profound. His flying sword hand was also very extraordinary. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to use flying swords as well as him. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he waved his hand. 100 overlapping formations appeared and blocked Yao Guang's flying sword. At the same time, Yao Guang waved his hand as 8 formation flags flew out and shot towards 8 different directions, trapping Zhao Hai in the middle. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't immediately kill Yao Guang was because he wanted to experience the power of formations in the cultivation realm. During this period of time, his understanding of formations in the cultivation realm had increased. He was very clear that the status of formations in the cultivation realm wasn't inferior to the status of magic formations in the machine field. It can be said that the daily lives of cultivators were inseparable from formations. Although Zhao Hai knew a lot about formations from Helianda, he also knew how to use them and how to arrange them. However, Helianda wasn't a pure formation cultivator. There were a lot of formations that he didn't know about. In particular, he didn't know how to attack formations. He didn't know how to use formations. But Yao Guang was different. Yao Guang was proficient in formations. It can be said that he was a formation cultivator. Formations in his hands could be said to be ever-changing and incomparably powerful. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to see what formations were used for. Because of this, he didn't rush to attack. If it were other people from the machine field or the cultivation realm, they naturally wouldn't do what Zhao Hai did. This was because even if they saw formations, they wouldn't be able to see through them. But Zhao Hai was different. What he saw was the same as what the space saw. The space recorded the battle as well as Yao Guang's formation. Then it used the universal scanner to analyze it. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to see Yao Guang's formations. If it was a famous formation cultivator in the cultivation realm, Zhao Hai wouldn't dare to do this. Formations in the cultivation realm were very powerful. If he made a mistake, then he might fail miserably. Zhao Hai didn't want to be that unlucky person. But Yao Guang was different. Yao Guang's formations were very powerful, but his strength was too low. He was only a foundation establishment cultivator. Even if his formations were exquisite, there would always be a limit. He wouldn't be able to pose a threat to Zhao Hai. It can be said that Yao Guang was the most suitable person for Zhao Hai to understand formations in the cultivation realm. Naturally, Yao Guang didn't know about this. He only thought that Zhao Hai was too arrogant or that he didn't understand the might of formations in the cultivation realm. Because of this, Yao Guang was able to smoothly set up his formation. The formation that Yao Guang set up wasn't a simple formation. It was the famous 8-dragon lock in the cultivation realm. The so-called 8-dragon lock was a trapping formation made from 8 dragon bone flags. Its power was extraordinary. Naturally, this referred to the real 8-dragon lock. The one that Yao Guang used was a knockoff. However, it wasn't an ordinary knockoff. It was a high-grade knockoff that was provided by his sect. Its might wasn't small. When the 8 flags were set up, Zhao Hai immediately felt that the flags had disappeared along with Yao Guang. Then a golden mist appeared around him. Then a dragon's roar was heard. Along with the dragon's roar, the ground around him split open. Then 8 5-clawed golden dragons flew out from the ground. However, these dragons didn't leave the ground. Their tails were still underground while their heads and bodies were above the ground. Then the 8 dragon heads met in the air, just like a huge cage. When Zhao Hai saw this, he could roughly guess what this formation was about. Zhao Hai immediately released a 100-layered formation to attack one of the golden dragons. But just as the formation was released, the 8 golden dragons immediately moved. The one that was attacked shrank its body and lowered its head. Then a golden light shot out from its mouth towards the formation. At the same time, the other golden dragons also swooped down towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was sure that although these golden dragons weren't real, they were just like the fire dragons that he released. They were real and could attack people. If someone treated these golden dragons as illusions, then they would certainly die a horrible death. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. With a wave of his hand, a 100-layered formation appeared. Then 8 fire dragons flew out from the formation and went straight towards the 8 golden dragons. Then the fire dragons and the golden dragons began to fight. At the same time, Zhao Hai stood in the middle of the formation and looked around with interest. It seems like he didn't take this battle seriously at all. At this time, Yao Guang was busy. Formation flags and formation plates flew out from his hands as he set up one formation after another around Zhao Hai. This time, Zhao Hai was firmly trapped in the formation. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't idle at this time. He had Kai and the others record Yao Guang's method of setting up formations. Even the formation flags had silver needles attached to them. These silver needles were quickly analyzing the materials and refining methods used in the formation flags and discs. This was a method that Zhao Hai had recently discovered, and it was an ability that he gained after the space leveled up. This ability was very useful for Zhao Hai. In the past, he could only slowly analyze the formation flags and discs in the space, but now, he only needed to use the silver needles to analyze them. Yao Guang was setting up a formation while Zhao Hai was watching. This scene was seen by the audience. They couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. Yao Guang had the support of the cultivation realm. He had a lot of formation materials in his hands. When he took them out one by one, it was truly astonishing. Moreover, Yao Guang was truly a genius when it came to formations. The formations that he arranged were superimposed formations. Formations within formations, formations within formations, formations within formations, formations within formations, formations within formations. Moreover, all of these formations had only one target, and that was Zhao Hai. Once these formations were set up, even a nascent soul expert would have a hard time dealing with them. The people of the cultivation realm praised Yao Guang's approach. Especially Yao Guang's sect elders. They were already preparing to train Yao Guang as a core disciple. Although Yao Guang's sect wasn't a traditional sect that focused on formations, it was still a sect that focused on cultivation. However, people with special talents like Yao Guang still needed to be nurtured. In the cultivation realm, any sect would have some special talents. As long as they were discovered, the sect would immediately nurture them. They wouldn't think of you as someone who didn't do proper work and suppress you just because you were a special talent. That was impossible. Even in sword cultivation sects, there were countless alchemists, artificers, and formation masters. As a matter of fact, the alchemists, artificers, and array masters of the large sects were often much more popular than the elders of the ordinary sections. This was just like a person who was skilled. No matter where he went, he would be looked up to. Even if you mocked him behind his back for being a skilled worker, in front of him, you would still have to obediently call him master. In the past, although the people of Yao Guang's sect thought that Yao Guang's understanding of formations was good, they only treated him as an ordinary inner disciple. They didn't treat him as a core disciple. After all, Yao Guang ascended for a short time, less than 5 years. For cultivators, 5 years wasn't a long time. When the people of the machine field saw that Zhao Hai was trapped in layers upon layers of formations like a bug in a spider's web, their expressions couldn't help but change. Zhao Hai was the hope of the machine field. If Zhao Hai was defeated, then the machine field would be completely defeated. The people of the other realms were also looking at Zhao Hai. They also saw Zhao Hai's strength. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was the most likely candidate to win. Besides the Devil Realm, the other realms wanted Zhao Hai to win. Although Zhao Hai had nothing to do with them, it shouldn't be forgotten that they also hated the Cultivation Realm just like the people of the Machine Field. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Even if someone you don't know beat up your enemy, you would still feel happy. You might even have a good impression of that person. Besides the people of the Devil Realm, who considered Zhao Hai as a potential opponent, the people of the other realms wanted to see how Zhao Hai would beat up the Cultivation Realm. Now that they saw Zhao Hai trapped in a formation, they couldn't help but feel anxious. Everyone had different thoughts. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and Yao Guang didn't think too much about it. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of Yao Guang's formations at all. Yao Guang didn't think too much about it. He just wanted to set up the formations as soon as possible. Although Zhao Hai was standing there and releasing a formation from time to time, it seems like he was attacking the 8-dragon lock. However, most of his attention was focused on communicating with Kai Er. The formations that Yao Guang arranged were very special. Every time he arranged a circle, he would activate the formation. Every time he activated a circle, Zhao Hai would feel a bit more pressure. It can be said that these formations were stacked on top of each other. Once all the formations were arranged, they would become one formation and attack Zhao Hai at the same time. Naturally, their might would be extraordinary. Yao Guang's magic formation was very special. Yao Guang's magic formation was very special. Yao Guang's magic formation was very special. However, one shouldn't think that just because one formation was broken, the entire formation would fail. Yao Guang's formation was made up of countless smaller formations. Even if one of them was destroyed, the other formations would still attack. Moreover, according to Kai Er's calculations, unless one destroyed a third of the formations, the strength of this formation wouldn't decrease. At this point, Zhao Hai no longer attacked the 8-dragon lock. This was because there was no need for him to attack. The 8-dragon lock was already attacking him. Moreover, the 8-dragon lock's attack was several times stronger than before. In the beginning, Zhao Hai only used 100 stacked formations to fight against the 8-dragon lock. But now, he would need to use at least 700 to 800 stacked formations to block the 8-dragon lock. Because of this, in the eyes of the spectators, Zhao Hai had already fallen into a disadvantageous position, and Yao Guang's arrangement was about to finish. Everyone knew that as soon as Yao Guang finished his arrangement, he would immediately control the formations to attack Zhao Hai. Naturally, a formation that was controlled by someone couldn't compare to a formation that wasn't controlled by someone. Because of this, when everyone saw that Yao Guang was about to finish his arrangement, they couldn't help but worry for Zhao Hai. However, what they didn't know was that Zhao Hai was currently waiting for Yao Guang to finish his arrangement. Once Yao Guang is done, Zhao Hai would be able to see how powerful Yao Guang's arrangement was. Then, he would be able to break the formation. Why was Zhao Hai so confident that he could easily break Yao Guang's formation? Naturally, it was because of liquid silver. The silver needles were now attached to Yao Guang's formation plates and flags. As long as Zhao Hai gave the order, the silver needles would immediately attack the formation plates and flags. Although formation plates and flags had strong offensive capabilities, they were still formations. However, their main offensive capabilities were in the formation itself. As long as they were attacked by the silver needles, then they would immediately attack. Once the formation was destroyed, then the formation would be destroyed as well. This was why Zhao Hai was so confident. It can be said that using formations to deal with Zhao Hai was the most unreliable and useless method. Zhao Hai had the space, so any illusions would be useless against him. On the other hand, Zhao Hai had liquid silver. Liquid silver could turn into thousands of flying needles. Its destructive power wasn't something that ordinary formation cultivators could compare to. A formation cultivator painstakingly arranged a large formation to deal with Zhao Hai. However, when Zhao Hai snapped his fingers, all of the formation plates and flags were destroyed. This made the formation cultivator's life miserable. At this time, Yao Guang's formations were also arranged. Zhao Hai had Kai Er calculate that Yao Guang had arranged several hundred large and small formations. There were more than 100 formation plates and more than 2,000 formation flags. How could a person who ascended for less than 5 years without the support of a great sect take out so many things? Even if Yao Guang sold himself, he wouldn't be able to get that much money. After Yao Guang finished arranging the formations, he let out a long breath. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would destroy the formations before he finished. If that happened, then everything he did would be in vain. Fortunately, Zhao Hai didn't make a move. This was also the reason why Yao Guang was puzzled. Zhao Hai was still calmly standing in the middle of the formation as he continued to use the 1,000 stacked formations. At this point, the people from the machine field and the cultivation realm discovered Zhao Hai's strength. The cultivation realm was very familiar with the machine field's magic formation technique. This technique wasn't a secret in the world of cultivation. And with the machine field's network, it can be said that anyone in the world of cultivation could learn the magic formation technique. It was precisely because of this understanding that the cultivation realm didn't learn it. Although the magic formation technique could be used like magic and was more powerful than ordinary magic, the magic formation technique also consumed a lot more energy compared to the cultivation realm's magic. And although magic was also used in the cultivation realm, it wasn't the main means of attack. After all, magic was much worse than magic artifacts. Magic wasn't valued in the cultivation realm, so there was no need to talk about the magic formation technique. The main reason why the cultivation realm understood the magic formation technique was to understand the machine field so that they could suppress the machine field. The magic formation technique consumed a lot of energy. Almost all of the people in the machine field who could use the 1,000 stacked formations were top experts in the machine field. And these people wouldn't even suffer a loss against a core formation expert of the cultivation realm. But in the machine field, even mages who could use the 1,000 stacked formations wouldn't use it for a long time. The energy consumption was too high and they couldn't afford it. But Zhao Hai could easily use the 1,000 stacked formations without using any tools. This made the cultivation realm very surprised. Yao Guang looked at Zhao Hai. He had some understanding of the magic formation technique in the machine field. Because of this, he knew that Zhao Hai was formidable. However, Yao Guang believed that Zhao Hai wasn't using his full strength. At the very least, he didn't use any weapons. Yao Guang didn't believe that Zhao Hai didn't use any weapons. He heard that Zhao Hai was a dual cultivator. Moreover, his weapon was a silver staff. Now that Zhao Hai didn't take out his staff, it meant that he wasn't using his full strength. Although Yao Guang didn't know what Zhao Hai meant and why he was being so arrogant, he didn't have time to think about it. Yao Guang made several hand seals and began to control the formation. People in the cultivation realm had some understanding of formations. However, some people only knew how to arrange formations and even how to break them. They didn't necessarily know how to operate a formation. Operating a formation was a technique. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't have the time to learn it. This was the same for the people in the machine field. Ordinary people in the machine field couldn't live without magic formations. But if you ask them to inscribe a magic formation, they wouldn't be able to do it. After Yao Guang made several hand seals, the entire formation lit up. The entire continent was now under Yao Guang's control. To be honest, controlling a formation like this wasn't easy. But if he didn't control the formation, then it would be impossible for him to beat Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai was still trapped in the formation, Yao Guang was certain that if he didn't control the formation, then Zhao Hai would break out sooner or later. It wasn't until he had complete control of the formation that Yao Guang relaxed. He felt that he finally had the courage to challenge Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stood in the middle of the formation. Through the space, he knew what Zhao Guang was doing. Not only was he not afraid, he was actually secretly happy. He really wanted to know how powerful the formation was. When Yao Guang activated the formation, Zhao Hai immediately felt the pressure around him increase. The 8 golden dragons became more solid and bigger. From time to time, they would issue dragon roars. At the same time, their attack power increased. Not only could the dragons attack with their claws, they could also release various spells. These spells were very powerful, they were comparable to 500 stacked formations. Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. He was very clear that the full power of the formation was being displayed. Even if a core formation stage cultivator was trapped in such a large formation, he was afraid that they would be in grave danger. Yao Guang was using the formation incisively and vividly. However, Zhao Hai believed that these formations weren't able to display their full strength. This was because these formations were only controlled by a foundation establishment expert. It was impossible for them to display their full strength. If Yao Guang was stronger, then these formations would be able to display even more power. At that time even a nascent soul expert wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Now that Zhao understood the power of the formation, to be honest, he was very satisfied. Zhao knew that in the future, he would definitely build his own force. In the cultivation world, every large sect had their own protective formation. These protective formations were the most powerful defensive force of a sect. It can be said that the quality of a protective formation was directly related to the life and death of a sect. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this formation. Zhao Hai knew that in the future, he would definitely build his own force. In the cultivation world, every large sect had their own protective formation. These protective formations were definitely the most powerful defensive force of a sect. If you want to attack a sect, then the first thing you have to face is the other party's defensive formation. If you can't destroy the defensive formation, then everything will be zero. You won't be able to do anything to that sect. In this regard, the people of the machine field weren't very good. Although their magic formations weren't small, they were still lacking compared to the defensive formations of the cultivation realm. In the cultivation world, the sect protection array of each sect was strictly confidential. Even the disciples of the sect could not easily pry into the secrets of the sect protection array. Otherwise, they would be treated as traitors and dealt with. Zhao Hai couldn't collect too much information, so he could only use this stupid method to study and analyze formations. Although he wanted to kill Yao Guang and turn him into an undead, he knew that he couldn't do that. He was now being watched by the cultivation realm. If he were to kill Yao Guang, then the cultivation realm would surely tear off all pretense of cordiality. When the time comes, not only core formation experts, but also nascent soul experts and even transcending tribulation experts. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Hai decided not to touch Yao Guang. He only needed to defeat him, but he absolutely couldn't kill him. He couldn't touch the bottom line of the cultivation realm. Looking at the time, Kyer had already collected all the data she needed. Zhao Hai decided to make his move. He waved his hand as liquid silver appeared in his hand. Seeing Zhao Hai take out his staff, Yao Guang couldn't help but feel nervous. He immediately went all out to control the formation, preparing to attack Zhao Hai fiercely. But at this time, he suddenly felt powerless. Yao Guang's expression couldn't help but change. He immediately took out a handful of pills and threw them into his mouth. A surge of energy was released from the pills. Yao Guang's spiritual qi that was about to be depleted was quickly replenished. At this time, Zhao Hai, who was standing in the middle of the formation, waved his staff. Suddenly, numerous magic formations appeared around him. Although these magic formations weren't big, there were so many of them that it made people's scalps tingle. Then Zhao Hai waved his staff, causing the magic formations to explode. A strong light flashed, causing everyone to unconsciously close their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that Zhao Hai was already standing in front of Yao Guang. Moreover, the magic formation was placed on Yao Guang's throat. All of the magic formations on the stage had been destroyed, none of them were complete. Everyone was taken aback. They didn't think that Zhao's 10,000-layer magic formation would have such a strong destructive power. That's right, now everyone knew that Zhao had used a 10,000-layer magic formation, but no one thought that the power of this magic formation would be so great. Actually, Zhao Hai's magic formation wasn't that powerful. The reason why the formation discs and flags were destroyed was because of the silver needles attached to them. Zhao Hai's magic formation was only to deceive people. At this time, Yao Guang also reacted. He looked at Zhao Hai who was standing in front of him with his staff on his throat. Yao Guang smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. is good. I admit defeat." Zhao Hai received his staff, then he looked at Yao Guang and smiled faintly as he said, "Your magic formation is also very strong." Then he flashed and returned to the machine field seating area. It wasn't until Zhao Hai returned to the machine field seating area that the people in the stage reacted. Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect things to change so quickly. A moment ago, Yao Guang had the upper hand. Everyone thought that Zhao Hai would lose. But in the next moment, Zhao Hai broke the magic formation and Yao Guang admitted defeat. The people from the cultivation realm who were originally in high spirits were now looking at the scene in shock. They didn't believe that Yao Guang would lose like this. Zhao Hai only used one move to break the formation that Yao Guang painstakingly arranged. But what made them even more surprised was Zhao Hai's 10,000 stacked formation. The destructive power of this formation was too strong. After some time, the uproar stopped. Zhao Hai immediately felt cold gazes from all around him. He didn't care and just sat there with a smile. At this time, Ma Rulong arrived beside Zhao Hai. He whispered to Zhao Hai, "Little Zhao Hai, did you deliberately let him finish the magic formation?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "Right, I just wanted to see how formidable his formation is. To be honest, his formation is very strong. If he was stronger, then the formation would be able to display even more power. I wouldn't have been able to break it so easily. It seems like the formations of the cultivation realm are very powerful." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right." When Ma Rulong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "You're really courageous. You actually dared to test the magic formation. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would have already died. I don't want to do something like this in the future. It's too dangerous. You're the hope of the machine field." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and nodded. At this time, the results of the next round's draw came out. However, everyone's attention wasn't on the stage. They were all focused on Zhao Hai. In fact, aside from the battle between Zhao Hai and Tu Mietian, the other battles between the cultivators were just like sparring. There was no meaning to it. Naturally, these people didn't care about it. Their attention was now focused on Zhao Hai. There was no other way, Zhao Hai's performance was too eye-catching. They also saw Yao Guang's formation. Although they weren't professional formation masters, if you don't know a bit about formations in the cultivation realm, then you'd be courting death. Zhao Hai's appearance was too eye-catching. Because of this, although the cultivators didn't know the subtlety of Yao Guang's formation, they were still impressed by its might. Zhao Hai used 1,000 stacked formations to fight the golden dragon. 1,000 stacked formations wouldn't even be able to defeat a core formation expert. From this point, one could see how brilliant the formation was. But Zhao Hai was able to break it. How strong was he? The cultivators discovered that they had to re-evaluate Zhao Hai's strength. In fact, it wasn't only the cultivators, the devils were also re-evaluating Zhao Hai's strength. The devils wanted to swallow the machine field. This time, they made several moves against Zhao Hai, but they were unsuccessful. They didn't know that they were exposed. They thought that Zhao Hai didn't know their intentions. Therefore, they began to think about how to deal with Zhao Hai. The devils wanted to deal with the machine field for their own benefits. Population was also a part of the world of cultivation's benefits. And since the devils wanted to deal with the machine field, they needed to eliminate a genius like Zhao Hai. Otherwise, he would become a big problem. But when they discovered that this problem was bigger than they imagined, the price they would have to pay to eliminate this problem was far beyond their imagination. The price they would have to pay was even greater than the benefits they would get. At this point, they had to think about it carefully. On the Devil Realm's side, the leader of the Devil Realm was sitting there. He was also a member of the Blood Saint sect. After all, the Devil Realm's main force was Tu Mietian. It was most appropriate for the leader to be from the Blood Saint sect. This leader was an inner sect elder of the Blood Saint sect. There were a lot of people from the Devil Realm this time. In addition to the leader of the Blood Saint sect, there were also many guards. These guards were actually the outer sect elders of various sects in the Devil Realm. They were there to ensure Tu Mietian's safety. This elder of the Blood Saint sect was surnamed Zhongli, and his first name was Yu. He had a nickname in the Devil Realm, which was called the Boundless Blood Sea. He cultivated a very famous treasure yellow of the Blood Saint sect, which was called the Blood Sea Fragrance Technique. This technique could only be used with a special magic tool, which was called the Bloodshed Gourd. This Bloodshed Gourd also had a history. When the Blood Saint sect was built, they slaughtered a large number of mortals. Then, they gathered the blood of these mortals and built a huge blood pool under the Blood Saint sect. This was because the Blood Saint sect was built under a yin vein. This yin vein could produce a large amount of yin qi. The blood pool was built on top of the yin vein. First, it could block the yin qi. Second, it could let the yin qi slowly nourish the blood, so that the blood would never dry up. Moreover, it also contained a large amount of yin qi to help the later disciples cultivate. However, no one knew when a gourd vine grew on top of the blood pool. After the gourd grew, it slowly became a bloodshed gourd vine because it absorbed a lot of Xianxia and blood. This bloodshed gourd vine bloomed once every 100 years, producing a bloodshed gourd. Because it grew in that special environment, this bloodshed gourd was very powerful. After being refined by the secret technique of the Blood Saint sect, it could become a top-grade magic treasure. Many people in the Blood Saint sect would use the bloodshed gourd as their life source magic treasure. However, the bloodshed gourd used by Xianxia was somewhat special. This was because the Xianxia family was an old family of the Blood Saint sect. The bloodshed gourd used by Xianxia had been passed down for several generations in the family. The first generation was used by the patriarch. This bloodshed gourd was also constantly nourished in the dantian. Therefore, this bloodshed gourd was very precious. Even in a large sect like the Blood Saint sect, it was still a top-grade magic treasure. This bloodshed gourd contained profounding blood. This profounding blood came from the blood pool under the Blood Saint sect. This blood was human blood. After being nourished by Xianxia, it became a kind of profounding blood that could corrode magic treasures. However, this profounding blood was much worse than the blood in the blood pool in Xiaohai space. It couldn't even compare to the profounding water in Xiaohai space. However, the profounding blood in Xianxia's bloodshed gourd was somewhat special. This profounding blood had been inside the gourd ever since the bloodshed gourd was created. The seniors of the Xianxia family didn't only nourish the bloodshed gourd, they also nourished the blood inside. Therefore, the blood inside the bloodshed gourd was very corrosive. The reason why the profounding blood could stay inside the bloodshed gourd for such a long time wasn't because the bloodshed gourd hadn't been used in battle. On the contrary, the bloodshed gourd had been used many times in battle. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have the nickname Boundless Sea of Blood. A lot of cultivators thought that the blood inside the bloodshed gourd would be used up. However, this wasn't the case. The bloodshed gourd was a magic treasure. Naturally, this included the blood inside. The blood was recycled. Once it was released, it would be reused. Unless the blood was scattered to the point where even the Xianxia inside the blood dissipated, then the blood could be reused. Because of this powerful magic treasure, the bloodshed gourd, the devil realm allowed Xianxia to lead his team to participate in the competition. The devils were very clear about the cultivators. Don't look at the sanctimonious appearance of the cultivators. In fact, they were more shameless and ruthless than anyone else. If they didn't send a strong person to lead the team, then it was possible that they would be eaten up by the cultivators. At this time, Xianxia frowned and said, "Everyone, let's talk. How should we deal with Xiaohai? Should we attack or not?" Xianxia couldn't make up his mind. Xiaohai's strength was too strong. If they continued to attack Xiaohai, then they might even lose to Tian. Xiaohai wasn't a good person. From the moment he killed Jiang Tianlei, the devil realm knew that Xiaohai wasn't someone to be trifled with. Everyone was silent. To be honest, they couldn't make up their minds. Xiaohai was too strong. If Tu Tian couldn't kill Xiaohai, then Tu Tian's death would be certain. Tu Tian sat on the side and listened. He still had a smile on his face, but he didn't open his mouth. To be honest, he didn't have the qualifications to speak. With his strength, it was best for him to just sit there and listen. After some time, a guard said, "Leader, I think we shouldn't make a move right now. Xiaohai's strength is too strong. If we make a move, it would certainly lead to Xiaohai's counterattack. If that happens, then Destroyer Heavens would be in danger." Destroyer Heavens is the most amazing genius that appeared in the demon realm in the past few decades. If he dies here, then it wouldn't be worth it. We can send people to the cultivation realm to assassinate Xiaohai. Another guard coldly snorted and said, "If Xiaohai returns to the machine field, then can we still kill him? If the machine field is really that easy to deal with, then we wouldn't have failed until now. I think we should kill him in the arena. We need to go all out to kill him. I still have some profounding thunders with me. I can see that Xiaohai is very arrogant." When he fought with Yao Guang, it was clear that he wanted to test the strength of the cultivation realm's formations. He wouldn't directly kill Destroying Heaven. He must also want to test the devil realm's cultivation methods. When the time comes, as long as destroying heaven finds an opportunity to throw out some profounding thunders, I don't believe that Zhao Hai wouldn't die. Zhao Hai nodded. Profounding thunders were a very vicious artifact in the devil realm. This artifact was like a jade infant talisman. It was a one-time use item. Moreover, it was very powerful. The explosion of a profounding thunder wasn't any worse than a core formation expert's full-strength attack. And with the addition of the Yin attribute lightning inside the thunder, its lethality would increase exponentially. It can be said that the devil realm's greatest weapon against the cultivation realm. However, the profounding lightning wasn't easy to make. The conditions to make the profounding lightning were very harsh. Not only did the outer shell of the profounding lightning need to be made with high-quality materials, but the inside of the profounding lightning must also be engraved with a lot of formations. After the formations are engraved, Yin-attributed lightning must be found and stored inside the profounding lightning. Only then would the profounding lightning be considered a success. During this process, the engraving of formations was a difficult problem. However, many formation masters were still able to do it. The most difficult part was finding Yin attribute lightning. Because of this, Yin attribute things like ghosts and other Yin attribute things were afraid of lightning. However, in this world, there was Yang and Yin. Although Yin attributed lightning was difficult to find, it still existed. However, it was very dangerous to store Yin attributed lightning into the mysterious Yin lightning. In fact, Yin attributed lightning was much more dangerous than Yang attributed lightning. Yin attributed lightning would appear frequently, and all cultivators were very knowledgeable about how to deal with Yin attributed lightning. However, Yin attributed lightning was different. Because Yin attributed lightning rarely appeared, people didn't have any experience in dealing with it, which made it even more dangerous. Because of these conditions, the profounding lightning was a rare item even in the devil realm. No matter who it was, if they had a few profounding lightnings, they would use them to deter their enemies. If you had 3 or 5 profounding lightnings, then congratulations, even a nascent soul stage expert wouldn't dare to provoke you. But if you had 3 or 5 profounding lightnings, then congratulations, even a nascent soul expert wouldn't dare to provoke you. But this person actually said that he had a few profounding thunders and was willing to take them out. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on this person. This person wasn't polite. He turned his hand and took out 7 black iron balls that were about the size of walnuts. Then he slowly placed them on the ground and said, "I have 7 here. If Destroyer Heavens wants to deal with Zhao Hai, then he can take them all." Although the people from the devil realm didn't have profounding lightning, they were all knowledgeable people. They could recognize that these were genuine profounding lightning. Zhong Liuyue looked at the person in confusion and said, "Lin Jiang, where did you get so many profounding lightning? Did you find the method to make profounding lightning?" The person called Lin Jiang smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that easy. I found these profounding lightning a while ago when I went out to look for herbs. I found them in a cave on Jade Blue Planet. There was a cultivator's skeleton there. I don't know how long he had been there. His storage ring contained these 7 profounding lightning as well as some artifacts." Upon hearing Lin Jiang, Zhong Liuyue and the others couldn't help but sigh at his good luck. However, Zhong Liuyue didn't immediately tell Tu Mietian to deal with Zhao Hai. Instead, he turned to Tu Mietian and said, "Mietian, I'll leave it to you. Do you want to deal with Zhao Hai?" Tu Mietian smiled and said, "Elder Feng, rest assured. I will definitely deal with Zhao Hai. Let me thank Martial Uncle Lin first. I won't be polite with these profounding lightning." Lin Jiang waved his hand and said, "Take it. I hope you can use these profounding lightning to eliminate Zhao Hai. That guy is too dangerous. He will be a huge threat to the devil realm in the future." Zhong Lisu nodded and said, "If we let Zhao Hai return to the machine field smoothly, then he would be even more difficult to deal with in the future. Don't forget, he ascended less than a year ago. 1 year, he's a monster." Zhao Hai nodded. Everyone turned silent. Tu Mietian carefully received the profounding lightning. Then he turned his head to look at the performance of the cultivators on the stage. However, what Zhong Liuyue and the others didn't expect was that everything they said and did was already known to Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai also knew what profounding lightning was. After listening to Laura and the others talk about the profound formation lightning, Zhao Hai already had killing intent in his heart. Since the other party wanted to kill him, then naturally he wouldn't be polite. In fact, he was already prepared to deal with Tu Jietian. The demon realm had already made a move against him. If he didn't fight back, then he wouldn't be called Zhao Hai. The reason why Zhao Hai put on such a strong attitude was because he discovered that a nascent soul stage expert, whether it was in the cultivation realm or the devil realm, could walk sideways. As long as he didn't offend the big sects and didn't force them into a dead end, then a nascent soul stage expert wouldn't be in any danger. Zhao Hai currently had the strength of a nascent soul expert. In fact, he was much stronger than an average nascent soul expert. After all, he had already refined astral chi into his body. And with liquid silver, an average nascent soul expert wouldn't be able to deal with him. After passing the nascent soul stage, a cultivator would pass a hurdle. As long as you succeed in transcending your tribulation, your lifespan would be greatly increased. Moreover, your body would be improved, returning to its prime state. In the cultivation realm, there were a lot of transcending tribulation experts who had children. This wasn't uncommon. It was precisely because of this that transcending tribulation experts cherished their lives even more. They would usually be in seclusion and rarely care about the affairs of their sections. They would only appear when there was a matter of life and death. It was impossible for a transcending tribulation expert to deal with a newcomer like Zhao Hai. As for the transcending tribulation stage and severed soul stage and above, the number of immortal stage and severed soul stage experts in the cultivation realm could be counted with 2 hands. Such people were very elusive. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even the sect masters of major sects couldn't see them. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai was so arrogant. With his strength, even if the cultivation realm or the devil realm wanted to deal with him, they would need to think twice. Unless they were ruthless and sent a large number of people to encircle and kill Zhao Hai. Once Zhao Hai returns to the machine field, they would lose the opportunity to kill Zhao Hai. Although the machine field was the weakest realm in the world of cultivation, they still haven't been destroyed by the other realms. Naturally, they had their own way of doing things. If the devil realm or the cultivation realm only sent a small number of experts to the machine field to kill Zhao Hai, then it's possible that they wouldn't be able to return. For many years, the machine field hadn't had a single expert. Now that Zhao Hai had appeared, everyone in the machine field would go all out to kill them. Naturally, Zhong Liu and the others were aware of this. Therefore, they wanted to Mietian to deal with Zhao Hai in the arena. They didn't even hesitate to take out a treasure like the profounding thunder. They thought that with Zhao Hai's current strength, he would lower his guard in the arena. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai didn't lower his guard. This was because he knew that a lion would go all out to hunt a rabbit. The cultivators on the stage were still performing. However, it was clear that they weren't in high spirits. They went up for a bit and then went down. Because of this round of the competition went very quickly. Then, the losers competed for the ranking. Everyone was about to fall asleep when they saw this. It wasn't easy for these people to compete. Zhao Hai thought that they would rest for a while before proceeding to the next round. However, he didn't expect that the judges wouldn't give them any time to rest. They immediately announced the start of the next round. Now there were only 24 contestants left. There were a total of 12 matches. This time, Zhao Hai's opponent was a famous expert in the cultivation realm. His strength wasn't bad, but against Zhao Hai, even though he had a lot of tricks up his sleeves, he was still defeated. Tu Mietian had also successfully advanced to the top 12. The opponent he had defeated was Qin Zhang. Qin Zhang was one of the top 10 masters in the world of cultivation. He was the one who was the best at using fire magic. However, he had been defeated by Tu Mietian by half a move. Actually, Qin Zhang wasn't weaker than Tu Mietian. He was just defeated by Tu Mietian's artifacts. In addition to the 3 artifacts that Tu Mietian used before, Tu Mietian also took out an evil spirit hook and a yiksha halberd. These 2 artifacts seemed to be more advanced than the 3 artifacts that Tu Mietian used before. Because of this, Qin Zhang couldn't hold on and lost in the end. This wasn't strange. Although Qin Zhang was one of the 10 great experts of the cultivation realm, he was still only one of the top 100. It was impossible for him to get the support of the entire cultivation realm. It was already good for him to get the full support of his sect. On the other hand, Tu Mietian was different. He was the only remaining contestant of the Devil Realm. His status was similar to Zhao Hai's in the machine field. Naturally, he would have the full support of the entire Devil Realm. Because of this, Tu Mietian couldn't compete with Tu Mietian in terms of artifacts. After the top 12 were determined, the next step was to determine the participants of the 6-realm tournament. Zhao Hai's opponent this time was Yishuihan. Zhao Hai found it strange. Aside from Qin Zhang and Sua Lianqing, he encountered everyone else in the wormhole. Qin Zhang was fighting Tu Mietian, so Zhao Hai didn't encounter him. Since Sua Lianqing entered the top 6, it was very likely that he would encounter him. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. Although Yishuihan used all of his means, he was still defeated by Zhao Hai. Fortunately, Yishuihan didn't go all out against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also didn't want to take his life. The cultivators also discovered that as long as they don't go too far with Zhao Hai wouldn't kill them. This made the cultivators have a lot of scruples before making a move. With Zhao Hai's strength, if the cultivators were to order their contestants to fight against Zhao Hai, then it was very likely that they would be eliminated by Zhao Hai. This wasn't a good thing for the cultivators. After all, those who participated in the tournament were all geniuses. Losing one would be a huge loss. More importantly, this matter would affect the Ascenders. If the cultivators were to force the Ascenders to go all out against Zhao Hai, then the cultivators would think that the cultivators didn't treat them as people. Instead, they would treat their lives as important. It must be known that the cultivation realm wasn't like the machine field. In the machine field, Ascenders didn't hold too much power and their status wasn't high. On the other hand, Ascenders held a lot of power in the cultivation realm. Ascenders had a higher status compared to the machine field. If this matter were to spread, then it wouldn't be good for the cultivation realm. Because of this, although the cultivation realm went all out against Zhao Hai, they weren't like Jiang Tianlei who went all out against Zhao Hai. On the other hand, Tu Mietian also defeated his opponent. But this time it could be seen that he spent a lot of effort. Besides the 5 artifacts that he took out, he didn't take out any other artifacts. He only used some talismans to help him. Zhao Hai knew that these fellows were preparing the profounding thunder to deal with him. Zhao Hai also became more careful. He didn't believe that Tu Mietian only had the profounding thunder as a backup. Tu Mietian wasn't a good person to begin with. It was very likely that he had a few more backup plans. Moreover, Zhao Hai knew that the competition in the Devil Realm wasn't any less than the Cultivation Realm. In fact, it might even be more brutal. This was because the Devil Realm didn't have a lot of resources. The resources that they saved couldn't be used by the Devil Realm's devil cultivators. Additionally, the Devil Realm's people were ferocious by nature. They followed the law of the jungle to the extreme. Because of this, Tu Mietian left a backup plan to deal with Zhao Hai. What kind of person was Zhao Hai now? He had already become the world of cultivation's #1 newcomer. With such a status, he would attract even more hatred. As long as someone defeated him, they would become famous overnight and smoothly rise to the top. Tu Mietian was already very famous in the Devil Realm. However, he also had a lot of competitors. If he was defeated by Zhao Hai, it would be a blow to his reputation. Therefore, Tu Mietian wanted to kill Zhao Hai and become famous overnight. He would become the hero of the entire Devil Realm. When that time comes, he would naturally get more cultivation resources. If an inferior person wanted to rise to the top, they would have to kill a superior person and step on his corpse. Obviously, in the eyes of the newcomers, Zhao Hai was a superior person. As long as they stepped on Zhao Hai's corpse, they would be able to smoothly get everything they wanted. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't dare to take Tu Mietian lightly. Tu Mietian didn't use the Mysteriousine lightning during his most difficult battle with the Cultivation Realm because he wanted to save it for Zhao Hai. If Tu Mietian didn't only have the Mysteriousine lightning as a trump card, then it would be even more troublesome for Zhao Hai to deal with him. The top 6 were divided into groups. The final 3 were Zhao Hai, Tu Mietian, and Sua Lianqing. The 3 of them didn't use the elimination system this time. Instead, they used the point system to determine who would be the top 100. The so-called point system was actually very simple. Zhao Hai had to fight against Tu Mietian and Sua Lianqing. Winning a battle would give him 1 point. Losing a battle would give him no points. Finally, the one with the highest points would be the top one. Sua Lianqing and Tu Mietian would also do the same. In other words, the three of them would have to fight 3 battles. One of them would lose twice and not get a single point. One of them would win twice and get 2 points. One of them would win once and lose once and get 1 point. Of course, it was also possible for all 3 of them to get 1 point. However, this probability was very small. After all, in this kind of battle, strength was the only thing that mattered. If Zhao Hai really lost to Sua Lianqing but won against Tu Mietian, then it would prove that Sua Lianqing was stronger than Zhao Hai. Then, Tu Mietian, who lost to Zhao Hai, wouldn't be able to defeat Sua Lianqing. If the 3 of them really fought to a draw, then there would be an extra round until the winner was determined. However, everyone knew that it was impossible for there to be a second round of the competition. 1 round was enough to determine the winner. After drawing lots, Zhao Hai was the first to fight. His first match was against Sua Lianqing. When Zhao Hai saw the result of the draw, he wasn't surprised. His figure flashed and appeared on the stage. Sua Lianqing also appeared on the stage. His sword was still on his back. Previously, he had been fighting against the cultivators from the cultivation world, so he didn't reveal his true strength. It could be said that he smoothly entered the top 3. However, Sua Lianqing wasn't happy because of this. He had wanted to fight against Zhao Hai for a long time. However, the 2 of them didn't meet until the very end. This made Sua Lianqing somewhat depressed. The 2 of them landed on the stage. Zhao Hai looked at Sua Lianqing and faintly smiled. Sua Lianqing, haha. I've wanted to fight you for a long time, but I didn't expect to wait until now. When Sua Lianqing heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Then, he laughed and said, "That's what I wanted to say. I've wanted to fight you for a long time. You're very strong, but I'm a sword cultivator. In the eyes of a sword cultivator, as long as there's an enemy, we will show our sword, no matter how strong the enemy is." Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "Go ahead." Sua Lianqing waved his hand. The golden light sword on his back flew out. Then, a golden light flashed like lightning as it stabbed towards Zhao Hai. The speed of this sword was very fast. Moreover, it carried an indomitable aura. It could be said that this sword was Sua Lianqing's best move. He had displayed the characteristics of the golden light sword to the fullest. Zhao Hai waved his hand as 100 overlapping magic formations appeared in front of him. Then, the magic formation turned into a large shield that blocked the golden light sword. However, the golden light sword was of the metal attribute. It was very sharp. With a bang, the golden light sword pierced through Zhao Hai's shield. The sword didn't lose its momentum as it went straight for Zhao Hai's throat. What a fast sword. What a sharp sword. Zhao Hai looked at the sword approaching his throat and couldn't help but praise inwardly. If he wanted to dodge the sword, he wouldn't be able to do so without using his spatial power. Moreover, because it was too close, it would be too late for him to use magic formations to block it. It can be said that this sword was Sua Lianqing's most powerful attack. Once the sword is out, you die. There's no return. If the enemy doesn't die, then I'll die. Indomitable, unparalleled sharpness. Zhao Hai could already feel the sharpness of Sua Lianqing's sword on his throat. The hair on his body couldn't help but stand up. Seeing Zhao Hai's appearance, Ma Rulong and the others stood up. Zhao Hai's current situation was too dangerous. He couldn't dodge, he couldn't block, he could only stand there and wait for death. Sua Lianqing's sword was truly a good move. It wasn't only the people from the machine field who stood up. They were also startled by Sua Lianqing's sword. The sword was too fast and too sharp. Moreover, Sua Lianqing made his move right after Zhao Hai finished speaking. His timing was just right. Zhao Hai wasn't fully prepared yet, so Sua Lianqing made his move. This was equivalent to taking advantage of Zhao Hai's momentum. Everyone wanted to see if Sua Lianqing could break Zhao Hai's legend. They wanted to see if Sua Lianqing could defeat or even kill Zhao Hai. Just as the golden light sword was about to pierce Zhao Hai's throat, Zhao Hai's hand moved. Zhao Hai's hand grabbed the golden light sword with his thumb, index, and middle fingers. Because the golden light sword was flying too fast, it suddenly stopped. The sword couldn't help but tremble violently. This golden light sword was not an ordinary sword, it was the signature weapon of the 10,000 Swords sect. It was extremely exquisite. With a shake of the sword, a buzzing sound could be heard. The sound was as crisp as a golden bell. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to catch the golden light sword with his bare hands. From the way the golden light sword was trembling, one could tell how powerful the golden light sword was. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to catch it with just 3 fingers. Sua Lianqing was surprised to see Zhao Hai grabbing the golden light sword. He immediately used a technique to control the sword, but the sword's body violently shook. It couldn't escape from Zhao Hai's fingers. Zhao Hai's fingers were as hard as iron as they tightly clamped onto the sword. Zhao Hai looked at Sua Lianqing and faintly smiled. Good. Sua Lianqing, you're worthy of being a sword cultivator. That sword is really sharp. However, I'm a dual cultivator. That sword can't deal with me. You should admit defeat. If it was another cultivator, Zhao Hai wouldn't let him admit defeat. This was because cultivators generally had more than one magic treasure. However, Sua Lianqing was a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators rarely used magic treasures under normal circumstances. It was precisely because they focused all of their energy on the sword that Sua Lianqing was able to release such a sharp sword. Sua Lianqing looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and knew that it was impossible for him to defeat Zhao Hai today. Sua Lianqing took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, "Mr. is right. I, Sua Lianqing, admit defeat." Zhao Hai laughed and let go of Sua Lianqing's golden light sword. The golden light sword flew back to Sua Lianqing's body like a swallow returning to its nest. Then it circled around Sua Lianqing's body, just like a child who was wronged and complaining to its father. Sua Lianqing also extended his hand and gently touched his sword as if he was comforting it. Then he waved his hand and the sword returned to its scabbard on his back. Zhao Hai looked at Sua Lianqing's appearance and slightly nodded, then he said, "Good, Sua Lianqing. It seems like you have touched the edge of sword intent. You are very amazing." Sua Lianqing looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly smiled. "Mr. Zhao Hai is too polite. Mr. is the truly amazing one. It has only been a year since you ascended, yet you have already reached such an achievement. This makes me envious." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "To be honest, there aren't many people in the cultivation realm who can enter my eyes. You, Sua Lianqing, can be considered one of them. I hope that we can become friends in the future. Please." Sua Lianqing looked deeply at Zhao Hai, then he turned around and left the stage. Because Zhao Hai defeated Sua Lianqing, he had to stay on the stage to accept Tu Mia Tian's challenge. If Sua Lianqing won, then he would also have to stay on the stage to accept Tu Mia Tian's challenge. Don't say that this was unfair to Zhao Hai. In this world, there was no such thing as fairness. This was the rule of the competition, so it had to be carried out. In fact, this was also a method used by the cultivation realm. They made this rule because of Zhao Hai's strength. In their opinion, with Zhao Hai's strength, if he was the first one to go on stage, then he would almost certainly win. As long as Zhao Hai won, then he would immediately have to fight the second person. Then the second person would have a great chance of defeating Zhao Hai. However, they didn't think that Zhao Hai's strength would be this strong. He only used one move to force Sua Lianqing to admit defeat. This was completely out of their expectations. At this time, it was already impossible to change the rules of the competition. Therefore, these people could only watch as Zhao Hai stood on the stage and waited for Tu Mia Tian's challenge. The cultivation realm people didn't have any hope for Tu Mia Tian. Although Tu Mia Tian displayed his strength, the cultivation realm people could see that Tu Mia Tian's strength was similar to Yi Shuihan and Yao Guang. If he were to fight against Sua Lianqing, then he would certainly lose. Sua Lianqing was the undisputed number one in the cultivation realm. He relied on his own strength to achieve this. Because of this, whether it was Qin Zhang or Yao Guang, they were very respectful towards Sua Lianqing. After all, Sua Lianqing's strength was obvious. When Sua Lianqing fought against Zhao Hai, he lost in one move. Although this was related to the fact that he was a sword cultivator, there was no doubt about Zhao Hai's strength. If Tu Mietian wanted to defeat Zhao Hai, then it would be very difficult. Zhao Hai calmly stood on the stage. Then, the sound of clothes rustling could be heard. Tu Mietian was already standing on the stage. Tu Mietian maintained his eternal smile as he bowed slightly to Zhao Hai and said, Tu Mietian has seen Mr. Zhao Hai. Mr. is a great talent with great strength. It is my honor to be able to fight with Mr. today. Zhao Hai also bowed slightly to Tu Mietian and said, Mr. Tu is too polite. I've seen Mr. Tu's strength in the past few days. To be honest, Mr. Tu is very strong. Zhao Hai also admires you. However, today on the stage, I have no choice but to fight with Mr. Tuesday. I hope Mr. Tu can forgive me. Tu Mietian looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so polite. He quickly replied, Mr. Tu is too polite. Mr., please. Zhao Hai also bowed slightly and said, please. The two were very polite. It didn't seem like a competition at all. It was more like a friendly exchange of pleasantries between friends. Upon seeing this, the people from the cultivation realm couldn't help but feel disappointed. They thought that the devil realm didn't want to be enemies with Zhao Hai. On the other hand, the people from the devil realm were very happy. Zhao Hai being so polite meant that he didn't have any suspicions. As long as he didn't have any suspicions, Tu Mietian's plan to sneak attack Zhao Hai would be successful. The two were facing each other. Tu Mietian had already taken out his ghost head blade and ghost face shield. However, he didn't take out his flag yet. It seemed like he wanted to make Zhao Hai completely let down his guard. And just as Tu Mietian expected, Zhao Hai just stood there quietly. He didn't take out his magic staff. Everyone knew that Zhao Hai's magic staff was an extraordinary weapon. If Zhao Hai took out his magic staff, Tu Mietian would definitely lose. But now that Zhao Hai didn't take out his magic staff, it meant that he didn't have any suspicions about Tu Mietian. This made the people from the devil realm a little more confident. At this moment, Tu Mietian moved. He waved his hand, and the ghost head broadsword slashed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took a step forward and punched out. Everyone was surprised. They rarely saw Zhao Hai use his fist to fight. But after Zhao Hai's punch, everyone's expression changed. Zhao Hai's punch sent out a fist as big as his fist towards Tu Mietian. The speed of this fist was several times faster than Sua Lianqing's golden light sword. When Zhao Hai's punch was sent out, the fist had already hit Tu Mietian's ghost-faced shield. Tu Mietian was stunned. Dang! Hell! The fist-shaped chi hit the ghost-face shield. The ghost-face shield made a clanging sound. The ghost-face shield screamed and broke into pieces. Then, the fist-shaped chi hit Tu Mietian's chest. Tu Mietian spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying 1,000 feet away. He fell to the ground with a thud. His breathing stopped. He was dead. He couldn't be more dead. He was dead. Zhao Hai waved his hand. A cloud of black chi wrapped around Tu Mietian. Tu Mietian disappeared. Seeing this, everyone was shocked speechless. Zhao Hai had used this method to deal with Jiang Tianlei. Jiang Tianlei had risked his life to fight against Zhao Hai. But this time, both Zhao Hai and Tu Mietian were polite. It didn't seem like they wanted to kill Tu Mietian. But Zhao Hai did it. It was too strange. Seeing this, Zhong Liu's eyes went wide. He stood up and shouted, Zhao Hai, you dare. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Zhong Liu. He sneered and said, what a joke. Why wouldn't I dare? Zhong Liu, your devil realm first poisoned me in Xianxia City. Then you gave Tu Mietian a lot of profounding thunders to deal with me. Do you really think that I, Zhao Hai, am an idiot? Do you think that Tu Mietian is a fool who only knows how to laugh? Ha ha ha. This father has been waiting for this day for a long time. This father wants to destroy him and turn him into an undead. This father wants you to know that if you offend me, Zhao Hai, and scheme against me, Zhao Hai, you will have to pay the price. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhong Liu calmed down. He coldly looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good. Good. Good. I didn't expect you to have such means. Good. My blood saint sect will remember this debt." Zhongliu nodded and said, "Good." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "I, Zhao Hai, have a lot of enemies. If you want revenge, then this Zhao Hai will accompany you at any time." Zhong Liu coldly snorted. Then he sat down and slowly closed his eyes. He was afraid that if he opened his eyes and saw Zhao Hai, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from attacking Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Zhong Liu and coldly snorted. Then he turned his head and his eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at the other people from the Devil Realm. Then he looked at the people from the Cultivation Realm before he returned to the machine field seating area. Up until now, the competition for the top 3 was over. No one had expected that the exciting competition for the top 3 would end in such a way. It was too fast, so fast that it exceeded everyone's expectations. Moreover, Zhao Hai's words made them understand why Zhao Hai wanted to deal with Tu Mietian. It turns out that the Devil Realm had already been plotting against Zhao Hai. No wonder Zhao Hai would deal with Tu Mietian. When the people from the cultivation office heard the conversation between Zhao Hai and Zhong Liu, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Their hatred for Zhao Hai wasn't any less than the Devil Realm. Now that Zhao Hai had offended both the Devil Realm and the Cultivation Realm, the two realms now had a common enemy. And most importantly, this enemy was still in the Cultivation Realm. For the Cultivation Realm, dealing with Zhao Hai was the most important thing. The grudges between them and the Devil Realm couldn't be resolved in a short time. Although they had some friction with the Devil Realm, they had also cooperated in recent years. It's likely that the Devil Realm wouldn't refuse this cooperation. The people from the Cultivation Realm looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. Then they began to discuss in low voices. But no matter what they were discussing, now that the competition was over, all they needed to do was wait for the reward. Actually, this reward had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. He didn't get a lot of things, only 2 artifacts. For Zhao Hai, it didn't matter whether he got the 2 artifacts or not. What he cared about the most was the reward for the machine field. Zhao Hai didn't think much about it. The machine field's rewards this time were very generous. There were several ore veins as well as several ore stars. These were things that the machine field needed the most. The Cultivation Realm didn't dare to ignore the rewards this time. If they didn't handle it fairly, then it wouldn't only affect the machine field. The Devil Realm and the other realms would also think that the Cultivation Realm wouldn't treat them fairly in the future. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to participate in the competition anymore. Everyone would just go back and pack up before snatching the rewards. Therefore, Zhao Hai and the others weren't worried about the rewards. They didn't need Zhao Hai to receive the rewards himself. Ma Rulong and the others were fine. When Zhao Hai returned to the contestant area, Ma Rulong immediately went to his side and whispered, "Zhao Hai, what do we do next? I don't think the Devil Realm will let you off easily." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Leader, rest assured. The Devil Realm can't do anything to me. You don't need to worry about me. I think you'll be receiving your rewards soon. You can go with everyone. There are also a lot of people from the machine field who came to watch the tournament. After you receive your rewards, you can immediately leave the Cultivation Realm with them. Leave everything here to me." Ma Rulong stared, then his expression changed as he said, "No, Zhao Hai, you can't do that. It's too dangerous for you to stay here alone. Don't forget, this is the Cultivation Realm. Even if you can't do anything, if you have a conflict with the Cultivation Realm, then the Cultivation Realm would be justified in taking back the loads. Moreover, the people who came to watch the competition are the core members of the great clans. If something happens to them, then the war between the machine field and the Cultivation Realm would be unavoidable. Therefore, you should leave as soon as possible. I'll stay here and delay them for a while. Then I'll leave immediately. Don't forget, I can use space magic, they can't stop me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, those wastes can't do anything to me. Even if you stay here, you won't be able to help much. Don't forget, this is the Cultivation Realm. Even if you can't do anything, if you have a conflict with the Cultivation Realm, then the Cultivation Realm would be justified in taking back the loads. I can't use spatial magic. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Ma Rulong was silent for some time. Then he nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. But Zhao Hai, remember, you must return alive. I'll be waiting for you in the machine field." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Ma Rulong walked to the side and greeted the leaders of the machine field. The leaders also understood what Zhao Hai meant. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai with a different expression. They understood that if they stayed with Zhao Hai, then they would be in more danger. If they left, then the cultivation realm wouldn't stop them. After all, they had no enmity with the cultivation realm. However, Zhao Hai would be in danger. Everyone had known Zhao Hai for some time. Although they didn't have a deep relationship, after drinking with him several times, their impression of Zhao Hai was still good. Now that Zhao Hai wanted to stay and face the danger alone, they were moved. However, these people didn't know that Zhao Hai didn't want them to stay because he didn't want them to hinder him. When necessary, Zhao Hai could directly enter the space to hide. But if these people were here, then he wouldn't be able to enter the space. Moreover, with these people here, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to use any of his methods. Zhao Hai didn't want people to know too many of his secrets. These people weren't as trustworthy as Xiongli and the others. Even Xiongli and the others didn't know about Zhao Hai's secrets, let alone these people. Zhao Hai's actions were also noticed by the others. They discovered that after Zhao Hai and Ma Rulong discussed for a while, Ma Rulong left with the other leaders. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was still sitting alone. Upon seeing this, the people from the other realms were puzzled. They didn't know what was going on. The people from the other realms didn't think that Ma Rulong and the others would give up on Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai offended the Devil Realm and the Cultivator Realm, he also achieved the best result for the machine field. If the machine field gave up on Zhao Hai, then the hearts of the people from the machine field would fall apart. Zhao Hai didn't care about this as he calmly sat in the contestant area. Now that Suruoda was in the contestant area, he was the only one left. He didn't feel anything, he just kept asking Kai and the others to report what the other realms were doing. Kai told Zhao Hai that the Devil Realm and the Cultivator Realm had secretly contacted each other and were preparing to make a move against him. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised by this. At this time, the prizes were handed out. However, the ones who received the prizes weren't Zhao Hai and the others. Instead, it was the representatives from the other realms. Naturally, the machine field sent Ma Rulong. The awards were quickly received. The cultivation realm wouldn't lie about this. Moreover, the awards were very easy to receive. The mineral veins and mineral stars all had proof of ownership. The proof of ownership wasn't very useful, it was just a piece of paper. 5 years later, it would have to be handed over. In the past, these things were passed around in the cultivation realm. This was the first time that someone from the organic formation realm received an award. After Ma Rulong received his prize, he immediately left with the team leaders and went directly to the machine field stands. The people from the machine field hadn't left yet. They were waiting for the ceremony to end before going to have a drink with Zhao Hai. They were now acquainted with Zhao Hai. Naturally, they wanted to celebrate Zhao Hai's victory. At this time, Ma Rulong arrived and told them about Zhao Hai's intentions. He also told them to leave immediately. Seeing Zhao Hai sitting there without moving, these people couldn't help but feel moved. These people were the core members of great clans. They were all elites. So they understood why Zhao Hai did this. It was precisely because of this that they were moved. However, none of them wanted to stay and die with Zhao Hai. First, they didn't have a good relationship with him. Second, they knew their own strength. If they stayed, they would only drag Zhao Hai down. It was better for them to leave as soon as possible. These people agreed. Then they immediately went to the transmission formation and returned to the machine field. By the time the people from the cultivation realm reacted, Ma Rulong and the others had already disappeared. Just now, their attention was focused on Zhao Hai. They didn't care about Ma Rulong. They thought that Ma Rulong wouldn't give up on Zhao Hai. After receiving his prize, he would definitely look for Zhao Hai. However, they didn't expect Ma Rulong to ignore Zhao Hai after receiving his prize. They didn't even have time to react. At this point, the people from the cultivation realm knew that they were played by Zhao Hai. However, they weren't too angry. This was because they couldn't do anything about the machine field's prize in the short term. Otherwise, it would cause injustice to the other realms. Ma Rulong and the others didn't have any enmity with the Cultivation realm. It was possible for the Cultivation realm to let them go. As long as Zhao Hai was still alive, their main target was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it. He just sat there and looked at the people from the other realms. At this time, the people from the Elven realm, the Spirit realm, and the Demon realm began to leave one after another. Even the people from the Devil realm and the Cultivation realm left. Naturally, a large number of people from the Cultivation realm and the Devil realm remained. The people from the other realms knew what was going to happen. Therefore, they left quickly. After those people left, the people from the Cultivation realm and the Devil realm weren't polite anymore. They directly surrounded Zhao Hai's stand. The leaders of this group were Zhong Liyue and a cultivator from the Cultivation realm. This cultivator was the core formation cultivator who had a conflict with Zhao Hai. This core formation stage cultivator was Jiang Tianlei's master, Pine Tree Swordsman, Fu Yishan. Pine Tree Swordsman, Fu Yishan, was a wood-type cultivator. Wood-type cultivators weren't suited to practice sword techniques with strong offensive power. They would usually choose some wood-type objects with poisonous properties as their magic weapons, which were often unsuitable to be made into swords. But this Fu Yishan was a lucky man. During one of his explorations, he found a pine tree on an uninhabited planet. This pine tree was only a meter tall and looked malnourished. But Fu Yishan found that under this pine tree, there were many corpses of demon beasts. These corpses had a very strange green color. It was obvious that they were poisoned. This piqued Fu Yishan's curiosity. After carefully studying the pine tree, he found that for some reason, this pine tree had turned into a poisonous pine tree. Its entire body was poisonous. Moreover, it was harder than steel. It was definitely a good material to make a magic sword. So Fu Yishan spent a lot of effort to get the poisonous pine tree and turned it into a pine tree poison sword. It became his life source weapon, and from then on, he was called the Pine Tree Swordsman. Fu Yishan looked at Zhao Hai viciously. He really hated Zhao Hai. Not only because Zhao Hai killed Jiang Tianlei, but also because Jiang Tianlei was one of his disciples. Moreover, Jiang Tianlei wasn't a true disciple yet. Although Fu Yishan felt some heartache, it wasn't to the point where he would kill Jiang Tianlei. What Fu Yishan really hated about Zhao Hai was that Zhao Hai slapped his face. For people of the Cultivation realm, slapping their face was a matter of life and death. Because of this, Fu Yishan couldn't wait to eat Zhao Hai's flesh and drink Zhao Hai's blood. The person standing not far from Fu Yishan was blood-seized Zhong Liyue. The Devil realm and the Cultivation realm finally joined forces to deal with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai calmly sat there as he looked at the two groups. After some time, he suddenly laughed. Seeing Zhao Hai's appearance, Fu Yishan couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "Zhao Hai, you're about to die, yet you're still laughing. This seat really admires you." Zhao Hai looked at Fu Yishan and smiled. "I didn't think that the righteous cultivators would actually cooperate with the demon realm. This Zhao Hai's face is really big." Fu Yishan nodded. Zhong Lifeng coldly snorted and said, "Zhao Hai, you don't need to stall for time. To tell you the truth, the people from the machine field aren't in any danger. They wouldn't dare come back to save you, nor would they be able to. The transmission formation here has already been closed. You've been abandoned. Just wait for your death here." Zhong Lifeng snorted and said, "Zhao Hai, I'll tell you the truth." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Zhong Liyue, you're too naive. Do you think that they would come back? To tell you the truth, I was the one who told them to leave. Otherwise, do you think they would leave? If they abandoned me, the ascenders from the machine field would certainly cause trouble. When the time comes, things would get out of hand. Even a 3-year-old child would understand this, so how could they not? If I hadn't persuaded them, would they have left?" Zhong Liu and Fu Yishan stared, then they looked at each other and felt that what Zhao Hai said was reasonable. In fact, they also thought that Ma Rulong's sudden departure was strange. Leaving Zhao Hai here wouldn't benefit the machine field at all. Even if they obtained the ore veins, they would lose the hearts of the people. This wasn't something that Ma Rulong would do. However, Zhao Hai still did it. This puzzled the two. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai's words, the two believed him. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's agreement, Ma Rulong and the others wouldn't have left. However, the two of them did not understand why Zhao Hai would do such a thing. Doing so would not benefit Zhao Hai at all. Moreover, it would put him in extreme danger. Could it be that Zhao Hai was really a selfless person? Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't believe it. No matter if it was a cultivator or a person from the devil realm, they were all extremely selfish. It was impossible for them to sacrifice themselves for others. They couldn't even compete with each other. How could they sacrifice themselves for others? Zhao Hai looked at them and guessed what they were thinking. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You don't understand why I'm doing this, right? I let the others go, but I didn't. Staying here and putting myself in danger isn't something a wise person would do, right?" Zhong Liue and Fu Yishan's eyes were filled with shock. They were very clear that Zhao Hai's words had hit the nail on the head. However, this wasn't the reason why they were surprised. They were surprised because Zhao Hai was able to grasp their thoughts so clearly. This was too shocking. In their eyes, Zhao Hai's wisdom was close to that of a demon. Zhao Hai looked at the two and laughed. "The reason why I'm staying is because I want to stay and kill. I want to kill more people. I want to kill until others are afraid of me. I want to kill until others shudder when they mention my name. I want to kill until others want to deal with me. I want to kill until they think about whether their necks are hard enough." When Zhao Hai's words were filled with killing intent, Zhong Liue and Fu Yishan shuddered. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such thoughts. This was too frightening. The two looked at Zhao Hai with fear. They were really scared by Zhao Hai. Although the two of them had seen great winds and waves, this was the first time they heard Zhao Hai talking about killing people. Although the people of the devil realm were very bloodthirsty, they generally killed people for cultivation. Moreover, most of the people they killed were civilians. The education of the devil realm was very different. In the eyes of the devil realm, civilians weren't people at all. They were like beasts, livestock. Would you feel guilty for killing a pig? No. Because of this, they didn't have any psychological burden when it came to killing civilians. However, the people of the devil realm treated cultivators as people. They wouldn't easily make a move on them. And listening to Zhao Hai's words, it seemed like he didn't treat cultivators as people. If he wanted to kill them, then he would kill them. This was the reason why the two of them were surprised. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. "Are you surprised? Do you really think that I, Zhao Hai, am a good person? Ha ha ha. To tell you the truth, all of you here are dead. If you don't believe me, then look around." Zhong Liu and Fu Yishan looked at their surroundings and their complexions changed. This was because they were surrounded by densely packed undead. These undead had already filled up the meteorite area where the Void Great Stage was located. As for how many undead there were, they had no way to tell. More importantly, the Void Stage's transmission formation had already been controlled by the undead. In other words, all the cultivators and devils who stayed in the Void Stage couldn't escape. Moreover, they wouldn't have any reinforcements. They could only fight Zhao Hai here. But upon seeing the densely packed undead, whether it was Zhong Liue or Fu Yishan, they couldn't help but feel their scalp tingle. There were just too many people. At this time, Zhao Hai loudly said, "Brothers, show your true faces. Let these guys open their eyes." Along with his words, the undead roared. Then flesh and blood began to grow on the skeletons, turning them into humans in an instant. Such a change startled the devil cultivators and cultivators of the devil realm. They had never seen such an undead before. Most importantly, they saw several familiar faces among them. These people were standing by Zhao Hai's side. One was Helian De, one was Jiang Tianlei, and the last one was Tu Mia Tian. These people weren't just acquaintances, they were simply too familiar with each other. Moreover, they saw these people being killed by Zhao Hai. Now, these people were standing by Zhao Hai's side. How could they not be startled? However, they quickly discovered that these undead didn't have the aura of a living person. They were all zombies. Zombies weren't rare in the cultivation realm. Some zombies were naturally born. After becoming zombies, they would cultivate on their own. Some zombies weren't naturally born. They were specially cultivated by great sects. These great sects would treat these zombies as weapons and then command them to fight. Of course, the sects that did this were either ghost sects or people from the devil realm. However, even if they weren't from the devil realm, they had still seen a lot of zombies. Sometimes, the cultivation realm's zombies would do evil. Sometimes, they would have conflicts with the devil realm. Zombies weren't uncommon to them. Therefore, they were able to see that Xianxia and the others had completely turned into zombies. Zhao Hai revealed a lot of his strength this time. In addition to the beast form undead, he also released nearly 200 million humanoid undead. These undead were very familiar with Zhao Hai. They were wearing bone beast armor and holding weapons that the space gave them. These weapons were equipped with vibrating formations. It can be said that they were armed to the teeth. The Void Arena wasn't a huge meteorite belt. If the Void Arena was as big as the Rainbow Meteorite Belt, then even with the strength of the Cultivation Realm, it would be impossible to turn this place into a Void Arena. Because of this, Zhao Hai only released 200 million undead to fill up the entire place. In addition to the weapons given to them by the space, these undead also had another weapon in their hands. This weapon was extraordinary. It was the Mysteriousine Lightning. The space's Profoundine Thunder Array was newly made. It was obtained from Tumia Tian. After Kair obtained it, she immediately detonated it and collected all the data. Then she placed the Profoundine Thunder Array into the Universal Processing Machine and decomposed it. After that, she placed it into the Universal Analyzer and analyzed the array inside. Now that the space had all the materials needed to make the Profoundine Thunder, the space was now able to produce large quantities of Profoundine Thunder. However, because Zhao Hai didn't have the Mysteriousine Lightning for long, he only managed to make a few thousand of them. These were already distributed to the undead. At this time, the cultivators from the Cultivation Realm and the devil cultivators from the devil realm gathered together. They formed a circle and took out their magic tools. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at the undead surrounding them. Zhao Hai was still standing in the machine field seating area as he coldly looked at the cultivators. At the same time, Zhong Liu and Fu Yishan had already retreated to the center of the circle. They also had their weapons in their hands. Zhao Hai looked at them and coldly said, "In the world of cultivation, strength is everything. I won't waste time. Everyone, let's go. Kill." Along with Zhao Hai's command, the undead immediately moved towards the cultivators. The cultivators immediately took out their artifacts and attacked the undead. All kinds of artifacts flew in the air. The undead lined up in neat formations as they slowly killed their way towards the cultivators. The undead were lined up in a neat square formation, pressing down on the cultivators and demonic cultivators. The cultivators and demonic cultivators didn't form a spherical formation like the undead. The cultivators and demonic cultivators didn't form a circular formation like the undead. The cultivators and demonic cultivators formed an ordinary circular formation. But now, the cultivators and demonic cultivators looked like a pancake that was squashed by countless squares. The cultivators and devil cultivators released their artifacts and attacked the undead's cube formation. At the same time, they also set up their defensive artifacts. But because they didn't have a unified command, the situation became very chaotic. However, Fu Yishan and Zhong Liu quickly discovered this point and immediately berated them. Under the two's berating, the cultivators and devil cultivators finally cooperated. Some of the cultivators on the outside set up their defensive artifacts, while the cultivators on the inside released their magic treasures. However, the cooperation between the undead had reached a seamless level. And with Lizzie and the others' command, the undead were able to advance and retreat in an orderly manner. Although they were attacked by a large number of artifacts, their casualties weren't too high. Moreover, they were slowly approaching the cultivators and devil cultivators. The cultivators and devil cultivators attacked even more anxiously. However, they were helpless. Zhao Hai's undead weren't soft persimmons. They were made of glass and would shatter upon contact. Their defensive capabilities were very strong, and with the addition of their bone armor, their defensive capabilities were even stronger. When the undead were still some distance away from the demon realm and the cultivation realm, they immediately stopped. Then all of the Profoundine Thunders that Zhao Hai made were thrown towards the demon realm and the cultivation realm. The profounding thunders that were as big as walnuts were thrown by the undead a kilometer away from the demon realm and the cultivation realm. Then they exploded. Balls of purple lightning exploded outside the circular formation. These were the Xianxia thunders. The Xianxia thunders had a great reputation in the cultivation world. Although there were a lot of artifacts outside the circle, they couldn't stop the profounding lightnings. When the profounding lightnings exploded, all of the artifacts were destroyed. Many cultivators and devil cultivators were caught off guard and were directly turned into ashes by the purple lightning, leaving nothing behind. This time, there weren't many cultivators and devil cultivators left. Altogether, there were only about 100 of them. Although these people's strength was good, they were still able to withstand the explosion of the profounding lightnings. After the purple lightning disappeared, Xianxia looked at the situation of the cultivators and was dumbfounded. There was almost no one left alive in the circular formation. To be exact, there was almost no one left. There were only a few people left standing in the center of the formation. Around them, there were dozens of floating corpses. The remaining 100 people had all disappeared. Ferocious, too ferocious. Those were more than 100 Foundation establishment and Gold Core experts. They disappeared just like that. Even their magic tools were shattered and completely destroyed. It could be seen how ferocious this explosion was. Standing in the middle of the circle, the surviving cultivators and devil cultivators were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they saw. There was no way for them to believe that there were more than 100 Foundation establishment cultivators and above. Even in the cultivation world, such a large number of people was a force that couldn't be underestimated. In the cultivation world, there were many sects that could only send so many experts. But now, these people were annihilated in a single blow. Their entire bodies were turned into flying ashes. What a terrifying attack. Moreover, what worried the cultivators and devil cultivators the most was that the undead creatures were actually using darking lightning as an attack. Not just one or two, but several thousand profounding lightnings. This was the profounding lightning, it wasn't something that could be picked up by the roadside. The profounding lightning was very famous in the world of cultivation. First, it was because it was difficult to make. Second, it was because of its destructive power. But now, Xianxia actually took out several thousand profounding lightning. When did the profounding lightning become so worthless? Xianxia was very satisfied with the results of this battle. However, he wasn't satisfied with the harvest this time. To be honest, Xianxia didn't think that the profounding lightning would be this fierce. It actually killed more than 100 people. These people were all experts who had artifacts to protect them. However, Xiao was very satisfied with the battle situation of the undead. The undead fought very well, especially after being equipped with the darking lightning. Their fighting strength had increased by more than one level. Originally, Xianxia was worried about the undead's combat strength. The undead's current combat strength was equivalent to a Qi refining stage cultivator. Although they had switched to the cultivation realm, it was still impossible for them to increase their strength in a short time. The blood lightning bead was a powerful weapon in the lower realms. But in the cultivation realm, it wasn't very useful. Even if a Qi refining stage cultivator was hit by the blood lightning bead, they wouldn't necessarily suffer any injuries. Because of this, the undead lost a very important means of attack. But the appearance of the profounding lightning made up for this weakness. As long as they wait for a while, the profounding lightning would be produced in large quantities. This way, the undead would be able to increase their attack power by several levels. Xianxia wasn't polite. He directly ordered the undead to kill the remaining people. The remaining cultivators and demonic cultivators had already lost their confidence. In this case, it was normal for them to be killed by the undead. After the battle was over, Xianxia turned the dead cultivators and demonic cultivators into undead. Then he had the undead clean up the surroundings. At the same time, he also had the undead clean up the surrounding area. However, he was very clear that the last time he dealt with Lin Danshan in the wormhole, Sua Lianqing and the others had analyzed the energy fluctuations and reconstructed the entire battle process. This time, he couldn't make the same mistake again. He cleaned up the entire battlefield, even the energy fluctuations left behind. Xianxia was very clear that he had no choice but to clean it up this time. If he didn't clean it up, then other people would know that they used a lot of profounding lightning during the battle. If other people knew that he could make a lot of profounding lightning, then the power of the profounding lightning would be greatly reduced in the future. Zhao Hai wasn't happy that the profounding lightning killed more than 100 cultivators today. In fact, if the profounding lightning was used alone, then it wouldn't pose much of a threat to the cultivators. If the cultivators hadn't gathered together at that time, and instead used a scattered formation, then the profounding lightning wouldn't have been able to kill so many people. It was precisely because the cultivators and devil cultivators were gathered together that the profounding lightning could be used in a concentrated manner, which allowed it to display such great power. If the power of the Mysteriousine thunder was really incomparable, Lin Jiang would not have given Tu Mia Tian 7 Mysteriousine thunders at once and let him use them in a sneak attack. From this point, it could be seen that the power of the Mysteriousine thunder was really not very strong in actual combat. Only when there were a large number of them and they could be used together, could it exert its greatest power. After everything was dealt with, Zhao Hai's body flashed and entered the space. However, he still used magic to seal the transmission formation in the arena. It would be impossible to open it in a short period of time. When Zhao Hai entered the space, he saw that Laura and the others were busy. They weren't busy with anything else, they were busy analyzing the data of the battle. This had become a routine for them. Through this kind of post-battle analysis, they would be able to find the shortcomings of the battle and correct them. This way, they wouldn't make the same mistakes in the next battle. At this time, the space's processing machine was still producing profounding lightning. For the undead, profounding lightning was a very suitable artifact. Perhaps other people wouldn't be able to mass-produce it, but the space could. As long as Zhao Hai could mass-produce profounding lightning, he wouldn't need to be afraid of anyone. In the process of using the profounding lightning, Zhao Hai discovered several problems. One of them was the range of the profounding lightning. The profounding lightning was different from ordinary artifacts. In the cultivation realm, the profounding lightning was equivalent to a concealed weapon. People only thought about how to make it more powerful, they didn't think about how to control it like an ordinary artifact. In the cultivation realm, when cultivators control ordinary artifacts, they would use their own divine sense to control the central formation. Then through the central formation, they would control the entire artifact. This way, if the artifact received a strong attack, then the divine sense would be damaged to a certain degree. But with the central formation, the damage to the divine sense wouldn't be too big. For cultivators, this wasn't a big problem. However, a self-detonating mysticaline bomb was different. There was almost no central array in this kind of mysticaline bomb, because he didn't need to be too flexible in controlling it. Moreover, if there was a central array, he could use his divine sense to control it. When the mysticaline bomb exploded, his divine sense would definitely be damaged, and the degree of damage would definitely be much more serious than a normal mysticaline bomb. When an ordinary immortal artifact was struck heavily, or even shattered or destroyed, it was from the outside to the inside. Immortal artifacts were made with the highest quality materials. When they were struck heavily, the central spirit array would still have a certain amount of defensive ability. And this defensive ability could protect the immortal sense to a certain extent. The immortal sense that a cultivator attached to an immortal artifact would only be slightly shaken and would not be damaged. On the other hand, the profounding thunder was a self-destructing artifact. The explosion started from the inside. If there was a central formation, then people could use it to control the profounding thunder better. However, when the profounding thunder explodes, the first to be injured wasn't the enemy, but rather the user's own divine sense. This was the reason why the profounding thunder didn't have a complex formation to control it. What it pursued was the greatest lethality and suddenness. This way, the profounding thunder could only be used in a sneak attack, or like the undead, where it could be used in a large-scale formation. This way, the profounding thunder could only be used in a sneak attack, or like the undead, where it could be used in a large-scale formation. The biggest problem with the profounding lightning was its control. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to strengthen the control of the profounding lightning. At the same time, when it explodes, he couldn't hurt his own divine sense. After the universal scanner's analysis, Zhao Hai obtained a new profounding lightning formation. A large part of the original formations on the profounding lightning were used to seal the Yin lightning. The remaining ones were used to increase the power of the profounding lightning. In the new formation that Zhao Hai obtained, some magic formations were added to the profounding lightning's formation. These magic formations could be used to seal the Yin lightning while increasing the power of the profounding lightning. Most importantly, these formations had a very special design. That was, a magic formation was installed in the central formation. The central formation was the control center of an artifact. Normally, there wouldn't be any magic formations installed in it. However, in the new profounding lightning formation, there was a magic formation installed in the central formation. This magic formation only had one function, and that was to delay the activation of the profounding lightning formation. The so-called delay in activation actually meant that after the profounding lightning formation was activated, the profounding lightning formation would delay the explosion by a little bit. This delay was less than a second. But because of this delay, the divine sense of the profounding lightning formation would be withdrawn. When the profounding lightning formation explodes, it wouldn't hurt the divine sense of the profounding lightning formation. At the same time, the profounding lightning formation would be more flexible and easier to control. Don't underestimate the modification of these arrays. If it wasn't for the universal analyzer, but relying on people alone, you don't know how many times you would have to experiment to find the most suitable combination of arrays and magic arrays for the profound array lightning. After obtaining the blueprint, Zhao Hai immediately began to make the profounding lightning formation according to the blueprint. The divine sense of the undead wasn't weak. For them, the profounding lightning formation was the best weapon. The undead were the same as Zhao Hai. They hadn't used the artifacts of the cultivation realm before. If they were asked to modify the artifacts of the cultivation realm, then they wouldn't be able to get used to it. This process required the undead of the cultivation realm to teach them how to use the artifacts of the cultivation realm. At the same time, they would learn the cultivation techniques of the cultivation realm and become undead of the cultivation realm. This way, in the future, they would be similar to the beast cultivators of the cultivation realm. In the cultivation world, demonic cultivators didn't just refer to plants or demonic beasts that could cultivate on their own. They also included zombies and ghosts that formed naturally. However, these zombies and ghosts could also be called ghost cultivators. They could also be regarded as a kind of demonic cultivator. The spaces undead were also expanding in this direction. Zhao Hai believed that in the future, the spaces undead would become a force that couldn't be underestimated in the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai wasn't just researching these things inside the space. He was also secretly paying attention to the situation of the machine field and the cultivation realm. There was no need to mention the machine field. After Ma Rulong and the others returned to the machine field, they were immediately welcomed as heroes. However, Zhao Hai's absence caused an uproar in the machine field. The machine field wanted to send people to the cultivation realm to rescue Zhao Hai several times, but they were unsuccessful. This was because the cultivation realm had closed the transmission formation. If they sent a warship to the cultivation realm to rescue Zhao Hai, then it would be tantamount to declaring war on the cultivation realm. To be frank, the machine field didn't have the strength to do so. Because of this, the machine field could only protest to the cultivation realm. They wanted the cultivation realm to open the transmission formation as soon as possible so that Zhao Hai could safely return to the machine field. However, the cultivation realm didn't reply. They were just stalling for time. Actually, the people from the cultivation realm also found this strange. Both the cultivation realm and the devil realm knew that Zhong Liu and Fu Yishan were dealing with Zhao Hai in the void arena. In order to prevent people from coming to their rescue, the transmission formation of the void arena was sealed. But why hasn't it been opened after so long? People from the cultivation realm and the devil realm knew that there were more than 100 people who stayed behind to deal with Zhao Hai. Moreover, all of them were Foundation establishment experts. Even if they were Foundation establishment experts, they were still veteran Foundation establishment experts. Because Suo Lianqing had just entered Foundation establishment stage, he wasn't able to stay behind and return to his own sect. According to the people from the cultivation realm, dealing with Zhao Hai with such a scale was a surefire way to deal with him. They didn't even need to leave so many people behind to deal with Zhao Hai. A lot of people stayed behind for the sake of their reputation so that they could boast in the future, "Look, the machine field's #1 expert, Zhao Hai, was killed by us." Nobody thought that they would fail. Naturally, Zhao Hai was also aware of this situation. However, he didn't plan to return to the machine field so quickly. There were more than 100 experts in the machine field. If he returned quickly and all of them disappeared, wouldn't that be too terrifying? When the time comes, the transcending tribulation experts of the cultivation realm might come to deal with him. He didn't want to be targeted by those people right now. Zhao Hai wasn't idle inside the space. He was constantly studying the formations arranged by Yao Guang. These formations required formation flags and formation discs to be arranged. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. He had liquid silver, so he could use liquid silver to replace the flags and formation discs. Now, he needed to understand these formations thoroughly. Zhao Hai knew that he had offended the people from the cultivation realm and the devil realm. In the future, people from these two realms would come looking for trouble. Among these people, there would certainly be formation masters. The world of cultivation's formations were very strange. Although they had the space, Zhao Hai didn't want to expose the space's secret. Doing so would only bring him more trouble. Because of this, he wanted to understand more formations. Even if he didn't use the space, he could still crack the enemy's formations. Only then would he be able to keep the space's secret. While the machine field and the cultivation realm were arguing, Zhao Hai was hiding inside the space. The people from the devil realm didn't make a move for the time being. For a while, the void arena seemed to have been forgotten. Zhao Hai stayed inside the space for 7 or 8 days. During this time, the people from the cultivation realm began to react. They couldn't understand why the void arena's transmission formation was still sealed after several days. They felt that something was wrong and immediately made a response. On one hand, they sent flying ships towards the void arena. On the other hand, they strengthened the seal on the transmission formation. The devil realm also felt that something was wrong. However, they didn't believe that it was Zhao Hai who dealt with Zhongli Yu and the others. They were afraid that the cultivation realm would take this opportunity to deal with Zhongli Yu and the others. Therefore, they also sent people to the void arena to investigate. Because this matter was done by the devil realm and the cultivation realm together, the people from the cultivation realm didn't stop them. Several groups of people rushed towards the void arena at the same time. Zhao Hai naturally noticed this situation from the space. Although he hadn't been to many places in the cultivation realm, he still knew about the situation in Haishan City. Haishan City was currently filled with rumors. Just by listening to these rumors, Zhao Hai knew what was going on. He also knew that it was time to go back. After greeting Laura and the others, Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared outside the Ashley family's office on the machine field. At this time, the Ashley family's office in the machine field was very lively. In this period of time, hundreds of people had formed an alliance with the Ashley family. The Ashley family also received a lot of benefits and became one of the great clans in the machine field. The Ashley family's office was now bustling with people coming and going every day. The reason why Zhao Hai appeared here was because of Margaret. Naturally, Margaret was only here in name. Most of the time, she was inside the space. Some time ago, she had to return to the Dark Demon planet. Recently, she came to the machine field under the pretext of waiting for Zhao Hai to come back. But most of the time, she was still hiding in her room, refusing to receive any visitors. Actually, she was busy with Laura and the others inside the space. As soon as Zhao Hai appeared outside the office, he was immediately discovered. The people here were transferred from the Ashley family's outer court camp. They weren't young and were ascended people. Because of this, they didn't have any hope of advancing in their lifetime. Therefore, they looked for easy jobs to do. Now that the Ashley family was expanding, they needed a lot of people to guard the office. Therefore, a lot of people from the outer court camp came here. Zhao Hai's appearance was very sudden, so these people immediately noticed him. Several warriors and mages surrounded him. Zhao Hai looked at them and nodded before flying towards the office. At this time, these people also saw Zhao Hai. They couldn't help but stare. Then when they saw Zhao Hai flying towards the office, they flew faster than Zhao Hai. At the same time, they shouted, "Zhao Hai is back, Zhao Hai is back." Their voices were so loud that they could be heard from several kilometers away. Those who didn't know would think that they were bandits. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. During his time in the space, he saw the machine field's attitude towards him. The ordinary people and the outer court had already regarded him as their idol. After learning that he didn't come back, a lot of ordinary people went to the streets to protest. They demanded that the machine field's higher-ups get Zhao Hai back at all costs. The higher-ups of the machine field had no choice but to negotiate with the cultivation realm. However, they didn't have the guts to go to war with the cultivation realm. Now that he appeared, the entire machine field would be shaken. At this time, Margaret flew out of her room and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Looking at Margaret, Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "We just parted in the space. Did you miss me?" Margaret smiled and said, "You're missing me?" Margaret leaned on Zhao Hai's chest and said, "Don't be so shameless. It was Sister Laura who asked me to act with you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What? You didn't miss me?" Margaret drilled herself into Zhao Hai's embrace but didn't make any sound. In other people's eyes, this was a scene of a young couple meeting after being separated for a long time. Naturally, nobody could see anything. At this time, Desbarres and Luke flew out of the building. Desbarres had been staying in the machine field all this time. On one hand, he was waiting for Zhao Hai. On the other hand, he was also helping Luke. Because of the expansion of the Ashley family, the machine field had a lot of things to take care of. They needed the help of experienced people like Desbarres. Therefore, Desbarres stayed behind. After some time, Zhao Hai let go of Margaret. Margaret stood behind Zhao Hai. Seeing this, Desbarres and Luke walked over. Zhao Hai looked at Desbarres and immediately gave him a salute as he said, "Camp Lord, I'm back." Desbarres looked at Zhao Hai with red eyes. Then he gave Zhao Hai a hug before letting go of Zhao Hai. Then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Good, it's good that you're back." "Ha ha ha, it's good that you're back." Luke also gave Zhao Hai a hug. Then he led Zhao Hai into the building. At this time, more and more people were surrounding them. Zhao Hai was now the hero of the machine field. Naturally, these people wanted to curry favor with him. Many of these people had seen Zhao Hai before. They came over to greet him. Zhao Hai responded to them one by one. Moreover, he was able to call out their names. Those who were called by Zhao Hai looked very lucky. There were also people who came over to greet Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai couldn't neglect them. He followed them back one by one and listened to their self-introductions. Because of this, Zhao Hai had no way to enter the building. This was because more and more people were gathering outside. Zhao Hai didn't expect them to be so enthusiastic. He didn't know what to do for a while. At this time, several people came over. The one in front was a woman wearing beautiful work clothes. Behind her was a person holding a small computer. The computer's light shone on Zhao Hai's body. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. He knew that this was the machine field's camera. It seems like these people were from the TV station. Sure enough, the beautiful woman took out a microphone and placed it in front of Zhao Hai. At the same time, she loudly said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, welcome back. How did you return to the machine field? Were you hunted down by the cultivators in the cultivation realm?" Zhao Hai felt a headache coming on. He didn't expect people from the TV station to interview him. He coughed lightly and said, "I returned to the machine field using spatial magic. I wasn't hunted down. But after the competition, I had something to do. Because of this, I asked Ma Rulong for a leave of absence." This was something that Zhao Hai thought about in advance. He wanted to say that he wasn't hunted down. This way, the cultivators and the devils wouldn't have an excuse to find trouble with him. "More than 100 of you went missing? What does that have to do with me? I don't know them and I haven't seen them. You're asking me where I went? I had something to do. I went to do something. What did I do? Why should I tell you? Even if everyone knew what he did, he couldn't admit it. If he admitted it, then the cultivators and the devils would have an excuse to deal with him. The two realms might even join forces to pressure the machine field. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. Whether it was the cultivators or the devils, they both wanted to swallow the machine field. But right now, everyone had scruples. Nobody wanted to make the first move. If he admitted it, then the cultivators and the devils would have an opportunity to join forces. If the two realms joined forces to deal with the machine field, then the machine field would be in danger. Even if they could repel the two realms, their losses wouldn't be small. Zhao Hai didn't want the machine field to be affected by the war. End of chapter 1279. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.